Soon Ning acquired a system for the frenetic accumulation of wealth, presenting him with a novel money-making strategy each month. Yet, throughout this endeavor, he consistently encounters an array of peculiarities, which in no way diminishes his fervor for amassing riches. Thus began his journey towards opulence, ascending to the pinnacle of his existence. In the first month, a staggering tenfold reward for driving services. In the second month, 100-fold cashback on bar expenditures. In the third month, a tenfold reward for food delivery. In the fourth month, a tenfold reward for eliminations in a gaming competition. In the fifth month, a tenfold reward for ride-sharing. In the sixth month, a tenfold reward for matchmaking services. In the seventh month, a tenfold reward for driving instruction. Soon Ning, I do not possess a system, I merely inherited my great-uncle's fortune. Chapter 1. The Frenzied Wealth Accumulation Experience System. While engaged in a card game with his friends in the dormitory, Soon Ning displayed a furrowed brow, his mind evidently elsewhere. It was exceedingly difficult, due to the promotion of a dual reduction policy. The tutoring jobs he previously relied upon had become nearly non-existent. His biological father callously abandoned his family when Soon Ning was merely an infant, leaving his mother to toil tirelessly to raise him. After sacrificing her own well-being to finance his university education, she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, leaving Soon Ning to navigate the world alone. Throughout his college years, the resilient and optimistic Soon Ning supported himself through tutoring, managing to persevere despite the hardships. However, with the tutoring opportunities now vanished, he found himself devoid of any source of income, struggling to cover not only tuition but even basic living expenses. Thus, it was understandable that Soon Ning felt a sense of dread about how he would manage to earn both tuition and living costs moving forward. Old 3, do not fret too much, his friend, Hui Xiefeng, consoled him, patting Soon Ning on the shoulder. I have a relative whose company is currently hiring part-time workers. You can start anytime. The hours are flexible, and the pay is quite decent. It should suffice for your tuition. Hui Xiefeng came from a reasonably well-off family, not excessively wealthy but certainly upper middle class. The group of friends had always looked out for Soon Ning, and upon learning of his predicament, they wished to assist him. Soon Ning managed a forced smile, but shook his head. I can manage for now. If I truly find myself in dire straits, I will certainly reach out. His friends, aware of Soon Ning's tenacious nature, did not press the matter further, and after a few more exchanges, they prepared for bed. Lying in bed, Soon Ning momentarily lost himself in thought, contemplating what part-time job he could pursue next. At that moment, however, an odd notification echoed in his mind. The Frenzied Wealth Accumulation Experience System is now online. The host has one opportunity each month to select a method for wealth accumulation, with rewards determined by the chosen method. Note, during the wealth accumulation experience, the host's chances of encountering bizarre events significantly increase. The initial selection for the wealth accumulation experience is limited to health product sales, real estate brokerage, or driving services. The host is encouraged to promptly select their first wealth accumulation journey. Instantly filled with exhilaration, Soon Ning's resilient spirit facilitated his swift acceptance of the reality of being bound to this system. He quickly familiarized himself with the system's overview. As the initial description indicated, the system would prompt Soon Ning to continually select new methods for wealth accumulation. Each month would present a fresh strategy for accumulating wealth. Each wealth accumulation experience would last for 1 month. Should he abandon the endeavor before the month's end, all rewards would be forfeited. Moreover, within a single calendar year, he must experience at least 3 different methods of wealth accumulation. Failure to complete these 3 experiences would not only result in the cancellation of all rewards, but also the termination of the system's binding. Little did Soon Ning, whose life had been fraught with misfortune, ever imagine that one day he would stumble upon such a fortuitous opportunity. Regaining his composure, Soon Ning prepared to choose the first wealth accumulation profession he would undertake. The 3 options presented were intriguing. Health product sales, pandering around the old neighborhood to swindle retirees out of their pensions. Such unscrupulousness was not within Soon Ning's character. Thus, this option was immediately dismissed. Real estate brokerage appeared appealing, clad in formal attire and possessing the gift of gab. One could achieve considerable success with hard work. However, the demands of a real estate agent's schedule were incompatible with his current situation. He was still occupied with his graduation project during the day. Though viewings often occurred in the evening, daytime was reserved for organizing listings and incessantly contacting clients that, in comparison, Driving services seemed to align perfectly with Su Ning's circumstances. He held a valid driver's license, his driving skills were satisfactory, and the hours for driving services were flexible. He could endure a bit of hardship and sacrifice some sleep at night. 1 month of perseverance. For Su Ning, who was well-versed in enduring difficulties, this was undoubtedly a trivial challenge. And thus, he made his decision with great enthusiasm. The host has chosen driving services as the method for wealth accumulation. The host will receive a tenfold amplification reward for the income generated from driving services. Upon seeing the latest notification from the system confirming his choice, Su Ning felt as if he might explode with excitement. A tenfold reward? If he earned 3,000 yuan from driving services in a month, wouldn't that translate to 300 million yuan? It was simply absurd. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Ning leapt from his bed, donned his clothing, and hurried out of the dormitory. His visage radiated an unmistakable determination, was resolutely set on accumulating wealth. After calming his excitement, he could finally think rationally. The first step was to become a driver. The system would not directly provide him with a job, he would have to seek it himself. He recalled passing by a private dining establishment a few days prior, which had a notice seeking resident drivers. Thus, Su Ning made his way to the restaurant known as Li's Private Kitchen. Upon arriving, he learned that the establishment was in need of a driver due to the prior driver's departure for personal reasons. Although the owner was somewhat surprised a university student would take up driving services, he did not inquire further, allowing Su Ning to fill out some information and welcoming him aboard. This arrangement constituted a partnership between the restaurant and the driver, rather than an employment relationship. The restaurant provided convenient driving services for its patrons, while the driver benefited from a steady stream of customers. The only requirement for the driver was to pay a 10 yuan commission to the restaurant for each job completed. Such terms were fairly common, and Su Ning had no objections. Thus, Su Ning proudly became a driver. Chapter 2. Earning 4 million, almost received a slap at the restaurant. There were 2 other designated drivers, both around the age of 40. One was surnamed Wang, and the other Li. As the evening rush approached, both drivers arrived. Although they were aware that the restaurant was hiring designated drivers, they were taken aback by the youthful appearance of their new colleague. Typically, such laborious work is performed by middle-aged individuals. It was hard to fathom how a young man could endure such a demanding job. Nevertheless, they did not engage in much conversation with Su Ning. The 3 of them took turns accepting jobs, sparing them the need to compete for clients. Around 8 o'clock, guests who had been drinking began to leave in succession. Master Wang was the first to depart, soon followed by Master Li. Su Ning felt a surge of excitement. The next client requesting a designated driver would surely be his. Before long, a middle-aged man approached the front desk, in need of designated driving services. "Good evening, sir. I am at your service," Su Ning greeted with impeccable professionalism. The man nodded, tossed the keys to Su Ning, and led him outside to locate his vehicle. After providing the address, the middle-aged gentleman settled into the back seat. Closing his eyes, Su Ning, understanding the situation, refrained from initiating conversation. Throughout the drive, Su Ning remained exceedingly cautious. Given that it was his first time, he believed that exercising caution was the best way to ensure both his and the client's safety. Upon reaching the destination, Su Ning could not help but release a sigh of relief. "Sir, we have arrived at your designated location. Is there anything else you require?" he inquired while returning the car keys. The man shook his head, smiled, and thanked Su Ning, simultaneously handing him 50 yuan. Clearly, this gentleman was a regular patron of Li's Private Kitchen, familiar with the restaurant's designated driver fee structure. 50 yuan within the city, 100 yuan outside of it. Fees doubled during late-night hours. Su Ning accepted the money with a word of thanks. However, at that very moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 40 yuan through diligent work, and with a 10,000-fold reward multiplier, you have received 4 million yuan. Stunned and momentarily frozen in place, he was overwhelmed by disbelief. Perhaps he had previously harbored doubts about the system, but with the money now in his account, all skepticism vanished. Gazing at the notification on his phone and the substantial deposit alert from his bank, everything felt surreal. He could hardly suppress the urge to howl with exhilaration. After a brief period, Su Ning gradually composed himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. He hailed a taxi, intending to return to Li's Private Kitchen in anticipation of the next job. Typically, designated drivers would prepare a foldable electric bike for transportation. Otherwise, how could they return after dropping off a client? Su Ning, however, had not made such arrangements, confident that with the system's 10,000-fold reward, he need not concern himself with taxi fares. Interestingly, upon his return to the restaurant, he found that the other 2 drivers had yet to return from their assignments. There was no need to discuss order at this point. If a client arrived, It wouldn't do to make them wait for the others. Just then, a table of young women, having finished their meal, approached the cash register in search of a designated driver. Wow, the designated driver is so handsome. Why didn't I drive tonight? Had I known such a charming driver would be here, I would have come in my own car, exclaimed Wei Wei, her excitement palpable. You must tell us if anything interesting happened tonight. The girls, already a bit tipsy, lit up at the sight of Su Ning, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Ning maintained a professional smile, not letting their enthusiasm affect him. The car belonged to the girl named Wei Wei, who appeared somewhat inebriated, needing her friends to support her as they walked. While others might have been distracted by such attention, Su Ning remained unfazed, for he had a girlfriend. His primary concern was how she would manage to pay him for the designated driving service in her current state. The journey was not long, and within a few minutes, they arrived at the girl's residential complex. Madam, we have reached your destination. Su Ning turned to speak, only to find that the girl had already fallen asleep. Unable to suppress a faint grimace, his worst fears had indeed come to pass. Madam, we have arrived. He raised his voice, attempting to rouse her. The girl opened her eyes sleepily, her gaze unfocused, clearly still not fully awake. Su Ning sighed, considering his options, and asked, which building do you live in? I can help you get home. After a moment of confusion, the girl mumbled a response. Su Ning felt a wave of relief. As long as he had a specific address, he could ensure her safe return. Assisting the girl out of the car and locking it up, he guided her toward her home. Fortunately, there was an elevator, sparing him the ordeal of climbing stairs. Otherwise, he would have struggled. After ringing the doorbell, it was swiftly answered by a middle-aged woman, who began to scold loudly. It's so late. Where have you been? You're such a worry. Instead of finding a partner, you waste your time playing around. However, upon seeing her daughter being supported by a young man, her demeanor shifted instantaneously. Oh, come in, come in. The girl's mother beamed at Su Ning, ushering him inside and helping her daughter onto the sofa. Su Ning was just about to request his fee and take his leave when the girl's mother insisted he sit on the sofa as well. Young man, please have a seat. Let me get you a glass of water. Her warm hospitality made Su Ning feel somewhat awkward. Auntie, Before he could finish his awkward reply, a cup was already placed in his hand. He could only express his gratitude. How old are you, young man? The girl's mother inquired with genuine interest. Where are you from, and how many people are in your family? Su Ning's expression became slightly stiff. He thought to himself, I'm merely a designated driver. Why the interrogation? Yet, given her insistence, he knew he would not be allowed to leave without answering. So, he replied honestly, Annie, I'm 23, a local. However, my family is small. It's just me and my girlfriend, who is also my university classmate. To Su Ning's surprise, upon hearing his answer, the girl's mother visibly erupted in anger, her face flushed with rage. She sprang to her feet and, raising her hand, swung it towards Su Ning's face. If the slap connected, the sound would surely be thunderous. Su Ning reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the strike. Have you lost your mind? Why resort to violence over a simple conversation? I didn't say anything disrespectful. He wondered if this middle-aged woman might suffer from some mental affliction. What do you think you're doing? He exclaimed, taking a couple of steps back, eyeing her warily, both angry and bewildered. Meanwhile, the woman was seething, hands on her hips, hurling insults at him. You little brat. You already have a girlfriend. Yet you try to flirt with my daughter. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Her furious expression suggested she genuinely wished to devour Su Ning whole. Chapter 3. Another 9 million earned. Upon hearing her words, Su Ning nearly choked, his breath caught in his throat. Good heavens. I wondered why the situation escalated so quickly. As the middle-aged woman seized a cup from the coffee table, poised to hurl it at him, Su Ning hastily waved his hands in protest. Please, don't throw that. I'm merely a designated driver. At that moment, he found himself in a rather absurd predicament. If I had truly wronged your daughter, I would deserve a beating. But I don't even know her name, and yet I'm almost on the receiving end of your wrath. What have I done to deserve this? The middle-aged woman, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend. What do you mean? Are you not the scoundrel who deceived my daughter? Su Ning noticed her confusion and quickly clarified. Your daughter was intoxicated, and I am the designated driver who brought her home. I do not know her at all. He wore an expression of utmost innocence, feeling utterly speechless in the face of such a situation. Realizing the misunderstanding, the girl's mother appeared somewhat sheepish, though her gaze shifted between her unconscious daughter and the tall, handsome Su Ning, her eyes reflecting a palpable sense of regret. What a striking young man. Why isn't he my daughter's boyfriend? I'm so sorry, young man. I misunderstood. Are you all right? Su Ning could only shake his head in bemusement. All he wanted was to collect his payment and leave swiftly. The girl's mother retrieved a 100 yuan note and handed it to Su Ning, apologetically stating, the fare for a designated driver in the city is typically 50 yuan. Right? Just keep this 100, no need for change. Su Ning accepted the money with gratitude, not particularly surprised. During previous conversations with other drivers, he learned that tips were common in this line of work, as many clients didn't mind the extra cost. However, just as Su Ning was about to take his leave, the girl's mother inquired, her tone laced with hope. "Young man, how is your relationship with your girlfriend? Is there any chance of a breakup? If so, would you consider my daughter? I assure you, she is an exceptional girl." Her enthusiasm mirrored the earlier misunderstanding when she had thought Su Ning was her daughter's boyfriend. In her eyes, a young man as grounded and handsome as Su Ning was undoubtedly a perfect match for her daughter. Su Ning felt overwhelmed. Goodbye, auntie. If he didn't leave soon, he might genuinely find himself trapped in the role of son-in-law. After narrowly escaping the mother's fervent intentions, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. He had nearly been caught as a potential suitor. Just then, the system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 90 yuan through diligent work, with a reward multiplier of 100,000 times, totaling 9 million yuan. After deducting the restaurant's 10 yuan commission from his 100 yuan earnings, he pocketed a neat 90 yuan. Even though he had already made 4 million yuan on his first job, the astronomical figure still left Su Ning in a state of astonishment. He couldn't help but entertain the absurd thought that if he continued this way every day, he might one day become a billionaire. Regaining his composure and noting that there was still time, Su Ning hailed a taxi back to the private dining establishment. It would be entirely feasible to take on 2 more jobs. Although it wasn't the weekend, the restaurant was bustling, with numerous business banquets underway. The other 2 designated drivers had received their assignments and left, and soon enough, Su Ning was presented with his third job. A young man, clearly inebriated, slurred his words. "I'm not drunk. I can still drink. You believe me, don't you? If you don't, let us go to a bar for another round." After much effort, Su Ning managed to assist the young man into the car, finally discovering his home address after a lengthy exchange. He wiped his brow, reflecting on the challenges of being a designated driver. Clients in this profession were invariably intoxicated, with a significant portion having consumed far too much. Once someone is overly drunk, the alcohol severely impairs their cognitive functions, rendering them oblivious to their actions. Communication could be challenging, and the myriad of bizarre situations could certainly drive a designated driver to madness. At that moment, Su Ning began to understand the system's gentle reminder. Perhaps it aimed to allow him to experience life's myriad flavors while he was busy earning money. Now, he was indeed experiencing it all. Settling into the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, Su Ning took a deep breath. He sincerely hoped to deliver this intoxicated young man home without incident. The young man's car was quite nice, a beginner-level sports car, most likely a gift from his parents. Seated behind the wheel, Su Ning felt a thrill. Who doesn't love a sports car? Yet he remained acutely aware of his responsibilities. This was not the time for reckless driving. The cardinal rule of being a designated driver is to ensure the client's safe return home, which necessitated a cautious approach. Thus, he drove carefully and steadily throughout the journey. However, his method of driving drew the ire of the young man in the passenger seat. "Can you speed up? You are driving this fantastic car like a snail. Are you brave enough to go faster?" His tone dripped with disdain. "Apologies, sir, but my job is to ensure your safe return home. Safety is my utmost priority," Su Ning replied, gripping the steering wheel, unfazed and maintaining a calm demeanor. Perhaps accustomed to speeding, the young man grew increasingly agitated as cars overtook them. "Come on, I'm begging you. Speed up. You're driving like a turtle. It's unbearable." Su Ning glanced at the young man, noting his distressed expression, and decided to increase his speed slightly. At least this way, he wouldn't be overtaken so easily. The young man perked up. "Faster. Go even faster," he continued to urge Su Ning. This time, however, Su Ning was resolute and refused to accelerate further. The young man, now desperate, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. "Bro, let us play a game, shall we? From now until we reach my house, I'll give you 10 yuan for every car you overtake, but for every car that overtakes us, I'll deduct 10 yuan. Are you game?" The young man looked at Su Ning with eager anticipation, his words laced with challenge. Su Ning regarded him with skepticism, struggling to comprehend his mindset. 10 yuan for every car overtaken? Thank goodness the distance wasn't too far. Otherwise, I could easily overtake enough cars to bankrupt you. Do you really believe that? Though Su Ning wouldn't claim to be an extraordinary driver, nor would he boast of being an experienced one. He was well aware that he was driving a luxury sports car, and other vehicles tended to keep their distance. Thus, overtaking cars would be quite effortless. With a smirk, Su Ning couldn't help but reply, "Then you better hold on tight." Upon concluding his words, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the sports car roared to life like a wild beast, surging forward with ferocious acceleration. The intense sensation of being thrust back into his seat ignited a rush of adrenaline, and this exhilarating feeling was akin to flight. He finally grasped why so many young people are fervent about street racing. However, Ning remained rational. On the elevated highway with a speed limit of 80 km/h, reaching nearly 90 km/h was already the upper limit. After all, one of the fundamental principles of being a designated driver is to avoid incurring traffic violations for the customer. Yet even so, the abundant power and acceleration made overtaking astonishingly effortless. There was no need to decelerate as he seamlessly maneuvered from lane to lane on the relatively uncongested highway, passing one vehicle after another. The inebriated youth in the passenger seat was brimming with excitement, seemingly relishing the thrill even more than if he were behind the wheel himself. 16, 17, 18, he exclaimed, eagerly counting the number of cars they surpassed. Upon exiting the elevated highway, Ning slightly reduced his speed due to the speed limit. Yet overtaking continued unabated. It was only when they arrived at their destination that he finally eased off the accelerator and gradually applied the brakes. Impressive, my friend. Fast and stable. High-speed overtaking without any violations. Quite the skill. The young man stumbled out of the car, approached Ning with a beaming face, and took the keys. Still radiating excitement. Without needing a reminder from Ning, he produced his wallet, ready to pay. The designated driving fee is 100 for you. I kept count. We overtook 35 cars along the way. I've had too much to drink to calculate, so here's 500 in total, he said, shoving several bills into Ning's hand without further ado. In an instant, a notification chimed in Ning's mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 490 yuan through diligent work, with a 100,000-fold reward of 49 million yuan. This figure left Ning momentarily speechless, his heart racing with astonishment. Good heavens, nearly 50 million. Just as Ning was grappling with this shocking revelation, the young man misinterpreted his expression, assuming he was dissatisfied with the amount. What's wrong? Not enough? Here, I'll give you another 100, he said, thrusting another bill into Ning's hand. The system notification sounded once more, as anticipated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 yuan through diligent work, with a 100,000-fold reward of 10 million yuan. Ning's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression directed at the young man becoming decidedly peculiar. Good heavens. Please, do continue. Do not stop. Ning silently urged, hoping for no pity. Of course, it was all in jest. Ning possessed a sense of pride. He could not forsake his dignity for the sake of money. He could accept tips, but he couldn't bring himself to allow a drunken individual to endlessly dispense cash. That's enough. Please stop. Ning waved his hand, halting the young man's attempts to press more money into his palm. Yet, his gaze upon the youth resembled that of a man witnessing a windfall. Was it not true? He had profited nearly 60 million from this encounter. The mere thought was astonishing. He couldn't help but wish fervently for a dozen such customers, praying to the heavens for more. It was no wonder the system indicated that the likelihood of encountering peculiar circumstances during the money-making experience would significantly increase. This was precisely the meaning behind it. Next time I drink, I'll be sure to call you for designated driving. The young man grinned at Ning. Ning's eyes sparkled at the unexpected turn of events. Had his wish already been granted before he even prayed? If you call me again for designated driving, I'll gift you a supercar. Ning replied with a smile. The young man paused, then scoffed disdainfully, thinking to himself that Ning was merely boasting. A designated driver claiming to gift him a supercar? Perhaps a toy model? He turned away dismissively, ignoring Ning as he walked off. Little did he know, Ning was not merely boasting. A non-limited edition supercar could easily cost several million. Ning had indeed earned nearly 60 million from him, and a typical supercar would only amount to around 10 million, merely a drop in the bucket. After hailing a cab back to the private dining establishment, Ning noted that it was already past 11 o'clock, and only one table of patrons remained, engaged in drinking and conversation. The other two designated drivers had also returned, lining up ahead of him, leading Ning to surmise that he likely would not receive any further assignments that night. As expected, after the last table departed, a customer requested a designated driver, and Masterly took him home, leaving Ning and Master Wang without any work for the night. On the way back to the dormitory, Ning began to tally the earnings from the evening's designated driving. 3 assignments netted him 720 in cash. And after the system's amplification, his total income astonishingly reached 72 million. This income felt surreal to Ning. Despite the tangible figures displayed in his bank account, he remained in a state of disbelief. Had he truly become wealthy? With such a rate of earning, 70 million a day would amount to 25 billion a year. He could almost touch the threshold of the top 100 on the domestic wealthy list. The wealth of the richest individual was merely 400 billion. Relying solely on designated driving, he could become the richest person in the country in less than 20 years. It was almost absurd. However, After regaining composure and analyzing rationally, Ning understood that today's figures were somewhat inflated. During conversations with the other two designated drivers, he learned that they typically earned over 5,000 yuan a month. And during festive seasons, it could even exceed 10,000 yuan. With 2 or 3 assignments a day and accounting for the restaurant's commission, the average income was around 200 yuan, translating to about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan monthly. Ning's scenario was indeed exceptional. The first assignment, with its mere 50 yuan fee, was the standard. Clients like the young man driving a luxury sports car were rare and serendipitous. Estimating under normal conditions, earning 5,000 yuan a month would yield a system-amplified income of roughly 500 million. Even so, that was still an astonishingly impressive figure. What more could Ning desire? Just as Ning was reflecting on his windfall, a sudden system notification arrived. To facilitate the host, the system can assist in converting financial assets into various forms of assets. Ning was taken aback for a moment, but after a brief contemplation, he grasped the system's intention. It was designed to alleviate the host's concerns regarding expenditure. The system was there to ensure he spent wisely. It was quite considerate and user-friendly. Recognizing that money merely residing in a bank account was but a number, only when spent did it truly belong to him. Now, what should he convert this 72 million into? A luxurious mansion? That wasn't out of the question, but in the grand capital, a 72 million property hardly qualified as a luxury abode. It would be wiser to wait, to accumulate more funds and make a more substantial investment. Today, while experiencing the thrill of driving the sports car, Ning found himself captivated. What boy does not dream of owning a supercar? Although his previous circumstances had never permitted such aspirations, dreams are meant to be cherished. His favorite supercar was the Koenigsegg 1, famously dubbed the ghost car, with a mere 6 units available globally. This scarcity ensured that many affluent heirs, despite their wealth, would find it virtually impossible to acquire one. Though the initial price was merely around 10 million, previous transactions had catapulted the actual price to a staggering 50 million. Why not indulge in a supercar instead? The more he contemplated, the more fervent his desire became, and he could no longer suppress his excitement, swiftly opting to convert his cash into a Koenigsegg 1. Chapter 5. Purchasing a supercar. Is my girlfriend breaking up with me? The system proved to be exceptionally efficient, instantaneously completing the conversion. A virtual Koenigsegg 1 quietly hovered in the system's space, ready to materialize into reality at any moment. Concurrently, his cash balance diminished by 50 million, leaving him with a mere 22 million. How exorbitant! Finding a secluded spot devoid of onlookers or surveillance, he excitedly manifested the supercar. In an instant, the strikingly impactful and dreamlike silhouette of the vehicle left Ning breathless. Settling into the driver's seat and igniting the engine, the thunderous roar of machinery seemed to meld with his very heartbeat. He sped off, arriving at the parking lot outside his dormitory. As he stepped out of the car, a smile involuntarily curved the corners of his mouth. It was exhilarating. It was incredible. This was the allure of a supercar. He reveled in the experience of racing unabashedly along the circuit, savoring the unique thrill that the supercar provided. Only when he had thoroughly enjoyed himself did he head back toward the university. Upon returning to his dorm, he noticed that his 3 roommates had already retired for the night. After quietly washing up, he too succumbed to slumber. Despite a touch of insomnia brought on by his extraordinary encounter, it did not hinder his dreams. In the morning, Ning called his girlfriend, Wang Yingying, intending to meet her for breakfast at the nearby art academy. Wang Yingying was a third-year student in the performing arts department of the academy, and the couple had serendipitously begun their relationship the previous year. However, their bond had recently shown signs of strain, with Wang Yingying exhibiting a rather indifferent demeanor toward him. She often lamented how her friend's boyfriend showered her with gifts like handbags and smartphones, always surprising her with romantic gestures. For Ning, who had to diligently work multiple part-time jobs to afford tuition and living expenses, such extravagances felt utterly unattainable. Yet, with the advent of his money-making system, he believed all these issues would soon be resolved. Upon arriving at the art academy, he found that the parking spots downstairs were all taken, so he opted to park a bit farther away. As he approached the dormitory, he noticed many young men loitering below, their gazes ardently fixated on him. It was evident that these were the so-called licking dogs, and Ning felt a modicum of sympathy for them. Although he was also waiting downstairs, he was not among them. He awaited his girlfriend, not an unattainable goddess. Wang Yingying had yet to appear when suddenly, the roar of an engine crescendoed, and a striking red Porsche 718 ostentatiously parked below. The young man emerging from the sports car drew envious glances from the onlookers. For students still in academia, the allure of a sports car was undeniably potent. Perhaps in the past, Ning would have felt the same envy as the others. However, with his own Koenigsegg 1, He now found himself indifferent to this entry-level sports car. Even the vehicle he had driven the previous night was of a higher caliber than this Porsche 718. The young man disembarking from the car held a bouquet of flowers, exuding confidence that made even his blemishes appear distinctive. Ning couldn't help but smirk. It was obvious he was courting a girl from the art academy. After all, a mere sports car was difficult for any girl to resist. At that moment, Wang Yingying emerged from the dormitory. Ning greeted her with a smile, but as he moved closer, the young man with the sports car also made a move. Wang Yingying approached with a bright smile, her steps light and eager. However, just as Ning prepared to embrace his girlfriend, an unexpected scene unfolded before his eyes. Wang Yingying walked directly to the young man, shyly accepting the bouquet from his hands. In that instant, Ning's brows furrowed uncontrollably, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. What did this mean? Why was Yingying accepting flowers from someone else? Could it be that this young man was her brother? Although their relationship had recently grown strained, he was reluctant to believe that Wang Yingying was betraying him. Yingying, he called out, attempting to maintain his composure. Wang Yingying and the young man turned to face him, both wearing ambiguous smiles. Yet, Wang Yingying's gaze held a hint of disdain, while the young man's expression radiated condescension and contempt. Wang Yingying seemed poised to speak, but the young man interrupted her. As you can see, my name is Wang Hao, and I am now Yingying's boyfriend. You, a mere toad, should be grateful to have tasted swan meat. Do not pursue Yingying any further, or you will regret it. Wang Hao's words dripped with disdain, delivered in a chilling tone that issued a warning to Ning. Ning narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly detached. To his surprise, upon hearing such infuriating remarks, he found himself devoid of the rage he had anticipated. Perhaps, unconsciously, the bond between him and Wang Yingying had truly weakened. Nevertheless, the public humiliation of their encounter was something he could not dismiss easily. Yingying, I deserve an explanation. Ning's voice remained calm. Wang Yingying seemed to sense her wrongdoing, preparing to respond, but was once again stymied by Wang Hao. She owes you no explanation. Do you really think you, a toad, can bask in the glory of swan meat forever? You impoverished loser, unable to even afford an iPhone for Yingying. Do you see this sports car? Wang Hao taunted, turning to pat the hood of the vehicle with mockery. You will never be able to afford such a car in your lifetime. Tell me, what face do you have to linger here? Without waiting for Ning's retort, he flung open the car door, ushering Wang Yingying inside. It appeared that Wang Yingying quickly cast aside her momentary guilt, eagerly climbing into the sports car with excitement. Ning squinted at the departing vehicle and the indistinct figures within, yet he felt no significant turmoil within him. Perhaps it was indeed a sign that his feelings for his girlfriend had dulled. Moreover, he found solace in the clarity of Wang Yingying's true nature at this moment. The only aspect that irked him was the almost humiliating attitude displayed by the pair. With a cold smile, Ning allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Dog couple, I will have my chance to return the favor. Ignoring the whispers and pointing fingers of those around him, Ning sauntered towards the location where he had parked his car. Meanwhile, the Porsche 718 parked beside a Koenigsegg 1 supercar. After disembarking, Wang Hao eagerly opened the door for Wang Yingying, excitement radiating from him as he began his introduction. Yingying, look, this supercar belongs to my friend. The Koenigsegg 1, limited to just 6 units worldwide, and there is only one in the country. Even in the capital, it could nearly buy you a villa. One day, when I borrow this car, I will take you for a spin, and you will be the envy of all women. Though Wang Yingying may not possess an extensive knowledge of sports cars, she understands a fundamental principle. The more striking the exterior of a supercar, the higher its likely value. In stark contrast to Wang Hao's entry-level Ferrari 718, the supercar before her exudes an unparalleled allure. Chapter 6. Why don't I recall you as a friend? Although the supercar does not belong to Wang Hao, the prospect of taking a ride in it would undoubtedly satiate the vanity of a materialistic woman. Observing the almost lustrous gleam in Wang Yingying's eyes, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Only he was aware of the truth regarding the ownership of the supercar. Despite his family's considerable financial standing, with assets amounting to several tens of millions, this Koenigsegg 1 represented the entirety of his family's wealth. He had no right to associate with the elite who possessed such extravagant vehicles. It was merely bravado, and no one could expose him. Even if Wang Yingying mentioned this in the future, he could easily concoct an excuse to deflect her inquiries. At that moment, Ning approached, furrowing his brow as he regarded the duo. Wang Hao noticed Ning too, turning his head with an expression of amusement, as if a deity were observing mere ants below. Do you see this Koenigsegg 1? You, a mere commoner, likely lack an understanding of supercars. So I want to delve into the details. If my Ferrari is something you could never afford in a lifetime, then this supercar is beyond your reach for 10 lifetimes. Envy is futile. Perhaps you should ponder which brand of electric vehicle suits you better. With that, Wang Hao erupted into laughter, thick with derision. Su Ning remained unfazed, regarding Wang Hao with the look one might reserve for a clown. "What does this car have to do with you?" Su Ning queried, prompting a dismissive curl of Wang Hao's lips. "The car belongs to a friend of mine." Su Ning was left speechless, not only at a loss for words, but also feeling an absurdity he could hardly articulate. "What is there to be proud of when it's not even yours?" Su Ning scoffed. Wang Hao regarded Su Ning with a gaze that implied utter ignorance, then continued with an even greater disdain. "What do you know? In this society, connections are a form of power. Even if you're a garbage collector, as long as you have a friend named Ma Baobao, no one would dare to underestimate you. I have such friends. That is my capability. And you wouldn't even be worthy enough to carry their shoes. That's the chasm between us." As he spoke, Wang Hao became increasingly animated. "If you wish, you could be my sidekick, and I would be your connection. While I can't promise you riches, as long as you serve me well, I could show you a glimpse of the world." His proposal stemmed not from a desire for a subordinate, but rather from a peculiar awakening. If Su Ning were to become his underling, it would feel akin to stealing a brother-esque partner. The thrill of such a thought was intoxicating. Wang Yingying remained oblivious to the bizarre notions swirling in Wang Hao's mind, wholly in agreement with his sentiments. After 2 years with Su Ning, she had gained nothing. Yet after just a few days with Wang Hao, she was offered the chance to ride in a 50 million yuan supercar. The disparity was staggering. She felt as though she had been living like a dog for the past year. Gently caressing the supercar's hood with her alabaster fingers, she did so tenderly, as if caressing a beloved. In that moment, she felt as if she possessed the entire world. She had transformed. Turning to Su Ning, Wang Yingying's gaze now brimmed with pride, disdain, and even loathing. "Do not pursue me any further. We are from entirely different worlds. What I desire, you cannot provide. I hope you are self-aware and take care of yourself." Su Ning's lips curled into a peculiar, enigmatic smile. Different worlds? It seemed that indeed. They were destined for separate realms. "Is this car truly your friend's?" "I have no recollection of such a friend," he remarked, pulling out the car key and pressing a button. Instantly, the Koenigsegg responded, its headlights flashing twice, the doors elegantly lifting in an impressively cool manner. This spectacle nearly left both Wang Hao and Wang Yingying gaping in disbelief, particularly Wang Yingying, whose hand was still on the car's surface as the doors swung open. She nearly leaped in shock. With an air of nonchalance, Su Ning calmly entered the car and started the engine. The roar of the supercar erupted, sending a powerful wave of sound and force that made their hearts race. Lowering the window, Su Ning offered a serene smile in response to Wang Yingying's nearly frantic expression. "Perhaps we are indeed from different worlds. I will not pursue you, and in turn, you should refrain from pursuing me. This arrangement is best for both of us. Wouldn't you agree?" He echoed those sentiments back to Wang Yingying. If Su Ning were to have uttered such words while riding an electric bike, it would have been utterly humiliating. However, now that he was behind the wheel of a half-billion yuan supercar, the impact of his words was monumental. Without waiting for their reactions, Su Ning pressed the accelerator and sped away in the furious supercar. Wang Hao and Wang Yingying exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. The scene before them shattered their preconceived notions, obliterating their arrogance. Especially for Wang Yingying, she stood frozen, bereft of thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that impoverished boy Su Ning possibly drive a supercar? I am well aware of how hard he works to earn a living. Could it be that I've mistaken him? Is this car not truly worth so much? Or perhaps it doesn't belong to him at all. Maybe he merely rented it or borrowed it to save face. Didn't you claim this car was your friend's? You should quickly inquire whether your friend lent it to Su Ning. If your friend did not lend it, then Su Ning must have stolen it. We should promptly report him to the authorities. After a moment of shock, Wang Yingying, unable to conceal her astonishment and a glimmer of hope, turned to Wang Hao. At that moment, however, Wang Hao was seething with anger. Because of Wang Yingying, he had offended a person capable of affording the most elite supercars. To provoke someone of such stature might not even require direct confrontation. Others would ensure his misfortune. Realizing this, Wang Hao shivered, casting a displeased glance at Wang Yingying. "Misunderstanding? What the hell are you talking about? If you lack knowledge, then do some research online and discover the value of that car. This globally limited supercar is merely a toy for the wealthiest elite. Who would ever rent it out? Even if it were borrowed. That individual possesses the connections I cannot afford to cross. Call the police. You truly are an unfeeling harlot." Without uttering another word, "You venomous woman. I cannot afford to provoke you any longer, nor will I engage with you again. Farewell." With that, he left no room for Wang Yingying to respond and swiftly departed in his vehicle. Wang Yingying stood there, stunned, before succumbing to utter despair. Just 5 minutes prior, she had envisioned possessing the entire world. Now, mere moments later, she found herself bereft of everything. Chapter 7. The Peculiar Encounter with a Designated Driver. After departing from the art academy, Su Ning felt neither sorrow nor regret. This could be attributed to the waning of his affections, but more so to his newfound clarity regarding Wang Yingying's true nature. Such a woman is best left behind as soon as possible. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his 3 roommates engrossed in a video game, prompting Su Ning to strip off his clothes and retire to bed for a much-needed nap. After all, designated driving typically occurs at night, leaving one sleep-deprived during the day. The 3 roommates exchanged knowing glances and instinctively lowered their volume. When Su Ning finally awoke, the afternoon had already slipped away. He utilized the computer in the dorm to work on a portion of his graduation project before heading to the cafeteria for dinner. Around 7 in the evening, during the peak dining hour, Su Ning arrived at Li Ji's private kitchen. Master Li and Master Wang were idly lingering near the front desk. With Su Ning's arrival, the trio's boredom merely multiplied. Despite it being a dining rush, it was not yet the peak time for designated drivers. Meals accompanied by drinks tend to linger, and it was likely that customers would not start calling for rides until after 8. "Did you have a smooth run yesterday?" Master Wang inquired with a smile. Recalling the events from the previous night, Su Ning's expression turned somewhat peculiar. It was hard to deem it unsuccessful, considering he had earned over 70 million in a single night. Yet, it was equally difficult to classify it as entirely smooth. Given the near slap he had endured and the pressure to overtake another vehicle from a passenger, quite the absurdity. Noticing Su Ning's strange demeanor, the other 2 designated drivers were not surprised. After all, this profession can introduce one to a myriad of characters. You should consider purchasing a voice recorder for your runs. To avoid any misunderstandings when incidents arise, Master Wang kindly advised. Su Ning nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in that suggestion. Indeed, when confronted with unreasonable customers, lacking evidence can make it exceedingly difficult to clarify matters. As you accumulate experience in designated driving, you'll grow accustomed to the oddities. We've encountered all sorts over the years. Some stories are so unbelievable that you wouldn't dare share them. Once, I had a drunken passenger who insisted on being taken to find a lady of the night. Another time, a guy, inebriated and seated in the back, donned a wig to frighten me, nearly giving me a heart attack. After I called the police, he confessed he had done it simply to scare me off and save on the fare. Can you believe that? Seizing the opportunity, Master Wang began recounting his own absurd experiences as a designated driver. However, before he could continue, Master Li eagerly interjected. "What you experience pales in comparison. I once encountered a homosexual. I was minding my own business driving, and he reached over from the passenger seat to touch my leg. It startled me so much that I nearly crashed." Su Ning, initially engrossed in the tales, found it hard to suppress a laugh, but within moments, his amusement faded, and his expression stiffened. Anxiety crept into his heart as he pondered whether he, too, might encounter such a character now that he was also a designated driver. It was crucial to remember that the system had specifically warned him about an increased likelihood of encountering bizarre situations. The more he considered it, the more apprehensive he became. The thought of being touched by a lecherous man sent shivers down his spine. That day, the peak hour for designated driving arrived later than usual, with the first customers beginning to call for rides around 8:30. Following the order of arrival, Master Wang departed, then Master Li, until it was finally Su Ning's turn. The individual requesting a ride was a middle-aged man who appeared to be only slightly intoxicated, so much so that Su Ning believed he could have driven himself home without issue. This middle-aged gentleman exhibited considerable self-restraint, as the adage of not drinking and driving had become deeply ingrained in society. Yet, as they say, it's better to be safe than sorry. This particular ride proved unusually smooth, alleviating Su Ning's prior anxieties. He earned 50 yuan. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 40 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 4 million yuan. Compared to the tumultuous feelings of the previous day, Su Ning now felt remarkably composed. Moreover, the 4 million yuan seemed rather modest in comparison to the 72 million he had earned the day before, rendering it unworthy of excessive astonishment. Upon returning to the restaurant, Su Ning found Master Li present while Master Wang had already set off for a second run. Before long, a beautiful woman approached the cashier to request a designated driver. Master Li cast Su Ning a knowing glance filled with envy before eagerly attending to the lady. Su Ning couldn't help but smirk, thinking that this old fellow was always chasing after fantasies. He understood Master Li's implication. The customer was an attractive woman who was presumably inebriated, perhaps providing an opportunity for something delightful to transpire. Yet, in tales circulating online, it is often the young and handsome designated drivers who find themselves in enchanting encounters with female clients. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You're just a 50-year-old lecher. He mused. What kind of woman would willingly engage in a passionate escapade with you? Su Ning had nearly admonished Master Li, warning him against any impropriety. It's fine if she takes the initiative, but if you do, it can only lead to a violation of her wishes. He hoped this old man would possess a modicum of self-awareness. Lost in thought, another customer arrived. A man in his 40s was accompanied by a woman in her 20s. The man was not particularly striking, somewhat portly, yet lacking a noticeable belly. The woman, although attractive, seemed to lose some of her charm beneath layers of heavy makeup. Their age difference suggested a father-daughter dynamic, yet their affectionate demeanor indicated otherwise. Ning speculated about their true relationship, but outwardly remained impassive, as it was none of his concern. Once inside the vehicle, he drove steadily, feigning ignorance to the sounds emanating from the back seat. Rest assured, there was nothing scandalous transpiring behind him. The couple was merely engaged in tender conversation, albeit with some risky topics, yet not so explicit as to warrant intervention. "Darling, you were incredible last night. I want more tonight," said the woman. "Sweetheart, not tonight. Be patient. I promise I'll make time for you soon. Remember that handbag you liked? I'll get it for you next time." Ning blissfully ignored their chatter, grateful that the couple was not becoming overly affectionate, for that might have made his frequent checks in the rearview mirror quite uncomfortable. Chapter 8. Do you think I wish to witness your sordid affairs? What was initially anticipated to be as seamless as the previous task soon revealed itself to be fraught with complications, as unforeseen circumstances arose from the system. Just as the journey was nearing its destination, an unexpected figure darted out from the roadside near the entrance of the community. The sudden screech of tires echoed in the air. Fortunately, Ning's focus was unwavering, and his reflexes sharp enough to slam on the brakes. Otherwise, a calamity would have surely ensued. In that fleeting moment, a cold sweat broke out, a profound sense of dread washing over him. The two passengers in the rear, unbuckled and unprepared, lurched forward with the force of inertia, their heads colliding violently against the front seats. "Damn it!" Cries of shock and pain erupted simultaneously. Ning swiftly turned to assess the situation of the two passengers. Although this incident was not his fault, he bore no desire for his clients to be harmed. At that very moment, the figure that had almost been struck appeared beside the driver's seat, yanking the door open with fervor. "You're back, are you? Where have you been gallivanting off to? Do you treat our home like a hotel?" The middle-aged woman, fierce as a tigress, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Ning, only to pause in confusion. "Who are you?" Ning, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "A designated driver." The woman ceased her tirade and proceeded to wrench open the rear door. In the next instant, her fury erupted anew as she lunged into the vehicle, raining blows upon the middle-aged man's head and face with astonishing ferocity. "You scoundrel! Have you truly found yourself a mistress? You've gone too far. Today, you shall pay for this." The force of her strikes sent Ning's heart racing with trepidation. The man, dazed from the onslaught, recognized he must escape the barrage and, after enduring a few more blows, managed to extricate himself from the car. As if the satisfaction of striking her unfaithful husband was insufficient, the woman then dove back into the vehicle, seizing the long hair of a young woman seated in the rear and yanking her out with brutal force. "You little hussy, shameless wretch, acting as a mistress. I bet your whole family is out for sale. I'll make you pay for your deceit today." The woman's wrath was unrelenting. The young woman, caught by her hair, was unable to flee, soon bearing the marks of blood upon her face from the relentless blows. Ning stood by, hesitant to intervene, fearful of becoming a target himself. "I'm merely a designated driver, not a world police officer." He considered departing, yet the fare for his service remained unsettled. The system was set to calculate a staggering fee of 4 million. It was hard to believe even the wealthiest tycoon would casually relinquish such an amount. The middle-aged man, acutely aware of his culpability, kept his voice low, attempting to placate his spouse. "Darling, cease this. If you injure her, it'll be considered intentional harm." The woman, recognizing the potential repercussions of her actions, relented, realizing that embroiling herself in this scandal would lead to her own downfall. The thought of serving time while the two culprits reveled outside was utterly intolerable. However, she could not resist issuing a few more threats. "Intentional harm? Oh, how naive. I'll finish you both off first, then turn myself in. No one is leaving here alive today." Ning, in an instant, took a couple of steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had not done anything wrong. Little did he know that the fierce woman was merely posturing. Should her rage lead to indiscriminate violence, he would be wholly unjustly accused. The middle-aged man, well aware of his wife's temperament, knew she would not act on impulse. As long as he sincerely admitted his faults and soothed her, the affair would eventually blow over. However, to his astonishment, the insufferable designated driver displayed an utter lack of awareness. "Get lost. What are you doing here, watching the spectacle?" The man directed his ire towards Ning, seemingly venting all his frustration upon him. Ning, indignant, retorted, "Do you think I wish to witness your sordid drama? I find it utterly distasteful. The journey has concluded. So please settle my fare. You're wasting my time. In a fit of rage, the man charged towards Su Ning, who, with a grin, thought, "Do you believe I fear confrontation? If you dare lay a hand on me, I shall retaliate with such force that you will be left searching for your teeth." At worst, they would both be labeled as mutual combatants and face a few days in detention. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to become a tycoon, and he certainly wouldn't tolerate any indignities from this man. Initially, the middle-aged man had contemplated venting his frustrations on Su Ning, viewing him as a mere designated driver. A lowly figure crushed beneath the weight of life's tribulations, unworthy of retaliation. Yet, upon witnessing the determination in Su Ning's eyes and the crack of his knuckles, he quickly reconsidered. As one ages, the realization of one's limitations often dawns, and when faced with a robust young man, the odds of coming out unscathed were decidedly slim. Just as he was about to seek a graceful exit, his wife recognized the need to conceal family disgrace and promptly retrieved 200 yuan from her pocket, handing it to Su Ning. "Here's your fare, no need for change." Su Ning accepted the money with a slight nod of appreciation. The tip was indeed gratifying. "Congratulations, host. Your diligent efforts have earned you 190 yuan, with a 10,000-fold bonus of 19 million yuan. At that opportune moment, a taxi arrived, and Su Ning raised his hand to hail it, swiftly boarding and departing. As for the couple and their mistress, whether they would continue their quarrel or retreat to their respective abodes was of no concern to him. It was better to avoid entanglements. After all, the matter bore no relevance to him. He had merely indulged in the spectacle, satiated his curiosity, and pocketed an astonishing 19 million. What more could one desire? Upon returning to the restaurant, he handed the cashier a 10 yuan note, a prearranged commission for each task completed. Although a portion was deducted, his earnings far surpassed those from registering on various platforms, and thus Su Ning was more than content. After a brief wait, Master Li returned, and upon observing the disgruntled expression on his face, Su Ning could not suppress a chuckle. It seemed the delightful escapades he had envisioned had evaporated into thin air. Intending to tease him, Su Ning reconsidered. Realizing they had only known each other for 2 days and were not yet familiar enough for such jests, so he abandoned the thought. After a short while, more customers arrived seeking designated drivers, and Su Ning accepted his third order of the day. 2 fashionable young men, dressed in a casual yet flamboyant manner, provided Su Ning with an address, instructing him to pick someone up before heading to a bar. Although the distance was not far, such scenarios typically warranted a designated driving fee of 100 yuan. Once in the vehicle, the 2 young men engaged in animated conversation in the back seat, discussing strategies for charming women at the bar and sharing tales of their romantic exploits, even delving into experiences of body recovery. Su Ning remained focused on driving, pretending to be oblivious to their chatter. Having once been taken to a bar by several friends, he found little interest in such affairs. As far as he was concerned, it was a case of not my circus, not my monkeys. It is evident that the individuals they are waiting for are brothers, not women. Otherwise, their authenticity would be uncharacteristic. After waiting for 10 minutes, Su Ning began to feel a hint of impatience. After all, the restaurant was bustling today, and consequently, the demand for designated driving services was high. Typically, a designated driving task within the city could be completed in less than half an hour, and with the return trip included, it could all be wrapped up within an hour. However, if too much time was wasted, it would adversely affect subsequent orders, resulting in a significant loss of potential earnings. Particularly for Su Ning, whose earnings from designated driving were magnified by 100,000 times through the system. This could lead to substantial financial losses. Waiting indefinitely was acceptable, but it warranted an increase in fees, akin to the additional charges incurred when a taxi is held up. Dear customer, the waiting time has exceeded 10 minutes. According to our regulations, for every additional 10 minutes, there will be an extra fee of 10 yuan. Alternatively, you may urge your companions to arrive more swiftly, Su Ning said with a smile. To his surprise, the 2 young men, already somewhat irritable, were ignited by his words, their tempers flaring instantly. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Is it that bothersome? All you think about is money, aren't you? Damn it. I have plenty of money. One of them retorted, rummaging through his pockets. He was adept at using money to humiliate others. Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he nearly laughed in disbelief. How dare you attempt to humiliate me with money? You think you're worthy of that? Without hesitation, he reached into his bag and pulled out 2 stacks of cash. This was the money he had withdrawn earlier that day, set aside for emergencies. Unexpectedly, it had now come in handy. 200 for a bark? Come, let us see you bark like a dog, and I'll give you 2,000. I want to see how many you can manage today. If you think that's not enough, I can head to the bank right now. Although 2 stacks of cash might not be overwhelmingly impressive, Su Ning's demeanor at that moment was enough to intimidate the 2 young men in the back seat. They had initially thought they could easily dominate a humble designated driver, which had emboldened their arrogance. Even if they threw around 10 or 20,000 for amusement, they would not feel any remorse. Yet, they never anticipated that this designated driver would possess such fortitude. They were stunned by Su Ning's audacity to declare that he would pay 2,000 for a single bark, an assertion that left them speechless. How absurd. You think a mere designated driver could earn 2,000 in a month? The young men's tempers flared as they realized how they had underestimated him. I'll make you bankrupt today. If you dare refuse to pay, I'll call the police and have you thrown in jail for a few years. After issuing their threats, one of the young men, filled with rage, actually began barking. Wong, Wong, Wong. He howled, continuing for 5 full minutes until he finally paused, panting heavily, and glared at Su Ning. Pay up. I've barked 200 times, that's 400,000. Let us see if you dare to refuse. They had fully committed to this ridiculous act, emboldened by alcohol, and had no shame left to speak of. They believed they were untouchable. Su Ning, however, merely chuckled and produced his phone. For 100,000, that is not excessive at all. For such an amusing spectacle, it's worth every penny. However, the bank is closed, and the ATM 1T allows such a large withdrawal. I'll just transfer the amount to you directly. The young men, expecting a scene of Su Ning groveling in desperation, were taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor, leaving them momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, one of them sneered. I don't believe it. Let us see how you transfer the money. After providing Su Ning with his bank account details, one of them threatened through gritted teeth, convinced they would expose Su Ning's facade. However, less than a minute later, the young man's phone chimed. It was a text message from the bank, clearly indicating that his account had just received 400,000. Is this a scam? A false transfer? Even then, the young man clung to a glimmer of hope. Yet, upon logging into his mobile banking app, he was struck dumb, unable to process the information. His companion leaned in, equally astonished. 400,000 has really been deposited. The shock of this revelation hit them harder than witnessing an alien invasion. It was utterly preposterous. Although they could come up with 40,000, how could a mere designated driver nonchalantly produce such an amount for amusement? If at this moment they still failed to realize that for Su Ning, 40,000 was merely a trifling sum, then they had truly wasted their lives. As they emerged from their stupor, the two young men exchanged rueful smiles. It seemed they would never recover from this humiliation. Had they not barked for nothing? Of course, it was not entirely in vain, as they had gained 40,000. To them, that amount could fund a lavish month at a nightclub. Yet, the thought that this sum was earned through their own ludicrous barking filled them with an unbearable sense of shame. The atmosphere within the car thickened, steeped in silence. Su Ning finally broke the stillness with a light scoff, unable to contain himself. In society, one must learn to respect others. Although designated driving is a service industry, it does not place one beneath another. Honest people may be easy to bully, but when they decide to stand their ground, you cannot afford the consequences. If today had been a different designated driver, and you had humiliated them like this, they might have driven straight into a river, leaving you to await your fate. Chapter 10. The Ambition of the Grand Villa. This sentiment rang true for Su Ning. Despite having been a designated driver for only 2 days, he had observed that many car owners tended to look down upon drivers, considering themselves superior and lacking in respect. This was a widespread phenomenon within the service industry. Yet, why should those in the service sector be deemed inferior? Customers pay for services, not status. The two young men nodded earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. As for the money, Su Ning chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. You might as well keep it. Otherwise, I genuinely fear you might call the authorities. Just then, their tardy friend finally arrived. As he got into the car, he sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. He wanted to inquire, but upon noticing his companions with their heads hung low, resembling unfortunate souls, he realized something must have transpired. However, it was certainly not the moment for such discussions. Better to wait until they were at the bar, sipping drinks, before broaching any topics. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt in the parking area outside the bar. The standard fare for a designated driver is 100 yuan, with an additional 20 yuan for a 20-minute wait. Thus, the total came to 120 yuan. Su Ning naturally collected the fee for his service. Yet, the two young men found the scene before them profoundly incongruous. They could spend 400,000 without a second thought, yet they hesitated at the prospect of handing over 120. Nevertheless, they complied and watched as Su Ning hailed a taxi and departed. Congratulations, host. You have worked hard to earn 110 yuan, resulting in a reward of 11 million due to a 10,000-fold increase. Another 11 million gained. This frenzied cash-generating system continuously delivered dopamine, making it utterly irresistible. However, due to this delay, upon returning to the restaurant, no new customers sought his designated driving services. After the last table settled their bill and left, the three designated driving managers exchanged farewells and also took their leave. Just like the previous day, they had completed 3 jobs. Yet, compared to the staggering 72 million earned yesterday, today's income of 34 million fell short of even half. Nevertheless, Ning understood that today's earnings were, in fact, quite typical, perhaps even slightly elevated. Had it not been for the client who relished overtaking in a sports car, his earnings might have been even less than today's. With the remaining 22 million from yesterday's purchase of a supercar, Ning's account swelled to 56 million. This time, he intended to refrain from spending, opting instead to save up for a grand mansion. During the day, he had browsed several villas online. Each one captivated him. After all, compared to the cramped dormitory, even a modest 2-bedroom apartment felt spacious, let alone a lavish villa. After much deliberation, Ning primarily focused on 2 properties, the renowned Longhu Yihuan in the capital, and the Yuanyang Levy. The former, as its name suggests, is situated near the Summer Palace, designed entirely in the style of royal gardens, featuring classical imperial architecture and the traditional layout of a grand courtyard. It could be said that residing here would be akin to living as a noble in ancient times. Naturally, the price was equally stunning. The villa Ning had his eye on spanned 100 square meters and was priced at a staggering 300 million. On the other hand, the Yuanyang Levy, although of a different architectural style, boasted an equally illustrious reputation. The entire villa community is built around the Wenyu River, with the smallest villa occupying at least 7 mu of land, resembling a private island. The villa Ning admired measured 600 square meters and was priced at an astonishing 600 million, even with his daily income in the tens of millions. Acquiring such a top-tier villa would likely require more than just a few days. Perhaps he would need to complete the income cycle of his designated driving profession to accumulate such wealth. Resolute, he set these 2 villas as his targets. Ning felt invigorated, inspired to work fervently in his role as a designated driver to amass wealth. Approaching the Koenigsegg parked nearby, he ignited the engine and sped toward the school. Driving his own sports car offered an exhilarating contrast to the steady demeanor required while driving someone else's vehicle. Lowering the window, he relished the powerful wind against his face, as if his spirit could soar alongside the rushing air. While waiting at a red light, a vehicle gradually came to a stop beside him. This car initially failed to capture Ning's attention, but as the light turned green, a resounding roar erupted, propelling the Koenigsegg forward like a rocket. Meanwhile, several individuals in the adjacent vehicle gaped in disbelief, jaws dropping in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, he's driving a Koenigsegg 1? No wonder he isn't phased by 400,000. What a sight." A top-tier young master discreetly working as a designated driver, playing a game of concealment with a Cinderella. Indeed, the occupants of the other car were the very 2 individuals who had earned Ning 400,000 by barking like dogs. They never anticipated that the person who had imparted such a profound lesson upon them would be driving the globally limited Koenigsegg 1. The intense shock left them feeling almost delirious. Following the overwhelming astonishment, they began to entertain a rather twisted thought. Surely, such a wealthy young master wouldn't engage in the arduous profession of designated driving without some ulterior motive. What could it be? Perhaps there were undisclosed benefits to being a designated driver? Suddenly, an epiphany struck them. Guests in need of a designated driver were typically under the influence of alcohol, often to the point of complete inebriation. If it involved a female patron, wouldn't that allow the driver to indulge at will? It was akin to scavenging for intoxicated individuals outside a bar. In fact, the odds were significantly higher. The 2 experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing why the young master chose to operate incognito as a designated driver, it was a clever ruse. They exchanged glances, and simultaneously, the thought arose, why not become designated drivers ourselves? Let us camp outside bars, waiting for beautiful women to summon us for rides. We want to focus on profits. We'll indulge in the thrill of it all. Only those who partake can truly appreciate the exquisite enjoyment it offers. Ning, blissfully unaware of the misunderstanding, would merely chuckle if he did. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was nearly midnight, and his 3 companions had already turned in for the night. Though Ning moved cautiously, his stealth failed to prevent the 4th roommate, Deng Zihao, from waking. "You're back awfully late, aren't you? You need to take care of yourself. Even as a designated driver, you can't wear yourself down." Deng Zihao mumbled sleepily, his voice laced with concern. Ning smiled, acknowledging, "I will certainly be mindful of my rest." Deng Zihao mumbled something else before turning back to sleep. After a quick wash-up, Ning climbed into bed, contemplating whether he should consider staying in a hotel or even renting an apartment. The nature of designated driving often means working late into the night, potentially stretching into the early hours. If he continued returning to the dormitory at such late hours, it would undoubtedly disturb his roommates. Although he aspired to purchase a home, which he might soon afford, it didn't guarantee immediate occupancy. Thus, during this transitional phase, it would be prudent for him to have a place to stay. Consequently, renting an apartment or staying in a hotel presented itself as a suitable solution. However, the thought of encountering unpleasant landlords, those who might nitpick damages or impose other grievances, was rather disheartening. Ning was averse to complications. The fewer troubles he encountered, the better. Moreover, the profession of a substitute driver, which seems to be a lucrative pursuit, only necessitates a month's experience. Perhaps the next money-making opportunity won't even require late returns. Taking all factors into account, residing in a hotel is indeed the most convenient option, especially with housekeeping services to maintain cleanliness. Upon awakening the next day, I discovered that my 3 brothers were already engrossed in a game at the computer. "Old third, you're awake? Let's go out for drinks later this afternoon," the eldest, Huosiefeng, called out without turning his head, skillfully maneuvering his character towards the enemy's stronghold on the screen. I responded with a casual acknowledgement, accustomed to such exchanges. The 4 of us frequently dined out together, with the other 3 looking after me, resulting in my treating them the least often. Hence, I ought to show them a bit more kindness in the future. Chapter 11. I inherited my great-uncle's fortune. Old fourth, Deng Zihao, had just finished a game and turned around, regarding me with a hint of curiosity. "Old third, did you break up with Wang Yingying?" I chuckled, shrugged, and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, we parted ways." Upon hearing my words, the 3 of them immediately abandoned their computers and encircled me, chattering excitedly. "What is going on? Why did you break up with Wang Yingying? Weren't you two quite affectionate? Did you end it because you can't tutor anymore and feel financially insecure? Not wanting to hold her back? That's unnecessary. University sweethearts know each other well, and who knows how many men she might encounter in society later on." Listening to their animated chatter, a question mark slowly emerged above my head. "Break up with her? Are you sure you've got that right? How did you find out?" I asked in astonishment. Deng Zihao pointed to the phone on the table. "Wang Yingying called me this morning, sobbing, saying you broke up with her yesterday. She sounded both wronged and heartbroken, wanting to talk things over with you again. She doesn't want to end it. If it weren't for me, they would undoubtedly view any man who proposed a breakup as a scoundrel, given Wang Yingying's tearful lamentations. However, knowing me, they couldn't think that way. They understood that I valued emotions deeply and would never end things cold-heartedly without reason. Their speculations led them to believe that I might have been feeling financially insecure and thus thought it best to part ways, naively thinking it would benefit everyone involved. Therefore, they felt compelled to offer me their counsel. Yet at that moment, I found myself in a state of bemusement. I never anticipated that Wang Yingying could be so calculating. She had clearly attached herself to a wealthy individual and promptly discarded me. Now, she was acting as if she were the victim, adorned with an air of innocence. It was utterly astonishing. After the encounter yesterday morning, I doubted that the one driving the Porsche 718, Wang Hao, would still look favorably upon her. And now she wanted to rekindle our relationship? Did she truly believe that I was so besotted with her that a mere beckoning of her finger could draw me back into her embrace? How naive. I should block her. When I sought her out yesterday, she had left with a man driving a Ferrari, the very vehicle she once claimed I would never be able to afford. I thought it unnecessary to elaborate further. I simply explained the situation, not wanting to dwell on the matter too much. The 3 brothers were immediately filled with righteous indignation, eager to confront that heartless woman. Good heavens, what do we lack as brothers? We have height, looks, and good character. The only thing we might lack is a bit of financial backing. But that should merely serve as a reference. What truly matters is personal ambition. We believe that with your intelligence and diligent spirit, your future is boundless. But what about Wang Yingying? She now appears to be nothing but a vain gold digger, hoping to ascend the social ladder simply by latching onto a wealthy man. Or perhaps she thinks a few designer handbags could persuade her to sell her soul. Such a woman is best left behind as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble she could bring upon you in the future. Old third, don't be disheartened. We don't need such women. We've never mentioned it before, but we always thought you two were mismatched. She is not worthy of you. Beautiful women are everywhere. After the breakup, you'll find yourself in a forest of options. Come on, let's go out tonight and help you forget about her." In the face of my brother's comforting words and good intentions, I felt a warmth in my heart, deeply touched. I'm truly not upset. Perhaps my feelings had simply faded. "As you said, there are plenty of good girls out there," I replied with a smile, assuring them that I was, in fact, fine. By the way, I no longer have financial pressures. I recently discovered that I have a great uncle overseas. He had no heirs, and upon his passing, he bequeathed his fortune to me. Henceforth, I shall not lack for money. This was the carefully crafted explanation I had prepared, as the nature of the system should remain discreet. After all, With a film as a foundation, such an absurd tale would be readily accepted. Sure enough, my three companions stared at me in wide-eyed disbelief, their faces a mask of incredulity. Great uncle? Inheriting a fortune? You must be joking. Such matters tended to sound rather fantastical. However, once they accepted this premise, many things suddenly became clear. At the very least, I no longer needed to agonize over how to tell them that I would soon transform into a super-rich individual. Regardless of how much wealth I might amass in the future, it could all be attributed to my great uncle. To be fair, my friends genuinely felt happy for me. Although they were unaware of the specifics of my newfound wealth, they knew I would no longer have to worry about tuition and living expenses as before. To celebrate, the four of us indulged in a delightful barbecue lunch, savoring the moment. Naturally, I only drank a little, as I would be working as a substitute driver later that evening. The brothers found it curious that, despite having inherited a fortune, I would still choose to be a substitute driver. My explanation was that I enjoyed my work and found it quite interesting. Upon hearing my reasoning, the three brothers nodded in agreement, thinking that perhaps I needed to keep myself busy after the breakup to avoid dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. The four of us continued to drink merrily, but given that it was midday, we knew to keep it moderate. After returning to our dormitory, slightly tipsy, I took a nap, waking up to find that the effects of the alcohol had worn off. After all, I had not drunk excessively. I was still quite disciplined. It would be laughable if a substitute driver were to drive under the influence, a situation not unheard of, as such incidents have been exposed online. Upon arriving at the restaurant that evening, the cashier shot me a knowing glance. I blinked in confusion, not comprehending her meaning. At that moment, Masterly stood up, a hint of irritation in his tone as he addressed me. Little Sue, I believe we need to maintain some decorum. The first passenger you picked up yesterday is one of my regular clients. I always drive him home. In such circumstances, you should not be taking my fares. The next time such a situation arises, you may pull me along if you wish, but I expect half of the driving fee. Observing the other party's self-righteous demeanor, Ning could not help but furrow his brow. A regular client? Snatching orders? Dividing the driving fee in half? What kind of absurdity is this? It became apparent to him that Master Li was attempting to exploit his youth and inexperience in society. Chapter 12. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Master Li, having spent a lengthy tenure at the establishment, held a seniority that often afforded him the lion's share in various driving assignments, sometimes leading him to act quite imperiously. For instance, he was invariably the first to accept orders. One must not underestimate the significance of this order of acceptance. In a scenario where there are 3 drivers and 6 orders for the evening, it is straightforward. Each would receive 2 orders evenly. However, if there were a total of 7 orders, the first to accept would naturally secure an additional order. Furthermore, he frequently exhibited a tendency to be selective, often refusing to pick up inebriated patrons and passing them off to others, while eagerly vying for assignments involving attractive women. It seemed Master Wang, not wishing to stir trouble, typically acquiesced. Yet Ning was taken aback that this individual had specifically targeted him today. Did he truly possess such an appearance that invited bullying? A slight smirk crept onto his lips, laced with mockery, as he retorted coldly, "Just because you claim they are your clients, does that make them so? Have they signed an exclusive driving contract with you? Moreover, even if they are indeed your clients, you are not present at the restaurant. Are you suggesting they should wait here for your return? And you expect half of the driving fee? You must be dreaming." He shot back without a hint of courtesy. This is the nature of society. The kind-hearted are often trampled upon. If one displays weakness, others will seize upon it. Conversely, if one stands firm, others will naturally refrain from provoking them. Master Li, perhaps not anticipating that Ning would not only remain unafraid but would also dare to confront him, found himself flustered, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning, yet rendered speechless by anger. Ning swatted his hand away, huffing, "Refrain from pointing at me, or I shall break your fingers." As tensions escalated between the two, the restaurant manager hurried over to separate them. "What on earth is happening? Are you not all part of the same team? Do you wish to cause a scene in front of the patrons?" He glared disapprovingly at Master Li. Although he was unaware of the specifics, he was familiar with Master Li's character and suspected he was bullying the younger Ning due to his seniority. Were it not for Master Li's distant familial ties to the restaurant owner, he might have been inclined to dismiss this troublemaker altogether. At that moment, a customer approached seeking a driver, prompting Master Li to cast a disdainful glance at Ning before departing to attend to the client. Once Master Li was gone, Master Wang sighed and sought to console Ning. "Do not stoop to his level. It is not worth your energy. He has connections with the restaurant owner, and we typically allow him some leeway as long as his actions are not excessively outrageous. After all, we still need to make a living here. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict." Though Ning recognized Master Wang's good intentions, he could not suppress an arched eyebrow. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant. He had connections within the restaurant. In truth, Had it not been for the blatant provocation, Ning would have preferred to avoid entangling himself with this individual. For instance, he could not be bothered to dispute order sequences or selection preferences. However, demanding half of his driving fee was akin to outright theft. Such shamelessness must be met with a lesson that would leave a lasting impression. Nevertheless, he pondered how best to address this matter. Simply resorting to violence would be too crude and would alter the nature of their conflict. It was imperative that he inflicted a hurt that would resonate deeply. As Ning mulled over his plans, a customer arrived at the cash register requesting a driver, compelling him to attend to the client. As a driver, it had become second nature for Ning to observe patrons carefully. To excel in one's profession, one must adopt the mindset of those within the field, a realization he had come to understand. If a customer appeared difficult, caution was paramount to avoid incurring trouble. However, based on his 2 days of experience, the first driving assignment typically proceeded smoothly, while subsequent ones might present a series of peculiarities. Indeed, today's inaugural assignment unfolded without a hitch. The patron was a man in his early 30s, possessing a tall and upright stature, with a resolute countenance that exuded integrity. Were he to make a judgment, he would surmise the man was either a civil servant or a recently discharged military veteran. "Good day, sir. I am at your service." Ning greeted with the utmost professionalism. The man acknowledged him with a smile, reclining wearily against the backrest and headrest, closing his eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the man's phone rang. "What? All right, I'll be there shortly." Upon hanging up, a look of resignation crossed his face, and he turned to Ning. "Brother, please make a U-turn and head directly to the police station on Hanjiang Road." Ning obeyed, slowing down to execute the turn. Yet a twinge of curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Is there some trouble?" The man sighed, a weary smile gracing his lips. "No trouble, really. I'm just a police officer at the station. I was supposed to be the best man at my brother's wedding tomorrow, having taken 2 days off. But now, there's an urgent case at the station, and I must return immediately. I want to be able to fulfill my role as best man after all." Ning could not help but shake his head. The life of a grassroots police officer was far from easy. Long hours on duty meant that even when home, a call could summon them back at a moment's notice. With family obligations often neglected, life could become quite chaotic. Nevertheless, certain individuals must shoulder extra burdens amidst the tranquility of life. "Thank you for your hard work," Ning sincerely expressed. The young officer smiled, as though that simple acknowledgement rendered all the toil worthwhile. Upon arriving at the station, Ning intended to waive the driving fee, but the officer insisted on paying. "Congratulations, host, on your diligent work earning 40 yuan, with a 10,000-fold bonus of 4 million yuan. He also handed Ning a card with contact information for the police station and his personal number. "Please prioritize your safety while driving. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to contact us. Even if you are outside our precinct, we can quickly reach out to our colleagues." With that, the officer hurried into the station, presumably to join an urgent operation. Ning glanced at the contact card and then back at the officer's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Returning to the restaurant, both Master Wang and Master Li were present. Master Wang waved at Ning, but Master Li merely huffed, offering him no friendly regard. Ning chuckled softly, having already devised a plan for his return journey. Today would be overlooked, but starting tomorrow, Master Li should consider seeking employment elsewhere. He would certainly not be welcome as a driver at Li's private kitchen. Chapter 13, A Scheme. After a brief wait, the second assignment of the day finally arrived. After assisting the guest into the car and settling into the driver's seat, Ning began to silently pray. He hoped that this ride would proceed smoothly and that the system would refrain from throwing any unexpected complications his way. Perhaps his prayers were heard, for, as fate would have it, an unforeseen incident occurred. The initial leg of the journey unfolded without incident. However, as he prepared to make a right turn at the intersection of Nanshan Road, a young man suddenly dashed out from behind a parked vehicle. Ning's pupils dilated in alarm, and in a split second, he slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched as the car came to a halt. Mere inches from the pedestrian, the immense inertia propelled both Ning and the car owner forward. Fortunately, they were buckled in, or else they might have shattered the windshield upon impact. Yet, just as the vehicle stood still, the unexpected pedestrian let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. Ning was taken aback and hurriedly exited the car to assess the situation. He was certain he hadn't struck the individual, so why had he fallen? The car owner, who had only consumed a modest amount of alcohol, emerged in a state of panic, his mind still clear. "Oh no, it hurts. Ah!" The young man on the ground clutched his leg, wailing in agony as if he were enduring unbearable suffering. Witnessing this scene, the car owner grew increasingly frantic and pulled out his phone to call for help. Ning refrained from rushing to assist, narrowing his eyes as he observed the young man on the pavement. It was all too suspicious. He gently tapped the car owner and whispered, "Does the car have a dashcam? Let us review the footage. Something feels off. I'm certain I didn't hit him." The car owner hesitated, his expression shifting slightly. Perhaps he had been overwhelmed with panic a moment ago, but now he too sensed that something was amiss. Reflecting on the moment of the incident, he realized he had heard no sound of a collision. As an experienced driver, he understood the implications of this. Either there had been no contact whatsoever, or it had been a mere brush that would not have resulted in such a dramatic reaction from the alleged victim. With this realization, the car owner quickly returned to the vehicle to retrieve the dashcam footage. However, a few minutes later, he emerged with a grim expression and shook his head at Su Ning. It seemed the dashcam was malfunctioning and had not recorded anything. Su Ning inhaled deeply, sensing that the situation was becoming troublesome. He turned and squatted down, his tone laced with concern. "Are you all right? Can you stand up?" Though the young man was no longer screaming, he continued to groan, his face contorted with pain. Upon hearing Su Ning's question, he grimaced, seemingly enduring immense discomfort, and responded, "How do you drive? You hit me. What are you going to do about it?" Su Ning narrowed his eyes, discerning the tone of the young man's voice. He was convinced that this individual was attempting to perpetrate a scam. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the car owner spoke up in a fluster. "I'm so sorry. We'll take you to the hospital. I want to evade my responsibility. I have full insurance. All medical expenses and lost wages will be covered." Upon hearing this, the young man, who had been lying on the ground, struggled to his feet and gingerly began to move his leg, limping away. Seeing him able to walk, the car owner let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't a serious issue. Otherwise, even with insurance, it could have been quite troublesome. "How about this? You don't need to take me to the hospital. After all, you both are busy. I doubt this will be anything major. Just give me some money, and I'll go for a checkup myself." The young man adopted a demeanor of resignation, yet still appeared considerate of others. Su Ning couldn't help but smirk. It was as if the truth had been laid bare. To his surprise, the car owner acquiesced. "I only have 600 cash on me. Will that suffice?" Just as Su Ning was about to interject, the car owner gestured for silence. The young man hesitated for a moment before adopting a face of feigned concession. "All right, 600 it is. That should cover my checkup. As for any subsequent compensation for nutritional needs or lost wages, I'll just chalk it up to my misfortune." With that, he swiftly accepted the money offered by the car owner. Both Su Ning and the car owner watched in silence as the young man limped into a nearby residential complex. A moment of quietude enveloped them. He was indeed attempting to scam us. Su Ning took a deep breath and spoke. The car owner wore a knowing expression. How could he not be aware of the reality? Regardless of whether the young man was scamming or not, it was a stroke of bad luck for him. After all, there were no surveillance cameras along this stretch of road, and his dashcam had conveniently malfunctioned, unable to provide proof of the scam. It would be wiser to part with a small sum to avert further complications. Su Ning was puzzled, suggesting they report it to the authorities. They couldn't allow scammers to act with impunity. The car owner regarded Su Ning with a bemused smile, resembling a younger version of himself, freshly thrust into the world. "You're so young and naive. Yes, we could report it. But as long as he insists he is injured and demands to go to the hospital, the police will certainly oblige. Even if nothing is found during a medical examination, as long as he claims to have a headache, the doctors want to discharge him. Moreover, in any accident involving injuries, the police will confiscate the vehicle and conduct an accident assessment. There would be a myriad of troublesome follow-up issues that an ordinary person simply cannot endure. I have a business trip in 2 days. I cannot afford to waste my time on this." As the car owner elaborated, Su Ning fell into contemplative silence. The logic was sound. He had never encountered such a situation before, but the car owner's experience spoke volumes. In cases like this, parting with a small amount of money to avoid disaster seemed indeed the most prudent course of action. After all, it was quite unfortunate that his dashcam had chosen this moment to fail. The rest of the journey was shrouded in silence. Upon reaching the designated drop-off point, they completed the transaction, and Su Ning received a payment of 100 yuan for his driving service. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 90 yuan. With a 100,000-fold reward, that amounts to 900 million yuan. On his way back to the hotel, Su Ning began to reflect. Merely possessing a voice recorder seemed insufficient. He ought to procure a device akin to an action camera to wear on himself for video recording. He had never anticipated that in the course of a mundane driving job, he would encounter such characters. Upon returning to the hotel, the bothersome Master Li had left. But Master Wang was still present, so Su Ning engaged him in conversation about the incident. Master Wang listened with an air of nonchalance. Having encountered far more bizarre situations throughout his years of driving, there are indeed individuals who specialize in scams. You need not take it too seriously. Remember, if the car owner tries to shift the blame onto you, just call the police. As long as they don't hold you responsible, it's all good. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Listening to Master Wang's words of comfort and counsel, Su Ning's eyes sparkled with realization. Professionals at scamming? That implies they won't stop at just this one attempt. Perhaps I might have an opportunity to deal with them. Chapter 14. Being followed? A test. After waiting for a while, the third ride of the evening arrived. As he glanced at the remaining 4 tables of guests in the restaurant, Su Ning felt that if he were quick about it, he might still have a chance to secure a 4th ride that night. After all, the previous 2 days had seen him complete only 3 rides each night. The car owner is a middle-aged man, nearing 50, exuding a formidable presence that unmistakably marks him as a figure of success. His vehicle, an Audi A8, serves as a testament to this assertion. Good afternoon, sir. I am at your service. Where shall we head today? After exchanging polite pleasantries, Su Ning inquired while adjusting the seat. The owner, seated in the back, cracked a window slightly, his gaze lost in the depths of the outside world. I have no specific destination. Just drive as you wish. Upon hearing this, Su Ning momentarily paused. Drive as I wish. What an unusual request. Casting a sidelong glance at the owner, he noted that he did not appear intoxicated, leaving Su Ning puzzled by his seemingly nonsensical words. Sir, this. The car owner turned to Su Ning, a gentle smile gracing his features. There's no rush to return home. Consider this a leisurely drive. I wish to clear my head while enjoying the city's nocturnal beauty. Rest assured, your driving fee will not be diminished. Realization dawned on Su Ning, a vague understanding forming in his mind. It seemed that a middle-aged man's most tranquil moment during the day was parking his car at home and simply sitting in it for a while. At work, there are pressures from the office. At home, pressures from family. Only during this moment does he possess a fragment of time that is solely his. Even a successful individual like him is not immune to worries and stress. Is it not true that one seeks solace in the quietude of the night while gazing at the city's skyline? Ah, the trials of man. Then allow me to take Riverside Road. The riverside scenery is quite delightful, Su Ning suggested as he started the car. With a deft and composed manner, he navigated the vehicle, maintaining an optimal speed to enhance the owner's experience of the night scenery. After traversing a few intersections, he noticed something amiss. A car had been shadowing them, maintaining a consistent distance, not too close, yet not too far. Initially, Su Ning had not paid heed to it, but after a while, he discerned the persistent following of this vehicle. Despite taking several turns, the car remained in tow. After several tests, Su Ning concluded with certainty they were being followed. It was evident that the interest lay not in him, but in the car owner. He glanced at the owner, who still wore that inscrutable expression, gazing silently out the window, as if the breeze could whisk away his inebriation and all his troubles. Was he aware of their pursuers? Riverside Road was no longer a viable option. It was a narrow route alongside the river, not a main thoroughfare, and thus unlikely to be frequented at this hour. Such secluded areas would be the perfect setting for an ambush. Su Ning decided against proceeding to Riverside Road, unwilling to place them in jeopardy. In fact, he could not even drop the owner off at home, lest they be ambushed the moment he exited the vehicle. At this moment, Su Ning felt an overwhelming urge to contact the authorities. Sir, I must inform you of something. Please remain calm. There is a vehicle trailing us, and it has been for quite some time. I have attempted to shake them off, but to no avail. They are likely after you. For your safety, I intend to drive to the nearest police station. Or do you have a better plan? Su Ning took a deep breath, lowering his voice. The car owner turned to him, a smile still playing on his lips as he regarded Su Ning through the rearview mirror. I am aware of the vehicle behind us. They are not adversaries. Rather, they are a potential business partner of mine. Their presence is merely to ensure my safe return home. My request for you to drive aimlessly was a test of their sincerity. The longer they follow, the more genuine their intentions appear. A true partner is not measured by potential profits, but by their reliability. Hearing this, Su Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him. The situation was not as perilous as he had presumed, yet he found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of it all. Testing a partner's sincerity in such a manner? If they did not follow him home, would he refuse to collaborate? To be pursued for hours in the dead of night seemed rather demeaning. He marveled at the thought, grateful for his system. Otherwise, he would have had no standing to engage in such matters. Choosing silence, he continued to drive aimlessly within the 3rd ring road. Fatigue began to set in, and it was only when the car was nearly out of fuel that the owner called for a stop. Otherwise, they might have driven until dawn. Su Ning was oblivious to whether the partner trailing behind ultimately gleaned any insights, but he certainly reaped rewards. Regardless of how a successful individual chooses to assess a business partner's sincerity, at least he was not stingy with his driving fees. After nearly 4 hours of driving, he was compensated with 500 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have earned 490 yuan for your diligent work, triggering a 10,000-fold reward of 49 million yuan. Though hard-earned, Ning could hardly contain his excitement upon receiving the payment. 400,900,4900,6,200. On the third day of his driving service, he had amassed a total of 62 million yuan. While it paled in comparison to the exaggerated 72 million from the first day, it was nearly double that of the previous day. At this hour, it was out of the question for the dormitory matron to grant him entry, prompting Ning to seek accommodation in the nearest hotel. He collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. When he awoke, it was nearly noon, just in time for lunch. After checking out, he sought a fast food establishment to satiate his hunger before setting his plans in motion. While dining, Ning activated a rather practical feature of the system. He could procure anything he desired without needing to be physically present. The system would handle it all. For instance, he had his sights set on a Koenigsegg 1. In reality, even with sufficient funds, acquiring such a limited edition supercar would be nearly impossible. This time, however, Ning was drawn to Li Ji Private Kitchen. Money merely resting in a bank account was but a number. It only became meaningful when spent. As he served as a resident driver at Li Ji Private Kitchen, he was well aware of its operational status. While he could not claim that every day was a full house, the clientele was robust enough to sustain the business, particularly on weekends, when patrons would often have to wait for a table. Although he lacked precise revenue figures, he estimated that monthly profits must exceed 1 million yuan. Converting asset figures into stable income was quite appealing. Chapter 15, Money Talks. Nevertheless, Ning's interest in acquiring Li Ji Private Kitchen extended beyond mere investment considerations. After all, no investment could rival the solidity offered by the system. The crux of the matter was that by taking over Li Ji Private Kitchen, he could rid himself of the bothersome Master Li. If not, this individual, leveraging a distant familial connection to the owner, would continue to create obstacles, hindering Ning's ability to focus on generating wealth. At present, there exists an opportunity that not only promises stable returns on investment, but also serves to rid him of Master Li. Naturally, Ning would not let it slip by. Thus, he sought the system's assistance. The acquisition of Li Ji Private Kitchen was set in motion. Once confirmed within the system, a staggering amount of 42 million was instantly deducted from his bank account. Ning, 42 million? This figure nearly rendered him speechless. He had initially thought that around 10 million would suffice, only to find that he had nearly depleted his entire daily earnings. However, upon reviewing the details of the acquisition within the system, clarity dawned upon him. It turned out that he had not only acquired Li Ji Private Kitchen, but had also secured the property on which it stood. Li Ji Private Kitchen is a standalone commercial establishment located on a bustling street, covering an area exceeding 500 square meters, with 4 floors, amounting to an impressive total space of over 2,000 square meters. Additionally, the lower level boasts a circle of 50 independent parking spaces. This equates to a price of approximately 20,000 per square meter. Ning was well aware that commercial property prices in the capital are significantly lower than those of residential real estate. Knowing that he had acquired the building as well, he no longer felt the price was exorbitant. After all, renting is ultimately unreliable, and owning the property is far more secure. All the necessary documentation and property certificates had materialized within his system space, signifying that from this moment forth, Li Ji Private Kitchen belonged to him. Having finished his meal, Ning decided to head straight to the restaurant. Outside, his Koenigsegg 1 was parked, and he materialized the property certificate and paperwork, placing them inside the vehicle. Upon entering the restaurant, a genial middle-aged man approached him. "Mr. Su, greetings." Ning smiled as he shook the man's outstretched hand. Without a doubt, he was the restaurant's owner, the actual proprietor. The manager and staff watched this scene, momentarily bewildered. The boss's unexpected visit, combined with such cordiality towards the on-site driver, left them utterly perplexed. "Mr. Su, you are truly a promising young man. I am in a hurry to immigrate, hence my urgency to sell the property and the restaurant. Given the current economic climate, I thought it would take a while to find a buyer. Your purchase of Li Ji Private Kitchen has been a tremendous help." Listening to the owner's warm words tinged with gratitude, Ning felt a sense of enlightenment. He could not ascertain whether the owner genuinely intended to immigrate or if the system had orchestrated this grand acquisition. After exchanging pleasantries with the owner, they turned to the matter at hand, the transfer of the restaurant. The owner called over the restaurant manager. "Lao Lu, I will no longer be the owner of the restaurant. This Mr. Su is the new proprietor, and from now on, the restaurant and this building belong to him." Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his many years of experience as a manager, accustomed to the storms of the business world, this news left him utterly speechless. This was simply too outrageous. If he did not know the owner's character, he might have thought they were playing a prank on him. How could it be? A mere on-site driver had purchased the restaurant and the building for tens of millions? It was utterly absurd. Though he was unaware of the precise figures involved in the transaction, He could estimate the scale of the finances involved. It undeniably exceeded 30 million, perhaps even more. Acquired by a driver? Did drivers earn that much? Even with a mere flick of the foot. He knew that Su Ning's capabilities were independent of his role as a driver. The situation felt akin to the most unassuming employee of a company suddenly purchasing and taking over the establishment. Its absurdity was reminiscent of a global resurgence of spiritual energy. After a prolonged moment of shock, Manager Lu finally regained his composure, yet the astonishment on his face remained palpable. Su Ning understood that such revelations could have a profound psychological impact, thus allowing him ample time to recuperate. Manager Lu, my acquisition of the restaurant stems from my confidence in its operational viability. Although the ownership has changed, I hope you will continue in your position and maintain full responsibility for the restaurant's management. As for your compensation, it will remain unchanged for the time being. But I can offer you a bonus at year's end. Su Ning smiled at Manager Lu. The previous owner rarely visited, as the day-to-day operations were primarily overseen by Manager Lu, who had been performing admirably. Thus, Su Ning saw no reason to replace him. Moreover, he could not be present at the restaurant at all times, requiring a capable manager like Lu to uphold the establishment. Manager Lu, having regained his composure, nodded. This arrangement seemed beneficial. He had feared the new owner might be someone who knew nothing and would issue arbitrary commands. Oh, and you need not inform others that I am the new owner. You only need to report to me. Additionally, please dismiss the on-site driver, Master Li, and hire a new one. After sending off the former owner, Su Ning seemed to recall something and instructed Manager Lu. Understood, Mr. Su. Manager Lu nodded, now addressing Su Ning as Mr. Su. Inwardly, he harbored a suspicion that felt almost surreal. If this conjecture held true, it would be profoundly life-altering. Just yesterday, Su Ning had clashed with the driver, nearly coming to blows. Connecting the dots, the sole demand Su Ning had made following the acquisition was to dismiss the on-site driver. Master Li, this presented an unmistakable cause-and-effect relationship. It seemed that Su Ning's purchase of the restaurant was less about its operational potential and more about simply wanting to rid himself of Master Li. No wonder the wealthy are often perceived as capricious. A disagreement, and they simply throw money at the problem. If Master Li were to discover that Su Ning had spent upwards of 30 to 40 million just to rid him of his driving position, it would be unfathomable whether he should feel devastated or honored. Upon hearing that Su Ning wished to continue working as the on-site driver, Manager Lu found himself utterly bewildered. Are you serious? You've bought the restaurant, and yet you still want to work as a driver here? This is akin to a beggar upon acquiring wealth, purchasing a skyscraper, only to continue begging at its base. Manager Lu realized he struggled to comprehend the mindset of the affluent. Well, if you wish to be a driver, then so be it. It was certainly preferable to those wealthy second-generation individuals clamoring to start their own enterprises. The real concern lay not in their indulgences, but in their entrepreneurial ambitions. He speculated that Su Ning's family must operate in such a manner. Chapter 16. Good lad. Finally caught you. After discussing the restaurant's operations with Manager Lu, Su Ning, somewhat disinterested, ascended to a private room to rest until dinner time. Master Wang also arrived early, and the two engaged in light banter, alleviating the tedium. Particularly amusing was Su Ning's recounting of the peculiar driver he encountered yesterday, which left Master Wang in fits of laughter. However, upon hearing that the driver had ultimately paid Su Ning 500 yuan for his services, the mirth evaporated instantly. Goodness, that is quite a sum. It's equivalent to my earnings for 2 days. If someone is willing to pay that much, I wouldn't mind driving them around. I'd gladly allow them to ride on my back. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, the irksome Master Li made an appearance. He shot Su Ning a disdainful glare before his eyes darted around, presumably contemplating how to intimidate him. Before he could utter a word, Manager Lu approached. Master Li hastily met him with a forced smile. Manager Lu, why has a sign for hiring a resident chauffeur appeared again at the restaurant entrance? Are you planning to dismiss that young fellow Su Ning? I've long asserted that young people lack composure and are rather reckless. Surely some guests must be dissatisfied. Yet, Manager Lu regarded him with a gaze that was cold yet tinged with a hint of pity, leaving Li utterly baffled. Old Li, it's time for you to leave. The restaurant will be hiring a new resident chauffeur in your stead. Upon hearing Manager Lu's words, a large question mark seemed to materialize above Master Li's head. Leave? How could that be possible? You know well that I have familial ties with the restaurant owner. No matter what, I cannot simply go. Aware that Master Li struggled to accept this shocking news, Manager Lu replied flatly, "This is the owner's decision." Master Li immediately erupted in protest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He then turned his ire towards Manager Lu. Have you accepted a bribe from that young man? Do you think I want to inform the owner? Manager Lu maintained a stoic expression, refraining from any response, as if engaging in a confrontation would diminish his stature. Although Master Li was unclear about the unfolding events, He sensed that a resolution from manager Liu was unlikely. Thus, he took out his phone and called the owner. "What? You sold the restaurant?" From the former owner's lips. He received a revelation that left him incredulous. While he indeed shared a distant familial connection with the owner, it was so remote that the owner hadn't deemed it necessary to inform him of the sale, even if the restaurant had changed hands. Why would the new owner wish to terminate him, a resident chauffeur who was of little significance to the establishment? Or was it merely manager Liu's personal disdain for him that prompted his dismissal? Unwilling to accept this fate, he unwittingly inquired, "Who purchased the restaurant?" The previous owner felt no need to conceal the truth. A young fellow named Ning. This revelation struck Master Li like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the entire world seemed to spiral into madness for him. He could hardly fathom that the new owner was none other than Ning, who had only yesterday shared the same position as him. No wonder he was to be dismissed immediately following the change in ownership. This was nothing short of blatant retribution. Was this how the wealthy exacted their vengeance? To eliminate him, they would spend millions to acquire a restaurant? He was at a loss for words. Ultimately, in a daze, he stumbled out of the restaurant. Finding a position as a resident chauffeur was no easy feat, as the majority of restaurants did not employ such services. Though he could still register with a few ride-hailing platforms to accept orders, the income from such jobs paled in comparison to that of a resident chauffeur. The mere thought of his impending financial decline filled him with regret. Yet, it was too late for lamentations. With only 2 chauffeurs remaining, the restaurant might appear financially strained. But for Ning and Master Wang, it meant the possibility of completing an extra ride or 2 that evening. Ning, however, did not seize the opportunity and allowed Master Wang to take the first order. Shortly thereafter, another request for a chauffeur came in. Ning remained unfazed, confident that at least the first order of the day was secure, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Indeed, his driving experience was rather uneventful, yet he made a brief stop. "Sir, please bear with me for a moment. I need to call the police. I hope you understand." The car owner, who was slightly inebriated, found himself momentarily bewildered by Ning's declaration. "But I wasn't driving. I called for a chauffeur, didn't I? Is it now against the law to even ride in a car after drinking?" In truth, the situation was not the owner's fault. As Ning reached the intersection, his keen eyes spotted a familiar figure, the very individual who attempted to scam him yesterday. Although in a different location and attire, Ning recognized him instantly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a scene reminiscent of the previous day, as the individual successfully ensnared another unsuspecting vehicle. "At last, I've caught you." Ning had been exceedingly vexed the day before. Although he bore no responsibility for the incident, the car owner had incurred a loss of 600 yuan, which deeply frustrated Ning, who was obligated to ensure the owner's safety. He had been pondering how to track down the scammer, and now, fortune had presented him with an opportunity. It stood to reason that such a habitual offender would not take a day off. They simply changed locations to continue their illicit activities, rather than directly contacting the police. Ning dialed the number of the officer who had provided him with a contact card the previous day. "Officer Wang, this is yesterday's chauffeur. I need to report a crime." As the call connected, Ning wasted no time getting to the point. Officer Wang had not taken the day off either. Although he had briefly attended a friend's wedding, he had left without even partaking in the feast. Finally, after diligently addressing his current cases, he was on duty again that evening. Upon recognizing Ning's voice, he recalled their previous encounter. "Hello, what seems to be the matter?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ning promptly recounted the events. "Please remain where you are. I'll be there shortly." Officer Wang hung up and hurriedly set out with his colleagues. Fortunately, the location was not far from the police station, and within 3 minutes, the patrol car arrived. Ning had already informed the car owner of the situation, who was equally incensed. After all, scams like these were a blight on the roads, a nightmare for all drivers, and the opportunity to apprehend a fraudster was one he would not pass up. At that moment, the unfortunate car owner, who had just been scammed, was resigned to his fate and prepared to settle. "What is happening here?" Officer Wang inquired loudly as he exited the vehicle. The scammer, upon seeing the police, became evasive. "He hit me, and we were about to settle privately. He was going to cover some medical expenses." He had previously encountered police patrols and had successfully evaded them with such excuses. However, this time, he would not find it so easy to escape. "How many times have you been hit recently?" Officer Wang asked with a bemused expression, which caused the scammer's heart to plummet as he realized he was in deep trouble. The officer's question clearly indicated that he was privy to certain information. Only then did the scammer notice Ning behind the officer, recognizing him as the chauffeur from the previous day. A fleeting thought of escape crossed his mind, but it vanished just as quickly. There was no way he could elude capture. "Come with us to the police station. You'd best confess without harboring any false hopes." Once they had their sights set on a target, it would be all too easy to investigate further. Officer Wang's tone shifted to one of seriousness. He did not require Su Ning to accompany them to the station, as Su Ning still had a ride to complete. He simply requested that Su Ning come by the next day to provide a statement, as he was a crucial witness. While driving the passenger home, Su Ning felt a sense of elation. He also remembered to follow up with the car owner who had been scammed yesterday, ensuring he would accompany him to the police station to reclaim the 600 yuan he had lost. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 100 yuan, with a 100,000-fold reward of 10 million yuan. After delivering the car owner home, the system notification swiftly followed. Since the restaurant was entirely his, there was naturally no need to share any commission with it. All the chauffeur fees were his to keep. Earning 10 million was effortless, feeling almost as if it came faster than robbing a bank. With a sigh of reflection, he realized he was one step closer to acquiring the villa of his dreams. This 10 million was nearly enough to purchase a lavatory. Upon returning to Li's private kitchen, Master Wang was absent, having gone out for a second delivery. With one less chauffeur today, both he and Master Wang found themselves busier. Before long, Su Ning received his second order. A middle-aged man, clearly inebriated, staggered as he walked. Evidently having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Su Ning felt a twinge of apprehension, following the pattern of the past few days. He feared that after the seemingly tranquil first delivery, the subsequent ones might bring unforeseen troubles. "Good day, sir. I am at your service," he greeted with standard courtesy. "Hurry up and drive. Stop the chit-chat." The man's impatience was palpable as he waved Su Ning to commence the journey. Su Ning, accustomed to such behavior, refrained from further conversation and drove directly towards the destination. As long as he delivered the passenger safely, he held no great expectations regarding the owner's demeanor. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any tumultuous incidents. Su Ning felt a sense of relief as his worries failed to materialize. However, just as they approached the last intersection before reaching the residential complex, the passenger in the back seat abruptly announced, "I need to use the restroom." Su Ning slowed down slightly and surveyed the surroundings. There appeared to be no public restrooms nearby. He patiently responded, "Sir, we are almost at our destination, and there are no restrooms nearby. Could you possibly hold on until we reach home?" If the passenger agreed, he would accelerate. If not, he would have to pull over and allow the man to relieve himself behind the roadside trees, albeit in a rather uncivilized manner. Just then, an incident that nearly drove Su Ning to despair occurred. The already intoxicated passenger provided no warning and suddenly yanked open the door, exiting the moving vehicle. Su Ning slammed on the brakes in shock, yet despite his efforts, the passenger tumbled to the roadside, nearly rolling over. Su Ning rushed out to check on the man's condition, his frustration boiling over. It was indeed true that a drunken individual could engage in the most absurd actions. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and prior deceleration prevented a more disastrous outcome. Otherwise, this man could have easily met his demise. It is well known that jumping from a fast-moving vehicle is almost certainly fatal. Su Ning was genuinely shaken. However, as he approached the fallen passenger, the man struggled to rise, staggering towards a tree, unfastening his trousers as he began to urinate. Su Ning exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This was far too perilous. Had an accident occurred, he would have faced significant troubles. While it was unlikely he would be held criminally responsible, a fatality would mean a lengthy investigation and potentially a 2-month stint in a detention center. Seething with anger, Su Ning impulsively kicked the man's backside. The passenger, startled, clung to the tree, yet continued to relieve himself, soaking his trousers in the process. Su Ning's irritation stemmed from the peculiar individuals and bizarre situations he had encountered during his recent driving jobs. Otherwise, he would not have lost his temper. He felt justified in his actions. After all, what harm could a few days of detention cause? Even if the man called the police, they would likely only reprimand him. After all, who in their right mind jumps out of a moving vehicle? Su Ning was somewhat amused by the fact that the drunken passenger seemed oblivious to the kick he had received. Damn, how could he be so unstable after just a little drink? Almost caused my demise. My trousers are soaked. What bad luck, he muttered, steadying himself against the tree while adjusting his pants. Su Ning's lips curled into a faint smile. The man had no idea he had been kicked, which was a stroke of luck, sparing him from further complications. "Why aren't you driving? What are you waiting for?" The passenger grumbled as he made his way back to the car, his attitude still less than pleasant. However, Su Ning chose not to engage in further conflict, noting the man's wet trousers and the unmistakable shoe print on his backside. Once back in the vehicle and securely fastened, they proceeded forward. After passing through an intersection, they arrived at the destination. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 50 yuan, with a 100,000-fold reward of 5 million yuan. Su Ning had no hope for a tip. Simply receiving the chauffeur fee from a drunken man was the best outcome he could hope for. He even contemplated foregoing the fee altogether, considering it a payment for laundering the man's trousers. Upon returning to Li's private kitchen, he discovered Master Wang was also there, with one less chauffeur. Both of them working simultaneously meant that customers seeking a chauffeur service would have to seek alternatives. It seemed that the original arrangement of 3 resident chauffeurs was indeed quite reasonable. Sitting near the cash register, Su Ning greeted Master Wang, noticing a certain pride in his demeanor. What brought such joy to a chauffeur? Did you receive a generous tip? Su Ning inquired with a smile. Master Wang shook his head enigmatically, then extended his hand, his expression reminiscent of someone reliving fond memories. Intrigued, Su Ning leaned in, eager to hear more. Do tell. Master Wang grinned broadly, his expression youthful. I just drove a woman, probably not even 30. As we neared her destination, she suggested not paying me, instead offering for me to feel her up as a substitute for the fee. I've long since outgrown the age of being distracted by pretty women. I need to earn money for my children and pay the mortgage. How could I possibly forego payment for a few touches? But just as I parked, she grabbed my hand and shoved it into her clothing. Wow, so incredibly soft. As he recounted this, Master Wang's face lit up with an almost nostalgic longing. Su Ning could hardly restrain a smirk. You're quite the hypocrite, aren't you? Claiming you wouldn't touch for a fee, yet look at you now. Nearly unable to resist. Perhaps sensing Su Ning's disdainful expression, Master Wang hastily clarified. I assure you, it was not out of my own volition. I was compelled. Su Ning chuckled softly. Regardless of whether it was voluntary or coerced, the fact remained that your driving fee was gone. Who said that? Master Wang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. I collected the payment. Before Su Ning could respond, he continued his explanation. She wanted to get out, but I didn't allow it. I never agreed that touching would mean no payment. When that woman attempted to argue, I simply produced my recording pen. Even if she reported me, I had proof. In the end, didn't she comply and pay up? His tone was one of self-satisfaction, as if he had outsmarted the whole world. Su Ning's lips twitched slightly, feeling at a loss for words. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for him. Regardless of the circumstances, his demeanor, filled with fond nostalgia, clearly indicated his satisfaction with such perks. To ask for more money now felt a bit like trying to deny the obvious after having already partaken. Yet, Su Ning understood Master Wang's position. After all, at his age, he still had a mortgage to repay for his son, and the economic pressure was evident. If he were to forego payment for this minor benefit, Su Ning would have found him contemptible, mentally chiding him as a lecherous old man. Indeed, those who drink can engage in all sorts of unbecoming behavior. Did that woman truly lack the 50 or 100 yuan for the driving fee? Coming to such an upscale restaurant and possessing a vehicle suggested she was not short of funds. However, alcohol impairs judgment, drastically lowering one's standards of decorum, allowing for all sorts of indiscretions. Why hadn't he encountered such a situation? If it were him, would he accept payment or not? Su Ning found himself inexplicably amused. He had only been a driver for a month. He hoped to complete his work without encountering any more bizarre incidents. He simply couldn't handle it. After a while, a customer approached the front desk requesting a driving service, and Master Wang left. Less than 5 minutes later, Su Ning received his next order. This customer caught Su Ning's eye immediately. Tall and stylishly dressed, she exuded the aura of a modern urbanite, particularly accentuated by her curvaceous figure, compelling Su Ning to steal an extra glance. Good evening, madam. I am at your service, he said, taking the car keys from the lady driver and following her to the parking lot. Upon pressing the key fob, a nearby Range Rover flashed its lights. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. A girl driving such an impressive vehicle was certainly eye-catching. The lady driver appeared somewhat inebriated, swaying as she walked, necessitating Su Ning's assistance to help her into the car. He couldn't deny the sensations of softness and the delightful fragrance of her perfume that stirred his thoughts. Nevertheless, Su Ning adhered to his professional ethics and had his boundaries. He would never take advantage of a woman simply because she was intoxicated. Drive slowly. I feel a bit unwell, the lady called out as she rolled down the window, evidently feeling nauseous from the alcohol. Upon hearing this, Su Ning promptly reduced his speed, striving for a smooth ride to avoid exacerbating her discomfort. After a moment, the lady finally appeared to feel better, turning her head to smile at Su Ning. The effects of alcohol had clearly clouded her judgment, and her gaze lingered on Su Ning, who was handsome and radiant. The kind of man who could attract attention even on the street. At that moment, the lady driver felt increasingly drawn to Su Ning, unable to suppress her curiosity. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked. Su Ning was taken aback by her question, yet it was not a difficult one to answer, so he chuckled lightly and replied, No. Instantly, the lady's eyes sparkled, finding him even more appealing. After that, she fell silent, occasionally stealing glances at him with a look of infatuation. Unfortunately, the journey was short, and they soon arrived at their destination. The lady felt a pang of regret, wishing the ride could last forever. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Oh dear, I feel dizzy. When Su Ning exited to open the passenger door, she pressed her forehead with one hand, her brows furrowed. Appearing utterly weak and unable to stand, Su Ning quickly supported her, knowing that if she fell in front of him, it would create quite a scene. Should I call someone from your family to come pick you up? He inquired. There's no one at home. She replied fervently, shaking her head. The scent of alcohol still on her breath. Why don't you give me a ride home instead? Upon hearing this, Su Ning took a deep breath, realizing he had accepted a rather complicated assignment. Ideally, a driving job would end smoothly at the destination, with payment received and no complications. Yet, that was merely an ideal scenario, often far from reality. Now, with the lady driver requesting him to take her home, he was at a crossroads. Although there was no obligation for a driver to fulfill such requests, many clients believed that their payment granted them the right to demand anything. A disagreement could lead to them refusing to pay, and even if the driver called the police, it could result in a mere reprimand and a loss of valuable time. While the lady before him didn't seem the type to cause trouble, Su Ning still felt uneasy about leaving her alone. If something were to happen, it would be difficult to explain. Reluctantly, he nodded. All right, I'll take you home. Chapter 19. Unable to restrain himself. The car came to a stop in a parking space outside the community, and Su Ning assisted the unsteady lady into the complex. Leaning against him, her body felt light and soft. Although most of her weight rested on him, Su Ning found it manageable. You're so kind. What made you decide to be a driver? Is it fun? Does it pay well? Have you always worked at Li Ji Private Kitchen? Until what time do you work at night? You must catch up on sleep during the day, right? Do you have time to go out and have fun? Throughout the journey, Su Ning was bombarded by her rapid-fire questions, her chatter seeming relentless, as if silence would summon a storm. He could only smile and remain silent, at a loss for how to respond to her barrage of inquiries. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have left her at the roadside. Surely even the worst of people would struggle to endure such incessant chatter. Upon reaching the entrance, the lady used her fingerprint to unlock the door, finally arriving home. I don't have any change on me. Let me grab some from inside, she said, smiling hazily at Su Ning. You don't have to wait outside. Come in. Trusting her, Su Ning stepped inside, taking care to close the door behind him to keep out any pesky mosquitoes. While waiting, he took a moment to observe her home. Whether due to her living alone or not, it was charmingly decorated and spacious. The living room alone must have been over 30 square meters. Her family must be well off. She could very well be a little affluent woman. He couldn't help but marvel at the vast differences between people. Some are born to opulence, while others are destined for hardship. If it weren't for his extraordinary financial system, he might have been one of those less fortunate. As he was lost in his inexplicable musings, a stunning beauty gracefully emerged from the cloakroom. What left Su Ning utterly astonished was that the enchanting woman had changed into a rather revealing home outfit in a matter of moments. Before Su Ning could even react, she swooped towards him like a fledgling returning to its nest, landing directly in his embrace. Su Ning was momentarily dumbstruck, his capacity for rational thought evaporating in an instant. What on earth was happening? The softness of her body pressed against him ignited a flurry of thoughts, stirring primal emotions within him. The rush of blood surged, nearly overwhelming his ability to think, as raw instinct threatened to take control. Yet, reason swiftly returned, restoring his composure and clarity. Was this a setup? A woman luring him in only to have a cadre of muscular men burst forth, claiming he had been fooling around with their wife or girlfriend and demanding payment. Such schemes, while not novel, were nonetheless all too common. Even if it wasn't a con, the sudden affection from a stranger was hardly a fortuitous sign. Though Su Ning was indeed a man with primal urges, he recognized the necessity of exercising restraint in such a predicament. He had no desire to invite trouble. As Su Ning's mind raced, the girl seemed to sense his astonishment and hesitation. With a playful smile, she rose onto her toes, her pink lips approaching him. In that fleeting moment, Su Ning felt as if his mind had exploded. He could no longer contain himself. Whatever the consequences, he would embrace the madness. Like a bull exhaling heavily, he succumbed to wild abandon. The beauty reciprocated with a passionate grace, leading him towards the bedroom. This was destined to be a night of unrestrained revelry, leaving little room for sleep. At some unknown hour, the weary couple finally succumbed to slumber. When the warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, Su Ning awoke, feeling a tickle in his nose. As he opened his drowsy eyes, he beheld the captivating figure lying beside him. The girl was playfully scratching his nose with her hair tips, giggling in delight. In the early hours, as nature stirred to life, Su Ning felt an uncontrollable urge awaken within him. The girl immediately sensed the change in his demeanor, but as she parted her lips to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. What followed was an exhilarating morning workout, only concluding when both were breathless. Handsome. I'm Ning Bing. What's your name? She asked, a blissful smile gracing her lips, her voice melodious. Su Ning found himself at a loss for words. They had shared such a ridiculous experience, yet remained strangers to one another. Su Ning. After exchanging names, they were no longer mere acquaintances. Before long, a rumble erupted from Su Ning's stomach. They decided to venture out for breakfast, engaging in light conversation about one another. It turned out that Ning Bing had recently graduated from university, her affluent parents having purchased a home for her in the capital. She worked in a financial firm, earning a decent income. The previous night's escapade was partly due to her drunken state, and partly because of Su Ning's striking good looks. As for the future of their relationship, she hadn't given it much thought, which left her feeling somewhat troubled. Now that I've shared so much about myself, it's your turn, she said, her curiosity piqued. I'm still in university and do ride-sharing to support myself, Su Ning replied after a moment's contemplation. But recently, I inherited my great-uncle's estate. So I suppose I can be considered wealthy. Ning Bing burst into laughter at his seemingly absurd statement. She found it entirely plausible that he was still in school and working as a driver, but inherited wealth? It felt as nonsensical as a movie plot. If he truly had inherited something, why would he still need to drive? Ning Bing refrained from calling him out on it. She held a favorable impression of Su Ning and had no regrets about their wild night together. Where are you headed? She asked with a smile. I'll give you a ride. Su Ning accepted her offer, knowing it was the weekend and she likely had no work obligations. Take me back to Lee's private kitchen. I left my car there. Ning Bing's eyes sparkled at the revelation. Su Ning had a car? Surely, it wasn't one of those foldable electric scooters used for ride-sharing? After breakfast, they tidied up briefly before heading downstairs. Remember my place. Don't get lost next time. Ning Bing laughed. I won't get lost. I can follow your scent right to your door. Su Ning joked. Ning Bing giggled, playfully punching him. Are you a stalker? As they drove, their laughter filled the air, creating a joyful and flirtatious atmosphere. Upon arriving at Lee's private kitchen, Ning Bing, feeling a budding attachment to Su Ning, clung to him, reluctant to let go. After managing to soothe her, Su Ning retrieved his car keys and approached his beloved vehicle. Ning Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him slip into a striking supercar, feeling as though she were in a dream. While she couldn't ascertain the car's price, even the most entry-level sports car was far from inexpensive. Su Ning truly owned a supercar. Had he truly not been lying? Had he actually inherited something from his great-uncle? At that moment, Ning Bing found herself at a loss for words, grappling with her overwhelming emotions. Su Ning rolled down the window and waved at her, his smile radiant as he revved the engine and sped away, leaving her standing there, feeling the absurdity of the world wash over her. Arriving at school, Su Ning parked the car and scratched his head as he entered the campus, an unsettling thought nagging at him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He had completely forgotten to ask Ning Bing for the ride-sharing fee. In the heat of the moment, he had stayed at her home, foregoing additional fares. If he didn't settle this fare, it would mean he had only made 2 rides last night, netting a mere 15 million. That was far too little. While 15 million was a fortune beyond the reach of many, for Su Ning, accustomed to raking in tens of millions nightly, it was hardly satisfactory. No, he had to ask Ning Bing for the fare, otherwise he would truly be at a loss. As he walked, he opened his messaging app and sent her a voice message. Could you please settle the ride-sharing fee? Upon receiving the message, Ning Bing was taken aback. We slept together. And you're asking me for the ride-sharing fee? You've inherited your great-uncle's estate and are driving a supercar, and now you want me to pay you? It felt as ludicrous as a billionaire haggling with a vendor at a market. After some contemplation, Ning Bing directly transferred 200 yuan to Su Ning via a red envelope, explicitly marking it as a designated driving fee. The moment Su Ning received the red envelope, a system notification echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for diligently earning 200 yuan. You have received a 10,000-fold reward of 20 million yuan. Yes, Su Ning couldn't help but clench her fist in delight. With this 20 million, her earnings from last night's money-making venture no longer seemed so meager. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Ning promptly transferred 200,000 yuan to Ning Bing via WeChat. Given the limit of 50,000 yuan per transaction, she executed the transfer 4 times. If it weren't for the daily cap of 200,000 yuan, Su Ning would have contemplated sending her even more. Having earned 20 million from Ning Bing, returning 200,000 felt trifling. She was still profiting immensely. After completing the transaction, Su Ning left a message saying, I'll buy you a purse. Ning Bing was driving when her phone erupted with a series of notification sounds. Upon checking WeChat and seeing Su Ning's transfer, she nearly short-circuited. What on earth? She demanded a mere 100 or so for a driving fee. And then he transfers me 200,000? It was utterly perplexing to any rational person. She couldn't fathom the peculiar thought process Su Ning possessed. However, upon further reflection, Considering his past actions, it became somewhat comprehensible. After all, which sensible person would continue to work as a designated driver after inheriting a colossal fortune? Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for such oddities to occur in Su Ning's life. Su Ning, oblivious to Ning Bing's musings about him, felt quite pleased with himself. At that moment, his account balance once again surpassed the billion mark, now exceeding 1 billion. While he could not yet afford his dream villa, it appeared that day was not too far off. Money-making. He was determined to amass wealth with fervor. As he stepped into the dormitory building, Su Ning's phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he found it was a call from the fixed line of Li Ji Private Kitchen. Glancing at the time, it was still before 10 in the morning, well before the restaurant opened. Only the kitchen staff and procurement team had just begun their shifts. Could it be that something had transpired requiring his attention as the owner? Mr. Su, this is Lu Yang. The moment the call connected, Manager Lu's voice came through. Su Ning non-committally acknowledged him with a sound, then inquired with slight confusion, "Why are you calling me?" "Mr. Su, we've just received word from the Electricity Bureau that the nearby power node requires maintenance, and power restoration will likely not occur until around 8 or 9 this evening. Do you think we should suspend operations for today?" Manager Lu succinctly reported. Su Ning squinted slightly. Power restoration at 8 or 9. That would be right around dinner time. Under such circumstances, there was no need for the restaurant to open today at all. Moreover, it was entirely unnecessary for Manager Lu to consult him about it. Such decisions were well within his purview. "Manager Lu, in the future, you can make such decisions independently. I prefer to remain a hands-off owner most of the time." Su Ning replied in a calm tone. "Mr. Su, what I actually meant to say is that you can forego coming in for designated driving tonight." Manager Lu wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke softly. Su Ning suddenly realized what he meant. Understood. After ending the call, he couldn't help but furrow his brow again. If the restaurant was closed due to a power outage, he would essentially squander an entire day. It was crucial to maximize his designated driving opportunity, limited to just 1 month. No one could guarantee that subsequent money-making methods would be as accessible. Thus, Su Ning was truly reluctant to waste even a single day. As he pondered, he pushed open the door to his dormitory. All 3 of his roommates were present, without a doubt engaged in an online gaming session. Upon seeing Su Ning return, the 3 erupted in a cacophony of shouts, nearly disconnecting their game. "Don't run third. Wait until we finish this round. Quickly confess, did you spend the last 2 nights with some girl in a hotel?" Su Ning felt a rush of embarrassment. He wanted to deny it, but struggled to refute their claims. To say he had spent both nights with a girl would be untrue, at least the first night. He hadn't returned simply because it was too late. However, he had indeed spent last night with a girl. Thus, he decided to remain silent, letting them speculate as they pleased. After a while, the 3 brothers concluded their game and approached him, belts in hand. Their dormitory had a long-standing tradition. Whenever someone concealed significant information, such as dating a girlfriend, the 3 would bind that person to the bed and subject them to playful interrogation. Of course, it was all in jest. They would never genuinely harm him. Our motto is to be lenient with those who confess and strict with those who resist. No need to emphasize that, right? Now, confess honestly. Where were you the past 2 nights? Facing their playful threats, Su Ning felt an urge to stand firm, but ultimately, he couldn't resist and confessed. Chapter 21. Registering for a designated driving service. The 3 brothers were somewhat accepting when Su Ning explained that the first night he had merely taken a room at a hotel due to the late hour. However, when they learned that last night, Su Ning had been propositioned by a beautiful woman while working as a designated driver, they were utterly astounded. "Are you joking? Such good fortune exists?" exclaimed one. "I can't believe you, third. How can you inherit a fortune and still hustle as a designated driver?" "So, designated driving has its perks?" The 3 were genuinely excited, as Su Ning's tale far exceeded their expectations. While they didn't harbor any disdain for designated drivers, they viewed it as an ordinary service industry role. In other words, who would choose to be a designated driver if they had money? Would a wealthy woman in a luxury car ever look twice at a designated driver? Yet after Su Ning's revelation, they realized that while the woman was indeed beautiful, she was also intoxicated. Under the influence of alcohol, a person's judgment and awareness could easily become skewed, leading to actions they would never normally consider. Encountering a drunken beauty could lead to unexpected possibilities. As if discovering a new world, the 3 suddenly became intrigued. The eldest, Hu Xiefeng, hailed from a wealthy family and had never considered working for extra money. The second, Ding Zihui, and the 4th, Deng Zihao, both came from middle-class backgrounds. While they weren't destitute, they had never thought of working part-time either. More importantly, none of them had girlfriends at the moment, so they felt no psychological burden about potentially engaging with beautiful women. Observing their eager expressions, Su Ning couldn't help but feel exasperated. "You all think you want to be designated drivers? You're just craving the company of beautiful women. Allow me to share some statistics. On average, you'll encounter a beautiful woman once every 20 designated driving jobs. As for the probability of engaging in something more, you can figure that out for yourselves. You might end up running for months without any chance. Su Ning's words were not exaggerated. After all, as a designated driver stationed at a restaurant, he primarily served business clientele. If he were working at a bar or nightclub, perhaps the chances of encountering beautiful women requesting designated driving would be higher. However, if that is the case, why bother with being a designated driver? You might as well crouch at the entrance and collect corpses. Wouldn't that be more likely? Upon hearing Su Ning's analysis, the three felt a wave of disillusionment wash over them. The thought that, rather than encountering beautiful women daily, designated drivers are more likely to encounter drunken revelers and middle-aged, greasy men extinguished any lingering fantasies. Are you still going to be a designated driver tonight? Asked Hu Xiefeng. Su Ning shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. The restaurant has lost power. They're not operating today. Hu Xiefeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proposed. Then let us head to the bar tonight. We haven't been yet this semester. Since 3 of the 4 had relatively comfortable financial situations, an occasional trip to the bar posed little economic strain. Throughout their nearly 4 years of university, they had collectively visited a bar almost every semester. Naturally, because of Su Ning's financial constraints, they never expected him to foot the bill. Su Ning, feeling uneasy about allowing his friends to spend money on him, would always decline. Yet he invariably found himself being dragged into the car. Now that they had money, it seemed he might have to treat them this time. Upon hearing Hu Xiefeng's suggestion, Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao raised their hands and feet in agreement, eager to rush to the bar immediately. Indeed, bars are splendid venues for amusement. Provided one is not financially strapped, after a carefree evening, one is quite likely to find a companion to share a delightful night. Su Ning was self-aware. Hence, he always maintained a respectful distance from the girls who approached him. In contrast, his 3 companions had experienced the thrill of leaving the bar with a girl in tow, heading straight to a hotel room. The wait was agonizing. Before long, they were fidgeting restlessly, even losing interest in games. Yet, the liveliest hours at the bar typically began after 10 o'clock, during 8 or 9. People were still dining or relaxing before heading out to revel. During dinner, the 4 set out together to the dining hall, their minds abuzz with anticipation for the night ahead. Meanwhile, Su Ning pondered how he might broaden his avenues. Firstly, he must not confine himself to being a stationary designated driver. On one hand, he wished to avoid incidents like the restaurant's power outage that left him without work. On the other, restaurants closed relatively early, wasting precious late-night hours that could be spent driving. Should he seek out another bar or nightclub for a designated driving position? While feasible, becoming tied to such a venue might mean enduring the entirety of the night. After all, bars and nightclubs revel until dawn. Although he yearned to earn money, he could not disregard his health in the pursuit. Poor health would render even the greatest wealth meaningless. After much contemplation, it seemed there was but one solution: to register on a designated driving platform, as that was the most common means of receiving driving requests. Platforms like Didi, Gouda, and Edai are among the giants in the field. When it came to choosing among these, Su Ning did not deliberate long. He opted for Didi, the platform with the largest user base. After all, backed by WeChat, its income potential was assured, albeit less aesthetically pleasing. He downloaded the driver app for Didi and swiftly completed his registration. Upon reviewing the terms, and especially the income methods, Su Ning could not help but exclaim, "What a ripoff!" The pricing structure on Didi for the Beijing area was quite detailed. Before 10 o'clock at night, the starting fare was 35 yuan, from 10 to 11. It rose to 50 yuan, from 11 to 12. It increased to 65 yuan, and from midnight to 6 in the morning, it peaked at 85 yuan. The starting fare covered distances within 8 kilometers, with an additional charge of 4 yuan per kilometer beyond that. Drivers had a 10-minute grace period upon arrival, after which they were charged 1 yuan for each additional minute of waiting. For journeys exceeding 20 kilometers, an additional fee of 13 yuan per 10 kilometers was imposed. Furthermore, if a driver's vehicle could not accommodate the designated driver's car, they had to opt for a driver without a vehicle, incurring an extra 49 yuan service charge. With so many pricing regulations, it was quite cumbersome compared to the simplicity of being a stationary driver. When Su Ning remarked that the platform was exploitative, he did not mean the driving fees were exorbitant. Rather, he lamented the steep commission taken from designated drivers. One should not assume that the fees calculated according to this pricing structure all benefited the drivers. The platform certainly took its cut, and a significant one at that. Chapter 22, Bars and Companions. For every order, the platform deducted an information fee of 235 yuan. Ostensibly labeled as an information fee, it was, in reality, an insurance fee. After all, designated drivers could not guarantee that accidents would not occur, and this fee was meant to protect drivers' interests in such instances. Following the deduction of the information fee, the platform also skimmed off 23 yuan. If a car owner paid 100 yuan for a ride, the platform first deducted 235 yuan, then took another 23 yuan, leaving the driver with a mere 64.65 yuan. It was no wonder that designated drivers felt a pang of regret over this arrangement. Yet, there was little to be done. Being on the platform meant enduring these terms. Fortunately, Ning was not reliant on designated driving income to support himself, as being a stationary driver was his primary source of revenue. Registering on Didi was merely a precaution and a means to supplement his income during his free time. Of course, since he planned to go to the bar with his friends tonight, he had no intention of starting work tomorrow. After completing his shift at Li Ji Private Kitchen, he would certainly take a Didi order to test the waters. After eagerly waiting until 9 o'clock, the group set off from the dormitory, with Hu Xiefeng driving his BMW 5 Series straight to the Goni area. Given his affluent background, his parents had gifted him a car upon entering university, although he rarely had the opportunity to drive it. As for Ning's Koenigsegg, his friends were entirely unaware of its existence, as he had never brought it to campus. Naturally, he had no intention of flaunting it either. Hu Xiefeng had already coordinated with a familiar marketing representative to reserve a corner booth. The minimum expenditure for this booth was 6,000 yuan, which was not insignificant. In fact, their typical spending hovered just above 10,000 yuan, with Hu Xiefeng often picking up the tab. "Hu Xiao, you've arrived. Ding Xiao, and Su Xiao, you all seem to have a close bond." The marketing representative, surnamed Li, had been waiting outside, greeting them with warmth and enthusiasm. Contrary to the perception that wealthy heirs might casually splurge hundreds of thousands in a single night at a bar, it was individuals like Hu Xiefeng who constituted the majority of bar patrons. "Let us order a Martel XO set," Hu Xiefeng declared while pulling out his phone to settle the bill. "Boss, let me take care of it this time," Ning said with a smile, also reaching for his phone. Previously, when he was financially strained, he had never had the chance to treat his friends. This time, it was only fitting that he contributed. However, Hu Xiefeng intercepted him, displaying a commanding presence as he said, "No need to rush. You can wait for next time." Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao also stepped in to prevent Ning from paying. Although they were aware that Ning had inherited a fortune from his great-uncle abroad, they did not view it as a vast sum. Thus, they continued to habitually look out for Ning. It seemed as though the act of ordering drinks fell squarely on the shoulders of the host, while the subsequent purchases would be borne by Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao. Ning shrugged. In such an atmosphere, competing to pay the bill seemed rather pointless. After all, there would be many more opportunities to indulge in the future. Upon reaching the private booth, the drinks and fruit platters were promptly delivered. The so-called Martel XO package comprised 2 700 milliliters bottles of Martel XO accompanied by 8 soft drinks. If one were to purchase these elsewhere, the cost for the 2 bottles of Martel XO would merely amount to 4,000 yuan, with the soft drinks being virtually negligible. Yet here, the price soared to an exorbitant 11,800 yuan, reflecting a staggering profit margin. The fruit platter and snacks were likely a marketing gesture, as this booth had fulfilled its performance quota for the evening. "Mr. Hua, do you require a few little bees?" With real money spent. The marketing staff grew increasingly warm and respectful. Hu Xiefeng shook his head, gesturing dismissively. No little bees were needed. The term little bees referred to the female staff in the bar, categorized into several types: party girls, champagne sweethearts, and those in the floral scene, among others. The party girls held a higher status, with specific requirements for looks and attire, functioning as high-end atmosphere creators, often possessing certain resources, such as tens of thousands of followers on short video platforms. Their role involved circulating within the venue, liaising with marketing. Any booth owner desiring companionship could approach them, typically costing around 800 to 1,000 yuan. Champagne sweethearts had slightly lesser criteria. When a patron exhibited a desire for drink, marketing would summon them. Spending approximately 2,000 yuan on champagne would see a sweetheart seated beside you, ready to engage in drinking, playing, or even cuddling. The floral scene girls, in contrast, were akin to KTV hostesses, maintained by the nightclub itself. Interestingly, nightclubs also employed specific atmosphere girls, often recruited from university clubs, requiring around 100 girls each night to dance in the DJ's vicinity and throughout the venue, merely swaying to the music. Whenever Hu Xiefeng brought his friends, he never sought out marketing to summon girls. After all, he possessed a certain psychological aversion. There was a fundamental difference between paying for companionship and developing a genuine connection. Nevertheless, the 2 bottles of Martel XO displayed on the table, while perhaps not as ostentatious as the Ace of Spades, still had the power to attract the attention of some young women. As anticipated, even before the venue reached its peak excitement, A group of 5 young women approached the booth, their figures and beauty impressive, rivaling that of the champagne sweethearts. With long legs, ultra-short skirts, and enticing attire, they were hard to ignore. It was evident they had come to dance and enjoy themselves, rather than to latch onto wealthy patrons. In this booth, Ning and his companions, youthful and affluent, were undoubtedly the most appealing choice, far preferable to mingling with middle-aged, greasy uncles for the sake of a free seat. Fortunately, the booth could accommodate 10 individuals, a capacity not found in many other seating arrangements. The seating arrangement naturally divided the genders, allowing for mutual selection. The bar's atmosphere before midnight was merely a warm-up, a time for guests to trickle in, with the ambience far from reaching its zenith. The group engaged in drinking and games, reveling in merriment. "Just call me Jingjing," said one of the girls, draping her arm over Ning's shoulder with a smile. It was hard to tell if this was her real name, given the playful banter surrounding the phrase, "I want to be quiet." Ning paid it no mind, as he was merely out for fun, with no intention of pursuing any serious relationship. A male and female duo teamed up, with the leader awkwardly embracing both girls. Monopolizing their attention, they played a dice game where the one rolling the lowest had to drink and face the consequences of a truth or dare. After several rounds, everyone had experienced losses, consuming drinks and undergoing relatively mild dares. At this juncture, the 2 bottles of Martell XO, mixed with soft drinks, had nearly been depleted. Given the joyous atmosphere, it was clear that they could not afford to halt their revelry. Deng Zihao called for marketing, preparing to order another round of drinks. Though he and Deng Zihao did not possess the financial backing of Hui Xiefeng, together, they could manage to splurge on a Martell Blue Label package. This set included 3 bottles of Martell Blue Label and 8 soft drinks, priced at a hefty 9,888 yuan. Chapter 23. Shall we help the young master save face? Ning attempted to pay, but was firmly stopped, with his friends insisting he should not cover the bill. He could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, his expression a blend of oddity and helplessness. It appeared that his friends were somewhat oblivious to their own financial limitations. In light of this, he decided to let it slide for today, thinking perhaps they could arrange a more candid gathering another time. Soon, the drinks arrived, and the group continued their revelry. At that moment, another marketing representative guided a few individuals to a nearby booth. Hui Xiefeng's expression soured upon recognizing them. "What bad luck! Why has that scoundrel shown up today?" The 3 brothers followed Hui Xiefeng's gaze and frowned. Jilu. They all recognized him. While Jilu himself had little direct connection with the trio, he shared a long-standing enmity with Hui Xiefeng. Their families were of similar means, having known each other since childhood, even attending the same high school and eventually the same university. However, due to their differing personalities and moral compasses, they never managed to get along, their rivalry intensifying over the years, becoming bitter adversaries. Jilu was notoriously insufferable, his arrogance in school only tempered by the wealth that allowed him to avoid repercussions. Thus, upon sighting him, the group felt a sense of disquiet that dampened their spirits. At that moment, Jilu and his entourage noticed Ning and his friends, and a smirk spread across his face. He swaggered over, his gaze lazily surveying the booth before speaking in a mocking tone. "Ah, is that not our esteemed young Master Hua? Out incognito today, mingling with the common folk? But I must say, the selection of drinks here hardly befits such a distinguished figure as young Master Hua. Not even a small divine dragon set in sight. Ladies, allow me to remind you that young Master Hua is known for his discretion. Your presence here might inadvertently reveal him. Perhaps you'd be better off joining us at our booth. I shall order a divine dragon set shortly, and the atmosphere will be simply electric." His pompous demeanor was infuriating, leaving Hui Xiefeng's expression darkened, seething with the desire to retaliate against such blatant humiliation. Despite their families being on equal footing, their upbringing could not have been more different. Jilu was spoiled, receiving everything he desired, while Hui Xiefeng was raised with strict discipline, his pocket money tightly controlled. This disparity allowed Jilu to order a divine dragon set without a second thought, while Hui Xiefeng couldn't possibly afford it. "What's it to you? Why don't you just get lost?" Hui Xiefeng retorted sharply, not wishing to let personal grievances ruin the evening. Ning and the others rose, glaring at Jilu, ready to defend their leader should tensions escalate. However, Jilu and his 3 companions stood their ground, unperturbed, laughing mockingly in response, embodying the very essence of antagonism. "Ladies, I'm about to order a divine dragon set right now. Let us get this party started." Engaging in leisure should be synonymous with joy. With that proclamation, Jilu summoned the marketing staff once more, extending yet another invitation to the 5 young ladies. Perhaps he did not genuinely care for these 5 girls. After all, flirting with women in a bar is a rather effortless endeavor. What truly mattered to him was the prospect of trampling on Hui Xiefeng's pride. The thought of seizing Hua's girl and reveling in the sight of Hua, flustered and gritting his teeth in despair, was an unparalleled source of exhilaration. Damn it! Do you believe I won't take you on? The hot-headed Deng Zihao rolled up his sleeves, itching for a confrontation, having suppressed his frustration for far too long. At that moment, Ji Li's ordered drinks arrived, a small dragon set, 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, not merely a modest selection. 2 bar staff carried the small dragon's paraphernalia, followed closely by 4 stunningly attractive young women, each brandishing a sign, and trailing behind were 2 others handling celebratory confetti cannons. They paraded flamboyantly to Ji Li's booth, the confetti cannons erupting with a resounding pop, capturing the attention of the entire venue. It was not the weekend. Yet the small dragon set was sufficient to make Ji Lu and his companions the most dazzling individuals in the establishment. Ji Li's complexion flushed with delight as he basked in the collective gaze, a sensation intoxicating to the core, utterly irresistible. With his head held high, nostrils flaring in disdain, he cast a scornful glance at Huo Xiefeng, his expression replete with derision. Not far from this scene, at another booth, 3 young men were surreptitiously observing the unfolding drama. Isn't that the designated driver who gave us 400,000 the other day? One squinted, incredulous. What designated driver? He's a super rich heir driving a Koenigsegg. Is he here for a night out? And flaunting it in front of others? Unlikely. Another retorted. A small dragon set is worth less than a hair on the heir's body. I know the big guy is low-key, but this is a bit too low-key, isn't it? Could it be a case of feigning humility only to deliver a shocking blow later? The trio speculated, convinced that this was the only plausible explanation. It seemed unthinkable for the heir to publicly embarrass himself. Why don't we provide the heir with some drinks to help him make his point? They decided, summoning marketing staff to their side. Meanwhile, Huo Xiefeng, stifling his rage, intervened to prevent Deng Zihao and Ding Zihui from clashing with Ji Lu. Forget that trash. Let us focus on our own fun, he declared, though the spirit of enjoyment had long since dissipated. The tension was suffocating. They could either resort to a brawl or order drinks to overshadow Ji Lu, yet neither option was feasible. While youthful impulsiveness often incited a spirit of rebellion, a real fight could lead to dire consequences, including a brush with the law. As for ordering drinks, Huo Xiefeng's allowance paled in comparison to Ji Lu's, ensuring that any such competition would only bring humiliation. Fortunately, the 5 girls displayed a commendable lack of vanity, remaining in place. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. Just then, the usually good-natured Su Ning could no longer contain himself. A mere small dragon set can elevate you to such heights? Do you believe I won't order hundreds of them and bury you beneath the bottles? Su Ning exclaimed, reaching for the marketing staff, ready to showcase his own wealth. This was as much a confession to his friends as it was a means to settle scores with Ji Lu, ensuring that no riffraff dared to act brazenly in their presence. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. The DJ on stage seized the microphone, exuberantly announcing, "A round of applause for young Master Li at booth 105, who has spent 159,999, initiating the Frozen Platinum Dragon set for young Master Su at booth 112. On behalf of young Master Li and Egio Bar, we wish young Master Su and his companions smooth sailing and a splendid journey ahead." As the DJ's words echoed, the large screen behind the stage illuminated with well-wishing messages. Following this, a procession of bar staff began winding through the vicinity of the booths. 6 staff members each carried a laser drink set, while 8 champagne girls swayed with signs, accompanied by 6 more wielding celebratory Gatling cannons. If the small dragon set barely met the basic threshold for ambience, the Frozen Platinum Dragon set undoubtedly reached the pinnacle. The entire bar buzzed with excitement. After all, the 159,999 Frozen Platinum Dragon set was not something just anyone could afford. Even though Egio Bar ranked among the top venues in the capital, it was a rarity for patrons to indulge in such extravagance. When the DJ announced booth 112, Huo Xiefeng and his companions were already in shock, as they occupied that very booth. As the procession of drinks approached their table, the surreal nature of the situation was almost too much to fathom. Gazing at the scrolling text on the screen, the group simultaneously turned their attention to booth 105. Huo Xiefeng's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief as he realized he did not recognize the 3 individuals at booth 105, who were now raising their glasses in a distant salute. What is going on? Did they deliver to the wrong booth? Suddenly, his pupils constricted in realization, and he turned to Su Ning, stunned. The DJ had just announced a tribute to Su Ning. Su Ning, are they friends of the 3rd young master? Huo asked incredulously, unable to wrap his mind around it. It was hard to believe that even some of his acquaintances would be generous enough to send over a Frozen Platinum Dragon set. To casually splurge in a bar like this suggested a family background that might even surpass his own. How could the 3rd young master have such high-profile friends? Su Ning nodded with a smile. As they say, you don't truly know someone until you've had a falling out. They should now be considered friends, right? Without a doubt, The ostentatious effect brought forth by the super icebound platinum dragon set made their table the undeniable center of attention. Almost all gazes in the vicinity were filled with longing and envy, particularly the 5 beautiful ladies, who could hardly conceal their astonishment, their vanity fully indulged. However, at that moment, the expressions of Ji Lu and his companions turned incredibly grim, as if they had just lost a dear father. Their own modest dragon set had already allowed them to bask in the spotlight, overshadowing their rivals and enjoying the envy of all. Yet, who could have anticipated that the sudden emergence of the icebound platinum dragon set would steal all their thunder? What was even more unbearable was the fact that this icebound platinum dragon set was a gift from some unknown benefactor to Ho Xiefeng's table. A gift. This was far more humiliating than if Ho Xiefeng had purchased the dragon set himself. One must understand that there is a profound difference between acquiring something with one's own money and having someone else willingly spend theirs to bestow it upon you. Only those of true merit deserve such gestures. Ji Lu certainly did not believe his friends could casually gift him a large dragon set in a bar. Was it not the case now that Ho Xiefeng didn't even have to lift a finger, as someone else was clearing the path for him? Thus, his demeanor was as dismal as it could be, especially with Ho Xiefeng's sly glances that felt like daggers to his pride. Do not presume that an icebound dragon set is something so remarkable. You can order it. So can I. Feeling somewhat frantic, he called over the marketing staff. Give me an icebound platinum dragon set as well. Let's elevate the atmosphere. It must be even more exhilarating than before. Fire the Gatling and nitrogen guns continuously for half an hour. Ji Lu was truly caught up in the moment, his mind ablaze with excitement. If the bar's beverage prices were overtly extravagant, there existed another category of expenditure that could potentially be even more substantial: atmospheric props. The celebratory fireworks accompanying the drink service were courtesy of the bar, yet their actual price was 500 per blast. If he were to follow through with his plan to fire them for half an hour, the final bill might very well exceed that of the dragon set. Noticing Ji Li's recklessness, his companions hastily intervened to prevent him from proceeding with such extravagant folly. While ordering drinks in a competitive spirit was acceptable, this method of rivalry was truly unsustainable. With the intervention of his brothers, Ji Lu regained a modicum of composure. To order an icebound platinum dragon set would nearly deplete his bank balance. If the atmosphere fireworks continued indefinitely, he might find himself in a most embarrassing predicament when it came time to settle the bill. Let us forego the dragon set. Bring me a set of Grand Slam, he declared, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he addressed the marketing staff. Turning his attention back to Ho Xiefeng, he began to mock him with a facade of superiority. Only those lacking taste drink champagne. How lowly. The black spade, such commonplace fare, is only esteemed by the likes of you. True connoisseurs indulge in brandy. After delivering his scathing remarks, he regarded Ho Xiefeng with a gaze that dripped with disdain. Yet, compared to before, it now resembled a forced bravado rather than genuine confidence. The so-called Grand Slam was, in fact, a collection of 3 premium brandies: Remy Martin, Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, and Martell Cordon Bleu. In a bar, this trio would fetch around 50,000 yuan, with each bottle surpassing the price of the platinum version of the Black Spade. The Grand Slam set was priced at 149,999 yuan. In truth, Ji Li's assertion held merit. While the Black Spade did possess prestige, the top-tier brandies undoubtedly carried greater sophistication. However, had he forgotten the modest dragon set he had previously ordered for their table? Although Ji Lu's assertions were laughable, resembling a desperate attempt to save face, it must be acknowledged that being able to afford the Grand Slam was sufficient to at least match Ho Xiefeng's table in terms of prestige. Ho Xiefeng could not suppress his irritation. Knowing Ji Lu's true character, he still found himself infuriated by his words. Yet, he was unable to overshadow Ji Lu at that moment. After all, his bank balance could not accommodate a Grand Slam. He could not expect the gentleman at table 105 to send them drinks again, could he? Damn it, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Ji Lu. Deng Zihao could no longer contain himself and reached for the empty Black Spade bottle on the table. However, at that moment, Su Ning snatched the bottle from Deng Zihao's grasp and chuckled. It was indeed his turn to make an entrance. He summoned the marketing staff, and in the incredulous and astonished gazes of his 3 companions, he spoke up. We shall also order the Grand Slam. Bring us 2 sets for our table. Furthermore, since the gentleman at table 105 sent us drinks, we must reciprocate. Send 2 sets of Grand Slam to table 105 as well. Just say it's a toast to their prosperity. The marketing staff stood agape, seemingly stunned into silence. He had attended to Ho Xiefeng and his companions before, fully aware that Ho Xiefeng was the leader and the wealthiest among them. Initially, when Su Ning beckoned for drinks, he had shown eagerness but did not expect Su Ning to order anything of significant value. Yet, To his utter astonishment, Ning, whom he had dismissed, had just ordered a fortune in drinks. 4 sets of Grand Slam, at 150,000 yuan a set, that amounted to a staggering 600,000 yuan. While this was not the highest single customer expenditure at Egeo Bar, it was the largest transaction he had ever processed. Had he known Ning possessed such purchasing power, he would have lavished attention on him long ago. The 3 brothers beside Ning wore expressions of sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend the madness unfolding before them. 4 sets of Grand Slam? Do you have any idea how much that costs? They couldn't even pool their resources for a single set. Could it be that the inheritance the 3rd brother had received was greater than they had imagined? Yet even if it were, this was not the manner in which to spend such wealth. 3rd brother, have you lost your mind? Ho Xiefeng was the first to react, moving to stop Ning. But by then, Ning had already completed the transaction through the marketing staff's POS machine. He had truly paid. Ho Xiefeng was dumbfounded. Did Ning actually have that much money in his account? 3rd brother, you cannot do this. Even if your great-uncle's inheritance is substantial, should you not save it for future endeavors such as buying a house? With such reckless spending, no amount will suffice for your whims. The 2nd brother, Ding Zihui, expressed his irritation towards Ning, as he did not wish for Ning to squander money simply to engage in a rivalry with them. The 4th brother, Deng Zihao, more impatient than the rest, blocked the marketing staff, insisting that the drinks be returned. Ning smiled brightly, fully aware that his 3 brothers genuinely cared for him. Is it possible that my inheritance amounts to 9 figures? Ning's words rendered the 3 brothers speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. 9 figures? That would be in the hundreds of millions. Even a mere 100 million is an unimaginable fortune for the average person. Moreover, both 100 million and 900 million are 9-digit numbers. What makes you so certain that Ning currently possesses only 100 million? Lao San, are you jesting? Ho Xiefeng felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity, as this was simply outrageous. Only in films would one dare to portray such scenarios. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao wore expressions of disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. Ning shrugged nonchalantly and produced the key to his Koenigsegg, tossing it to Ho Xiefeng. A Koenigsegg, approximately 50 million, freshly acquired. Didn't even have the chance to mention it to you all. Ho Xiefeng instinctively caught the car key, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. This key did not appear counterfeit. A 50 million Koenigsegg? Could Lao San truly possess such a vehicle? To dare purchase a supercar worth 50 million surely indicated that Ning had inherited far more than just 100 million. It was quite possible he was aiming for 1 billion. Madness. Utterly insane. They could hardly imagine that one day their brother would be driving the supercars reserved for the elite. In light of the immense impact of the Koenigsegg, the 4 sets of Dazanjuan paled in comparison. A mere drop in the ocean. So what if he spent it? At this moment, a table of drinks had arrived at Ji Lu's side. A set of Dazanjuan once again elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. However, the furious expression Ji Lu had envisioned on Ho Xiefeng did not materialize. Instead, his arch-rival regarded him with a playful, mocking gaze, as though observing a jester. This left Ji Lu feeling quite unsettled, as his act of bravado fell flat, offering him no satisfaction whatsoever. Yet, before he could provoke a response, the venue erupted once more, even more sensational than before. This time, it was a genuine dragon dance. Just the 4 sets of Shenlong, comprising 12 bottles of top-tier champagne, required the assistance of 12 bartenders, not to mention the additional ambience crew needed. Thanks to the generosity of Su Xiao at booth 112, who spent 599,996 yuan to initiate 4 sets of Dazanjuan. 2 of the sets were gifts from Su Xiao to the 3 brothers at booth 105, wishing them all the best. The DJ on stage ignited the crowd with the most fervent announcements. The trio at booth 105 found themselves at a loss for words to express their surprise. The young master truly knows how to treat his friends. After gifting 1 set of frozen platinum Shenlong, the young master promptly returned the favor with 2 sets of Dazanjuan. It was akin to doubling their gift. Moreover, this was not merely a matter of money. It was about face. Just imagine. To receive 2 sets of Dazanjuan signifies that one holds far greater importance in another's eyes than the value of those sets. The 3 brothers felt immensely fortunate for having delivered drinks to Ning earlier. Now, the opportunity to befriend the young master felt like a stroke of good fortune from a past life. Not to mention, just look at the envious gazes directed their way. Was there anyone not filled with admiration? Meanwhile, Ji Lu was on the verge of madness. He had just ordered drinks when Ho Xiefeng followed suit. He had merely ordered 1 set of Dazanjuan, while Ho Xiefeng had ordered 4 sets outright, and even gifted 2 to others. This was nothing short of a merciless slap in the face, a blatant humiliation. A surge of rage coursed through him, distorting his features in fury. Unable to contain his anger any longer, He seized a bottle of Ace of Spades and smashed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces, before turning to leave. Tonight, he had been thoroughly trampled upon, unable to rise again. Why linger here to endure further humiliation and mockery? He did not possess such fortitude. Ji Li's companions hurriedly followed suit, leaving one behind to safeguard the remaining drinks. They hadn't even had the chance to enjoy them. They could not afford to waste them. Storing them for future occasions would still allow them to show off. Chapter 26. The meat is right at your mouth. Are you not going to eat? With the obnoxious barking dog gone, Su Ning and his companions could finally revel in unrestrained jubilation. Lao San, this is absolutely exhilarating. Do you understand? Watching that scoundrel Ji Lu slink away in disgrace feels akin to having a bucket of ice water poured over me on a sweltering day, refreshing me from head to toe. At this moment, the pulsating music had begun, and nearly everyone in the nightclub stood up to dance with abandon. Hua Xiefeng shouted excitedly into Su Ning's ear, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Su Ning, with his right arm draped over the eldest brother in silence, raised his left hand high, swaying it in rhythm with the DJ's gestures. No words were necessary. What is there to say between brothers? In the past, they lacked the means. Now that they possessed the ability, how could they allow their brothers to suffer indignity? After a while of revelry, Su Ning did not forget to approach booth 105 to converse with the three friends. Although there had been a minor unpleasantness during the designated driving process, today they had handled matters with clarity, and Su Ning naturally wished to extend his courtesy. Ning Xiao, let's be friends from now on. If there's anything, just let me know. They had mutually acknowledged one another, shared a few more drinks, and agreed to gather again when the opportunity arose before returning to their own booth. Due to Su Ning's lavish spending, many self-assured girls with striking looks seized the chance to offer toasts. If they could stay and enjoy together, that would be even better. Even if they could not, becoming familiar faces this time might lead to opportunities in the future. Meanwhile, the five girls felt both immensely fortunate yet on edge, casting wary glances at every girl who approached. Su Xiao, you are simply too handsome, utterly mesmerizing. One girl, Jingjing, snugly wrapped her arm around Su Ning's, pressing her ample bosom against him, her soft, rosy lips brushing against his ear as she whispered sweetly. Her demeanor was unabashedly forward, leaving little to the imagination. It was likely that if Su Ning suggested they head to the restroom, she would not refuse and would embrace the notion eagerly. However, despite Jingjing's undeniable beauty, Su Ning harbored no further intentions. Primarily, her eagerness emerged only after witnessing his extravagant ordering. Prior to that, she had maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor. Even if not entirely hypocritical, the stark contrast was unmistakable, and Su Ning understood her true desires. This was an entirely different concept from Ning Bing, who at most was merely attracted to his physique and had thought of him as merely a designated driver during their intimate moments. Reflecting on this, Su Ning felt a tinge of disinterest. It was a pleasure to meet you. Let us have fun together next time, he said with a calm smile to Jingjing, whose eyes widened in disbelief, her expression spiraling out of control. What did he mean? Fun together next time? What about tonight? She had been eagerly anticipating an enchanting evening with Su Ning, yet could not fathom hearing such words from him. The meat was right at her mouth. And he was not going to eat? Was he still a man? Meanwhile, the trio, each with a girl in tow, prepared to leave, were equally perplexed. None of them had girlfriends, and naturally, they felt no psychological burdens while hunting for beautiful women in the bar. Opportunities to indulge in such experiences were rare. Now, with the chance to explore the mysteries of the body with stunning girls, they wished they could instantly teleport to a hotel room. Yet, Su Ning had actually rejected Jingjing. What was going on? Did he find her lacking in beauty? Hua Xiefeng pondered thoughtfully, then discreetly pulled Su Ning aside, whispering, why not take action? If you find her lacking in beauty, perhaps we should exchange partners. The girl beside him, to be fair, was indeed more captivating than Jingjing. As the leader, he felt it was his duty to look after his brothers, willing to endure some personal sacrifice. Although Jingjing was not a top-tier beauty, she was still a charming young lady, radiating vivacity even in the dark. Listening to Hua Xiefeng's brazen comments, Su Ning could not help but twitch his lips. No need. Boss, you all enjoy yourselves. I have other matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot afford to be too fatigued. He could only offer such an excuse. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by his brothers for being overly sentimental. Upon hearing this, the trio understood, as Su Ning had changed significantly since inheriting his fortune, likely burdened with various responsibilities. Then rest well. We shall have our fun next time. Ding Zihui clapped Su Ning on the shoulder before whisking the girl away toward the hotel. Hua Xiefeng and Deng Zihao followed suit, after exchanging pleasantries. Heading to the hotel as well, the three pairs departed, leaving Jingjing alone, stunned. Little did she know, she would spend the night in solitude. If she were unaware that Su Ning found her unattractive at this moment, it would indeed be a sign of naivety. However, She felt no resentment, only unbridled excitement. For Su Ning had summoned a chauffeur to drive the exquisite Koenigsegg, ensuring she returned to school safely. After all, even if Su Ning was not smitten with her, he could not simply abandon her. A gentleman's decorum must prevail, given that the Koenigsegg had only 2 seats. Su Ning had the chauffeur drop Jingjing off first before returning for himself. For Jingjing, the prospect of courting the wealthy heir had become irrelevant. She possessed the self-awareness to recognize this. What mattered was that she was fortunate enough to ride in a Koenigsegg. Throughout the journey, she posed in the passenger seat for photographs, and even after alighting, she surrounded the luxurious vehicle, capturing countless images. This would surely become a source of pride for her throughout her life. The chauffeur, patiently waiting, could only bide his time until this young lady had satisfied her photographic whims before accelerating off to retrieve Su Ning. Upon returning to the empty dormitory, Su Ning quickly washed up and collapsed into bed. When he awoke again, it was nearly noon. At this hour, his 3 brothers had yet to return, which was entirely expected. After all, such an opportunity was rare, and they were bound to revel in the night's debauchery. Not to mention, even if they were awake, they likely engaged in some morning exercise. After getting up, preparing himself, and enjoying lunch in the cafeteria, Su Ning seized the opportunity to continue working on his graduation project. It was not until just before dinner that his 3 brothers finally sauntered back. All 3 appeared utterly drained, as if they had been drained of their vitality. Su Ning could not help but chuckle. How many rounds did you all go through? Shall I fetch you some goji berries to brew? I fear you might expire from overexertion. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, then pounced on Su Ning, pinning him to the chair and subjecting him to a merciless onslaught. The dormitory, and even the hallway, echoed with his cries for mercy. After enough of the ruckus, Hu Xiefeng stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette, expressing a hint of regret and lingering desire. Had I known you possessed such prowess, we could have elevated our game last night. He spoke truthfully. Had they ordered the ice-frozen platinum dragon set and the grand 3 treasures from the outset, those girls would have hardly piqued their interest. In fact, they could have chosen from nearly every girl in the bar. Quickly, take me to find a lady. Indeed, Ding Zihui chimed in, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Based on their expenditures from last night, they could have attracted far more sophisticated companions. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten how he had called someone sweetie in the hotel last night. Men truly are oblivious fools. Su Ning shrugged, weariness etched on his face. From the start, I insisted on ordering drinks. Who was it that stopped me? The trio blinked, recalling the events, and indeed, it was as he said. Upon entering the bar, Su Ning had declared he would take charge, only for Hu Xiefeng to firmly assert that Su Ning would handle it next time. When it came time for the second round, Ding Zihui and Deng Ziheo had blocked Su Ning, having pooled their money to order drinks. So it turns out this is all our fault? In an instant, the 3 felt a pang of regret, unable to suppress their sighs. Su Ning, observing their dismayed expressions, burst into laughter, seemingly carefree. Yet, his exuberance led to him being pinned back down into the chair by the trio, filling the dormitory with a lively atmosphere. Around 7 in the evening, Su Ning arrived at Li's private kitchen, ready to continue his chauffeuring experience. Upon reaching the cashier, he discovered not only Master Wang was present, but also another individual. Inquiring revealed that this was a newly appointed chauffeur named Jiang, a man in his 40s, replacing Master Li. Following the usual protocol, Su Ning was now allowed to take orders as the second person, with Master Jiang last in line. While waiting for assignments, Su Ning chatted with Master Jiang and learned that he had been taking orders through a driving service platform. The reason for his departure from that platform was evidently dissatisfaction with their high commission rates and unfriendly policies toward drivers. Listening to Jiang's indignant recounting of the platform's dark side, Su Ning refrained from revealing that he had just registered with the DD platform the previous day. As customers began arriving for rides, Master Wang soon left, and it was quickly Su Ning's turn. His first assignment, as usual, went smoothly, so effortlessly that Su Ning wished every ride could be this simple. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 100 yuan. With a 10,000-fold bonus of 1 million yuan. What bliss! Who can truly understand the joy of earning money? Just as he returned to the restaurant, another order came in. Observing the customer, who stumbled with every step, his gaze unfocused, Su Ning felt a sense of resignation. He realized this ride would not proceed as smoothly. Sure enough, just as he helped the nearly incapacitated customer into the vehicle, the individual began to stir in the back seat, exhibiting signs of drunken revelry. I'm not going home. I refuse to go home. I want to find a lady. Take me to find a lady. Su Ning was startled, nearly believing the customer had come back to life. Initially, he misheard, thinking the customer wanted him to contact Miss Zhao, but as he listened further, he grasped the customer's true intentions. His lips twitched uncontrollably, reaching a level of sheer exasperation. Was this a case of alcohol revealing one's true nature? What a deeply ingrained obsession, that inebriation transformed the quest for companionship into the singular desire. The irony was that in his current state of utter drunkenness, finding a lady would likely yield no fruitful outcome. Ning decided to ignore him and continued driving toward the destination. He was curious to know whether, when the car owner's wife arrived to pick him up, the owner would still have the audacity to seek out a prostitute. Fortunately, while the car owner was indeed intoxicated, he merely expressed his intentions verbally. If he were to take any action that could affect Ning, that would certainly spell trouble. Upon reaching their destination, Ning opened the rear door for the car owner. "Sir, we have arrived at your destination. I hope to serve you again in the future. Wishing you a pleasant day." As he recited the polite phrases marking the conclusion of the driving service, he prepared to assist the car owner. He felt a twinge of concern. With the owner in such a drunken state, would he still be able to collect the driving fee? However, he soon realized that his worries were well-founded. "I'm not getting out. I refuse to leave the car. I want to find a prostitute. I absolutely must find a prostitute." The car owner shoved Ning's hand away as he loudly protested. Ning felt a surge of frustration, his forehead beaded with sweat. Indeed, making money in this world was no easy feat, not even when it came to earning through driving services. Encountering such eccentricities was truly exhausting. "Sir, I have no idea where to find a prostitute. Moreover, seeking out a prostitute is illegal. If I were to take you to one, wouldn't that make me an accomplice?" Ning attempted to persuade the car owner to return home for a proper rest, but it soon proved to be a futile endeavor. You can never awaken someone who is pretending to be asleep, nor can you reason with a drunkard. The prostitute is waiting for you at home. You should hurry back. In desperation, Ning resorted to deception. Yet, although the car owner was indeed intoxicated and his consciousness hazy, at that moment, he seemed remarkably lucid. "Nonsense. There's no prostitute at home. Only a ferocious mother-in-law. Hurry up and take me to find a prostitute." Ning's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. "Are you jesting with me?" Faced with such a car owner, he was genuinely speechless. He could forcibly escort him home, given that the owner was too inebriated to resist. However, the crux of the matter was that he had no idea which building or unit the owner resided in. He couldn't just abandon him here. Compounding the issue was the fact that he had yet to receive his driving fee. In utter exasperation, Ning decided to seek the assistance of the police. "Just sit tight. I'll take you to find a prostitute right now." As he spoke, Ning re-entered the vehicle and started the engine. Upon hearing that they were heading to find a prostitute, the car owner fell silent and slumped back in the rear seat. Ning drove straight to the nearest police station. "If you're so eager to find a prostitute, then let us go to the police station." Upon entering the police station's courtyard, he discovered Officer Wong on duty that night. Having a familiar face made communication considerably easier. "Officer Wong, this is my client from the driving service. He is excessively intoxicated, and I have no idea where he lives, so I can't take him home. The issue is that he keeps shouting about wanting to find a prostitute." At this point, as if to fully cooperate, the car owner once again began to yell from the back seat. "Hurry up. You promised to take me to find a prostitute. Why haven't we arrived yet?" Officer Wong, having served as a police officer for many years, must have found this to be a unique occurrence. Someone crying out for a prostitute in a police station. Chapter 28. Earn 100 million by picking up the child. Officer Wong said little, simply instructing Ning to assist in bringing the car owner to the inquiry room. If it were merely a case of drunkenness, they could have placed him in the reception room to sleep it off. However, given this car owner's brazen demand for a prostitute, he likely had a criminal record, warranting a more thorough examination in the inquiry room. Naturally, the car was left at the police station. Yet, Ning did not forget about his driving fee. 100 yuan may seem trivial, but after the system's rewards, it could amount to 10 million. "Officer Wong, could you please assist me in collecting my driving fee?" Ning smiled at Officer Wong, understanding the challenges Ning faced. Officer Wong nodded. Working late into the night to earn a few meager coins, it would indeed be a significant loss if this trip were in vain. Of course, he had no inkling that Ning was actually aiming for 10 million, not just 100. This particular job had consumed a considerable amount of time. After exiting the police station, Ning hurriedly took a taxi back to the hotel. With a sense of urgency, he finally received a third job. This time, the client was a family, a husband and wife in their early 30s, accompanied by a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old. A child. Ning couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Surely, this wouldn't lead to more complications? Compared to a drunken car owner, a child was likely an even more unpredictable group to manage. Nonetheless, despite his apprehensions, he couldn't refuse the job. After all, it was illogical to forego earning money. "Hello, I am here to serve you." After greeting them with standard formalities, Ning conducted a visual inspection of the vehicle. He had initially overlooked this step until he registered for the DD driving service yesterday, as it was a requirement. It made perfect sense. After all, in a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of creatures. It is challenging to guarantee that no one harbors ill intentions, entrusting you with a vehicle that already bears scratches, only for them to blame you for the damages later, demanding compensation. One should never harbor a false sense of security. If you avoid accidents, that is fortunate. But if you encounter one, you'll be the one left in a predicament. Some matters are exceedingly difficult to clarify. Thus, Ning no longer neglected this task and diligently performed it before getting into the vehicle. This family-esque car was quite nice, a BMW 5 Series, akin to that of his older brother, Huasiefeng. On the road, Ning felt a bit on edge, unable to focus entirely on driving. While he knew this was inappropriate, he needed to keep part of his attention on the potential eccentricities that might arise at any moment. However, to his surprise, midway through the journey, everything remained calm. The couple did not appear to be intoxicated, and the little boy, likely tired, had already fallen asleep against his mother. If only they could continue in this manner until they reached their destination. Just as Ning was praying for smooth sailing, the child's mother suddenly spoke up. "You're leaving on a business trip tomorrow morning. What are we going to do about the child?" The father sighed and shook his head, seemingly at a loss. "I mentioned to my boss today that I might need to come in later, but the project is at a critical stage. I simply can't be absent." The couple then racked their brains, trying to devise various solutions, only to find that each suggestion ultimately proved unfeasible. Ning listened attentively and grasped the gist of the situation. Both parents were not from the capital and lacked any relatives to help care for the child. Coincidentally, the mother was set to leave for a week-long business trip, while the father was tied to a project at work that required his presence. Thus, the logistics of picking up and dropping off the child from kindergarten became a pressing issue. This was perhaps the plight of those from out of town trying to make a life in a bustling metropolis. Life in Chang'an is indeed expensive. It's not easy to find a place to live. However, while he empathized with their predicament, Ning felt powerless to assist. So he continued to focus intently on driving. Why not hire a temporary nanny to handle the school runs every day? The father suggested at that moment. The child's mother shook her head and sighed, saying, "Such short-term tasks are not something the housekeeping service will undertake. Even if they were willing, I still feel a bit uneasy, considering the numerous instances of caregivers mistreating the elderly and children." Following this, the two of them exchanged sighs. At that moment, the child's mother inadvertently cast her gaze upon Ning, who was focused on driving, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. She nudged her husband beside her and discreetly pointed at Ning in the driver's seat, exchanging meaningful glances. As expected, the couple shared a silent understanding. The child's father instantly grasped his wife's implication. They could find a driver to assist with this task. This driver exhibited a steady hand on the wheel, indicating a reliable and earnest character. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he was at an age untouched by the corrupting influences of society, likely possessing a bright and optimistic disposition. Moreover, this driver was not one of those roving individuals, but rather an employee at Lee's private kitchen, which lent a certain credibility to him. He seemed to be the perfect candidate. With this thought in mind, the child's father initiated the conversation. "My friend, may I ask your surname?" Ning did not turn around, but responded with a smile. "My humble surname is Su." The child's father continued. "You appear to be in your early 20s. What led you to consider working as a driver?" Ning, still focused on the road, casually replied. "My family was not well off before, so I took on driving as a means of earning while studying. However, since I am nearing graduation from university, I probably won't be able to do this for much longer." The couple's faces brightened upon learning that Ning was a university student. A university student. Pure and somewhat naive, he was undoubtedly trustworthy. After gathering his thoughts, the child's father spoke again. "My friend, I would like to discuss something with you. My wife will be on a business trip next week, and my work schedule is quite tight, making it inconvenient for me to pick up and drop off her child. I was wondering if you could assist us with that. Rest assured, we will not disrupt your work or studies, and we will compensate you fairly. We need you for 5 days a week, morning and evening, and we can offer you 1,000 yuan. What do you think?" Ning was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this couple, in their desperation, had turned their attention to him. Taking care of their child would essentially mean he was stepping into the role of a stay-at-home dad ahead of time. Moreover, did they really trust a stranger so readily? However, Ning was quite empathetic to their predicament, and the remuneration was substantial. He had just inquired within the system. And although this payment did not strictly classify as a driving fee, it was still related to driving work, so the system would reward him with a 10,000-fold multiplier. After the reward, it would amount to a staggering 100 million. Just by picking up and dropping off a child for a week, he could earn a fortune. Only a fool would refuse. "Since you trust me, I will assist you with your child next week," Ning said with a smile, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing Ning's affirmation, the couple was overjoyed and elaborated further on the situation. The little boy's name was Xiao Dong, and he attended kindergarten. As Xiaodong's father had to leave home by 6 each morning, Su Ning would need to arrive at their home before that time. After Xiaodong woke up, he would supervise him as he washed up and dressed himself, tasks that Xiaodong was perfectly capable of managing on his own. Then, he would allow Xiaodong to play for a while before taking him to kindergarten at 7:30. In the evening, he would pick up the child at 4 and keep him entertained in the neighborhood until his father returned around 6. The time required was slightly more than Su Ning had anticipated, but still within an acceptable range that would not interfere with his driving work. Additionally, Xiaodong was quite obedient and not particularly mischievous, which was another reason Su Ning agreed. If the child had been unruly and unpleasant, Su Ning would have never consented. With the arrangements settled, Su Ning drove the family to their destination and accompanied them upstairs to familiarize himself with their home. Xiaodong took a liking to the handsome older brother. "Brother, will you sleep with me tonight?" Xiaodong tugged at his arm, his little face brimming with expectation. Xiaodong's mother coaxed him. "Aren't you supposed to sleep with me tonight?" After pondering her words, Xiaodong boldly suggested, "Then, Mommy, you can sleep with me and brother." Instantly, the 3 adults present felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. The innocent and unfiltered words of a child can be quite unpredictable. "See you tomorrow, Xiaodong." Su Ning hurriedly took his leave, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to more unexpected remarks. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 600 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 60 million yuan. The driving fee was 100 yuan, with an additional 500 yuan being half of the couple's payment to Su Ning, and the remaining 500 yuan to be paid a week later. 60 million. This was undoubtedly the largest sum Su Ning had ever made. Though he had previously earned 600 yuan from overtaking, after deducting 10 yuan for the restaurant share, his net gain was only 59 million. Gazing at the figure of over 180 million in his bank account, Su Ning felt that he was tantalizingly close to acquiring his dream mansion. Keep going. Strive harder. In that moment, Su Ning was filled with motivation. Noticing that it was still early, Su Ning decided to return to Li's private kitchen to pick up another order. However, just as he exited Xiaodong's neighborhood, his phone abruptly rang. "Mr. Su, has your driving session concluded? The restaurant is about to close. And I've checked with the remaining tables. No one needs a driver. You need not rush back to the restaurant." Upon answering, Manager Lu reported respectfully. Su Ning couldn't help but nod, appreciating Manager Lu's meticulousness. It was considerate of him to inquire whether any guests required a driver, allowing the boss to return home for some rest if not needed. A true talent. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Su Ning smiled, offering praise. After hanging up, Su Ning did not head directly back to his dormitory, but instead opened the driver app for Didi Chuxing on his phone. He had long wished to try accepting orders through the driving platform, as this was a crucial avenue for expanding his income. Once online, he began waiting for the system to assign him driving orders, akin to waiting at the restaurant's cashier for someone to call for a driver, requiring a measure of patience. However, whether due to the abundance of drivers on the platform or a shortage of nearby driving requests, Su Ning waited for nearly 20 minutes without receiving any orders. The competition was fierce. Su Ning couldn't help but lament. Relying solely on this for a living would indeed be quite challenging. Rather than continue waiting idly, Su Ning decided to take a taxi back to Li's private kitchen, where his Koenigsegg was still parked. Yet, after driving for a while, the platform suddenly dispatched an order. Su Ning swiftly swiped right to accept it, feeling a rush of excitement. After all, it was his first order, no small feat. Reviewing the details of the driving request, he found himself grinning. To his surprise, the starting point was located not far from Li's private kitchen, where several fine restaurants were situated, naturally generating a demand for drivers. At that moment, the starting point was less than 3 kilometers away, perfectly within the typical range for driving assignments. 3 minutes later, the taxi sped to the destination. After paying the fare and stepping out, Su Ning made his way toward a restaurant called Huihua Lu. Upon arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, Su Ning noticed an individual present, prompting him to inform the driver of his arrival. "Hello, are you the one who requested the chauffeur service?" Su Ning inquired with a smile directed at the 2 individuals. The man glanced at Su Ning, shook his head, and replied, "No." Su Ning expressed his apologies and surveyed the surroundings, but found no one else in sight. He moved slightly away from the entrance and dialed the number of the car owner who had booked the ride through the platform. "Hello, this is your driver, Xiao Su. I have arrived at your designated starting point. Would you like to commence your journey immediately, or should I wait here?" Su Ning inquired in a professional tone, assuming the car owner was still inside the restaurant enjoying a drink. However, the voice on the other end was filled with confusion. "I'm right here at the restaurant entrance, but I don't see you." Su Ning looked back at the entrance, and aside from the individual he had just spoken to, there were no others. To his astonishment, he noticed that the man was on the phone. "Are you wearing jeans and a dark blue jacket?" Su Ning asked, referring to his attire. "Yes, do you see me?" But I can't see you, came the bewildered response. Ning was left speechless, feeling an aversion to continue the conversation. It seemed he was perpetually encountering such peculiar situations. I clearly asked if you had called for the chauffeur service, and you said no. Were you jesting with me? He pondered the possibility that perhaps the man had simply misheard. Ning could only console himself with this thought. Approaching the entrance once more, he waved at the man. Hello, I'm delighted to assist you. Ning maintained his smile. Yet, the individual regarded him with a peculiar expression, his face seemingly filled with question marks. Then, he uttered something utterly perplexing. Where's your car? Ning raised an eyebrow, squinting in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. Wasn't that a question he should be asking? Sir, where's your car? Ning took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. The man appeared momentarily bewildered. Failing to respond, Ning found himself equally perplexed, wondering about the man's apparent lack of intellect. They exchanged glances, a palpable air of confusion and awkwardness enveloping them. After a prolonged silence, the man finally exclaimed in disbelief, I called for a DD. You're not driving, so are you planning to carry me? Ning was utterly taken aback. You called for a DD? Typically, when someone mentioned calling for DD, it implied they had requested a ride-hailing service rather than a chauffeur. As the two services differed vastly in scale, did you request a DD Express? Ning's tone retained a hint of hope. Perhaps the car owner was merely a playful individual. However, the man's assertive reply shattered any lingering fantasy. What else would it be? Ning inhaled deeply, attempting to remain calm. Sir, please check your order. Did you request a DD ride-hailing service or a DD chauffeur? The man paused, his face reflecting shock and disbelief. Muttering to himself about how it was impossible he could have made a mistake, he opened the app on his phone. In the next moment, he stood frozen in place. And when he finally lifted his gaze, his expression was visibly awkward. I think I made a mistake. I should have requested DD Express. How did I end up with DD Chauffeur? What now? Brother, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. Acknowledging his error, the man repeatedly apologized to Ning. Ning sighed in resignation, bemused by the situation. Was this truly how his very first order on the DD Chauffeur platform would unfold? He had no doubt that this was a manifestation of the system's whimsical influence. Otherwise, how could he consistently encounter such eccentricities? According to the platform's regulations, if a driver arrived at a designated location and waited for over 10 minutes before the order was canceled, they could charge a cancellation fee of 1 yuan per minute for the excess time. If the waiting period was less than 10 minutes, no cancellation fee would be applicable. As it stood, it had not yet been 10 minutes since Ning had arrived, meaning he had effectively worked for free, receiving no compensation whatsoever. This was perhaps a clear testament to the platform's preference for users, treating drivers as mere commodities. With no other option, he resigned himself to his misfortune. Brother, I'm truly sorry for delaying your plans. Would you like me to offer you some compensation? The man genuinely felt remorseful, realizing that the chauffeur relied on such nighttime work to support his family and felt compelled to make amends. No need. You can simply cancel the order. Ning smiled and waved his hand, acknowledging that, regardless of the fairness of the platform's policies, adherence was necessary. Otherwise, if the car owner were to file a complaint later, he would find himself in a troublesome predicament. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden epiphany struck him. The car owner might not have a vehicle, but he did. Why not drive his own car to take the man home? This brilliant idea made Ning want to applaud himself. Turning back with a smile, he said to the man, My car is nearby. How about I drive you home? The man was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. A chauffeur driving his own car to take him home? What was going on? Ning recognized the man's drunken state had dulled his faculties, so he smiled and explained, Just think of it as calling for a chauffeur. You can simply pay me the chauffeur fee, and you'll save on fuel. The man contemplated Ning's words and realized there was indeed merit in his reasoning. What was the harm? His objective was simply to return home, and with a quick calculation, he discerned that it wouldn't cost much more. In the capital, the starting fare for a taxi was 13 yuan, with a distance charge of 3 yuan. After 11 p.m., there was an additional fee of 20 yuan. The journey from the restaurant to his home was approximately 8 kilometers, typically costing around 25 yuan and 30 yuan at night. The chauffeur service's starting fare for 8 kilometers was 35 yuan, which was merely an additional 5 yuan. He had intended to compensate the driver anyway. So this extra charge seemed trivial. All right, go get your car. I'll wait here, the man said with a smile. Seeing him so agreeable, Ning wasted no time and hurried to the nearby parking lot of Li Ji Private Kitchen to retrieve his Koenigsegg. The engine roared to life like a beast, and he quickly drove it back to the man. At that moment, the man was unaware that this stunning supercar belonged to the very chauffeur he had just spoken to. He merely found the car extraordinarily impressive. His eyes were glued to the vehicle, as if he could not tear himself away. This was a Koenigsegg 1. Only 6 units exist globally. He had only ever seen one through a screen and never imagined he would witness one on the streets of the capital. A wealthy young man's ride. He fantasized about owning such a magnificent supercar himself, or at the very least, having the opportunity to drive or ride in one. Just at that moment, the door of the supercar swung open, and Su Ning stepped out from the driver's seat. "Sir, please get in," Su Ning said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. The man was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, struggling to catch his breath as his face flushed a deep crimson. Within him, emotions surged like a tempest, a volcanic eruption of astonishment. How could this be? Surely this was a fabrication? How could a chauffeur possibly drive a Koenigsegg? The absurdity of it was akin to an Arabian prince begging on the streets, utterly preposterous. Yet, the car stood before him, and despite his incredulity, he had no choice but to accept this outrageous reality. Dazed and bewildered, he climbed into the vehicle, touching the seats, the door, and even the seemingly unremarkable yet undoubtedly expensive interior, an overwhelming sense of surrealism washing over him. Could it be true that he was actually seated in a supercar worth 50 million? If he were to recount this extraordinary experience to his colleagues tomorrow, they would undoubtedly think him intoxicated and delusional. Alas, he would not have the opportunity to take the wheel himself. In truth, Su Ning would have been quite willing to let him drive under normal circumstances, but given that he had been drinking, it was best left alone. Soon, propelled by the unparalleled acceleration of the supercar, they arrived at the man's destination. Su Ning swiped right on the order interface, concluding the trip. Simultaneously, the man's phone showed the trip was also ending, leading him to the payment screen. 35 yuan, neither more nor less, precisely the base fare. The man, still in a daze, completed the payment and stepped out of the car, his mind still reeling. "This trip has concluded. Please ensure you take all your belongings and proceed with care. We hope to serve you again," Su Ning politely addressed the customer as he exited the vehicle. Typically, a chauffeur need not remind passengers to gather their belongings, as the car usually belonged to the owner. Who would have anticipated that he would receive a ride-hailing order today? "Goodbye. I'll be sure to request your service again." The customer waved, his expression still reflecting shock. Su Ning started the car and drove off, leaving the customer standing in place, his gaze distant and contemplative. Chapter 31. The Innocence of Childhood. Su Ning drove straight back to the parking lot of Li's private kitchen, where the chauffeurs were notably bold. Glancing at his earnings from earlier, the customer had paid 35 yuan, yet Su Ning only received 25.14. A hefty cut. It was disheartening to realize that from a mere 35 yuan fare, nearly 10 yuan had been siphoned off. This realization left Su Ning feeling breathless with disappointment. Congratulations to the host for diligently earning 2,514 yuan, with a reward multiplier of 100,000, bringing the total to 2,514,000 yuan. This income barely reached half of what he would typically earn as a resident chauffeur running local errands for Li's private kitchen. The disparity left Su Ning feeling somewhat helpless. However, given the time, he had little choice but to accept orders from the ride-hailing platform. Checking the clock, it was already midnight, and after a lengthy wait, it seemed the platform had no intention of dispatching further orders. Su Ning decided to book a hotel room for the night rather than return to the dormitory. He needed to rise early in the morning to take Dong Dong to kindergarten. Once in his room, lying on the bed, Su Ning reflected on the day's earnings. The first trip as a resident chauffeur had netted him 10 million. The second should also yield 10 million, though the car owner had been taken to the police station, leaving uncertainty about the payment. The third trip, including tips, had already brought in 60 million. The single ride-hailing trip yielded 25.14. Altogether, he had amassed a total of 72,514 million. At that moment, his bank balance exceeded 183 million. The villa he had set his sights on near the Summer Palace was unlikely to exceed 300 million. Moreover, purchasing a villa would likely not be a single transaction, allowing him to first survey the property to ensure it met his expectations. Given his rate of income, he might very well be able to afford the full price within a week. Thus, after dropping Dong Dong off at kindergarten the following morning, he planned to visit real estate agents for viewings. Content, he drifted into a blissful sleep, dreaming of his lavish villa. At 5:30 a.m., the alarm clock rudely awakened him. Groggy, he rose, splashed cold water on his face, and felt somewhat rejuvenated. After a quick tidy-up, he set off for Dong Dong's home. As Dong Dong's father needed to leave by 6. "Dong Dong, I'm here." Su Ning knocked on the door, greeted by Dong Dong himself. "Brother, come in quickly. My dad's in the bathroom. And it smells terrible," Dong Dong exclaimed with youthful exuberance, displaying no shyness whatsoever. Su Ning's mouth twitched. Some things didn't need to be articulated so bluntly. Yet, children are invariably candid, devoid of any reservations. One could easily imagine Dong Dong sharing his parents' secrets at kindergarten. Just picture it. Today, as Dong Dong uses the restroom at school. If a teacher jokingly remarks on the odor, would Dongdong retort, "What's that? My dad's is the real stinker." And then envision the look on Dongdong's father's face when he arrives at kindergarten later that day. As Dongdong busied himself with building blocks, Su Ning sat nearby, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Before long, Dongdong's father emerged from the bathroom, smiling as he greeted Su Ning. "You're here quite early, Xiao Su. I need to leave now. I'll be relying on you to take him to kindergarten shortly." With that, he hurriedly donned his shoes and exited the house. Truly a working-class drone, he mused. Thankfully, the kindergarten provided 3 meals a day. If they had to prepare breakfast for Dongdong, both parents might have gone mad. For over an hour, Su Ning played with Dongdong, who delighted in sharing secrets about their family, such as where his father hid money, how his dad sometimes secretly watched dance videos of pretty older sisters on his phone, and how his parents occasionally argued at night while he was asleep, with his father causing his mother to scream in distress. Su Ning quickly covered Dongdong's mouth, suppressing a chuckle. Such matters were best left unsaid. Sensing the time was nearing, Su Ning took Dongdong, now dressed, out the door. Although the kindergarten was less than 2 kilometers away and could be walked, Su Ning opted to drive, as he had to meet with a real estate agent afterward. When Dongdong spotted Su Ning's flashy supercar, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, what a cool car. It's just like my toy. Brother, your car is so beautiful." Although Dongdong might not comprehend the car's value, he certainly recognized its aesthetic appeal. Su Ning laughed heartily, opening the door and lifting Dongdong into the passenger seat. Fastening his seatbelt, "Off we go." Dongdong cheered, as if he were aboard a spaceship rather than an automobile. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the myriad of peculiar experiences he'd encountered as a chauffeur recently, his spirits were inexplicably lifted. Indeed, it is true that children possess an innate ability to heal the soul. Upon arriving at the entrance of the kindergarten, it was the peak hour for dropping off kids. Parents gazed in awe at the striking and attention-grabbing Koenigsegg, their eyes widening in disbelief, unable to divert their gaze from the supercar. Even the teachers stationed at the entrance, awaiting the little ones, nearly forgot their purpose. As the scissor doors opened, amidst the collective gasps and envious glances, Su Ning emerged from the vehicle, holding Dongdong's hand. "Dongdong behaves well at kindergarten. Your brother will pick you up tonight," Su Ning said, crouching down to gently stroke Dongdong's hair with a smile. Unexpectedly, upon spotting his class teacher, Dongdong's eyes twinkled mischievously, and he whispered, "Brother Su Ning, do you have a girlfriend? If not, what do you think about Ms. Lu being your girlfriend?" I overheard Ms. Wang say to Ms. Lu, "With such a bosom, your boyfriend must be the happiest man alive. Although I don't quite understand. I hope you find happiness." Su Ning was taken aback by Dongdong's audacious remarks, nearly choking on his own saliva and coughing a few times to regain composure. He was utterly at a loss for words, unable to articulate a response. "Thank you for thinking of me." However, this was not the most embarrassing moment. The peak of awkwardness arrived when Ms. Lu approached to welcome Dongdong, overhearing his previous comments. Her lovely face flushed crimson, even her fair neck taking on a rosy hue. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, she would have been tempted to give Dongdong a few playful taps on the head. This mischievous child. How could he speak so freely? It was utterly mortifying. She wished desperately to find a hole to hide in. Feeling so awkward, she could have scratched her toes into the ground. Yet, gazing at Su Ning's dashing demeanor, coupled with the supercar that could ensnare the hearts of countless women, Ms. Lu felt a strange gratitude towards Dongdong. "Thank you for this delightful suggestion about your teacher." Chapter 32. The Desire for Richard Mill. Excuse me, teacher, I apologize for this child's nonsense. Although not Dongdong's parent at this moment, claiming to be his temporary guardian was entirely reasonable, so Su Ning hastily apologized to the teacher. However, he had to admit, Dongdong was not lying. The beautiful teacher before him indeed possessed a remarkable figure, her ample bosom drawing the eye irresistibly. One could hardly imagine how many fathers lingered outside the fence during morning exercises at the kindergarten. Whether they were there to observe their own children was a matter of personal interpretation. "It's quite all right," Ms. Lu replied, her face still flushed, instinctively tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Are you Dongdong's brother?" Su Ning shook his head, explaining, "Dongdong's parents are occupied this week and cannot pick him up, so I'm helping out temporarily." He then waved to Dongdong, reminding him to behave at kindergarten and that his brother would come to fetch him in the evening. Afterward, he departed amidst the envious stares of onlookers, driving away. As he navigated the morning traffic, Su Ning found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. With Dongdong's unabashedly candid nature, he could only imagine the humorous predicaments that awaited him with daily pickups. Given the peak hour, even with the supercar's exceptional performance, he could only meander along with the flow of traffic, which was quite vexing. Opting to find a parking lot to rest until the rush subsided, he received an unexpected call from his dorm mate, Ding Zihui. "Bro, come back for drinks at noon." There was no inquiry about Su Ning's availability, but rather a straightforward notification. This prompted Su Ning to suspect that something significant had transpired. If they had simply asked whether he could return, it would likely indicate a mere craving for drinks. However, such directness suggested that there was indeed a matter of importance at hand. "All right, I understand," Su Ning replied, refraining from further questions. There was no need for inquiry. He would learn everything during their midday gathering. Plans had changed. Initially, he intended to view apartments through an agent. But with the midday drinks now scheduled, time would likely be insufficient. Fortunately, he had not made an appointment with the agent. Otherwise, he would have had to cancel. Nevertheless, he could not squander the morning hours, so he decided to purchase a watch. Su Ning had always had a penchant for watches, but financial constraints had rendered them mere objects of admiration, akin to luxury cars, something to gaze upon rather than possess. However, with the newly acquired and extravagant cash system, affording a watch posed no challenge. Even the illustrious Patek Philippe, while coveted, could merely be a matter of a chauffeur's bill. However, Su Ning's preference was not for Patek Philippe, but rather the Richard Mille timepieces he had long admired. Despite the brand's relatively brief existence of just over 20 years, its skyrocketing value had established Richard Mille as a pinnacle of luxury watchmaking, renowned as the ticket into the elite world of billionaires. Even the most basic models commanded prices in the hundreds of thousands, truly toys for the affluent. The brand's resale value was remarkable. With numerous models being nearly impossible to acquire, money alone would not suffice. Among the models, Su Ning was particularly fond of the RM-2704. This exquisite watch was designed to commemorate the 10th anniversary of its collaboration with Spanish tennis legend Rafael Nadal, with only 50 pieces made globally. Nadal wore this watch during matches without fail. Of course, the price was equally stunning, with an official price tag of $9.25 million, nearing the $10 million mark. Additionally, Su Ning adored the RM-5601 with its sapphire crystal. The case of this watch was entirely crafted from clear, transparent sapphire, revealing all its intricate internal mechanisms. With only 5 pieces released worldwide, it was said that East Coast rap mogul Jay-Z owned one. The price was even more staggering, reaching an official price of $25 million. Of course, those unfamiliar with high-end timepieces might mistake it for a cheap plastic watch. Once the morning rush had somewhat subsided, Su Ning drove directly to the Intai Center, having discovered it housed a flagship store for Richard Mille. "Welcome, esteemed guest, to the Richard Mille flagship store. Do you have an appointment?" Upon entering the store, a beautiful sales associate clad in a tailored suit greeted him. One could not help but marvel at the caliber of service. Indeed, it was a hallmark of a top-tier luxury brand, with sales associates resembling supermodels. A whimsical thought crossed his mind. Perhaps those who failed to secure a position at Richard Mille turned to modeling. Of course, it was just a jest. Yet one could not deny the astonishing quality of Richard Mille's staff. "I do not have an appointment," Su Ning replied nonchalantly, slightly furrowing his brow. Is entry prohibited without an appointment? It was his first time entering such a luxury store, and he was unaware of the established protocols. However, if entry were restricted to those with appointments, it would seem they were driving potential customers away. Moreover, to suggest that true billionaires must schedule appointments to enter was utterly ludicrous. The sales associate, exuding warmth, replied, "Not at all. If you had an appointment, we would have prepared for your arrival, that is all." Su Ning was uncertain whether this explanation held any truth, but it mattered little to him. So he nodded and followed the sales associate to a nearby reception area. Although there were various series on display, shopping here would not resemble a casual stroll through a mall. You merely need to take a seat in the reception area and express your desires, and the sales associate will promptly present you with watches that meet your specifications. Such is the essence of sophistication. Esteemed guest, I am your dedicated sales consultant, Jingjing. Today, I shall be at your service throughout your visit, and I sincerely hope to provide you with a gratifying shopping experience. May I inquire how you would prefer to be addressed? The female sales associate, seated comfortably on a single sofa nearby, smiled warmly at Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Another Jingjing? Are there so many Jingjings these days? Just a couple of days prior, he had declined an invitation from a girl named Jingjing at a bar. Yet, this Jingjing before him seemed even more captivating than the last. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that he was not here for flirtation, as this was not a bar, and he had matters of importance to attend to. "I am Su Ning," he replied, his tone unassuming. "Would you prefer hand-brewed coffee or red tea?" The sales associate inquired, maintaining her professional smile. This too is part of the elegance. For the majority of the time, customers occupy the reception area and one must offer refreshments. Su Ning gently shook his head, indicating he did not require anything. However, despite his refusal, the female sales associate quickly arranged for a bottle of Evian mineral water and a plate of exquisite pastries to be brought forth. I have matters to attend to shortly. Let us forego these formalities, Ning remarked nonchalantly. The sales associate's smile remained unchanged, but inwardly, she felt a surge of delight. As a consultant for a luxury brand, she had honed her ability to gauge customers, and her intuition was remarkably keen. Despite Ning's modest attire, lacking any prominent luxury labels, his composed demeanor was undeniably genuine. This indicated that he possessed the financial capacity to acquire even a basic model of a Richard Mille watch, if his pockets were not deep enough. Even the most composed individual would reveal some degree of discomfort. This is precisely where the distinction lies. Thus, there was no doubt that Ning would be a valuable client for their store. Chapter 33. Darling, is this person just here to mooch? The sales associate inquired. Mr. Su, are you familiar with our Richard Mille brand? If you do not have a specific series in mind, I would be delighted to provide you with a detailed introduction. Or do you perhaps have a series you favor? Jingjing maintained her impeccable service demeanor, making it difficult for anyone to harbor dissatisfaction. As for the RM56, the sapphire crystal model, is that something you can procure? Ning nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he questioned. Although he was aware of the improbability, given that only 5 pieces of this model were produced, he still held out hope. Upon hearing Ning's request, the sales associate's smile momentarily faltered, her mind swirling with disbelief. The RM56 sapphire crystal model? Is he truly requesting the pinnacle of the Richard Mille collection? Initially, she had assumed Ning had the means to purchase one of the more basic models priced in the millions, and that a sale would yield her a substantial commission. However, she had underestimated the capabilities of this understated young gentleman. Not to mention the RM56 price tag, exceeding 20 million, was beyond the reach of many. This clearly indicated that Ning was indeed a wealthy individual. After the initial shock, however, she was met with a bitter realization. The RM56 was entirely unattainable for their store, as only 5 pieces existed globally. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to secure Ning as a valued customer. I apologize, Mr. Su, but the RM56 is a globally limited edition and has long since sold out. Unfortunately, our store cannot procure it. However, I encourage you to explore other series and models. I am confident that Richard Mille offers something that will suit your taste, such as the RM62, RM50, or RM88 series. As she spoke, Jingjing swiftly navigated her tablet, presenting Ning with images and 3D representations of several timepieces. Ning examined the pictures but frowned slightly, as none of these series elicited the awe that the RM56 had. Particularly, the RM88, with its prominently displayed yellow smiley face on the dial, struck him as rather comical. While many admired this model, including young Master Wang, Ning simply did not share the same enthusiasm. He returned the tablet to the sales associate, his impatience becoming evident, causing her heart to skip a beat. It seemed the young master did not favor these options. What to do? Just as the sales associate was at a loss for how to retain Ning's interest, he spoke again. I am not interested in these models. Please bring me the RM27, the one in collaboration with Nadal. The sales associate's heart soared at the prospect of Ning still wanting to view watches, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush. Although the RM27, the Nadal collaboration, was also a limited edition, there was a possibility of sourcing one from their headquarters. If she could successfully facilitate the sale, the official price plus a markup would still yield her a significant profit. I apologize, Mr. Su, but we do not have the RM27 in stock. However, we can request it from our headquarters. If you are willing to pay the full amount up front, we will do our utmost to coordinate the request. If successful, the anticipated delivery time would be around 2 months. However, we cannot guarantee that we will succeed in the coordination. She continued, I must also inform you that because this involves a request from headquarters, there will be additional costs. The price you would pay will exceed the official retail price. The sales associate struggled to contain her excitement while maintaining a friendly demeanor towards Ning. However, Ning could not suppress his frown. The notion of a markup was intolerable, yet he understood that rarity commanded a premium, and often, one must pay more to acquire desired items. In the automotive sales industry, certain brands had long established markup as an unofficial norm. Thus, while Ning found it displeasing, he could accept it. However, the prospect of a delivery time of at least 2 months, coupled with the requirement for upfront payment without a guarantee of success, seemed rather absurd. If it were any other item, such an arrangement might be understandable. After all, what if a customer changed their mind? Nevertheless, Richard Mille's RM27 series would undoubtedly sell well, and if available, many would eagerly compete to purchase it. Was this merely a case of the big store taking advantage of the customer? A markup is acceptable, but upfront payment is not. I will pay for the watch when it arrives at the store. Ning shook his head, his tone now devoid of the earlier amicability. Upon hearing Ning's words, the sales associate felt cornered and anxious. Although she recognized the unreasonableness of their policy, nearly all esteemed luxury brands operated under this principle: accept our terms or leave, as our products would always find buyers. Even if she sought the manager's intervention, success was highly unlikely. Su Ning discerned the sales associate's expression and deduced the situation, offering a sardonic chuckle. Since he could not procure the desired watch, there was no reason to remain any longer, and he prepared to stand and exit. However, just as he was about to rise, a flash of inspiration struck him like lightning, awakening him to a sudden realization. Of course, how could I forget the system? In this moment, Su Ning felt a pang of foolishness, having completely forgotten that the system possessed a rather unique feature. Whatever he desired could be procured directly through the system, just as he had previously acquired the Koenigsegg 1 through the system itself. Otherwise, considering the limited global production of only 6 units, even with ample funds, Su Ning would not have been able to obtain one. Since the system could facilitate such purchases, there was no longer any reason to linger in the store. If they didn't have what he wanted, so be it. The saleswoman was visibly agitated, almost desperate to prevent Su Ning from leaving. However, before she could utter a word of persuasion, a mocking voice emerged from a nearby sofa. The Richard Mille appeal is rather lackluster, isn't it? Truly, anyone can waltz in here pretending to be a customer. Had I known it was this easy, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could stroll in, and we wouldn't have bothered coming. My dear, how is it that there are so many shameless individuals nowadays? They deliberately seek out the most expensive limited editions, then assert with indignation that they are unavailable in-store, rather than admitting they cannot afford them. It's utterly ludicrous. I dare say, such individuals must be here merely to mooch. The voice, exaggeratedly playful, seemed to stretch and inflect in a manner that rendered it almost grating. This tirade, laden with sarcasm, instantly cast a peculiar atmosphere over the boutique. The sales associates fell silent, acutely aware that none of the patrons were individuals they could afford to offend. This was a conflict among customers. They could mediate if possible, but they certainly wouldn't want to embroil themselves in the fray. Chapter 34. Present your face for a slap? Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, turning to regard the man and woman on the adjacent sofa. His gaze sharp as a blade. Were they speaking of him? Unable to suppress a faint smile, he wore an expression tinged with disdain and self-mockery. He had initially expected to encounter the Cliché D scenario of condescending sales staff in a luxury brand store. However, although Richard Mille, like other high-end brands, had its share of unwritten rules, their treatment of customers was commendable. This led Su Ning to believe that the scenes depicted in novels and films were mere flights of fancy. Yet, he had not anticipated that such a banal occurrence would transpire just as he was about to leave. And it was not the sales staff exhibiting disdain, but rather the other customers in the store. I haven't provoked you, have I? Su Ning chuckled lightly, as if affirming the assertion that they were merely there to sponge off others, taking a sip from his Evian water. Hearing another derisive laugh from the woman nearby, he maintained an expression of indifference. The woman, in her 20s, possessed an attractive figure and fashionable attire, yet her face bore the unmistakable hallmarks of cosmetic enhancement. The man beside her, likely in his early 40s, appeared to be moderately affluent, though his demeanor lacked the gravitas of true wealth. Genuine tycoons often exude subtlety. It is only those who have just crossed into affluence who wear arrogance like a badge. A middle-aged man with a younger woman? How intriguing, Su Ning mused, curious about which timepiece they had chosen, if they were indeed not here to mooch. With a smiling demeanor, he initiated conversation as if chatting with a friend, the hint of sarcasm undetectable in his tone. The woman, adopting a deliberately high-pitched tone, responded with a laugh that made Su Ning feel quite uneasy. The RM011. Diamond-encrusted platinum model. Official price, $1.49 million, and we added an extra 200,000. How about that? Jealous? She gestured towards the watch, her expression rife with mockery and derision. Su Ning smiled serenely, though it was a struggle to contain his amusement. After all this talk, he had anticipated they would have acquired one of the several classic models worth tens of millions. To his surprise, it turned out to be merely a basic model in the million range. While 1.7 million might procure mid-tier models in other luxury brands, at Richard Mille, it barely scratched the surface. What are you laughing at? Can you even afford it? The woman, noticing Su Ning's smile as if mocking their acquisition of a basic model, became irate and shouted at him in a near-hysterical tone. The middle-aged man pulled her down into her seat, but then turned his ire towards Su Ning. Young man, though her tone may be unpalatable, she isn't entirely mistaken. You ought to focus on striving at your age, rather than masquerading as a wealthy heir in a luxury brand store. Vanity is not the way. One should remain grounded, don't you think? His words, albeit slightly more palatable than the woman's, dripped with condescension, exuding an air of superiority that dismissed Su Ning entirely. Su Ning beamed, his smile radiant. Since you have presented your faces so readily, it would be remiss of me not to take a few jabs at your antics, wouldn't it? With this thought, Ning swiftly engaged his mind with the system and directly purchased the RM5601 Sapphire Crystal model. A dazzling RM56 now floated serenely within the system's confines, ready to manifest in reality at any moment. However, the cash balance in his account remained unchanged, as he had opted for a real-time transaction through the system. At that moment, the flagship store manager hurriedly emerged from the office, coinciding with the entrance of several composed individuals carrying a password-protected case. "Manager Hao, this is the latest badge from headquarters. Please verify it promptly." One of them addressed the store manager directly. The flagship store manager quickly summoned a few sales associates, alongside the store's watch technician, to inspect this new shipment of timepieces. After all, even the most basic Richard Mille models are valued in the millions, and caution was paramount. This spectacle piqued the curiosity of several patrons. Many Richard Mille styles are not available for immediate purchase and require pre-ordering, with headquarters coordinating the allocation. Clearly, they were witnessing a rare delivery. As Manager Hao opened several password-protected cases and meticulously cross-checked each watch, he did so with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, he gasped, his tone imbued with disbelief. RM56, the Sapphire model? How could this be? ISNT, this a global limited edition of only 6 pieces? How could it possibly be allocated to our store? We didn't even place an order. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the boutique. Those who could afford Richard Mille undoubtedly possessed knowledge of its premier series, and the RM56 was among the most coveted. Upon hearing that an RM56 Sapphire model had arrived in the store, the astonishment mirrored that of the store manager. Unable to contain their excitement and curiosity, patrons began to gather around. The opportunity to witness a global limited edition timepiece was not one they wished to forfeit. The previously mocking couple now expressed wonder, feeling as though even a fleeting glimpse of the RM56 was a privilege, validating their visit. How exquisite! The sapphire case sparkles more brilliantly than the crown of the Queen of England. I can hardly fathom who might be fortunate enough to possess such an exceptional timepiece. My dear, if only you could acquire it. The woman, her gaze fixated on the RM56, appeared utterly enraptured. The middle-aged man was nearly choked by the woman's words, coughing violently several times before regaining his composure. "You bought it? Surely, you must be jesting. This cannot be true. The RM56 is skyrocketing towards 30 million, and there is no chance anyone would sell it. Such an exquisite and limited edition timepiece cannot simply be acquired by virtue of wealth alone." In truth, the middle-aged man found it perplexing, struggling to comprehend why the Richard Mille headquarters had suddenly dispatched an RM56 to this flagship store. At that moment, Manager Hao was already on the phone with headquarters, verifying the details and status of the RM56. Upon hanging up, he was overwhelmed by the revelation. It turned out that this particular watch had been directly ordered from the Richard Mille headquarters by a gentleman named Su from the capital through an exclusive channel. Thus, it was delivered to the flagship store at Ingtai Center for a transaction to be conducted there. The crux of the matter was that such an acquisition method meant there would be no markup involved. What remarkable influence must one possess to order directly from headquarters? And especially for a limited edition series like the RM56. It was simply outrageous. After years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered such an occurrence. Given this, he quickly decided to contact Mr. Su to come to the store to collect the watch. Chapter 35, Terrified. When the store manager called headquarters, everyone present overheard the conversation, and their reactions were similarly incredulous. After all, being able to order directly from headquarters without any markup, delivered straight to the store, spoke volumes about the individual's influence. Naturally, anyone capable of spending 20 million on a watch was undoubtedly a big shot. To claim one was not envious would be a blatant lie. Achieving such a status in life was indeed a testament to a life well lived. The store manager immediately began dialing Mr. Su's number, and at that moment, Su Ning's phone rang. Realizing it was the store manager, Su Ning raised his phone to signal him. However, the manager was oblivious, still waiting for the call to connect. Others, upon hearing Su Ning's ringtone, frowned in confusion. Su Ning, unfazed, took a couple of steps forward, displaying his phone screen before the store manager, casually stating, "I am Su Ning. I believe you are trying to reach me." Manager Hao stared in astonishment at Su Ning's phone screen, which clearly displayed his own number. And it dawned on him that this young man was indeed the Mr. Su he sought to contact. He hastily ended the call, adopting a respectful and eager demeanor to greet him. "Greetings, Mr. Su. It is a pleasure to meet such a promising young talent. I have often wondered about the kind of individual capable of ordering limited edition Richard Mille pieces directly from headquarters. You are far younger and more refined than I had imagined. Indeed, you are the epitome of an elite suitable for Richard Mille." A slight smile graced Su Ning's lips. though the flattery bordered on insincere. Who wouldn't he appreciate kind words? Well then, since the watch has arrived, let us expedite the transaction. Manager Hao promptly nodded in agreement, bowing slightly as he gestured for Su Ning to follow him to the reception area. Meanwhile, all the customers in the store stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The young man, who had seemed rather unremarkable apart from a hint of handsomeness, was, in fact, the one who had ordered the limited edition watch directly from Richard Mille headquarters. It was utterly inconceivable. His attire was so ordinary that it didn't even hint at any association with high-end brands, nor did he wear any watch that signified wealth. They genuinely thought he was akin to the couple who had mocked him, merely seeking free food and drink. Yet, who could fathom that he had actually purchased a prestigious Richard Mille timepiece? That was the RM56, after all. Only 6 exist in the entire world. Not to mention whether he could afford the 20 million. This watch was not something one could merely buy with money. How astonishingly low-key could a young master be? Unlike the other customers who were merely astonished, the couple who had previously mocked Su Ning appeared as if they had swallowed a fly, discomfort and agitation radiating from them. Even without being particularly astute, they understood they had provoked a formidable figure. They had kicked a steel plate. The middle-aged man, possessing only a modest fortune and fixed assets barely exceeding 100 million, felt pained at the thought of purchasing even a basic Richard Mille watch. And could he dare to provoke someone capable of casually spending 20 million on one? Not to mention that throughout this encounter, Su Ning had already demonstrated his remarkable influence. Just contemplate. He required a markup even to purchase a 1.5 million entry-level Richard Mille, while this young man effortlessly acquired the globally limited RM56 without any markup, directly delivered from headquarters. The thought of their earlier derisive remarks made the middle-aged man wish he could swallow his own tongue. At this level and age, he understood well what was paramount for survival in society. It was likely that if this young man wished to settle accounts with him, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Countless others would rush to resolve the matter on his behalf. His small company could be flattened in an instant. Turning to the woman beside him, his eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to slay her. Damn it, this wretched woman. I should tear her mouth apart. Originally, this woman, with her internet celebrity face and fake bosom, was merely a plaything. If you served me well, it was only reasonable to bestow upon you some benefits. Yet now, you have dragged me into trouble with someone I cannot afford to confront. Why don't you just go die? As he contemplated the possibility of bankruptcy, or even homelessness, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shudder. Meanwhile, the woman appeared equally pale, as if she had been dragged into a thicket by several scavengers. She understood the terrifying nature of power far better than the middle-aged man. The man beside her was not the first affluent individual she had encountered. During her initial experience of being kept, her benefactor was a true heavyweight. In that instance, a wealthy individual who had once made her look up to him had provoked her benefactor, leading to his instantaneous demise. From that moment, she truly grasped the magnitude of power. So when her benefactor eventually lost interest and discarded her, she dared not utter a word, fearing she might not see the light of another day. Yet now, she had unwittingly entangled herself with such a formidable presence. Although Su Ning had not exhibited any overt signs of power beyond the Richard Mille watch, was that not enough? She was genuinely terrified. Even though Su Ning had seemingly ignored them throughout, who could predict the thoughts of such a significant figure? Perhaps with a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate them hundreds of times over. They had countless ways to make one wish for death without escape. In that moment, she felt all her strength drain away, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, the middle-aged man was in an even worse state. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his chest, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over him as he clutched his chest, grimacing in agony as he slowly sank to the floor. His cries for help were barely a whisper. The woman was utterly terrified, yet paralyzed with indecision, her only remaining response a piercing scream. Manager Hao, who had intended to personally attend to Su Ning, witnessed this scene and felt his eyes nearly burst with rage as he rushed forward to administer aid, simultaneously calling for assistance. Whether the man lived or died was beyond his concern, but he fervently hoped he wouldn't expire within the confines of the store. Thank you very much. The onlookers speculated amongst themselves, their intentions not necessarily malevolent, but the allure of witnessing drama was instinctive. Su Ning was among them, his expression peculiar. Could it be that they were frightened by him? After all, he considered himself a good citizen. At worst, he might slap someone. But he would certainly refrain from anything more egregious. What were they concocting in their minds? After a while, an ambulance whisked the couple away, leaving Su Ning uncertain if the middle-aged man could be saved. At that moment, Su Ning felt no significant emotional upheaval, nor did he bear any psychological burden. They had brought it upon themselves. He could hardly blame others. The consequences, however, were indeed somewhat grave. Chapter 36. a calamity befalls the Hua family's company. As Su Ning exited the Richard Mill flagship store, a remarkably dazzling timepiece adorned his left wrist, an RM5601 sapphire crystal model. The adage "the poor indulge in cars, while the wealthy indulge in watches" holds a kernel of truth. Those capable of affording such a luxury watch would likely regard any vehicle as mere child's play. Once inside his car, Su Ning did not immediately start the engine. Instead, he found himself enamored with the watch, akin to a child reveling in a cherished toy. Of course, acquiring this toy had cost him dearly, $25 million, recently charged to his credit card at the flagship store. His bank account now held a balance of $163 million. Suddenly, Su Ning felt a twinge of unease. He had meticulously planned to save for a grand villa. How had he suddenly purchased a watch? Though $20 million might merely equate to the cost of hiring a chauffeur for an evening, it did not significantly impact his overall plans. Yet, such whimsical spending habits must be curtailed. Otherwise, he might impulsively acquire something else the very next day. Yes, he must exercise restraint. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past 10 in the morning. Thus, he decided to drive straight back to school. Whatever had transpired that necessitated midday drinking would soon be revealed. He parked his car outside the school as usual, wishing to avoid drawing attention. With graduation imminent, he deemed it unnecessary to leave behind any legends within the campus. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately sensed a stark difference in the atmosphere. Typically, around this time, 3 of his roommates would be engrossed in their computers, lost in fervor. Yet now, the eldest, Hua Xiefeng, lay on his bed in a daze, his eyes vacant. The second roommate, Ding Zihui, and the fourth, Deng Zihao, pretended to work on their graduation projects at their computers, yet their furtive glances towards Hua Xiefeng betrayed their concern. It was evident something was amiss with their leader. As Su Ning entered, he pondered silently. Had he suffered a heartbreak? He had no steady girlfriend. So what love could he have lost? Yet aside from romantic entanglements, what could possibly render a young man so despondent? Unable to fathom the situation, he turned to Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao for assistance. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you. Come on, let us go drink. Hua Xiefeng seemed to snap back to reality, springing from his bed. Su Ning glanced at the clock. It was only 10:40. Were they really heading out for drinks already? Clearly, something significant had transpired. However, whether he could assist his brother in need remained to be seen. If he couldn't even accompany him for drinks, that would be an utter betrayal of their brotherhood. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. The 3 of them chorused in unison, exchanging glances. They shared a knowing smile, their thoughts aligned. The more composed Ding Zihui guided Hua Xiefeng ahead, while Deng Zihao pulled Su Ning along behind. It seems the family real estate business of our eldest has encountered a catastrophe. It could very well lead to bankruptcy and an inability to repay debts. Deng Zihao whispered to Su Ning. Su Ning frowned, feeling skeptical. It was one thing for large real estate companies to falter, but Hua Xiefeng's family operated a modest firm confined to their hometown. How could it possibly bear such weighty repercussions? Though Hua Xiefeng had never divulged intricate details about their business, the 3 brothers had a general understanding of it. Hua Xiefeng's father, a former soldier, had built the company from the ground up, evolving from a construction contractor to a real estate developer. His steady, cautious demeanor had prevented the firm from adopting the aggressive strategies of larger companies, thus limiting its growth. At most, they might develop 2 properties simultaneously, likely incurring loans, but they should not be teetering on the brink of insolvency. How could this calamity have struck so suddenly? Perhaps Deng Zihao lacked the specifics, and they would need to inquire directly with their leader later. Upon arriving at their usual restaurant, Hua Xiefeng immediately called for drinks from the owner. After 4 years, the owner was familiar with them, casting a curious glance at Su Ning and the others, seemingly questioning what had befallen Hua Xiefeng. It's nothing, boss, just bring us the drinks for now. As for the dishes, the usual will suffice, Ding Zihui cheerfully replied. Helping Hua Xiefeng into a chair, the food was being prepared, and the drinks arrived promptly. Young people typically eschewed the customs of drinking strong liquor. They often opted for beer instead. After opening 4 bottles, they bypassed glasses entirely and raised their bottles to drink. Cheers, Hua Xiefeng exclaimed, tilting his head back to gulp down the beer. The others remained silent, merely accompanying him. The weight of his helplessness and sorrow was palpable. With his family business in turmoil, he felt utterly powerless to assist, a stark initiation into the harsh realities of the world looming before him. Hua, what exactly is going on? Su Ning inquired, pouring another drink as he probed gently. Sometimes, it's easier to speak the truth than to bottle it up. Just then, 3 individuals emerged from a private room, each holding a drink and heading toward their table. Hua, we noticed you were here and wanted to raise a toast. They called jovially. These 3 were classmates from the same major but different classes. They shared casual familiarity, but little more. Since they approached to toast, it was only polite to reciprocate. All right, let's all drink together, Hua Xiefeng replied, filling a cup and raising it high. Once the drinks flowed, conversation became more forthcoming. Hua, the three of us have yet to secure suitable jobs. With graduation fast approaching, it's quite distressing. Why don't we come work at your family's South real estate company? The atmosphere at the table, previously lively, chilled instantly. Setting aside the fact that Hua Xiefeng's family business was in crisis, such a request was somewhat audacious. The current job market for university graduates was bleak, with many struggling to find employment. Assuming one of your classmates owns a company and you share a close relationship, it would certainly be acceptable to work at their firm. However, a prerequisite exists. The classmate must extend the invitation rather than you shamelessly suggesting it yourself. The dilemma arises as the three individuals do not enjoy a particularly close rapport with Hua Xiefeng. Their connection is merely superficial. How could they muster the audacity to approach him directly? Deng Zihao, known for his quick temper, abruptly stood up, unable to contain his urge to confront them. However, the composed Hua Xiefeng intervened, raising a hand to halt him. He then turned to face the trio, offering a strained smile as he began, "I apologize, but my family's company is currently facing difficulties, and I fear we cannot accommodate any new hires." Chapter 37. Truly, you exhibit a lack of decorum. Hua Xiefeng possesses a modicum of chivalry reminiscent of ancient heroes. When approached with a request within his capacity, he typically refrains from refusal. Had it not been for the current predicament, he might have readily consented to allow his fellow students to join his family's enterprise. Yet, with the company nearing collapse, the prospect of bringing in classmates was utterly untenable. Thus, he could only express his apologies. Nevertheless, his words failed to resonate with the three. The company is struggling? You can't offer us jobs? Preposterous. If you don't wish to assist us, just say so. Why fabricate excuses? Their initial hope had transformed into dismay, their expressions souring. Perhaps their expectations had been overly optimistic, only to be met with the harshness of reality, leading to their indignation. Your family runs such a large enterprise, surely. You wouldn't miss 3 additional employees? If you can't accommodate us, just say so instead of spouting nonsense. We've heard you are a man of your word, one who resolves difficulties for those in need. It seems you are merely inflating your own reputation. I see your true colors now. You are nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. I no longer seek your assistance. We have no interest in your pathetic company. Who knows who will succeed in the end? Time will tell. The three had shed their FAAs, revealing a contemptible demeanor that incited a desire to strike them. Enough of this nonsense. Deng Zihao, the most irascible of the group, grasped a beer bottle and rose, ready to hurl it at their heads. However, the more level-headed Deng Zihue swiftly restrained him. If the bottle were to be thrown, the consequences would be dire. Given their character, it was all but certain they would report the incident to the authorities. Such a situation could escalate into an unfavorable outcome, including potential expulsion from the university, a catastrophic fate so close to graduation. Thus, there are myriad ways to deal with a person. Resorting to physical confrontation is the least advisable. Let me go. I swear I'll take them down. Deng Zihao protested vehemently, struggling against Deng Zihue's grip like a cornered beast. Just as it seemed Deng Zihue could no longer hold him back, Su Ning stepped forward to intervene, signaling to Deng Zihao with a look that conveyed trust. When he turned back, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. These 3 clowns needed to learn a lesson they would never forget. With the system as his ally, Su Ning had numerous strategies at his disposal to deal with them. For instance, he promptly utilized the system to acquire a Richard Mille RM35 series watch, a favored design of his, which was a step above the basic model, boasting an official price of 2.1 million. However, this particular watch required a markup, often selling for over 2.5 million. He seamlessly transferred his RM5601 watch into the system, replacing it with the newly manifested RM35. Executing this series of actions silently, Su Ning pointed his left hand at the 3 individuals, his voice rising in anger. How dare you shamelessly request employment? Even a wild dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude for a bone thrown its way. When you are denied a job, you turn your backs on your benefactor? I find it astounding how ungrateful you are. Does Hua Xiefeng owe you something? Or do you consider him your father, expecting him to cater to your every whim? I may be uncertain about who will thrive in the future, but I am certain that individuals like you will only lead a life of mediocrity. Now, swiftly remove yourselves from my sight. Su Ning's scathing remarks provoked the ire of the trio. The central figure, seething with rage, extended his hand to swat Su Ning's finger away. Su Ning did not flinch. As the hand approached, a smirk crept onto his face. In that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The strap of Su Ning's watch suddenly snapped, causing the timepiece to plummet to the ground. This incident was, of course, meticulously orchestrated by Su Ning, as he had deliberately left the buckle loose when manifesting the watch. The force of the other's hand had caused it to fall. Feigning distress, Su Ning bent down to retrieve the watch. Unsurprisingly, It had sustained considerable damage. As the trio of adversaries reveled in their mockery, Su Ning's expression transformed into a blend of astonishment and indignation. Yet, the three remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their actions. They were somewhat familiar with Su Ning, a student from a financially strained background who likely could not afford a fine timepiece, perhaps merely a cheap digital watch. If it broke, what of it? Get lost. Hurry back to your menial job. Be cautious of your student loans. They may prevent you from graduating. They jeered. You follow Hu Xiefeng like a dog. Yet he offers you no favors. You're nothing but a fool spinning in circles. They laughed. Yet, at that moment, contrary to the expected eruption of fury, Su Ning smiled. Hu Xiefeng and his companions found themselves momentarily bewildered, unsure of Su Ning's intentions. However, given Su Ning's reputation as the most astute member of their dormitory, they chose to trust his judgment, believing his actions to be purposeful. The trio, still oblivious to the impending consequences, were caught off guard when Su Ning pulled out his phone and dialed Officer Wang. Officer Wang, I wish to report a crime. Someone has deliberately damaged my watch. It is valued at 1 million. I believe this qualifies as intentional destruction of property, does it not? Based on the legal standards, would it not warrant a sentence of 3 to 7 years? Officer Wang, having anticipated the call to be about the previous night's inebriated driver seeking a ride home, was taken aback by Su Ning's revelation. What did you say? Your watch is worth 1 million and was intentionally damaged? If what you say is accurate, that indeed constitutes the willful destruction of property, with penalties ranging from 3 to 7 years. But do you truly possess a watch valued at 1 million? This is utterly absurd. If anyone else had made such a claim, Officer Wang might have believed them. However, Su Ning's assertion left him incredulous, because Officer Wang was aware that Su Ning was merely a university student, struggling to earn money for tuition by working as a substitute driver. He found it hard to believe that such a financially constrained student could possibly adorn a watch valued at 1 million. Surely, that was preposterous. Chapter 38. I wonder how long you can maintain your laughter. Although Officer Wang suspected that Su Ning had greatly exaggerated the value of his watch, he had already received a report, and thus felt compelled to respond. After ending the call, he promptly arrived with 2 auxiliary officers. At that moment, as Su Ning hung up, the 3 individuals across from him erupted into boisterous laughter, their mirth laced with unbridled mockery. Did you hear what he just said? He claims his worthless watch is worth 1 million. Is he trying to make us die of laughter? Initially, they had considered him a fool, but now it seemed he was not only foolish but also deranged. Shouldn't we distance ourselves from him to avoid catching his stupidity? They guffawed, observing their raucous laughter. Su Ning bore a faint smirk on his face, revealing little else in terms of reaction. You seem to be enjoying yourselves quite a bit. Let us see how long that lasts. Hu Xiefeng stood up, furrowing his brow as he approached Su Ning, taking the damaged watch from his hands to examine it closely. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Is this watch genuine? Hu Xiefeng asked Su Ning, his tone uncertain. He was well aware of the brand Richard Mille, but he could not ascertain its authenticity. In fact, Hu Xiefeng himself was an ardent admirer of Richard Mille watches, and Su Ning's interest in them had been influenced by him. This was the RM35, officially priced at 1 million, with a market value exceeding 5 million. How could the third guy be wearing a Richard Mille that even he dared only to dream of? Even after coming to terms with Su Ning's sudden wealth over the past couple of days, he still found it hard to believe. Well, whether or not you believe it, the truth remains. Su Ning shrugged, affirming his superior's inquiry. Perform. Keep acting. Let us see how long you can keep this charade going. The 3 individuals across from him erupted into laughter once more, emboldened and dripping with scorn. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Let me return your words to you. Laugh. Keep laughing. I'm curious how long you can keep it up. After delivering his retort, he disregarded their impending fury and went directly to find the restaurant owner. Boss, please adjust the surveillance footage and send it to me. Given his familiarity with the owner, Su Ning saw no need for subtlety. The retrieval of the surveillance footage was to secure evidence, preventing any potential denial from the other party. Moreover, possessing the evidence would help avert unforeseen circumstances. The owner regarded Su Ning thoughtfully before complying with his request. Once a segment of the surveillance footage was saved onto Su Ning's phone, he turned to his 3 dormitory brothers, signaling an OK gesture. All set. At that moment, Officer Wang also arrived. Upon spotting Su Ning, he nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to inquire, he was preempted. Officer, they made a false report. This is deliberate defamation, isn't it? Given the amount involved exceeds 1 million, shouldn't that warrant a sentence? The 3 of them accused first, eager to cast themselves as victims. Officer Wang immediately understood that these 3 were the ones responsible for damaging Su Ning's watch. He frowned, finding the situation absurd. These university students certainly knew how to stir trouble. On one hand, they insisted that the watch was worth over $1 million, seeking to charge the other party with willful damage to property. On the other, they claimed the opposite party was exaggerating, aiming to pin a defamation charge on them. If they were truly ignorant of the law, how could they articulate several legal charges? If they were knowledgeable, why were they being so nonsensical? What is the claimed value of your watch? Do you have any evidence? Officer Wong asked Su Ning, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The purchase receipt is in my car. I'll retrieve it now, Su Ning replied, smiling as he nodded. He had left the receipt in the vehicle parked not far away. Officer Wong exchanged a glance with his auxiliary officer, who promptly followed Su Ning outside. Before long, Su Ning returned, holding a receipt. Simultaneously, the auxiliary officer reappeared, though his expression was utterly peculiar, as if he had seen a ghost. Officer Wong took the receipt from Su Ning's hands, scrutinizing it closely, and quickly determined its authenticity. 1 million. The amount on the receipt is indeed 1 million. Could it be that this watch was genuine and valued at such an exorbitant price? Staring at Su Ning, Officer Wong's expression was one of astonishment mingled with an unexplainable bewilderment. A substitute driver wearing a watch worth 1 million. Was it that the profession paid exceedingly well? Or was the currency devaluing at an alarming rate? The absurdity of the situation felt akin to encountering an extraterrestrial being. However, even more ludicrous revelations were about to unfold. With his lips twitching, the auxiliary officer leaned closer to Officer Wong's ear and whispered, "He just retrieved the receipt from a Koenigsegg supercar." Officer Wong froze, his mind racing. "What did you say? A Koenigsegg? This substitute driver owns a Koenigsegg? You must be joking. That was a Koenigsegg. Forget about limited editions. Even the most affordable Koenigsegg CC costs over 10 million. It was utterly outrageous." Yet, Officer Wong understood that the auxiliary officer would not joke about such a matter. With the endorsement of a Koenigsegg, accepting the authenticity of Su Ning's Richard Mille became far more plausible. At that moment, if Officer Wong still failed to recognize that Su Ning could not merely be an ordinary substitute driver, it would be sheer folly. His gaze remained fixed on Su Ning, still shocked yet now tinged with an indescribable peculiarity. As a wealthy heir, is it truly necessary for you to amuse yourself by playing the role of a substitute driver? Given that the watch was undoubtedly genuine, the situation could no longer be treated lightly. Did you intentionally damage the watch? Officer Wong turned to the three individuals, his tone markedly serious. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the three ceased their earlier nonchalance and confessed the truth. "It wasn't intentional. He pointed at us, and I swatted his hand away. I didn't expect the watch to fall and break." Officer Wong scanned the area and spotted the surveillance camera, prompting him to request the footage from the owner. The video revealed the entire sequence of events, complete with audio. After reviewing the footage, Officer Wong began to feel a twinge of sympathy for the three individuals across from him. Although it proved they had not intended to cause damage, their actions had nonetheless resulted in the watch falling and breaking. While they would bear no criminal liability, civil liability was inescapable. This meant they would be liable for the extent of the damages incurred. Given the current state of the watch, restoring it would likely prove to be quite a challenge. Even if it can be repaired, it would surely require at least several $100,000, wouldn't it? Chapter 39, The Boss's Dilemma. Although Officer Wong harbored suspicions that Su Ning might have orchestrated certain aspects of this situation, the outcome was evident before him. It was likely sufficient to leave these three university students utterly bewildered. The facts were clear, requiring no further investigation. Thus, after photographing the watch from multiple angles to document the extent of the damage, he promptly delivered his verdict. Since this did not pertain to public security or criminal cases, it was merely a civil dispute among you. Subsequently, you may choose to pursue legal action to seek compensation for your losses. The remaining matters are no longer within the purview of our precinct. After addressing Su Ning, Officer Wong kindly offered a few more words of caution to the trio. The receipt is genuine and can most likely substantiate that the watch is indeed authentic. While this is a civil dispute, the fact remains that you have damaged the watch, and it is presumed that he will not forego his claim for compensation. You may either reach a mutual agreement or prepare for litigation, but the final outcome will likely necessitate your compensation. It would be wise to resolve this matter with minimal hassle. Having said that, Officer Wong departed the restaurant adjacent to the school alongside his assistant. At that moment, the individual who had smashed the watch stood utterly dumbfounded, staring at the watch in Su Ning's hand as if he had lost his soul. Is the watch authentic? 1 million? With such extensive damage, whether it can be repaired is highly debatable. Would that not mean he is liable to compensate the owner 1 million? Even if it could be repaired, the cost would surely be exorbitant, far beyond what a mere student could afford. The thought left his legs trembling and his body shaking uncontrollably. Interestingly, the two individuals beside him took a step back in unison, gesturing and shaking their heads, pointing fingers at their companion in the middle. It was his doing. We did not lay a hand on him. How commendable. When faced with adversity, they promptly distanced themselves. Forget about brotherhood. The priority is to avoid financial responsibility. The individual in the center widened his eyes in disbelief, terror etched on his face as he turned to his companions, unable to fathom their betrayal at such a critical moment. You all. But before he could utter anything further, the two hastily interjected to suppress him. What do you mean, you? Just admit whether you were the one responsible. Did we actually strike him? The guilty have their reckoning, and we bear no relation to this. Ning, when you file your lawsuit, just name him as the defendant. Having said that, the two turned their backs and hurried away, their pace quickening to a near run as they fled in disarray. Left behind was the stunned individual, as if the entire world had collapsed around him. Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for not managing to involve them as well. It was a pity. Yet the mastermind before him was indeed the one who had mocked and insulted him just moments ago, so capturing him would suffice for a sense of closure. Paying no heed to whether his opponent had regained his composure, Ning let out a cold laugh and spoke. I will now take the watch to the Richard Mill Service Center for an appraisal. Once the results are in, I will send you the repair cost estimate or proof of irreparability. Should you dispute the appraisal, you may seek out a national authority for evaluation. Prepare yourself for a court summons. Fortunately, this is merely a civil dispute. The school will not expel you. How fortunate, wouldn't you agree? With that, Ning shrugged, his smile sending shivers down the opponent's spine. The man, seemingly in a daze, ambled away, resembling a lifeless shell, stumbling multiple times along the short distance. Nearly colliding with a roadside tree, the three brothers exchanged complex glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Had they perhaps gone a bit too far? A loss exceeding $1 million. How could that individual possibly afford it? From an ordinary family, not everyone can casually produce $1 million. Nonetheless, it must be said, it was truly gratifying. Had the third brother not been present, they would undoubtedly have been unable to contain their anger toward the underhandedness of their adversary and would have resorted to physical confrontation. In that moment, the consequences of such a fight would undoubtedly have been severe, risking expulsion and the loss of both their diplomas and degrees. Ning's method of handling the situation was a masterstroke, far more torturous than a mere physical confrontation. Well, such petty individuals hardly warrant sympathy. They grovel before you when in a position of power, yet adopt an arrogant demeanor when fortune turns against them. When they can benefit, they shower you with praise. But once denied, they quickly reveal their most venomous countenance. Such scoundrels deserve the most painful of lessons. After this notable interlude, the atmosphere at the table returned to its previous joviality, and the four continued to drink. Naturally, Ning opted to consume less, mindful that he would be the designated driver later. Though somewhat embarrassed, he promised his brothers that once the month of driving duties concluded, he would treat them to a grand feast. At present, the priority remained to console their leader, Huosiefeng. Boss, please, share with us what transpired. Sensing the atmosphere had lightened sufficiently, Ning raised his glass toward Huosiefeng. Huosiefeng, already feeling the effects of intoxication, gradually opened up, finally venting the frustrations that had been bottled up within him over the past few days. After listening to his account, Ning gained a clearer understanding of the situation. His family's real estate company was developing a residential project, but due to inadequate supervision during construction, the quality of the concrete brought on site had suffered. In truth, this was not an insurmountable issue. It merely required certain aspects to be redone. Yet, paradoxically, the local housing authorities had issued a regulation prohibiting the pre-sale of projects where substandard construction materials and components posed significant quality risks to the main structure. The pre-sale system is crucial for real estate companies to maintain healthy cash flow. If they cannot proceed with pre-sales, they would be unable to repay bank loans in a timely manner, leading to a cascade of financial troubles. Presently, Hu's family company found itself in this very predicament, unable to rely on property sales to generate sufficient revenue for loan repayments. The bank was pressing for payment, and the suppliers and contractors below were beginning to sense the trouble, demanding immediate settlement of their dues. The project had already come to a halt, unable to continue. Should matters worsen, they would be forced to relinquish the project at a fraction of its worth. However, this would mean the dissolution of the family's investments accumulated over many years. In reality, if they could secure a sum of capital, they could navigate through this crisis. Huosiefeng's father had even contemplated borrowing from underground moneylenders. Yet, such a gamble posed enormous risks. Any misstep could lead to ruin, and potentially worse. Observing the despondent expression on his leader's face, Ning blinked and tentatively inquired, Boss, how much does your company require to weather this storm? He had previously mentioned to his brothers that he had inherited a fortune worth billions. Yet, now that Hu's family was in such dire straits, they hadn't confided in him. suggesting that the financial shortfall must be far greater than a few billion. In that case, the over $1 billion in his account might not suffice to resolve the issue. Chapter 40. If money can solve the problem, then it is no problem at all. While feeling somewhat uncertain, he couldn't help but wonder. He had always believed that his company was merely of $1 billion scale. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Hu Xiefeng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Speaking candidly, we need at least $2 billion. He had indeed contemplated approaching Su Ning, yet even he doubted that Su Ning could assist him in resolving his predicament. It is true that the third brother had mentioned inheriting a fortune in the billions. However, everyone understands that such assets are seldom liquid. They are predominantly fixed assets. Even a few billion in inheritance would not readily translate to 200 million in cash. If the issue was insurmountable, what was the point of broaching the subject? At that moment, upon hearing the mention of 200 million from Hu Xiefeng's lips, Su Ning immediately straightened his posture. I was wondering how much it would take. Turns out it's merely 200 million. That simplifies matters. Although Su Ning certainly did not possess 200 million in his account at present, after recently spending 1 million on a Richard Mille RM35, his balance still exceeded 160 million. The target of 200 million was tantalizingly close. It is no exaggeration to say that barring any unforeseen complications with the rides, he could amass it in just 2 evenings. With the system at his disposal, Su Ning felt an unwavering confidence. Matters that could be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Oh, my dear leader, you truly underestimate me. Did I not mention that I inherited a fortune in the millions? Why didn't you speak up? You've made me think I couldn't possibly fill the void. You've wasted my emotions. You'll have to drink to that. With that, Su Ning cast Hu Xiefeng an annoyed glare and began pouring him a drink. Hu Xiefeng's eyes widened in astonishment, rising in disbelief. What? The third brother can indeed fill this gap? This means he can simply produce 200 million whenever he pleases? This is utterly astonishing. A myriad of emotions surged within Hu Xiefeng, leaving him speechless in shock. Similarly, Ding Zihue and Deng Zihao shared a reaction of disbelief, finding the situation almost absurd. Aware of his friend's skepticism, Su Ning refrained from unnecessary explanations and directly retrieved his phone, opening the banking app to reveal his balance. 1,609,102,42,00. After a prolonged moment of counting, they confirmed it was indeed 160 million. The three of them fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment. Could it be that he actually had such a considerable amount of cash? This suggested that gathering 200 million was not an insurmountable task after all. Did this mean that the crisis facing the elder brother's family business could be averted? No one could have anticipated such an extraordinary twist in what seemed a dire situation. Overwhelmed by shock, the three friends were left with one burning question. Just how much had the third brother inherited? They were eager to return home and inquire if there was an expatriate great-uncle somewhere. Such a great-uncle would be most welcome. The third brother, no more words needed. It's all in the drinks. Hu Xiefeng felt a sudden lightness in his heart, downing a glass of beer in relief. He didn't even consider whether Su Ning would lend him money, even such an astronomical sum as 200 million. If he were in Su Ning's position, he would not hesitate to lend it without a second thought if a brother were in need. After clinking glasses and toasting heartily, Su Ning promptly transferred 1.6 billion from his account to Hu Xiefeng. Do not question why such a large sum could be transferred at once. Simply put, he was a VIP user. Brother, the remaining 40 million, let me maneuver a bit over the next couple of days, and I'll ensure it's ready for you, Su Ning said with a smile. The term maneuver was merely a euphemism for the earnings he intended to generate through ride-sharing. Hu Xiefeng quickly dialed his father, and the funds were sent forth. Just days prior, Hu Xiefeng's father had been consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep, his hair falling out in clumps. He felt as though his years of hard work were on the verge of collapse, even contemplating despair. Yet, unexpectedly, news arrived from his son that his dormitory brother could lend them 200 million. This struck him as utterly surreal. He could scarcely believe it. What kind of miraculous brother was this? Over the years, he had his own share of friends and brothers. They would indulge in camaraderie during good times, yet vanish when real help was needed. Yet, his son's brother had come forth without a word, offering a staggering 200 million. How ironic that he had advised his son to be cautious in choosing friends. Reflecting on this made him feel like a failure. He was outshone by his own son. With the matter resolved, Hu Xiefeng became inebriated, coaxed back to the dormitory by the trio of brothers. Su Ning, having consumed over a bottle of beer, took a brief nap in the dormitory to sober up. Exercising caution, upon awakening, he refrained from driving, although he felt no inebriation. Driving at that moment would likely be considered drunk driving. He first made a trip to the police station to find Officer Wang. This was not regarding the watch, but rather concerning the ride-sharing fee from the previous day. Upon seeing Su Ning enter, Officer Wang was puzzled. What brings you here? Did I not say this matter no longer required the police station's involvement? Ning waved his hand and smiled. It's not about the watch. I'm here regarding the ride-sharing fee for the car owner I brought yesterday. You mentioned you would assist me in retrieving that. Officer Wang's expression and demeanor shifted to one of utter bewilderment. What did you say? You're here to collect a ride-sharing fee? You're wearing a watch worth millions and driving a tens of millions worth Koenigsegg, and now you're making a special trip for $100? Do wealthy people truly have that much time on their hands? Is your mindset so deeply entrenched in saving and spending? After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure. This morning, after sobering up, we found that he had a record of soliciting an escort, which is why he was detained. The ride-sharing fee has been secured for you, $100. Just sign in to collect it. Ning was left speechless. The money he painstakingly earned through ride-sharing was not ill-gotten gains. Why should he have to sign in? Yet, despite his internal complaints, he complied and logged in, retrieving the $100. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 100 yuan. The 10,000-fold reward of 10 million yuan has been credited. Although it was late, it had finally arrived. Another 10 million had been deposited, leaving only 30 million to complete the 40 million owed to Ho Xiefeng. He intended to give it his all that evening, striving to resolve it all in one night. Exiting the police station, Ning took a taxi to the Yingtai Center, leaving the damaged RM35 at the store, though he was unsure how the system operated. Both the store manager and sales staff recognized that the watch had been purchased by Ning. Young Master Su, I will promptly send this watch to the repair center to ascertain the necessary repairs. You can leave it to me. I will notify you as soon as I have results. Manager Hao was exceedingly courteous, eager to serve such a prominent figure as Ning. Any minor favor from him would be more than enough to keep him well fed. After all, connections are built in this manner. Chapter 41. Very well. It is indeed a transformer. After leaving Yingtai, Ning hailed another taxi, heading to Xiao Dong's kindergarten. It was time to pick up Dong Dong. Big brother, you're here. Xiao Dong exclaimed as he rushed out of the classroom, leaping into Ning's crouched embrace. Say goodbye to the teacher. Ning smiled at Xiao Dong. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Xiao Dong obediently turned back to wave farewell to his teacher. Originally, Teacher Lu intended to converse with Ning for a few moments. However, at that juncture, other parents arrived to collect their children. By the time she had escorted her child, Ning had already walked off with Xiao Dong. Big brother, why didn't you drive your handsome car? Xiao Dong inquired, perplexed, as Ning led him towards his home. Ning gently ruffled Xiao Dong's hair and replied with a smile, I had a bit to drink at noon. It's not suitable for me to drive now. Xiao Dong nodded, seemingly understanding, and then looked up with a beaming smile, asking, Can you drive me tomorrow, big brother? You want me to drive you? Ning observed Xiao Dong's expression and asked with a playful smile, Why is that? Everyone says your car is a transformer. We agreed today that if you let your car transform in front of them tomorrow, they will give me all their snacks. Is that okay, big brother? Hearing such a simple request from Xiao Dong, Ning was tempted to give him a light tap on the head. Do I look like a transformer to you? Or should I transform for you? Noticing Xiao Dong visibly deflate, Ning couldn't help but chuckle and quickly amended his statement. All right, it is a transformer. But you must understand, even transformers cannot transform casually in public. They need to keep their identities concealed. They only transform for special missions. Otherwise, they are just ordinary cars. Xiao Dong nodded in partial comprehension, his spirits lifting at last. Upon arriving at Xiao Dong's residential complex, he began playing with his friends downstairs. At this point, Ning's only responsibility was to keep an eye on him, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals would whisk Xiao Dong away. Of course, there weren't that many wrongdoers about. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Dong's father finally returned home. Little brother, you've been a great help. Is Xiao Dong behaving? Ning smiled and nodded, affirming that Xiao Dong was quite obedient, requiring little supervision. Isn't that right, Xiao Dong? Feeling quite experienced in caring for children, Ning realized that adult approval was paramount for children of this age. Yes, I'm very obedient, Xiao Dong declared proudly, lifting his chin with a sense of accomplishment. After exchanging a few words, Ning took his leave. He planned to head directly to a restaurant, seeking a place to rest while awaiting the evening rush for his driving service. Once Ning departed, Xiao Dong looked up at his father with eager eyes and asked, Dad, can we buy a transformer car? Xiao Dong's father assumed he meant a transformer toy and, chuckling, patted his head. All right, since we have some free time, I'll take you to buy one. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dong leapt with joy, exclaiming, Yay, I can ride a transformer now. Xiao Dong's father smiled, thinking how easily satisfied children can be. However, when they arrived at the toy section of the mall, Xiao Dong gazed at the transformer toy his father handed him, his expression turning innocent and bewildered. Dad, I want a transformer car. Xiao Dong's father blinked. Isn't this a transformer car? No, Dad. It's a car that can drive. Not a toy. Xiao Dong felt as though his father was trying to fool him, and his lips quivered as he threatened to cry. His father, confused, struggled to comprehend Xiao Dong's meaning. Don't cry yet, Xiao Dong. Please tell Dad what you really want. Xiao Dong waved his small hands, emphasizing that he wanted a transformer car. It's the car that Big Brother drove me in this morning. It's a transformer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dong's father suddenly had a thought. Could Xiao Dong be referring to Su Ning's car? The one he had driven to drop him off at kindergarten? Perhaps its unique design led the child to believe it was a transformer? While soothing Xiao Dong, his father led him out of the toy section and sat down in the mall's central seating area. After pondering for a moment, he realized that their BMW 5 Series had been in service for 5 or 6 years, and it was probably time for a change. As open-minded parents, he and his wife believed that with a child in the family, they should respect his thoughts and opinions regarding family matters. If the child had a preference for a certain car, they could certainly take it into consideration. With this in mind, Xiao Dong's father opened a car app on his phone and showed Xiao Dong the list of models. Which car do you like? Xiao Dong took the phone and began scrolling, but his expression grew increasingly anxious. Why do all these cars look so much like Dad's car? I don't want this kind of car. I want Big Brother's transformer car. Xiao Dong's father hastily switched the options from sedans to SUVs. But Xiao Dong continued to shake his head. Could it be an MPV or a camper van? Yet, when he showed those models to Xiao Dong, the child still denied them. No, Dad, how can you not understand? I'm talking about a transformer car. Xiao Dong's father was almost in tears. What exactly is a transformer car? It can't be an electric car, can it? In his frustration, Xiao Dong could only call Su Ning. Su Ning, what kind of car did you drive when you took Xiao Dong to kindergarten this morning? Xiao Dong has been insisting that I buy him a transformer car like yours. Hearing the exasperation in the father's tone, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. However, there was nothing to conceal, so he promptly replied, a Koenigsegg 1. I drove a Koenigsegg 1 to drop Xiao Dong off this morning. I don't know who told him that it's a transformer. Xiao Dong's father was not a sports car enthusiast, but he vaguely recognized the brand name. After hanging up, he quickly searched for it on the app. The next moment, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he felt utterly stunned. Koenigsegg 1, a limited edition supercar? 50 million? Xiao Ning drove a 50 million supercar to take Xiao Dong to kindergarten? At that moment, it felt as though he was witnessing an alien invasion firsthand. Absurd and unbelievable. Xiao Dong, is this the car you're talking about? He quickly showed Xiao Dong the photo on his phone, feeling incredulous. Yes, that's the car. Super Transformer. Everyone says it can turn into a robot. Dad, can we buy this car? Xiao Dong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, jumping and waving his arms. Yet, his father was left in a state of shock, speechless in disbelief. Buy this car? Should I sell you instead? It was no wonder Xiao Dong's father reacted this way. Although both he and his wife had decent incomes and owned a home in the capital, the total value of all their assets, including their home, barely exceeded 10 million. Even if they liquidated everything, it wouldn't be enough to purchase a Koenigsegg 1. Forget about the Koenigsegg 1. They couldn't even afford the cheapest model from the brand. It was utterly ridiculous. Who would believe that they had hired a college student for 1,000 yuan to help with picking up their children, only to discover he drove a limited edition supercar worth 50 million? It felt as absurd as if their janitor turned out to be the owner of the entire building. Yet, a perplexing dilemma now lay before him. How to convey to Xiao Dong that they could not afford a transformer car. During the evening dining peak, a flurry of ride-hailing orders began to flood the restaurant. Su Ning's first order proceeded smoothly as expected, earning him 50 yuan. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 50 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 5 million yuan. However, the second order presented immediate challenges. First, he was to go to Wuzhou Garden, then to the neighboring Yinggu. Two middle-aged men entered the vehicle and promptly stated their destinations. These were likely the names of the two communities and unfamiliar to Su Ning, who quickly opened the navigation app on his phone. The journey was relatively uneventful. Although it was apparent that the two had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, they remained coherent. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived outside Wuzhou Garden. After parking, Su Ning alighted to assist the passengers by opening the rear door. However, both men exited the vehicle and began exchanging farewells. Su Ning paid little mind. As it was common for intoxicated individuals to engage in lengthy conversations, they could easily chat for hours if they wished. He leaned against the car, patiently waiting for their exchange to conclude. Yet, as time passed, nearly 10 minutes, something felt amiss. Where were the men? Had they vanished? Panic surged through Su Ning. He hastily locked the car and hurried towards the area where the two had been conversing. To his dismay, there was no sign of them. He searched the vicinity, scouring every potential hiding spot, but found naught. Su Ning was on the brink of losing his composure. How could two fully alive individuals simply disappear? Had they not been drinking, he would not have felt such alarm. The crux of the matter was that they had indeed been drinking, substantially. Should anything untoward occur, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the responsibility. In a state of urgency, Ning sprinted towards the entrance of the community to inquire with the security guard. "Excuse me, did two inebriated individuals enter the community just now?" The guard scratched his head, appearing puzzled. "I believe there were indeed two men who had been drinking. However, they parted ways at the entrance. One entered the community, while the other headed east." Ning followed the direction indicated by the guard and realized it was another community. "Is that Ingu?" The guard nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's right." Ning inhaled deeply, his spirits plummeting. Upon entering the vehicle, the two had stated their destinations, one to Wuzhou Garden, the other to Ingu. It was highly likely they resided in those respective places. Now it seemed, they had simply gone home, abandoning the vehicle. The absurdity of the situation left him at a loss for words. What was he to do? Lacking their contact information and being unaware of their specific residences, how could he return the keys? He tentatively asked the guard, but the guard shook his head repeatedly, expressing ignorance about which unit the earlier patrons inhabited. Moreover, he denied Ning's request to review the surveillance footage to trace their path. "We can't access the footage casually. Our property management has regulations. Only the police are permitted to review it." Ning was enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Aside from the first order of the day, completing subsequent rides without a hitch proved exceedingly difficult. He couldn't possibly wait here until the next day for the two men to awaken from their stupor and retrieve the keys, could he? With no other options, Ning returned the car to Li Ji private kitchen and handed the keys to Manager Liu. "The owners have completely forgotten their vehicle. We'll just wait for them to come by tomorrow. However," he added, "when they do come, don't forget to ensure I receive my driving fee. It must not be shortchanged." Manager Liu nodded in agreement, though he still found it hard to comprehend Ning's insistence on driving. Yet, as per the boss's orders, he would comply. While waiting at the cash register for another order, Ning felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "What kind of trouble have you encountered this time?" Master Wang, noticing Ning's expression, inquired with a knowing smile. Ning recounted the events, expressing his frustrations. Master Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and after composing himself, offered consolation. "Once you've been a driver for some time, you'll find that anything can happen. Remember, there's nothing you can't encounter. By the way, let me share something amusing, something you'd never expect." At this point, Master Wang wore a somewhat mischievous expression. Ning raised an eyebrow. "You aren't suggesting something scandalous, are you?" As fate would have it, it indeed involved driving. We veteran drivers have our own group chat. Just yesterday, news circulated that there's now a ride-hailing fast food service in the capital. This fast food, however, was not for meals. You see, there are female drivers dressed in stockings and business attire. Once they're in the car, the inebriated owners can do as they please. You could even ask them to find a secluded spot to indulge in some leisure. One could easily imagine how men, after drinking, would struggle to resist their primal urges, seeking out hidden corners for their escapades. However, their fees are exorbitant. If you're not prepared to part with 1,000 or 800 yuan, you won't be getting anywhere. This was an alternative flesh trade, indeed. Ning blinked, utterly astonished. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Goodness. People are indeed resourceful. It was as if they had devised a safer method to engage in such transactions, eluding the grasp of law enforcement. Unless caught in the act, they could simply claim to be providing a driving service. He recalled the online discussions about courtesans delivering takeout as a novel means of trade. He never anticipated that even ride-hailing would evolve in this way. Fortunately, they were not in competition with ordinary drivers. Otherwise, they would surely encroach upon their business. Just then, a customer approached the cash register requesting a ride. Master Wang cheerfully took off to fulfill the order. Not long after, Ning received one as well. Before stepping out, he silently prayed that no mishaps would occur. Ba, may the Almighty protect me. Chapter 43. How did you drive the car? Ning fervently beseeched all the deities he could think of, yet calamity still awaited him. Good day, I am here to serve you. He greeted the customer with the standard courteous salutation, only to be met with an irritable reprimand. Stop wasting time. Get in the car. Can't you see the child is tired? Ning was left speechless. Another self-important individual who regarded service staff as mere tools. The elderly couple, accompanied by their grandchild, had summoned a driver after the grandfather had indulged in alcohol, while the grandmother lacked the ability to drive. The child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, similar in age to Xiaodong, yet for some inexplicable reason, Ning sensed he might be a troublesome brat. With no desire to engage further, he resolved to swiftly complete this ride. However, just as Ning settled into the driver's seat, the troublesome child in the back began to wail incessantly. Don't touch my family's car. I won't allow you to touch my family's car. Grandpa, hurry and get rid of him. Initially, Ning intended to ignore the child, assuming the grandparents would soothe him. Little did he know as soon as he pressed the accelerator to start. The child reached out from the back seat and fiercely grasped his collar. Startled, he hurriedly slammed on the brakes and shifted into park, a sense of dread flooding his mind. Fortunately, his speed had not yet picked up. Otherwise, such a sudden maneuver while in motion could have led to dire consequences. However, what left Su Ning astounded was the fact that the elderly couple seemed utterly unfazed, as if the recent incident had never occurred. "Why are we stopping? Get moving." The old man barked at Su Ning, his face stern. Su Ning felt a surge of anger, suppressing his fury as he turned away. "I am a designated driver, here to provide a service, but I am not your servant. You have no right to bark orders at me. If you think that having paid for my services makes you my masters, then I must regretfully decline. You can find another driver." His tone was far from cordial. "If you do not respect me, then I see no reason to afford you any respect in return. Losing this fare will not impact my life in the slightest. I refuse to serve you." With that, Su Ning unbuckled his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. Hey, why are you so irritable, young man? We've been in charge for so long. That's just how we speak." The old woman interjected, sensing the tension. "Forget it. Don't take it to heart. Just drive, please." Given the hour and the child's evident fatigue, she reasoned that finding another driver would take too long. The old man was about to retort, but was silenced by the old woman's hand. Su Ning genuinely considered abandoning them, but realizing the other party had softened somewhat, he deemed it inappropriate to leave them stranded in the middle of the night. He rebuckled his seatbelt. "Little one, I understand you're tired. If you stay quiet, I'll get you home in no time. And if you're good, I have a lollipop for you." Although he was still driving, he attempted to soothe the restless child with a smile. He had some leftover lollipops from earlier, intended for Xiaodong. However, the little boy did not respond. Instead, the old woman became irritable again. "Just drive. We don't need your lollipops." Su Ning felt a surge of frustration. What kind of people were they? They clearly lacked any sense of propriety. "Fine, let us get you home quickly. Out of sight, out of mind." With that thought, Su Ning pressed the accelerator, speeding towards their destination while adhering to the speed limits. Yet, the harder he tried to escape this troublesome customer, the more obstacles he encountered. While the car was in motion, the little boy suddenly leaped from the back seat to the front, grabbing the steering wheel. Although the child lacked the strength to overpower Su Ning, he wasn't gripping the wheel tightly, which caused the vehicle to veer dangerously. In a split second, Su Ning was taken by surprise and reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes repeatedly. Thankfully, he did not apply the brakes too forcefully, preventing the car from overturning. But the stopping distance was insufficient, resulting in a collision with a roadside tree. Miraculously, everyone in the vehicle emerged unscathed. Su Ning quickly checked on the elderly couple, both of whom were strapped in, and the little boy was tightly held by his grandfather. After confirming they were all fine, Su Ning exited the vehicle to assess the damage. The front hood was crumpled significantly, and it appeared several components were damaged. It seemed the car would no longer be operable. He realized he would need to call for a tow. At that moment, the elderly couple emerged from the car, clutching their grandson, their anger palpable. "How could you drive like that? Do you want to die? You think you're fit to be a designated driver? Just wait. This isn't over. If anything happens to my grandson, I will make you pay with your life." Faced with their unreasonable fury, Su Ning could hardly contain his incredulity. He felt a surge of indignation, his fists clenching uncontrollably. Were it not for their advanced age, he might have shown them the error of their ways. "How did I drive? Did you not see your child grab the steering wheel? Just because you're old does not mean you can distort the truth. The old who refuse to mend their ways are akin to thieves. Perhaps that is precisely what you are." Su Ning retorted, no longer holding back. The old man, seething with rage, pointed a trembling finger at Su Ning, his face contorted in fury. "Stop with the nonsense. Call the insurance company. We want to sleep until this matter is resolved." Su Ning scoffed, replying curtly, "If the traffic police find me at fault, I will accept it without question. But for now, you need to be quiet." The elderly woman, sensing the escalating situation, hastily called her son. Before long, a police car with flashing lights arrived on the scene. An officer stepped out, accompanied by an assistant. "Who was driving? Please explain the situation." Although he had his suspicions, procedure required him to ask for an account. Just as Su Ning was about to respond, the old man interjected. "He was driving. He is the designated driver. Look at what kind of car he is driving. He nearly scared us to death." However, before he could finish, the officer interrupted. "You will have your turn. Let me speak to him first." The officer was evidently frustrated by interruptions, particularly from someone who seemed unaware of proper decorum. The old man, accustomed to being in charge, glared but showed no signs of restraint. "Why can't I speak? I am the victim here. What is your badge number? I will file a complaint against you." The officer was left speechless. Dealing with incidents involving the elderly was always a cumbersome task, leaving one feeling helpless. The tone cannot be heavy, and the conversation is continually tangled, leaving one utterly exasperated. "All right, go ahead, speak," the traffic officer remarked helplessly. The elderly man seemed to revel in his perceived victory. Proudly continuing, "I had a drink during my meal and hired a chauffeur at the restaurant. However, this chauffeur was utterly incompetent both in skill and character. Had I not already been in the car, I would never have hired him. Yet, lo and behold, while driving, he veered off course and crashed into a tree by the roadside. If you lack driving skills, you should not be a chauffeur. This is nothing short of endangering lives for profit. You must make him pay for the damages, as well as cover the various expenses for the three of us." The traffic officer, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of skepticism. Surely, a licensed chauffeur's driving skills should be adequate. How could one possibly crash into a tree while driving? Such a blunder is one even a novice would not commit. Observing the calm demeanor of Su Ning standing nearby, he began to formulate a hypothesis. "You are the chauffeur? Then please recount your version of the events," the officer stated, approaching Su Ning in a professional manner. "I was driving normally when the child in the back suddenly reached out to grab the steering wheel, causing the car to change direction and leading to the accident." In a single sentence, he provided a complete account. The traffic officer contemplated. If one were to eliminate the possibilities of fatigue driving and drunk driving, this would likely reveal the truth. However, the old man immediately protested, "Don't listen to his nonsense. My grandson did not grab the steering wheel at all. It's merely his lack of skill. Ensure he compensates us." The officer felt a headache coming on. His duty was merely to determine fault in the accident. Yet he could not ascertain whether the incident resulted from the chauffeur's incompetence or the grandson's actions. "Sir, I cannot make a judgment on this matter. It would be prudent to call a tow truck to remove the vehicle. It is getting late, and you should return home to rest. Perhaps tomorrow or at another time. You can all come to the traffic division to address this," he advised after recording the relevant information. "That simply will not do. What if he disappears again? Where will I find him? He must compensate us today. I've already consulted my nephew who runs a repair shop. In such cases, it would cost at least 30,000 at a 4S shop. Moreover, my wife, grandson, and I need to go to the hospital for examinations. No matter how much he demands, if he pays us 40,000, he may leave," the old man asserted with unwavering obstinacy, as if everyone must heed his commands. The officer was utterly speechless, about to respond when Su Ning interjected. "Officer, allow me to handle this." Turning with a smile towards the old man, he inquired, "Are you certain your grandson did not grab the steering wheel? Are you absolutely sure you want me to pay 40,000? His tone bore no hint of accusation, resembling a casual inquiry about one's breakfast. The old man remained momentarily stunned, while the officer perceived Su Ning's intentions. However, the subsequent events were no longer his concern, so he refrained from comment. The old man was oblivious to Su Ning's meaning, yet sensed that his demeanor was not indicative of good tidings. Nonetheless, he believed that even the cleverest of monkeys cannot escape the palm of the Buddha, and thus felt assured that Su Ning could not stir up any significant trouble. Indeed, Su Ning affirmed, smiling radiantly. Without further regard for the old man, he produced his phone and dialed 110. "I wish to report an incident. Following an accident, the opposing party has committed perjury and is extorting me for a substantial sum. My current location is..." After reporting, Su Ning sat cheerfully on the roadside, awaiting the arrival of the police. The traffic officer blinked, thinking to himself, as anticipated. He had suspected that this chauffeur would indeed report the old man for extortion. Reporting the old man for extortion was not merely a foolish move, but a potential means to place the elderly man behind bars. For instance, in the event of a collision between two vehicles, if one driver were under the influence, they would likely seek to settle privately to avoid severe penalties. Meanwhile, if the other driver were to demand compensation that significantly exceeded the actual damages, it could be construed as extortion. Even if the intoxicated driver paid up at the moment, they could later return to report the other party for extortion. In the current accident scenario, even if it ultimately fell on the chauffeur, the old man's compensation demands evidently surpassed the actual losses. Thus, strictly speaking, it could also be interpreted as extortion. Not to mention, this chauffeur might possess evidence proving he was not at fault. At that point, the old man would be further implicated in concealing the truth and committing perjury. It was a classic case of if one does not court disaster, disaster will not ensue. Shortly thereafter, a police car, lights flashing, arrived on the scene. Su Ning's spirits lifted at the sight. He recognized the officer who stepped out, having interacted with him frequently of late. "Officer Wong, what brings you here? Is this within your precinct?" Su Ning greeted with a smile. Officer Wong, upon recognizing Su Ning, appeared somewhat bewildered, his expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. "Have you found yourself in trouble again? You seem to have a knack for attracting chaos." After the formalities, the proper investigative procedure commenced. Soon, Officer Wong grasped the situation. He then posed the very question Su Ning had previously asked. "Are you certain your grandson did not grab the steering wheel?" Are you absolutely sure you want me to pay 40,000? Much like the traffic officer. Officer Wong had largely deduced the situation at hand and wished to avoid escalating the matter beyond resolution. Nevertheless, the old man remained oblivious to the underlying implications. Ning, do you have evidence proving that he grabbed the steering wheel? Officer Wong inquired as he stepped closer to Ning. Ning nodded but refrained from showing the evidence just yet. He intended to reserve this damning evidence for court, directly implicating the old man's criminal actions. However, sensing Ning's intention, Officer Wong offered a gentle caution. I understand your frustration and desire to see him punished. However, this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. And even if it goes to court, success is unlikely. Firstly, the 40,000 he demands, while significantly exceeding the actual damages, can be justified by his claim of ignorance regarding repair and examination costs. Moreover, your evidence, even if presented, could easily be dismissed by him and the old lady as something they did not witness. Consequently, they would likely escape criminal liability. Upon hearing Officer Wong's words, Ning could not help but frown slightly. Though reluctant, he had to concede that this analysis held merit. Yet, he was far from willing to let the matter slide without consequence. How about this? You present the evidence, and I will strive for a settlement that compels him to compensate you more. What do you say? Officer Wong had identified Ning's weakness and smiled. Ning's eyes brightened at the prospect. If he could not outmaneuver the old man, receiving a larger sum would suffice. After all, with the system's enhancement, $100 could translate to 10 million. There was no need to be at odds with money. Thus, Ning nodded, revealing the footage to Officer Wong. In fact, following a previous lesson learned, Ning had purchased a miniature camera akin to a GoPro and attached it to his chest. Little did he expect it would prove useful today. The footage clearly captured the child's hand reaching for the steering wheel. Armed with this irrefutable evidence, Officer Wong could decisively confront the old man. Summoning the old man aside, I presented the facts and reasoned with him, swiftly diminishing his capacity for rebuttal. Particularly impactful was Officer Wong's statement. Now that it is clear the responsibility lies with your grandson, as his guardian, you must bear all losses. If this designated driver claims to have a headache and seeks hospitalization, the hospital will not discharge him. Consider the financial burden of his extended stay. How much will you be liable for in medical and lost work expenses? I've laid everything out for you. The decision rests in your hands. If the vehicle were covered by commercial insurance, the old man would have no cause for concern, as all expenses would be borne by the insurance company. However, in the absence of such coverage, he would likely have to foot the bill himself. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to negotiate a private settlement with Ning. The agreed amount was 500 yuan, not a proposal from Ning, but a sum willingly offered after Officer Wong had intimidated them. Initially, the old man had hoped to offer Ning a mere 200 yuan, believing even that to be excessive. Yet, Ning, refusing to indulge his obstinacy, clutched his head and feigned a headache, threatening to call for an ambulance. Alarmed, the old man promptly raised his offer. After all, ambulances come at a cost, often several hundred yuan per trip. When the 500 yuan was finally in hand, a system notification echoed in Ning's mind. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 yuan through diligent work, with a reward of 5 billion yuan at a 100,000-fold increase. Compensation was indeed profitable. No doubt about it. Beside him, the old man was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack. Lamenting the dual financial blows of car repairs and the 500 yuan payout to the designated driver. What an unfortunate turn of fate. Observing this scene, Ning, despite his newfound wealth of 5 billion, felt a sense of satisfaction. Just then, a car sped down the road, hurtling towards them. A long screech of brakes startled everyone, prompting a hasty retreat. With a resounding crash, the oncoming vehicle collided with the car that had previously struck the roadside tree and was now stationary. What a coincidence. A secondary accident. Fortunately, thanks to the timely braking, the impact was not severe. A man in his 30s emerged from the car, vociferously calling out, "Dad, Mom, where are you? I want to see which designated driver has such audacity." Upon hearing this, everyone realized it was the couple's son, arriving to support his parents. Ning, however, felt no trepidation. After all, with the police present, what could the man do? He had no intention of instigating trouble, but if provoked, self-defense was certainly an option. Yet, a peculiar expression crossed Ning's face as he observed the middle-aged man staggering as he walked and slurring his speech. Was he possibly intoxicated? The traffic police noticed this as well, sharing a moment of amusement. "Here we go." They promptly retrieved a breathalyzer from their vehicle and approached the man. "Traffic police, we're conducting a sobriety check. Please cooperate and blow into this." The man paused momentarily, instinctively preparing to comply, but then quickly realized his inebriation and vehemently shook his head. "I won't blow. I wasn't driving. Why should I blow anything? His response left the officers momentarily dumbfounded, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation. Indeed, while he might not be driving now, he had just exited a vehicle. Please cooperate with my investigation. I need to conduct an alcohol test. Officer Wong moved in to assist, ensuring the man did not flee. First warning, second warning, third warning. After 3 warnings, a traffic officer and a police officer worked together to restrain the middle-aged man. Hey, what are you doing? Can't we discuss this calmly? Let him go. The elderly woman, witnessing her son being subdued, was frantic, nearly rushing to confront the police. However, 2 auxiliary officers swiftly ushered her aside. I will file a complaint against you. Just wait. None of you will get away with this. The old man was in a state of utter despair, nearly losing his mind. Meanwhile, Ning stood by, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. This was far more engaging than any television show. He could easily foresee how the situation would resolve. Given the son's evident inebriation, he would certainly exceed the legal limit for driving under the influence. Under the latest regulations, a sentence of 16 months of detention awaited him. Not only would he face this penalty, but he was also responsible for causing a traffic accident, likely incurring the maximum fine. It seemed the family would be without their father for the next 6 months, and they would face significant financial repercussions. Both vehicles sustained varying degrees of damage, and the repair costs would undoubtedly be substantial. Crucially, since the second accident was caused by drunk driving, even if the car had commercial insurance, the insurance company would deny coverage. This lesson would likely haunt the family for a lifetime. They had it coming. At that moment, Ning felt a sense of elation, relishing the unfolding events. Once the 2 officers had escorted the peculiar family away, he hailed a taxi back to Li Ji Private Kitchen, awaiting his next designated driver assignment. Chapter 46. Can you drive a crane? Upon returning to Li Ji Private Kitchen, Ning waited for quite some time, but no new orders materialized, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Had it not been for the odd family's delay, he might have secured another assignment today. However, the thought of having just earned 1.5 billion dispelled any lingering annoyance, leaving only a sense of delight. Indeed, no single ride could compare to such a windfall. Recalling the car owner's upcoming visit for the designated driver fee, Ning reminded manager Lu once more before stepping out of the restaurant. He then settled into his vehicle and logged onto the designated driver platform, awaiting a new assignment. Although he was uncertain of the platform's dispatch logic, he knew that drivers like him, who spent minimal time online, would not receive priority for assignments. As expected, after nearly half an hour of waiting, a new order finally came through. He quickly swiped right to accept it. Glancing at the itinerary with a surge of joy, this destination was quite far, nearly 20 kilometers away, promising a substantial fee. Silently, he hoped for a smooth ride. He started the engine and prepared to drive to the pickup point 3 kilometers away. Just as the engine roared to life, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was the car owner calling to confirm details, Ning answered. Hello, are you the designated driver? The caller spoke before Ning could utter a word. Yes, I am the designated driver. I'm on my way to you and should arrive in about 5 minutes. Do you have any specific requests? Ning maintained a polite tone, expecting the owner might want to confirm the order or perhaps ask him to bring a bottle of water. However, he was utterly taken aback when the other party continued. Can you drive a crane? Ning. What on earth is a crane? Perhaps realizing that Ning was caught off guard, the person on the other end elaborated. I mean the crane, the 500-ton type that can lift heavy objects. Ning's mind was shrouded in suspicion, utterly perplexed as to why the other party would pose such inquiries. What exactly are you trying to convey? What I mean is, I operate a large crane. If you can drive it, then come on over. If not, I shall cancel the order. Ning slightly parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. He fell into silence. He truly did not know what to say. At that moment, the entire world felt absurd to him. Could a heartfelt cry not ensure that I complete a single job without a hitch? What kind of bizarre situation is this? A crane. Is this the sort of apparatus that a rational individual would operate? Why not suggest that I pilot a fighter jet instead, with merely a C1 license? How could I possibly handle such a contraption? This was utterly ridiculous. Goodbye. With that, Ning abruptly terminated the call. Subsequently, he began to search on his phone, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Operating a crane necessitates a B2 license, along with a tower crane operation certificate, which is essentially a special operations qualification. He was at a loss for words regarding this crane operator. What on earth were you drinking to be in such a state? Even if you had been drinking, couldn't you have arranged for a designated driver? Couldn't that decrepit crane just sit there until tomorrow for someone else to drive it away? Do you genuinely believe that a designated driver would possess both a B2 license and a tower crane operation certificate? If they truly had both qualifications, why on earth would they be driving someone else's car instead of operating the crane themselves? Clearly, Driving a crane must be far more lucrative than being a designated driver. It was a situation that was both laughable and lamentable. This crane driver had likely summoned several designated drivers, none of whom could operate the crane. It was quite possible that he would spend the night oscillating between calling for a designated driver and saying goodbye. Glancing at the time, it was nearly midnight. Ning decided to wait a little longer, until at most 12:10, before returning home to sleep. Just as the clock struck 12, a job notification suddenly popped up on the designated driver app. Ning, who had been on the verge of slumber, was instantly invigorated and swiftly swiped right to accept the order. He didn't even glance at the job details. After all, it was the last job of the night. And once completed, he could finally retire for the evening. Starting the vehicle, he headed towards the designated pickup location, silently praying for a smooth transaction. He then added a wish that the car owner was not driving a crane. Upon arriving near the pickup point, he managed to find a parking space for the Koenigsegg and exited the vehicle to locate the car owner. The owner was a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age. Although not particularly tall, he exuded a strong presence, reminiscent of a successful individual. Of course, the Rolls-Royce parked nearby served as ample testament to his success. "Hello. Are you the designated driver I called?" Ning inquired politely with a smile. The middle-aged man nodded enthusiastically, unexpectedly throwing an arm around Ning's shoulder. "Yes, indeed. That's me." He then handed Ning the car keys and gestured towards the Rolls-Royce, saying, "This is my car. Go ahead and drive." Ning found himself slightly taken aback by the man's exuberance, attempting to subtly extricate himself, but failing miserably. The man held on with an unusual intensity, causing Ning's heart to race as he felt an unsettling sense of being ensnared. Was he being coerced? Was this man planning to have him drive to some desolate place, only to ambush him? It was no wonder Ning's mind wandered. After all, the system had long warned him about encountering numerous unforeseen events. Danger, of course, was included in those unexpected occurrences. Accepting the keys, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find no one else in sight, which deepened his confusion. Could it be that this middle-aged man was exceptionally skilled, confident that he could subdue Ning alone? Otherwise, how could he be so certain that Ning would indeed get into the car? Just as Ning was lost in thought, the middle-aged man took the initiative to open the driver's side door for him, releasing his grip on Ning's shoulder as he slid into the back seat, simultaneously voicing his concerns. "Oh dear, this has truly been a headache. I've called several designated drivers just now, but upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, they all refused to drive, fearing they might damage it. I assured them time and again that as long as it wasn't intentional, they wouldn't have to compensate for any accidents. Yet they steadfastly declined to assist. I was genuinely worried you'd do the same. I'm so exhausted and just want to get home to sleep." Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the unforeseen turn of events. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If he were reliant on designated driving for a living, encountering a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce would undoubtedly induce some trepidation, even if the owner assured them that they wouldn't be liable for unintentional damages. One knows how wealthy individuals can be. If they decided to make trouble, there would be little one could do to fend off their wrath. Thus, often the wisest choice was to forego such jobs altogether. Of course, for Ning, this was inconsequential. Even if he were to cause damage and require repairs, he wouldn't bat an eye at the prospect of purchasing another vehicle. Such was the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. Chapter 47. Another 50 million earned. With a Rolls-Royce as his vehicle, it was evident that the driver was an exceedingly successful entrepreneur. Otherwise, such ostentation would hardly be prudent. Yet, the entrepreneur was remarkably down-to-earth, engaging Ning in conversation throughout the journey, devoid of any air of superiority. In contrast, it was often the newly affluent who looked down upon the masses, believing themselves to be above everyone else. Indeed, there was a reason for his success, and Ning recognized it as a lesson to be learned. One must not become arrogant simply due to newfound wealth. Naturally, with the advent of such a wildly lucrative money-making system, one could argue that Ning was, in a sense, a wealthy individual himself. "I have no intention of provoking anyone, yet I am not afraid of anyone either." Perhaps the greatest advantage of the system was that it allowed him to act with complete freedom. After safely delivering the Rolls-Royce owner to his destination, Ning received the largest tip he had ever encountered in his career. "I had no choice but to struggle for ages to secure a designated driver through the DD platform. I'm getting on in years, and I find some functions on my phone rather perplexing. How about this? You cancel that designated driver order, and I'll pay you in cash." As he spoke, the Rolls-Royce owner produced several red 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Ning. "I truly appreciate your help today. Had it not been for you, I might still be outside in the cold." The generous tip was a token of gratitude for Ning's efforts. Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that accepting orders through the platform could also yield tips. After expressing his thanks, He canceled the designated driver order on the Didi platform and accepted the cash. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 500 yuan, with a 100,000 fold reward of 50 million yuan. According to the charging scheme on the designated driver platform, he only needed to pay 67 yuan. Yet, unexpectedly, the owner handed him 500 yuan. While to a wealthy individual capable of driving a Rolls-Royce, 500 yuan might be trivial, for an ordinary designated driver, it could represent 2 nights of hard labor. Giving is a kindness, while withholding is merely expected. This was the largest tip Ning had ever received. Though the young man who had previously overtaken him in a sports car ultimately handed him $600, it could hardly be classified as a tip. It was merely a wager. To suddenly acquire 50 million, without accounting for fluctuations in the company's market value, is a feat few could replicate with such reckless abandon. His bank balance astonishingly soared past the 200 million mark. It is worth noting that after lending 1,600,000,000 to his superior, Hui Xiefeng, his account had been nearly depleted. Yet, by the end of the night, not only had he recouped that 16 billion, but he had also made a profit. After transferring 40 million to his superior tomorrow, he would still retain 16 billion. Ning found himself at a loss for words to express his current sentiments. Initially, after lending all his money to his superior, he had felt a twinge of regret that his grand villa plans would have to be postponed. However, it now appeared that not only would there be no need for delay, but he might even complete them ahead of schedule. As the hour grew late, Ning decided against returning to his dormitory and opted instead for a nearby hotel, where he hastily booked a room. After a quick wash-up, he fell into a muddled slumber. Fortunately, the morning alarm roused him. Otherwise, he would have been late for his appointment with Xiao Dong's family. In a flurry, he rushed out, neglecting to freshen up, and hurriedly made his way to Xiao Dong's home. Ultimately, he arrived just in time to see Xiao Dong's father leaving. However, at that moment, Xiao Dong's father regarded him with an expression that was both peculiar and complex, struggling to accept such an absurd reality. How could a young chauffeur's vehicle be a limited edition hypercar worth over 50 million? It was undoubtedly a challenge for anyone to accept. What was even more baffling was why, with such wealth, one would choose to work as a chauffeur. He recalled Ning's earlier claim of working to support his studies, but with such a fortune, it was more akin to clandestinely experiencing the struggles of common folk. Nevertheless, regardless of these thoughts, Xiao Dong was well cared for, and the young boy was eager to spend time with this older brother figure, which was enough. After Xiao Dong's father departed, Ning quickly washed his face at Xiao Dong's home to rejuvenate himself. After all, he had several tasks to attend to that day. Big brother, why didn't you drive the transformer today? Upon discovering they were walking to kindergarten, Xiao Dong immediately pouted, feeling that Ning had broken a promise. Ning smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten. After completing his last driving assignment yesterday, he had parked the car beneath the hotel, not wanting to drive it this morning. Oh dear, I forgot. It's my fault. I promise tonight I'll have the transformer come pick you up, all right? We can make a pinky promise, and I won't forget this time. Ning affectionately ruffled Xiao Dong's hair and extended his hand. Xiao Dong gleefully linked pinkies with Ning and even stamped it with a seal. All right, it's settled. He waved goodbye to Ning as he turned to enter the kindergarten. At that moment, Ning felt the curious gazes of many onlookers lingering upon him, filled with intrigue, envy, and even jealousy. It was undoubtedly the ripple effect from yesterday's drive in the hypercar while escorting Xiao Dong. Although this was the capital, a city of affluent individuals, the value of a hypercar was still something that many could not overlook. After all, even the most expensive properties in the capital could be exchanged for several units of such a vehicle. Ning chose to ignore these stares, having long since realized that with his newfound wealth and the outrageous money-making system at his disposal, he would need to become accustomed to being the center of attention. After escorting Xiao Dong, Ning returned to his hotel room to rest for a while, only heading out to the Yingtai Center after the morning rush had subsided. Young Master Su, welcome. Knowing of Ning's arrival, Manager Hao was already waiting at the entrance, greeting him with warmth and respect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ning got straight to the point. Manager Hao, have the damage assessment and repair list been finalized? Manager Hao promptly handed Ning an exquisite envelope. The assessment is complete. Inside were the damage assessment report, repair list, and related notifications, all stamped with the seal of the Richard Mill After Sales Service Center, giving them legal validity. Should you require anything further from us, we will fully cooperate. Providing excellent service to wealthy clients is a necessity for luxury brands. And a young master like Ning, who spends millions on watches without a second thought, is undoubtedly a client they must cultivate. Ning nodded in appreciation and opened the envelope. The documents within were written in an official tone, resembling formal correspondence. The first document confirmed that the watch could be restored through repairs and would not be deemed a total loss. The second document outlined the parts that needed replacement and their associated costs. What Su Ning was most concerned about was the figure. Chapter 48. Thank you. I feel comforted. 740,000. The total cost for parts and external processing fees amounted to 740,000. Compared to the watch's sale price of 2,100,000, this was not exorbitant. The repair of a watch differs significantly from that of a car. Typically, the cost of car parts can exceed 300%, with luxury brands sometimes surpassing 600%. It can be likened to dismantling a vehicle and selling each component separately, with prices often exceeding 3 times that of the entire vehicle. However, the ratio for watches is not nearly as high, and the cumulative cost of parts is not significantly more than the price of the finished watch. At least, Su Ning found the figure of 740,000 to be quite reasonable. It would serve as a memorable lesson for that individual without driving him to despair. After leaving the Intai Center, he headed directly to the law firm he had scheduled an appointment with yesterday. Indeed, he intended to delegate all subsequent claims to his attorney. With wealth at his disposal, he no longer needed to handle every matter personally. Entrusting certain tasks to professionals was far more advantageous. Hello, young Master Su. Please take a seat. One of the partners at the law firm, a lawyer surnamed Hua, welcomed Su Ning into the office. In truth, such a minor case, particularly a civil one, rarely necessitated the involvement of a senior attorney. The reason a partner was attending to Su Ning was merely because the assistant lawyer had seen him disembark from a hypercar. If an executive vehicle might be a facade for business purposes, a hypercar was undeniably a toy for the wealthy. The mere ability to drive a hypercar implied substantial financial means. While this case may be small, establishing a connection could lead to greater opportunities for collaboration in the future. Seated on the office's client sofa, Su Ning sipped the freshly brewed coffee presented by the assistant lawyer, appearing nonchalant. Although he had not personally experienced it, he firmly believed that matters resolvable through financial means were hardly matters at all. Regardless, he was unconcerned about the legal fees. Everything else was secondary. Handing the envelope to lawyer Hua, Su Ning spoke with ease as Hua reviewed the documents. It was highly improbable that the individual would agree to direct compensation. Hence the necessity for legal representation. I will send you the relevant video evidence shortly. He may argue that I deliberately enticed him to damage his watch. So how to refute that will be your responsibility. I trust this shouldn't pose a significant challenge for you. After reviewing the documents and the video Su Ning provided, lawyer Hua displayed a hint of surprise on his face, deep in thought. The Richard Mille watch, valued at 1 million, incurs a repair cost of 740,000. This fee, while substantial, is not unreasonable, especially as it bears the stamp of the Richard Mille Service Center, assuring its legitimacy. However, the crux of the matter lies not in the cost, but in the circumstances that led to the damage of the watch. Although it was indeed the other party who caused the watch to fall by forcibly opening Su Ning's hand, one must ponder how a watch strapped securely to one's wrist could so easily come loose. It seems this issue warrants further examination, particularly after lawyer Hua inadvertently caught sight of the Richard Mille RM56 adorning Su Ning's wrist. His conviction only deepened. Truly ruthless. If he remained oblivious to Su Ning's intentions at this point, all his years of legal practice would have been in vain. Rest assured, young Master Su, this case will be expertly handled by our firm, without a hitch. All it requires is your signature on an authorization letter, and we will represent you entirely, sparing you any further concern. Regarding fees, for cases involving property disputes where the stakes range between 500,000 and 1 million, our standard charge is 4. This time, we shall adhere to the minimum rate of 4. How does that sound? Lawyer Hua set down the document bag, patting his chest in assurance, ultimately promising to charge at the lowest rate. Legal fees are typically exorbitant. For instance, divorce attorneys might demand a hefty 10 of the property division. Thus, if the opposing party indeed compensates 740,000, Su Ning would owe the firm merely 30,000. Quite a modest sum. It appears the other party is deliberately offering a concession to foster goodwill. Very well, I entrust this to you. Once the case concludes, I shall treat you to a meal. Su Ning readily signed the authorization and representation agreement, rising to shake hands with lawyer Hua in farewell. Initially intending to return to school to complete his unfinished graduation project, he received a call from Ning Bing en route. I'm in a bad mood. Take me for a drive. Upon connecting, Su Ning heard Ning Bing's voice, laced with exhaustion and frustration. Who has dared to provoke our Miss Ning Bing? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Su Ning pulled over, chuckling. It's that old witch of an investment director at the company. She flaunts her connection with the LP and acts all high and mighty. She particularly takes issue with me, constantly creating trouble. It's utterly exasperating. Ning Bing spoke through gritted teeth, clearly having endured much irritation. Su Ning had previously learned that Ning Bing worked in finance at an investment firm. Initially, He had assumed the finance sector was prestigious, but judging by Ning Bing's current state, it seemed merely a fade of glamour. What does LP stand for? As a diligent student, Su Ning felt compelled to inquire. Realizing Su Ning was not well versed in the industry, Ning Bing succinctly explained, GP refers to general partners. Akin to partners in a firm. LP stands for limited partners, who invest money into the company and await dividends without participating in operations. Su Ning's understanding dawned. So that's what it means. Is this old witch your supervisor? If she can target you, why not just quit? After all, if one doesn't thrive here, there will always be other opportunities. Let us not tolerate such nonsense. Su Ning consoled. Though he was at a loss to provide any substantial advice regarding Ning Bing's company situation, Ning Bing rolled her eyes dramatically. What kind of advice is that? Thanks for the consolation. If I quit, will you support me? Su Ning laughed, playfully responding, if that's the case, you might as well work as my designated driver. It's quite profitable. Ning Bing was rendered speechless. Being a designated driver indeed pays well. So much so that you could afford a supercar. All right. Hurry and come pick me up. I must unwind today. With that, Ning Bing promptly hung up. Su Ning smiled softly, turning the car around towards her residence. Unlike those frivolous socialites or vain women who seek wealthy patrons, Ning Bing was a truly independent professional woman. Though Su Ning had yet to determine how to develop their relationship, he was open to further interaction. Let things unfold naturally. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of Ning Bing's building. From a distance, he spotted her in relaxed attire, an orange short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her figure and a pair of fitted jeans that elongated her legs, complemented by trendy sneakers. Such an ensemble was indeed fitting for a leisurely outing. Chapter 49. Do you have one? 2 billion? Hey beautiful, care to join me for a spin? Su Ning parked the car in front of Ning Bing, adopting a cheeky demeanor as he teased her. Ning Bing feigned anger, revealing her charming little fangs as she playfully shook her fist at Su Ning, appearing ready to retaliate. Unable to contain his laughter, Su Ning opened the car door for her. Where shall our esteemed Miss Ning go to unwind? Ning Bing, clearly having a plan, replied without hesitation. First, let us grab a bite, then catch a movie, and afterwards, hit a hotel. However, the moment the last word escaped her lips, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could she have mentioned the hotel? Su Ning was equally taken aback by her sudden mention, bursting into laughter as he slapped the steering wheel in mirth. No laughing. No laughing. I said no laughing. Ning Bing, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, furiously pounded her small fists against Su Ning. What an adorable woman. All right, enough of this. I need to drive. Su Ning pleaded, though Ning Bing's playful punches were merely a mild annoyance. Once she ceased her antics, Su Ning, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, how about we skip ahead and head straight to the hotel? Ning Bing swore that had Su Ning not been behind the wheel, she would have sought revenge. How mortifying. She wished she could just vanish into thin air. Tell me about investment companies. Su Ning swiftly diverted the topic. Indeed, he was genuinely curious. With his extraordinary money-generating system at his disposal, he believed that no method of earning money could rival the ease of his system. However, regardless of the amount, money sitting in a bank account was merely a figure. While it could elicit admiration, it failed to yield greater influence. Only by converting that money into investments or tangible enterprises could it transform into immeasurable power. This was indeed the case. Merely possessing wealth would not protect one from the whims of the truly powerful. But if one's every action could sway the fates of countless families, then others would think twice before crossing you. While there was no immediate rush, it was prudent to begin strategizing. With Ning Bing, an industry insider, it was a perfect opportunity to delve into financial investments. Ning Bing took a sip from her bottled water, finally alleviating her embarrassment, and inquired with mild curiosity. Are you interested in financial investments? Her sharp intellect allowed her to intuit Su Ning's intentions. Su Ning nodded, giving her a thumbs up in appreciation. All right then. Let me give you a brief overview. The firm I work for is called Wealthandpower Capital. Currently, we have 2 general partners and 6 limited partners, controlling assets amounting to approximately 600 million. Our company primarily engages in angel investments and venture capital, with the latter focusing on early to mid-stage projects. Given the relatively modest strength of our firm, we find ourselves unable to compete with top-tier investment companies for promising projects. Additionally, aside from capital investments, we also dabble in trust-type financial management, although that is not our main line of business. Su Ning nodded thoughtfully as he listened, gaining a general understanding of Ning Bing's company. Controlling assets worth 600 million, their capacity was somewhat below his expectations. He had assumed that such an investment firm would at least have $1 billion in assets. What amount did the LP associated with that so-called old witch investment director contribute? Su Ning inquired with keen interest. Dingshire Financial is our largest LP, having invested approximately 1.2 billion. However, Dingshire Financial is significantly larger than our Luansong capital, and their investment channels are diverse, Ning Bing replied. Upon hearing the mention of the old witch, she couldn't help but snort, clearly still agitated. Su Ning pondered for a moment, an intriguing thought crossing his mind as he spoke in a tone laced with temptation. If I were to also become an LP and invest $1.2 billion in your company, would you then be able to assume the position of investment director and escape the wrath of that old witch? Ning Bing halted abruptly, casting a perplexed glance at Su Ning, her face a mixture of shock and confusion. You have $1.2 billion? Su Ning nodded, even more than that. Upon receiving this answer, Ning Bing took a deep breath, her sense of absurdity intensifying. Yet, recalling that the car she was currently in was worth $50 million, it seemed somewhat more palatable. She couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and disbelief. In all honesty, she had never intended to seek Su Ning's money. How could she possibly have imagined that a young and handsome chauffeur was, in fact, a wealthy heir? The disparity between their identities was staggering. Taking several deep breaths to calm herself, she finally spoke, her voice laced with a hint of exasperation. If you truly have $1.2 billion, why would you want to be an LP? Why not establish your own investment company? As an LP, you merely provide funds with little say in investment decisions. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to make your own decisions by founding an investment firm? Her tone reflected a mix of frustration and concern, but she quickly recognized that Su Ning was oblivious to such nuances, leaving her with a wry smile. Su Ning, deep in thought, acknowledged that this was indeed a potential path. However, he preferred to first secure his grand villa before considering other ventures. After watching a comedic film together, Ning Bing seemed to have a low threshold for laughter, giggling throughout. Once the laughter subsided, her mood lightened significantly, allowing her to forget most of her work-related worries. Without needing to ask anything, Su Ning took Ning Bing to a hotel after the movie and booked a room. Their passion unfolded naturally, filling the room with the essence of human pleasure. Later, as Ning Bing lay atop Su Ning, still basking in the afterglow, her bashful, yet satisfied expression spoke volumes. Oh, by the way, the money you transferred to me last time, I bought a bag, and I also got you a belt. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly sprang from the bed to retrieve her bag. In no time, she produced a beautifully packaged box adorned with a conspicuous logo. Though Su Ning held little interest in luxury brands, he was at least somewhat knowledgeable. An Hermes men's belt typically costs around $40,000 to $50,000. Su Ning was genuinely taken aback that Ning Bing had spent such a considerable sum on a belt for him. This was not typical of those vain girls who would strive to empty one's pockets. The only irony for Su Ning was that he had no need for a belt at all. As a student, he mostly wore sweatpants and casual trousers. Such a belt seemed more suited to elite business professionals. Nevertheless, considering it was Ning Bing's thoughtful gift, he could not bear to dampen the moment with ungrateful remarks. Indeed, I truly like it, Su Ning exclaimed, embracing Ning Bing with a smile, while his right hand began to wander. Chapter 50. I will never allow the Autobots to be captured by evil organizations. Su Ning's actions elicited a playful protest from Ning Bing, her charm captivating. It goes without saying that this moment led to their peak of passion once more. One must admit that such endeavors can be quite physically demanding. By the time Su Ning exited the hotel that afternoon, his legs felt weak. After driving Ning Bing home, he noted the time was appropriate and directly headed to Xiao Dong's kindergarten. He had promised Xiao Dong in the morning that he would arrive in a transforming vehicle, and it was imperative not to break that promise. When he picked up Xiao Dong, the child was brimming with excitement, bouncing around as if he were about to revert to a more primal state. Brother, you really came in a transforming vehicle. Hurry, let it transform. I promised my friends I would show them the transformation. Xiao Dong exclaimed. Brother, can the transforming vehicle fly? Can it take us up into the sky? Not just Xiao Dong, but even his little friends nearby wore hopeful expressions, clearly yearning to experience a ride in the transforming vehicle. Su Ning opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finding himself at a loss for words. It was a rather amusing predicament, as one cannot reason with children. Their perception of the world is vastly different from that of adults. Nonetheless, he understood their desires well, for he too had fantasized about owning a transforming vehicle in his youth. It would be cruel to shatter their innocence and imagination. So Su Ning resolved to protect their childhood. Xiao Dong, didn't I mention that the Autobots must conceal themselves within human society and cannot be casually revealed? Have you forgotten? Do you truly want to see it transform? Do you wish to witness it expose its identity and be captured by evil organizations? Su Ning spoke in a deliberately mysterious and serious tone. Upon hearing this, the children quickly covered their mouths, shaking their heads vigorously, their expressions turning tense. No, no, no. I don't want it to be captured. No transformation, no transformation. We will surely keep this secret and never let the Autobots be exposed. We will fight alongside the Autobots to defeat the evil organization. Indeed, Children harbor only a sense of justice, leaving no room for evil. Su Ning gave them a thumbs up, saying, "You are all amazing." Such praise rendered the children defenseless, puffing out their chests and holding their heads high, as though they had just saved the world. Nearby parents couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that a young man driving a supercar could engage with children so skillfully. After picking up Xiaodong, Su Ning played with him downstairs for over an hour until Xiaodong's father returned, at which point he departed. Su Ning first returned to his dormitory to transfer the remaining 40 million to his friend, Huxiefeng. "Don't worry about my investment. There's no rush for repayment. Whenever you're able to, just let me know. You know I don't have many expenses," he reassured Huxiefeng, who seemed ready to say something. Su Ning quickly comforted him, not wanting to hear any sentimental remarks. Among brothers, such displays were unnecessary. Deng Zihao and Ding Zihui understood Su Ning's sentiment perfectly and decided to tease him. "Third brother, my family business has encountered some issues. You need to transfer me 7 or 8 billion to tide me over." Deng Zihao affectionately draped his arm over Su Ning's shoulder, chuckling jovially. Not to be outdone, Ding Zihui chimed in. "I recently came across a lucrative project, an investment of 400 million, which will yield a return of 600 million in 6 months, boasting a staggering annualized return of 100. Old third, why not join me in this venture?" The atmosphere, initially tinged with a hint of sentimentality, was shattered by their banter. Su Ning was fully aware of their intentions, but could only respond with a teasing remark. "Old fourth, your family doesn't own a legitimate company. It's merely a rundown restaurant. And you need 7 or 800 million for emergencies. Why not just go public?" Old second interjected with a note of sarcasm. "Thank you for the offer, but I think I'll pass on such a project with a 100 return rate. I wouldn't want to tempt fate." After a few moments of lightheartedness, Su Ning left the dormitory and headed straight to Li's private kitchen. Acquiring the restaurant had its perks. No more dining hall meals in the evening. Just a request for a couple of dishes from the kitchen would suffice. Upon arriving, Manager Lu promptly approached to report, "Young Master Su, the customer who left their car yesterday has returned to retrieve it. He asked me to convey his apologies and has left a 100 yuan fee for the chauffeur service." With that, he handed Su Ning a crisp red 100 yuan bill. Lu was acutely aware of Su Ning's desires, although he didn't fully comprehend. He promptly handed over the money. "Congratulations to the host for diligently earning 100 yuan, with a reward of 10 million due to a 10,000-fold increase." The moment Su Ning grasped the cash, the system's notification echoed in his mind. A subtle smile crept across his lips. The exhilarating sensation of amassing wealth was simply delightful. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Manager Lu and offering some encouragement, Su Ning indulged in a light meal in the break room before returning to the cash register, ready to take on new tasks. "Hey Su, how about you take the first order starting today?" Master Wang greeted Su Ning with a smile. Although he didn't fully grasp the situation, he could sense that something had changed. Manager Lu's respectful demeanor towards Su Ning spoke volumes. Moreover, Old Li had been dismissed. Even if he hadn't understood the nuances at the time, upon reflection, it was clear that Old Li had attempted to bully Su Ning before being ousted. It was likely that this unassuming young man had some connection with the new owner. Master Wang, not wishing to follow in Old Li's footsteps, chose to take a step back for his own security. Su Ning was taken aback momentarily, but upon understanding, he admired Master Wang's astuteness. Sometimes, retreating can indeed lead to broader horizons. Su Ning was not one to stir up trouble. He was inclined to adhere to reasonable regulations. Thus, after purchasing Li's private kitchen and becoming the proprietor, he refrained from altering the order sequence for the chauffeur service. However, since Master Wang had brought it up, regardless of his intentions, Su Ning saw no reason to decline. After all, being the first to accept an order could potentially lead to an extra job in the evening. Calculating that he could manage an additional job every 3 or 4 days, that would accumulate to 7 or 8 extra jobs in a month, translating to an increase in income of approximately 500 yuan. Following the system's reward multiplier, this would equate to a staggering 50 million. Even with his current extravagant spending, Su Ning would never overlook the significance of 50 million. After all, that amount could purchase a Koenigsegg one. Nevertheless, while accepting this new arrangement, Su Ning was determined not to let Master Wang suffer a loss. If Master Wang's income was reduced by around 500 yuan, he would find a way to compensate him. With a swift turn of thought, an idea surfaced. Assuming an average of 3 orders per day, totaling 150 orders in a month, the restaurant's cut from Master Wang would amount to 1,500 yuan. It would be simpler to exempt Master Wang from this commission altogether. Though the restaurant might incur a minor loss, given the scale of Li's private kitchen, it was negligible. Having made his decision, Su Ning nodded with a smile. "All right. Thank you, Master Wang." Chapter 51. Why is it so difficult to film the movie we want? Seeing Su Ning agree so readily, Master Wang felt a mix of emotions. relieved yet somewhat conflicted. By relinquishing this portion of profit, he hoped to secure a more stable position at Lee's private kitchen. After all, working as an in-house chauffeur yielded far superior and more reliable income than taking orders from a platform. Yet, losing a few hundred yuan over the month still stung. At that moment, Su Ning approached manager Liu and instructed directly, from now on, there will be no commission deducted from Master Wang's chauffeur fees. Manager Liu, unsure of the specifics, recognized that when the boss speaks, there's little room for debate. If it were an unreasonable arrangement, as a frontline manager, he would naturally voice his concerns. However, waiving the commission for an in-house chauffeur was a trivial matter, hardly warranting a challenge to his superior's wishes. Manager Liu quickly summoned Master Wang and relayed the news. Master Wang was instantly overwhelmed with joy, astonished by this unexpected windfall. He could easily calculate the simple figures. What he gained far exceeded what he had sacrificed. It was evident that this was a special instruction from young Su. Indeed, his speculation was correct. Su Ning had a profound connection with the restaurant. Otherwise, how could he possibly have the authority to waive his chauffeur fees? Returning to the vicinity of the cash register, Master Wang, filled with excitement, grasped Su Ning's hand, his eyes and expression brimming with gratitude, though he refrained from uttering a word. After all, there were new chauffeurs present, and they likely hadn't been exempted from the commission. It was best not to let the cat out of the bag. Su Ning smiled and nodded. It's a small matter, no need to dwell on it. Just then, a customer arrived seeking a chauffeur. Allowing Su Ning to free his hand from the enthusiastic grip of Master Wang, which was starting to become slightly painful. Good day, sir, I am at your service. The first order proceeded unusually smoothly, almost as if it were straight out of a textbook. Congratulations to the host for diligently earning 50 yuan, with a reward of 5 million due to a 10,000-fold increase. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Ning mused, if only every order could be this seamless. However, he recognized the impossibility of such a scenario. Having achieved the extraordinary feat of rapidly accumulating wealth, it was inconceivable that there would be no minor obstructions along the way. He had grown accustomed to this reality. After encountering numerous oddities, it had all become somewhat routine. Upon returning to the restaurant, perhaps due to the day's prosperous business, the other two chauffeurs had gone out to run errands. After a brief wait, Su Ning received his second order of the day. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly an hour earlier than usual for receiving the second order. Following the necessary service protocols, Su Ning was soon driving smoothly down the road in an Audi A6. As a chauffeur, there was a stipulation in the DD platform's service requirements. Besides polite service language, one should refrain from speaking unless the customer initiated conversation. While this restriction didn't apply to in-house chauffeurs, Su Ning chose to adhere to this principle, attempting to remain unobtrusive. Of course, this being his second order, it was not uncommon for unusual incidents to arise. So he made an effort to be particularly cautious to avoid trouble. The car owner was a man in his 40s, seated in the back with a less than stellar demeanor. Su Ning had acquired a degree of insight and experience in his role as a chauffeur. Earlier, he had inquired with the waiter from the dining room about this man, who had clearly indulged in quite a bit of alcohol. In the pursuit of success in this society, one often has to pay a price. Who wouldn't prefer to enjoy leisurely drinks with a few close friends at their own pace? In the realm of business banquets, particularly when one finds themselves in a position of soliciting favors, the manner of consuming alcohol becomes a matter dictated by circumstance. Allow me to raise my glass in your honor. I shall drink to your health, and you may indulge at your leisure, expressing gratitude for your benevolence. I shall drink 3 consecutive cups in your stead. Such drinking, alas, is both a source of helplessness and humility. This was the plight of the man, leading him to excessive intoxication. Without the extravagant wealth acquisition system at his disposal, it is likely that Su Ning would have faced similar experiences and tribulations in the future, perhaps even to the point where he would lack the opportunity to feel such humility. Fortunately, with the system in place, he now possesses the audacity to decline many propositions. At that moment, the owner of the vehicle received a call, groggy and disoriented. He answered, his tone a blend of resignation and despair. Mr. Wu still hasn't relented. As he puts it, our company adheres to a fundamental principle when it comes to film investments. The producers and directors must have a history of successful projects. Neither of us has any independent experience in managing a film, and even if Mr. Wu were to assist, it's doubtful that his company would agree. Sighing, he lamented, why is it so difficult to produce the film we aspire to create? Wait, no? The director must be you. This is the dream and pursuit of both my brother and me. If we were to replace you, what significance would there be in my role as producer? Just focus on refining the script. Tomorrow, I will arrange to speak with Mr. Zhang from Huahua Entertainment and have a thorough discussion. Rest assured, we will get this project off the ground. Once he hung up, Su Ning could discern the unmistakable aura of powerlessness that the owner had just attempted to mask. However, he had gleaned a general understanding. The owner was a producer, and his friend was the director. The two were endeavoring to assemble a film and were currently seeking investment. Although Ning was not well versed in the intricacies of the entertainment industry, he was aware that while established directors often had others vying to work with them, budding directors frequently struggled to secure opportunities, even with extensive pleading. There was nothing inherently unfair about this. Not everyone possesses the platform to showcase their talents. At this juncture, Ning's interest was piqued. The owner displayed genuine intent to create a quality film, rather than merely seeking investments to line his pockets while disregarding the film's integrity. Just as he was about to speak, the owner abruptly exclaimed, "Stop the car." Ning immediately decelerated and safely pulled over to the side of the road. Typically, a driver would not call for an abrupt stop without reason, likely indicating a need to vomit or use the restroom. Sure enough, once the vehicle was halted, the owner exited, bent over a tree, and heaved violently, clearly suffering. Ning retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his bag, exited the car, and gently patted the owner's back until he ceased retching before offering him the water. "Rinse your mouth and wash up a bit." The owner, not one to hesitate, twisted off the cap and gulped down a mouthful, swished it around, and spat it out, subsequently using more to cleanse his hands and face. "Thank you. I truly overindulged. My stomach feels like a tempest. I envy your youth. At your age, this amount of alcohol would have been trivial for me. Yet now, in middle age, some things just don't hold up." He expressed gratitude while reflecting on his own state. However, once he finished speaking, he sensed an inconsistency in his words and quickly amended, "Oh, I meant drinking, not anything else." Initially, Ning had not misinterpreted his words, but the owner's clarification led him to a different line of thought. Right. We're talking about drinking, nothing else." Chapter 52. You're not referring to Su Xiao, are you? Once back in the vehicle, Ning cautiously ventured, "Are you a film producer? I find the entertainment industry quite intriguing. Perhaps you could share details about your film project?" The owner, taken aback by Ning's inquiry, shook his head vigorously. His dazed eyes, clouded by intoxication, turned towards Ning. "Hey, I must say, this young designated driver is quite handsome. Even amidst the throngs of attractive individuals in the entertainment industry, he stands out. Perhaps with the right agency and some polishing, he could debut." Despite the waning era of internet celebrities, making a living in the entertainment realm remains feasible. However, for filmmakers, such young talents often become the bane of cinema. What we truly need are skilled actors. My friend and I have been navigating the film industry for some time. I started as a production assistant and now hold a consistent position as an assistant producer, making it unlikely for me to independently manage a film. My brother has also accumulated experience as a co-director on several projects. This time, he has crafted a script with significant box office potential. We are eager to bring this film to fruition, managing it ourselves. However, as you may have heard, no one is willing to invest. We have pooled all our resources, even mortgaging our homes, yet we only managed to gather 20 million. It's absurd. Some fools spend hundreds of millions on terrible films. Yet our modest project struggles to attract investors. He concluded with an exasperated tone, unable to suppress his frustration. Ning absorbed the information, lost in contemplation. A small budget film? Meaning it could be accomplished with just a few tens of millions. The owner and his friend had already assembled 20 million, suggesting that if Ning were to invest, even in the worst-case scenario, he would only suffer a loss of a few tens of millions. For someone whose daily earnings as a designated driver were substantial, it would merely equate to the loss of a couple of days' income. Although he didn't fully grasp the producer's capabilities, it was evident from his words that he sincerely wished to create a quality film. There was no need for him to feign anything in Ning's presence, as Ning was merely a designated driver. With a plan forming in his mind, Ning gradually pulled the car to the roadside. The owner, taken aback, inquired, "We haven't reached our destination yet. Why have you stopped?" Ning turned toward him, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "What would you say if I were to invest in your film?" Seeing Ning's playful demeanor, the owner assumed he was joking and retorted, "You're not suggesting that your driving fee be counted as an investment, are you? Hurry up and drive. I don't have time for your nonsense." He reclined against the seat, exuding irritation. "I'm not joking with you." Ning shrugged, rolling up his sleeve slightly to reveal a Richard Mille RM56. The owner's vision, still somewhat obscured, immediately recognized the luxurious watch that the young driver had worn previously. He sat up straight, leaning forward to scrutinize the timepiece. Initially, he suspected it might be a counterfeit, but the longer he observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Why does it look so authentic? Although I'm not a watch connoisseur, I have a friend who sells Richard Mille, so I have some familiarity with the brand. Where did you purchase this watch? To be honest, it's quite convincing. However, as I understand it, the RM56 is a global limited edition. It's not easy to come by. Young man, heed my advice. Even if you wear a fake, make it less obvious. While he had no intention of belittling the profession of designated drivers, he knew that anyone seeing this watch on a designated driver would automatically assume it was a counterfeit, even if it appeared genuine, as he mentioned. The very identity of being a designated driver precluded the possibility of wearing such a limited edition luxury watch. Hence, it could only be fake. Su Ning had grown accustomed to such skepticism, responding with a calm smile. I purchased it from the Richard Mille flagship store at the Yingtai Center. His words elicited a hearty laugh from the car owner. I'll give you a chance. Why not switch to another shop? I have a friend working at Richard Mille in the Yingtai Center. Quite the coincidence, he thought. He couldn't believe Su Ning wouldn't feel embarrassed. However, Su Ning merely chuckled lightly and shrugged, appearing utterly indifferent. The car owner couldn't help but feel a twinge of anger. Why can't you recognize a good opportunity? I've even given you an out. Just get out of the car if you want. Why do you insist on making it difficult for yourself? Normally, he wouldn't have bothered to engage in such trivial matters with a chauffeur. He would simply laugh it off. Yet now, under the influence of alcohol, he took out his phone and called a friend. Old Hao, I just met someone with an RM56 from Richard Mille, a limited edition sapphire crystal timepiece. He insists he bought it from your store. Isn't that amusing? As luck would have it, his friend was Manager Hao from the Richard Mille flagship store in Yingtai Center. Upon hearing RM56, Manager Hao immediately thought of Su Ning and quickly responded, Old Chen. You're not talking about young Master Su, are you? The RM56 Sapphire is indeed a limited edition, and we've only sold one. It belongs to young Master Su. You're quite impressive, managing to get in touch with him. Aren't you looking for investors for your film? If you can persuade young Master Su, the investment will be a mere trifle. The car owner was taken aback, waves of astonishment crashing over him. Your surname is Su? He asked incredulously. Su Ning nodded and directly took the phone from him, greeting the other party. Manager Hao? This is Su Ning. Manager Hao was pleasantly surprised. His friend had indeed connected with young Master Su. Hello, young Master Su. What a coincidence that you know Old Chen. The world is truly small. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Ning suddenly recalled something. Manager Hao, could you reserve 3 RM35 watches for me? Can they arrive within a month? He intended to gift the RM35 to 3 of his brothers as graduation presents. If they couldn't arrive within a month, it would be too late. Manager Hao felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, associating with a young master had its perks. Securing 3 identical watches was a straightforward affair, especially since it was likely for gifts. With graduation season approaching, they must be for his classmates. I want one of those classmates too. No problem, young Master Su. I guarantee they'll arrive within a month. Su Ning nodded. I'll find time to come by and settle the payment in the next couple of days. The rest will be up to you. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to the car owner, who was still reeling from the shock. After giving him a moment to process, Su Ning smiled and suggested, shall we discuss the investment in your film? A dull thud echoed as the car owner, overwhelmed with excitement, attempted to stand up but bumped his head against the car roof. In Chapter 53, Baby, why did you wet yourself? Su Ning demonstrated his prowess, and everything fell into place. The car owner introduced himself as Chun-Yi and began detailing the film project. The screenplay was titled The Nameless Ones, revolving around a lost old gun and featuring a low-tier duo of robbers, a down-and-out security guard, and a sharp-tongued woman with a disability. An absurd series of events unfolding among these nameless characters. Su Ning listened intently. While it wasn't overly professional, it certainly sounded promising. The film's production budget was set at 50 million, with an additional 10 million for post-production and marketing. Old Sher and I have pooled together 20 million, but we still need 40 million. Of course, 30 million would suffice. However, without a marketing budget, we would have to rely entirely on the distributor. Young Master Su. Chun-Yi gazed at him fervently, his eagerness for Su Ning's investment palpable even without words. Su Ning fell into a brief contemplation. 40 million? That truly wasn't a significant amount. It wouldn't take more than a night or two to gather that sum. Even if it resulted in a total loss, it wouldn't cause him much heartache. And if this small investment bore fruit, there was potential for profit. While it might not be as lucrative as his usual ventures, who would complain about extra funds? Moreover, such an investment would, to some extent, enhance his influence. Why not seize the opportunity? I'm in. I'll invest in this project. After making up his mind, Su Ning beamed with a bright smile. Chun-Yi was instantly engulfed in ecstasy, grasping Su Ning's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Old Sher and I will ensure the film is perfect. You won't lose a penny, I promise. Tears of joy almost welled up in his eyes. To secure funding, he had humbly sought assistance from countless docs, knocking on the doors of numerous film companies, many of whom had left him in despair. The harsh reality had nearly extinguished his dreams, when suddenly, Su Ning appeared like a beacon of hope, illuminating his path. There were no unnecessary words, no unreasonable demands, and definitely no nonsense. He simply invested. At that moment, Su Ning was akin to a deity in Chun-E's eyes. Observing the middle-aged man on the brink of tears, Su Ning offered a reassuring smile. All right, let me drive you home. Let us exchange numbers and discuss further when we have time tomorrow. By the way, as for the investment, don't forget the chauffeur fee, Su Ning added, seemingly in jest. However, he was far from joking. Investing 40 million, as long as the project didn't flop, he was unlikely to lose even 10 million. But if Chun-Yi neglected to pay the chauffeur fee, Su Ning would incur an immediate loss of 10 million. Chun-Yi nodded repeatedly, thinking Su Ning was merely lightening the mood. After all, he had just invested 40 million without batting an eye. Surely, a small chauffeur fee was insignificant. Yet, it was only right to pay it. Perhaps it would please the young master. Upon reaching their destination, Chun-Yi handed Su Ning the only 400 cash he had in the car. Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 400 yuan, a 10,000-fold bonus reward of 400 million. Su Ning was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Chun-Yi to give him 400 yuan as a chauffeur fee. Even before investing the 40 million, he had already recouped some of his costs. How absurd. Even if the film were to flop completely, Su Ning wouldn't be at a loss. It was truly outrageous. Su Ning joyfully patted Chun-Yi's shoulder before bidding farewell. Although he wasn't certain if investing in the film industry was a wise choice. He had the space for trial and error, so the pressure was minimal. He took a taxi back to Li Ji's private kitchen, continuing to wait for the chauffeur receipt at the counter. Before long, a group of young women settled their bill, and a young woman holding a child approached the counter to request a chauffeur. Dressed in professional attire, the young woman appeared youthful. And had it not been for the child in her arms, Su Ning might have thought she had just stepped out of school. The child, merely a few months old, was too young to walk and could only be held, with a pacifier nestled in her mouth and her large eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. She examined this enchanting new world. Good day, madam. I am at your service. Su Ning greeted her with impeccable professionalism, subsequently assisting the young mother, who was somewhat encumbered. In opening the rear door of the vehicle, the young woman responded with a warm smile before playfully engaging with the infant cradled in her arms. Throughout the journey, Su Ning drove with utmost caution. After all, the child was still quite young, and there was no child seat in the car. The baby was being held by her mother. A sudden break or, heaven forbid, an accident could jeopardize the child's safety. Silently praying that nothing untoward would occur, Su Ning felt an inexplicable sense of relief when, perhaps by divine intervention, the trip was devoid of any peculiar incidents. Upon reaching the destination and parking the car, he marveled at the smoothness of the journey. Well, it seems the system has lost its potency in the presence of this adorable infant, he mused. As he exited the vehicle to assist the mother and child, the young mother stepped out with her baby in her arms. At that moment, her phone rang. Balancing the child with one arm, she rummaged through her bag to answer the call. Hello, darling. I've just arrived and am about to head upstairs. The document pouch? It's in the trunk? All right, let me check. After ending the call, she walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and began searching for her belongings. However, with the child in her arms, she found it impossible to bend down and look for anything. Could you possibly help me find it? Actually, could you hold the baby for a moment? The young mother had initially intended to ask Su Ning for assistance in locating her items. But upon seeing the disarray in the trunk, she decided to simply hand the baby over to him. Su Ning quickly and cautiously took the infant into his arms. Albeit feeling somewhat at a loss, the child felt incredibly soft, and he was terrified that even the slightest pressure might harm him, prompting him to be even more careful. To his surprise, the baby did not seem to mind his awkwardness. Suddenly, Su Ning felt a warm sensation in his arms, followed by a dampness on his shirt. It took him a moment to comprehend what had just occurred. At that precise moment, the baby began to cry, and the pacifier fell from his mouth. The young mother, hearing the cries, swiftly turned around and exclaimed in a mix of amusement and dismay, "Oh no, baby, did you just wet yourself?" Su Ning froze, finally realizing what had happened. Wet, all over himself. Well, little one, how bold of you. Chapter 54. Let go of the young chauffeur. Allow me to take over. The young mother quickly took the child back, repeatedly apologizing to Su Ning. I'm so sorry. He had a little accident before getting in the car, and I didn't put a diaper on him. I never expected that just a brief moment in your arms would lead to this. As she apologized, she handed Su Ning some tissues and wipes. Feeling the warm urine on his arm and the dampness clinging to his shirt, Su Ning was at a loss. Am I a human urinal? Does this come with diuretic properties? He thought, feeling exasperated that after a smooth journey, he would end up in this predicament due to a baby who couldn't even walk. Taking the tissues, he hastily wiped at his shirt. But it was clear that a mere dab would not suffice. Both his shirt and pants were thoroughly soaked. Oh well, I'll simply wash up at home, he said, waving his hand dismissively at the young mother, who looked both apologetic and embarrassed. How could he possibly hold a grudge against an innocent baby? All he wanted was to change into dry clothes as soon as possible. Thankfully, it was merely a wedding incident and not something more catastrophic. Otherwise, he might have truly lost his mind. I sincerely apologize. Here, let me give you an extra 200 yuan as compensation for the cleaning of your clothes. The young mother offered, pulling out 300 yuan and handing it to Su Ning. Given that the chauffeur was only wearing regular clothing, which could be washed and worn again, the 200 yuan seemed a reasonable compensation. Su Ning, of course, had no reason to refuse and felt a wave of relief wash over him as the frustration of being soaked began to dissipate. Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 yuan through hard work. With a 100,000-fold reward, you have gained 30 million yuan. 30 million truly sounded delightful. However, he would rather not earn it in such a manner, drenched in baby urine. At that moment, a bizarre thought crossed Su Ning's mind. Was the system suggesting that he should experience various professions and make money through them? For instance, this month he was a chauffeur. Could it be possible that in another month, he would find himself as a babysitter or early childhood educator? Such a scenario would be extraordinarily awkward. He hoped the system wasn't that unhinged. Yet, given that even health product sales had made it onto the list of potential jobs, Su Ning held little hope for the system's sense of boundaries. After completing this particular job, Su Ning chose not to return to his dormitory to change clothes, as it would be easy to enter but difficult to exit. Instead, he headed straight to Li's private kitchen. Manager Lu, please find me a set of server attire. Su Ning instructed Lu, who was unsure of what this young boss was up to now, but complied without hesitation. Once he had acquired a suitably sized uniform, Su Ning checked into a nearby hotel room, rushing into the bathroom to cleanse himself. After scrubbing repeatedly, he still felt as though he remained unclean. I feel filthy. Of course, it was likely more psychological than anything else. Once he finished showering and donned the server's outfit, he returned to Li's private kitchen, ready to wait for his next job. However, due to the time spent running back and forth when he arrived at the restaurant, only 2 tables remained occupied. The servers informed him that neither table required a chauffeur. Although slightly disappointed, he did not feel too disheartened, as he had earned significantly more than usual that day. The first job netted him 50 yuan, the second job provided an immediate 400 yuan, and the third, albeit with a rather unfortunate incident, earned him 300 yuan. Following the system's 100,000-fold reward, he had amassed a total of 75 million yuan. What more could he possibly desire? With no work at the restaurant, he opened the Didi Chauffeur app in his car and waited for new requests. Within minutes, he unexpectedly received a job offer. Without hesitation, he swiped to accept, discovering that the starting point was just around the corner. Su Ning decided to walk there instead of driving. The client awaiting him was a young lady, strikingly beautiful with an alluring figure, dressed in a highly fashionable ensemble. If one were to nitpick, they might observe subtle traces of cosmetic enhancements on her face, though they were not overly conspicuous. Leaning against a Jaguar with a selfie stick in hand, the young woman seemed to be engaged in a conversation with herself. However, judging by her somewhat affected voice and sweet tone, it was evident she was either on a video call or live streaming, with the latter being more likely. As Su Ning approached, he confirmed his suspicions. She was indeed live streaming. Good day, madam. Are you the one who requested the chauffeur? Su Ning inquired politely. Upon hearing this, the young lady turned her head, appraising Su Ning from head to toe, her face lighting up with a delightful expression. Family, we are indeed fortunate. Can you guess what kind of chauffeur I have summoned? Tada. Look, isn't this charming driver even more handsome than a celebrity? This is no script. I truly didn't expect it. As she spoke in a tone filled with astonishment, she handed the car keys to Su Ning. After getting into the vehicle and taking her seat in the passenger side, the girl, without seeking Su Ning's consent, angled the camera towards him, capturing both their images in the frame. I'm not lying, right? This driver is incredibly handsome. If anyone wants his number, just hit 1 on the screen. I, Fang. Guarantee I will get you his contact. But as for whether you can arrange a date with him, that depends on your skills. At that moment, the atmosphere in the live stream was indeed buzzing with excitement. Fang is not deceiving me. This guy is genuinely attractive. Isn't it a waste for such a handsome fellow to be a chauffeur? He should become a gigolo instead. Earning 100,000 a month is no dream. Hurry and get his number. I want to ask him out too. Yes, I wish to ask as well. But could you please inquire if he minds being asked out by a man? They should not assume Fang is so benevolent, such a prized catch. She would certainly want for herself. Who knows, perhaps the two will head straight to a hotel shortly. Please don't stop the stream during that hotel segment. My friend loves to watch. Su Ning, of course, was oblivious to all this, merely feeling somewhat uncomfortable about being live-streamed. Please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. Noticing the owner of the vehicle engrossed in the live stream, neglecting to buckle up, Su Ning furrowed his brows and reminded her. The influencer, Fang, casually secured her seatbelt, yet continued to aim the camera at Su Ning. The atmosphere in the live stream remained fervent. This guy is so aloof. Xia Fangfang, you should flirt with him quickly. But I feel that with your skills, you won't succeed at all. Let me take over. Xia Fangfang, do send out the information of the chauffeur from the ride-hailing platform. I'll be requesting him for my future rides. Or should we just fast forward to the hotel segment? Chapter 55, Love at First Sight? More like Desire at First Glance. Initially, Xia Fangfang was troubled about the content of her live stream, fearing that if she failed to capitalize on the handsome chauffeur's appeal, she would regret it immensely. Thus, she spoke in a sweet, flirtatious tone to Su Ning. Does the handsome driver have a girlfriend? Su Ning's lips twitched. He truly did not wish to respond to her. However, given that he had accepted the assignment from the ride-hailing platform, should the other party choose to lodge a complaint, even if he had done nothing wrong, the platform might still impose penalties. Therefore, Su Ning gritted his teeth and replied, no girlfriend. Xia Fangfang's eyes sparkled, and she immediately began to flirt. Handsome driver, have you heard of love at first sight? As she spoke, she blinked her large eyes, gazing intently at Su Ning, deliberately feigning that she was deeply captivated by him. Su Ning couldn't help but feel exasperated. All he wanted was to work as a chauffeur and earn some money. Why was it so difficult? So, when he replied, his tone had grown somewhat impatient. In my opinion, love at first sight can be equated with desire at first glance. This statement not only caught Xia Fangfang off guard, but also sent the live stream audience into fits of laughter. This guy is so humorous. There's no such thing as love at first sight. It's merely desire at first glance. He is so clear-headed. Xia Fangfang, you're not on his level. Perhaps it's best to spare yourself the embarrassment. Your already dilated eyes have thoroughly confirmed his correctness. You are indeed motivated by desire. After a moment of stunned silence, although Xia Fangfang felt somewhat indignant, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of satisfaction. Regardless of her pride, the chauffeur was undeniably putting on a show, which was excellent for the livestream. How can you say that? Love at first sight truly exists. Haven't you heard Shakespeare's quote? When you see someone, if your body temperature reaches 386 degrees, that's love at first sight. Reacting swiftly, Xia Fangfang continued to flirt in an exaggeratedly sweet manner. Su Ning, however, did not disappoint her, promptly retorting with a hint of sarcasm. I haven't heard Shakespeare say that, but I have heard Lu Sun say, if your body temperature reaches 386 degrees, you'd better rush to the hospital for an emergency. As he said this, Su Ning slightly turned his head, a smile gracing his face. Do you need me to change direction now and take you to the nearest hospital? Xia Fangfang nearly turned pale, astonished by Su Ning's sharp comeback. Even though this was the effect she sought for the show, she still felt quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was thoroughly entertained. Yes, Lu Sun indeed said that. I can confirm. Xia Fangfang, you should back off. You're no match for the chauffeur. Let him roast you. Let him roast you. You've been thoroughly silenced, haven't you? I'm beginning to think this isn't scripted. For Xia Fangfang has an image to maintain. She wouldn't create a scenario to embarrass herself. What an adorable chauffeur. I wish he would hold me as I sleep. At that moment, Xia Fangfang found it hard to contain herself, realizing she was being outdone by a mere chauffeur, igniting her competitive spirit. Have I been overly sentimental? You truly are heartless. Am I not worthy of you, a big internet celebrity? Her tone was imbued with both feigned melancholy and a hint of sincerity, as if she felt abandoned by Su Ning. Su Ning turned his head slightly and asked with a smile, you're an internet celebrity? Xia Fangfang puffed her chest out, her voice tinged with pride and a playful arrogance. Of course, I'm an internet celebrity. I've been famous for over a week. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle, but still retorted unabashedly. Being famous for a year makes you an internet celebrity. Being famous for 10 years makes you a star. You've only been famous for a week. Have you just started your period? Xia Fangfang was truly stunned. She hadn't anticipated Su Ning would be so sharp-tongued. Are you sure you're a chauffeur? Your ability to roast is fiercer than that of any comedian. The livestream audience erupted in laughter. Well said. Don't hold back. Roast her to your heart's content. I almost want to be roasted by you. Am I a masochist? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who could resist such a handsome and humorous chauffeur? Someone lend me a car. I want to hire this handsome chauffeur. Yes, I can confirm. Xia Fangfang is not an internet celebrity. She is just on her period. It seems this hotel segment will be cut short. Xia Fangfang's face flushed a deep red, her expression frantic. The show's effect was indeed good, but she truly couldn't bear it. Just then, feigning a gesture of wanting to go down with Su Ning, Xia Fangfang suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, followed by a warmth spreading downward from her belly. Years of experience made her acutely aware of what this sensation signified. It's that time of the month. Instantly, her complexion drained of color, and she grew anxious. Hurry. Stop the car. Pull over. Her voice was tinged with urgency, as though time was of the essence. Su Ning, feeling exasperated, thought, I would like to stop. But can't you see where we are? Sorry, but we can't stop on the overpass. Xiao Fangfang was on the verge of tears, as the situation had already manifested. However, Su Ning remained oblivious to the unfolding drama and curiously inquired, is there something that requires us to stop? I've got my period. Xiao Fangfang exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper as her cheeks flushed crimson. Su Ning initially thought she was merely attempting to create a scene for effect. Instinctively glancing over, he was taken aback to find Xiao Fangfang preoccupied with placing tissue beneath her, and to his astonishment, the tissue had indeed turned red. Goodness. This was no joke. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream was reaching a fever pitch. Is she really on her period? This is utterly outrageous. One viewer exclaimed. Did the handsome driver invoke some sort of celestial blessing? Speak, and it shall come to pass. Another chimed in. Hey, driver. Could you wish me success in my postgraduate exams? Can you share the winning numbers for the next lottery draw? Driver. Please say a word for me to find a wealthy lady who doesn't require a steel wool scrub. The viewers were quick to realize that Xiao Fangfang was not merely seeking a driver. She was facing a trial of epic proportions. Xiao Fangfang, you're about to trend on social media for live streaming your period. At that moment, Xiao Fangfang was far too preoccupied to concern herself with the live stream. She fervently wished for fewer viewers, not more. Observing her distress, Su Ning instinctively accelerated the vehicle, swiftly pulling off the highway beside a public restroom. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, Xiao Fangfang flung the door open and dashed away. Su Ning noticed the unmistakable stain on the back of her jeans. Well, it seemed his words had indeed conjured this situation. What he said came to fruition. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Fangfang timidly returned to the car, her embarrassment palpable despite her extensive experience with live streaming. Su Ning began, intending to suggest that they could leave, but before he could finish, she waved her hands frantically, her face a picture of urgency and fear. Please don't say anything. Brother, I was wrong. Can't we leave it at that? From now on, I want to speak. Just don't berate me, okay? If you keep talking, I might just. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle, opting for silence as he drove away. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were nearly beside themselves with laughter. The usually unflappable Xiao Fangfang had finally met her match. If he keeps talking, she might just be the first person to lose their platform due to an embarrassing period incident. The streamer is actually live streaming such a niche topic. I'm genuinely concerned Xiao Fangfang might retreat from the internet in shame. Why don't you, driver, go live too? I'd love to watch. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. While Su Ning remained unfazed, Xiao Fangfang felt a profound sense of mortification, unable to meet his gaze. Eventually, they reached their destination, and Xiao Fangfang hurriedly paid, completing the transaction on the platform. Congratulations, host, for diligently earning 748 yuan, with a reward multiplier of 100,000, totaling 574. 8 million yuan. Just then, after settling the payment, Xiao Fangfang dashed out of the car as if trying to escape without paying. Su Ning was puzzled, thinking, why run when you've already paid? However, as he opened the door to get out, he froze in disbelief. Don't run. Are you abandoning your car? He shouted after her, his anxiety palpable. You think I'm your ride-hailing driver or something? I certainly don't want to drive this to the police station. God forbid Officer Wang thinks I'm a harbinger of misfortune. Hearing Su Ning's frantic call, Xiao Fangfang suddenly remembered that the car was indeed hers. She hadn't hailed a ride, but had summoned a driver. With her face flushed and eyes downcast, she sheepishly returned to Su Ning, retrieving the car keys amidst the viewers' uproarious laughter and teasing. Su Ning had intended to make a few light-hearted jests, but seeing her mortified expression, he refrained, fearing she might succumb to embarrassment in front of him. After completing this ride, Su Ning noted the time was approaching midnight, and he decided to log off and prepare for bed. While the thrill of earning money was exhilarating, he recognized the importance of rest. Besides, what constituted too much money? Having earned over 80 million that night, what more could he possibly desire? Finally, his account balance had stabilized above 200 million, a feat not easily achieved. Previously, he had reached the 200 million mark but had swiftly dipped below due to various expenditures. Now, even if he were to negotiate an investment of 40 million with the producer Chun tomorrow, his balance would still remain at 203 million. He could finally entertain dreams of a grand villa. Compared to the dormitory, the hotel room offered a vastly superior environment, ensuring a restful night's sleep. If it weren't for the fondness for his final days in the dormitory, Su Ning would have felt a strong urge to vacate immediately. The next day, he awoke early, quickly tidied up, and made his way to Xiaodong's home. He was committed to fulfilling his obligations, as it was essential to be trustworthy. Despite the late-night driving schedule, the prospect of earning 1 billion in a week left him utterly content. After dropping Xiaodong off at preschool, Su Ning received a call from Chun Yi. Su Xiao, Chun Yi's voice trembled with apprehension, as if he stood on the precipice of a great opportunity, yet feared disappointment. Su Ning understood this sentiment, recalling his own unease when he first acquired the system without confirmation of its reliability. Let us meet to discuss this, Su Ning suggested with a calm demeanor. How about Starbucks on Fumin Road? Although Starbucks could hardly be classified as a high-end establishment, the 20-some yuan price tag for a cup of coffee was a luxury Su Ning would have previously avoided. Now, however, he could afford any venue. Those suitable options were scarce at this hour. All right, I'll be there shortly, Chun Yi replied, his excitement palpable. After hanging up, Chun Yi and Shi Wenxiang nearly embraced in celebration. Old Shi, Su Xiao has agreed to meet. The investment is on the horizon. Once we finalize the contract, make sure to polish the script thoroughly before we kick off production, Chun Yi urged, determination shining in his eyes. Let us not forget. We owe it to Su Xiao to deliver. We must succeed, Chun Yi insisted, shaking Shi Wenxiang's shoulders, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Shi Wenxiang adopted a more measured tone, voicing his concerns. Old Chun, do you think Su Xiao might be like those coal barons from the past, investing merely to promote his own sweetheart? What if he insists on a specific actress for the lead role? Shi Wenxiang's words plunged Chun Yi into contemplation, as he too harbored similar apprehensions. After all, the script demanded exceptionally high standards from its principal actors, particularly the female lead. Not only had inexperienced newcomers been ruled out, but even the most celebrated young actresses might fall short of the criteria. Shaking his head, Chun Yi appeared to offer comfort to his friend while also reassuring himself. There's no need to overthink it. Su Xiao hasn't said anything definitive yet. Let us not borrow trouble from the future. Perhaps he doesn't even entertain such notions. However, when it came to this point, even he himself felt a sense of uncertainty. The two soon arrived at the designated location, ordered their coffees, and anxiously awaited Su Ning's arrival. Before long, Su Ning appeared. Apologies for keeping you waiting. He greeted the two with a smile, shaking hands with each of them. Su Xiao, allow me to introduce you to the director and screenwriter of our film, Shi Wenxiang. Chun Yi hurriedly introduced. Su Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you, Shi Wenxiang said, devoid of any pretentious airs typical of literary types, showing a respectful demeanor. Su Ning firmly shook Shi Wenxiang's hand, exclaiming, Director Shi, your talents in both screenwriting and directing are truly remarkable. Observing Su Ning's amiable nature, devoid of any arrogance typical of the affluent, they felt considerably more at ease. Subsequently, the two presented the script to Su Ning and elaborated on the details of the film project. In truth, Su Ning was not overly familiar with the operational processes of film projects. His decision to invest stemmed partly from a desire to expand his investment avenues and partly from the belief that Chun Yi, as a producer, genuinely aspired to create a film. After reviewing the script today, he found himself genuinely intrigued. At the very least, the story conveyed in the script captivated him. I, Su Ning, am investing in this project. Chapter 57. I only require veto power over the roles. As for the intricacies of the investment details, there was not much to deliberate. After all, the 40 million was secured through producer Chun Yi, and even if it were to be lost entirely, Su Ning would not be too distressed. Regarding whether the other party would allocate all funds to the film's production, Su Ning could only state that a completely transparent operation often leads to a lack of fish in the water. Even if the producer and director harbored no ulterior motives, it was difficult to guarantee that no one within the crew would line their own pockets. This was almost a universally acknowledged unspoken rule. As long as it wasn't excessively outrageous, he could accept it. After the negotiations, Su Ning promptly called lawyer Hua, requesting assistance with the contract. He had chosen the Starbucks on Fumin Road precisely because it was in close proximity to lawyer Hua's firm. Lawyer Hua arrived swiftly, feeling a surge of excitement. Indeed, it was evident that once someone like Su Ning established a connection, subsequent business opportunities would undoubtedly flow in. Just within a day, new business had already materialized. Su Xiao. The contract poses no issues, lawyer Hua confirmed after meticulously reviewing it, nodding at Su Ning. Su Ning contemplated and decided that the funds should not come from his personal account. Since he was preparing to establish an investment company, he thought, why not commence now? Lawyer Hua, I would like to engage your firm as my company's legal advisor. What are your thoughts on this? Su Ning inquired with a smile. In his surprise, lawyer Hua nodded vigorously. Even before discussing further details, he readily agreed. Su Xiao, rest assured, our firm possesses the capability to safeguard your legal rights. Su Ning smiled nonchalantly. Then I shall entrust you with the establishment of my investment company. I trust you will handle it with ease. Lawyer Hua, confidently raising his coffee, replied, Su Xiao, you need not worry. We will ensure everything is managed impeccably. After discussing this matter, lawyer Hua recalled another issue. Su Xiao, regarding the claim for your Richard Mille wristwatch. I initiated negotiations with the other party yesterday. However, judging by their attitude, it may be challenging to reach a compensation agreement. Therefore, I have already prepared the lawsuit. Should negotiations fail, we will promptly pursue legal action. You need not concern yourself with subsequent matters. I guarantee full compensation from the other party. Su Ning nodded, as he had entrusted this matter entirely to lawyer Hua and did not intend to inquire further. Having agreed with Chun Yi to transfer funds to the crew once the company was established, the crew could now officially commence formation. Su Xiao, I wonder what your thoughts are on some of the roles in the film? At this moment, Shi Wenxiang, with a hint of apprehension, inquired anxiously. Su Ning initially did not respond, but upon seeing the expressions of the two, he realized the implication. He could not help but chuckle inwardly at their assumption that he intended to favor someone. This brought to mind Wang Yingying, the vain ex-girlfriend who was majoring in performance, dreaming of carving out a niche in the entertainment industry. Had she not hastily severed ties after getting involved with a wealthy second generation, he might have remained oblivious to her true nature. In that case, how could he possibly overlook such an excellent opportunity to elevate her? Indeed, fortune and fate intertwine. She likely had no inkling of what she had forsaken. Rest assured, I have no intention of imposing anyone upon the crew. You may decide freely. However, just as he concluded this statement, he abruptly shifted his tone. Nonetheless, I hope to possess veto power over the roles. This should not pose a problem, right? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Chun Yi and Shi Wenxiang exchanged glances of mild surprise, but nodded without hesitation. The request for veto power was entirely distinct from the desire to insert individuals into the crew. Perhaps Su Xiao merely had certain aversions to particular celebrities. Such a modest request could certainly be accommodated. Moreover, their original plan was to invite understated actors with solid skills, individuals unlikely to provoke Su Xiao's ire. After declining their invitation for an evening of drinks, Su Ning hurried back to his dormitory to continue working on his graduation project. With graduation season approaching, he feared that without finalizing his project, he might jeopardize his ability to graduate. However, upon arriving at the dormitory and engaging in playful banter with a few friends, before he could settle down to focus on his project, he received a phone call from his advisor, summoning him to the office. Su Ning's advisor, Yu Chong, was responsible for overseeing both the third and fourth classes of their major, and at 35 years old, was precisely one academic cycle ahead of them. In truth, Yu Chong was a remarkably responsible teacher, at least in Su Ning's eyes. Upon Su Ning's enrollment, Yu Chong, aware of his financial circumstances, promptly assisted him in applying for financial aid and scholarships. Even Su Ning's initial tutoring arrangements were facilitated by Yu Chong. Thus, Su Ning held deep gratitude and respect for him. When summoned to the office, Su Ning had no reason to delay and swiftly made his way there. "Teacher Yu, you called for me?" he inquired respectfully, yet with a familiar tone upon entering the office. This office was not exclusively Yu Chong's, but was shared with the advisors of the first and second classes. However, before Yu Chong could speak, the advisor for the first and second classes, Wu Mingxiang, interjected sarcastically. "Oh, isn't this our exemplary student Su Ning, the model of diligence? I'm puzzled. How does one who requires financial aid for tuition manage to adorn a wristwatch worth over $1 million? Could it be that your claims of financial hardship are but a facade, merely a ruse to obtain scholarships? Teacher Yu, perhaps you should have scrutinized this matter more closely. If the school were to investigate, you both could face repercussions. Either the watch is counterfeit, or Su Ning, did you stumble upon it somewhere? For possessing something that does not belong to you, while pressuring your classmates, do you not see the injustice in your actions? You must understand. Our school is protective of its students and will not stand idly by while they suffer unjustly. I advise you to let this matter go. Otherwise, should the school intervene, you may find yourself unable to obtain your diploma and degree." The individual referred to as AI Wei is indeed the classmate responsible for damaging Su Ning's wristwatch, belonging to Class 2, and Wu Mingxiang serves as his advisor. Furthermore, it appears they share a deeper connection, with Wu Mingxiang seemingly being AI Wei's cousin. Unlike Yu Chong, this fellow has little interest in his students, often skipping class and leaving matters to Yu Chong. Consequently, not only do the students of classes 3 and 4 harbor disdain for this advisor, but even those from classes 1 and 2 are not particularly fond of him. Observing Wu Mingxiang's demeanor, which exudes an air of entitlement laced with intimidation, Su Ning maintained a stoic expression, though the corners of his mouth curled upwards ever so slightly, hinting at a touch of sarcasm. "Who do you think you are? With that condescending tone, it's rather absurd for me to pay you any heed." Chapter 58. Will you compensate for my loss? Su Ning remained silent, offering a smile that danced on the edge of mockery as he regarded Wu Mingxiang, his gaze akin to that of an audience member observing a clown's performance at a circus. At that moment, the protective Yu Chong could no longer suppress his frown. "Old Wu, do not intimidate him. What nonsense are you spouting about school regulations? AI Wei is a student of this institution. Why is Su Ning not considered one? Disputes over personal property are not the school's concern. If you maintain this attitude, I will send Su Ning home. Su Ning could not help but commend Yu Chang silently. Although he was perpetually good-natured, he would not tolerate any disparagement directed at his students. Wu Mingxiang, visibly irked, took a sip from his teacup to quell his frustration. Yet his gaze bore down on Su Ning as if he wished to devour him whole. Noticing Wu Mingxiang's silence, Yu Chang turned his attention to Su Ning. Mister, you claims you deliberately allowed AI Wei to damage your watch, and now you demand a sum of 700,000 to 800,000 from him. What exactly is going on here? Yu Chang had summoned Su Ning due to Wu Mingxiang's allegations, though he found them hard to believe. Wu Mingxiang's vehement insistence had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. Wu Mingxiang had made it abundantly clear that if the situation remained unresolved, he would escalate the matter to the department and even the school, leaving Su Ning with no escape. Reluctantly, Yu Chang had no choice but to bring Su Ning in for clarification. Upon hearing the accusation, Su Ning nearly burst into laughter. He had anticipated that Wu Mingxiang would distort the truth and spread falsehoods. Mr. Yu, allow me to clarify, Su Ning replied with calm composure, recounting the events in their entirety. When Yu Chang learned that AI Wei and his companions had insulted Hu Xiefeng after failing to secure jobs from him, his anger surged. How utterly shameless, to brazenly demand jobs and then reveal their most despicable faces. Producing such individuals is a disgrace to our institution. That saying holds true. A degree filters out the academically weak, but it does not filter out the morally bankrupt. When informed that Su Ning had recently inherited his great-uncle's fortune, Yu Chang was taken aback, as such a scenario seemed fit for a cinematic plot. It is true that AI Wei damaged your watch. The repair cost of 780,000 is also accurate. Can you guarantee the veracity of your claims? Yu Chang asked with a serious demeanor. Su Ning nodded, exuding confidence as he responded, I possess surveillance footage from the incident, as well as the official repair list provided by Richard Mill. These will sufficiently validate my assertions. Yu Chang slammed his hand on the table, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Since you have proof, I assure you that the school will not interfere in your private dispute. Furthermore, given that you have just inherited a fortune, your previous applications for financial aid or scholarships are not in violation of any rules. Some individuals must face the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing Yu Chang's resolute words, Wu Mingxiang's fury boiled over, pointing at both Yu Chang and Su Ning. Su Ning's face broke into a mocking smile, his tone dripping with derision. You point your finger at me, hoping that I might retaliate? Alas, it seems you are not wearing a watch on your wrist. Infuriated yet unable to unleash his wrath, Wu Mingxiang gritted his teeth and spoke through clenched jaws. Su Ning, Yu Chang's assurances are worthless. The school will undoubtedly intervene. It cannot stand idly by while its students suffer. I am not threatening you. If AI Wei decides to take this matter online, the ensuing public uproar will be beyond the school's capacity to bear. Moreover, one must exercise restraint. You have already inherited wealth, so surely a wristwatch is insignificant in comparison. Therefore, let us conclude this matter here for everyone's sake. Listening to Wu Mingxiang's seething yet restrained dialogue, Su Ning beamed with delight. I do not believe this is in anyone's best interest. I merely wish to inquire. On what basis? If we simply let this slide, will you compensate for my losses? Do not even attempt to argue that I should not care about a mere watch because I possess wealth. Such reasoning is utterly absurd. There are countless wealthy individuals in the world, yet none have ever been told. Since you are so affluent, give me that house, or that car. Regardless of my wealth, it is mine, and I have every right to decide how to spend it. I would rather set it ablaze than allow you to profit from it. As for your attempts to intimidate me with the school's authority, spare me such childish tactics. Do you truly believe I am concerned? Is the school so idle as to meddle in the personal affairs of its students? You may certainly try to escalate this matter online with AI Wei, but by then, the repercussions may be far beyond your comprehension. Additionally, I feel compelled to remind you, Mr. Wu Mingxiang, that today I stand before you as a student, affording you the privilege of addressing me in this manner. However, once I graduate, you will come to realize how effortless it is for a wealthy individual to dismantle an ordinary person. Your cousin AI Wei serves as a prime example of this truth. With that, Su Ning shrugged, his expression remaining unfazed. Wu Mingxiang's pupils constricted, a wave of dread washing over him. Indeed, he felt a twinge of fear. As Su Ning had articulated, it was all too easy for a wealthy individual to bring ruin to an ordinary person. Although he held the title of university advisor, seemingly backed by the institution, he must not forget that Su Ning was also a student at the school. The institution could not favor one over the other. Once the school's support was withdrawn, Su Ning could very well manipulate the situation as he pleased. He did not believe for a moment that this young man lacked cunning. AI Wei was on the hook for 780,000 000. Surely there was some underlying deceit at play. Wu Mingxiang cast a long, silent gaze at Su Ning before exiting the office without uttering a word, having been thoroughly ridiculed and rebutted by Su Ning. He felt utterly humiliated and had no face left to remain there. Meanwhile, Yu Chong looked at Su Ning with a newfound sense of pride. He certainly did not believe Su Ning had acted inappropriately. One must not be overly honest, otherwise, one becomes an easy target for exploitation. Initially, he had worried that his steady and earnest student would struggle in the real world, but now he felt entirely at ease, knowing that with the brilliance Su Ning had displayed today, it would be others who would face the repercussions. Do not concern yourself with this. Continue to pursue your compensation in your own manner, Yu Chong encouraged, patting Su Ning on the shoulder. Su Ning nodded. I have entrusted the matter entirely to the law firm. There is no need for me to worry. Just then, he noticed a stack of documents at the far end of Yu Chong's desk, with the topmost paper catching his attention. Notice regarding the preparation for the 60th anniversary celebration of the school. 60 years of celebration? Su Ning blinked, lost in a reverie. Indeed. Their school was established 60 years ago. Chapter 59. I will donate 40 million. Compared to those venerable institutions with a century-long history, the school's legacy seemed somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, the institution has been diligently striving to enhance its teaching and research, aspiring to ascend to greater heights in the future. Su Ning felt a profound sense of identification and belonging towards this school with a commendable ethos, naturally wishing for his alma mater to flourish. Curiously, he picked up the document and began to skim through it. To his disappointment, the school anniversary would fall at the end of September next year, just before the National Day, by which time he would have already graduated. Of course, as a distinguished alumnus, he ought to have the opportunity to be invited to the anniversary celebrations. However, despite possessing a money-generating system now, his influence was nearly negligible, rendering him far from a renowned alumnus. Thus, he feared that attending the anniversary festivities would be quite unlikely. At that moment, the office door swung open once more, and the recently departed Wu Mingxiang returned. Yu Chong, I wonder how your fundraising efforts are progressing? TSK. Surely, you haven't only managed to gather a few tens of thousands, have you? Pathetic. Among all the counselors, you might just be at the bottom. Aren't you vying for the position of deputy director of the student affairs office? With everyone else having similar qualifications. It all boils down to who can mobilize the most donations. So, don't harbor any delusions. By the way, since Su Ning is here, why not ask him? Didn't he just inherit a fortune? Perhaps he might actually contribute a few tens of thousands. As soon as the door opened, Wu Mingxiang wore that same sardonic expression and tone. Yu Chong couldn't help but furrow his brow, shooting Wu Mingxiang an irritated glare. In fact, within the very document Su Ning was perusing, there were teachers and counselors actively urging enterprises and successful alumni to contribute to their alma mater. It wasn't that the school was in dire financial straits. After all, the annual budget for Beijing Industrial University exceeded 2 billion. The crux of the matter was the school's reputation. Each year, statistical agencies compile data on donations received by various universities from enterprises and alumni, subsequently ranking them. Among these, the two leading institutions, Tsinghua and Peking University, received donations exceeding 2 billion each year, nearly equivalent to Beijing Industrial University's entire budget. Other universities also refused to be outdone, with figures in the billions, which adds to their prestige. In contrast, Beijing Industrial University fails to make the rankings, with annual donations not surpassing 100 million. And as a 211 university, it lags behind many ordinary institutions. Part of this discrepancy stems from the school's relatively modest legacy, but it is also due to the fact that its alumni have not produced many prominent entrepreneurs. This time, in anticipation of the school's 60th anniversary, considerable effort was invested in remedying this situation. It is noteworthy that last year, during the 80th anniversary of the Beijing University of Science and Technology, they received a staggering 13.6 billion in donations from various sectors and alumni. While they are a 985 university and Beijing Industrial is a 211 university, the gap is significant. However, a stark contrast in donation figures would indeed reflect poorly on them, as if to announce to the world that Beijing Industrial University has failed to cultivate any successful talents. Thus, the school, nearly through administrative mandate, urged all faculty and counselors to actively reach out to alumni, encouraging those who have found entrepreneurial success to generously contribute. Yu Chong, having guided 2 graduating classes as a counselor, found that most of these students had only recently graduated and were still toiling in various enterprises, with few embarking on their own ventures. Even those who had ventured into entrepreneurship had yet to achieve significant success. Hence, after some mobilization, only one alumnus had pledged a donation of 100,000. Conversely, Wu Mingxiang had a notable gain, one of his former students, who had entered the cryptocurrency sphere and struck it rich, had promised a donation of 20 million, although he would not be the top donor at the anniversary. This amount would certainly allow Wu Mingxiang to stand out among all counselors. After all, donations are typically solicited through mentors rather than through counselors without teaching responsibilities. Initially, Yu Chang hadn't paid much heed to this matter. However, as Wu Mingxiang pointed out, with a vacancy in the deputy director position for the student affairs office and internal competition for the role, Yu Chang found himself at a disadvantage due to inadequate performance in this task. Wu Mingxiang was also competing, and that 20 million donation was his strongest bargaining chip. This has nothing to do with whether I can secure the position or not. You should focus on solidifying that 20 million donation instead, Yu Chang retorted, suppressing his irritation. Su Ning blinked, sensing the underlying implications. He casually flipped through the document, landing on the section detailing the school's encouragement for faculty and staff to mobilize alumni for donations. Do you think he can actually rally a donation of 20 million? Su Ning questioned, puzzled and astonished. For both Wu Mingxiang and Yu Chang had guided 2 graduating classes, and realistically, even for those who had started businesses, achieving such a scale seemed far-fetched. 20 million is no trifling sum. Even poorly performing publicly traded companies might not earn that much in a year. Yu Chang nodded, his expression somewhat unnatural. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly, observing Wu Mingxiang's triumphant demeanor, his smile growing ever more radiant. This matter, I shall take care of. If he lacked the ability, he would not have made such a bold claim. However, while his total assets may not compare to those of capital magnates, his daily cash flow was sufficient to make most publicly traded companies blush. As the saying goes, matters that can be resolved with money are not true matters at all. Not to mention, he was more than willing to contribute to his alma mater. But the opportunity to help Yu Chang ascend a step further through this donation was indeed worthwhile. After all, responsible educators like Yu Chang are a rarity, and his advancement would be beneficial for both the school and its students. Allowing someone like Wu Mingxiang to assume a leadership role would be quite lamentable. If that's the case, I shall donate 40 million, Su Ning said with a calm smile, delivering a statement so astonishing that both present were left speechless. What, 40 million? Yu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Ning as if he were a ghost. That is 40 million, not 4000. Such a jest could not be taken lightly. Wu Mingxiang's reaction was even more pronounced. After his initial shock, he could not help but scoff derisively. This is a boast that could shake the heavens. Ha ha ha, you've made my day. Donating 40 million? Do you even know how much that is? It's utterly ludicrous. Otherwise, I might just report this, so the entire faculty and student body can see how hypocritical and absurd you two are. Wu Mingxiang laughed heartily, as though he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Su Ning cast a frosty glance at him, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. Such buffoons from online novels are seldom encountered in reality. If this were a bar or similar setting, Su Ning might have found it odd yet acceptable. However, in an academic institution where he held the position of a counselor, to behave like a mere jester was nothing short of a tragedy for the school. Individuals of this ilk, if not eradicated from the teaching staff, pose a grave irresponsibility towards both the institution and its students. Su Ning, the teacher, is aware that you may have inherited a substantial fortune. Yet, 40 million is by no means a trifling sum. It ranks as the second largest donation among the confirmed contributions, surpassed only by an alumnus, the CEO of a publicly listed company, who donated 50 million. You must not act impulsively. Yu Chang understood Su Ning's character well enough to know he would never boast. If he claimed he would donate 40 million, it was assuredly because he possessed that amount. Thus, it was imperative to dissuade him, to prevent Su Ning from acting recklessly. At that moment, however, Su Ning's eyes sparkled with a newfound interest. The largest donation for the anniversary celebration was merely 50 million. One must admit, the industrial sector in the capital indeed pales in comparison to the Polytechnic University. He had read in the news that the largest donation during the Polytechnic's anniversary celebration amounted to a staggering 600 million. Su Ning initially thought that as a minor player, he would have no opportunity to contribute significantly, but now discovered that the largest donation was only 50 million. This meant that if he donated 60 million, he would become the top donor for the school. What a bargain that would be. Those wealthy individuals who lavishly reward female streamers to claim the top donor spot. How lowly. We have the means. Let us be the top donors of academia. Teacher you, I have a sense of proportion. Such a grand and honorable occasion as the school's anniversary celebration certainly warrants the participation of us students. If I lack the capability, I would not even suggest it. However, the inheritance I have received is considerable, and donating to the school would not be a burdensome sacrifice. Teacher you, how about I make a substantial contribution and secure the top donor position for you? Su Ning's nonchalant demeanor sent waves of disbelief crashing through Yu Chang's mind. Donating over 10 million would not be a burden? And he would aim to secure the top donation just to assist me? That would exceed 50 million. Just how much inheritance has Su Ning received? Until now, he believed cinematic plots were exaggerated, but it seemed that reality was even more outrageous, rendering films somewhat conservative. Is it truly without significant impact? Yu Chang asked incredulously. Su Ning shrugged, nodded, and offered him an affirmative response. Now it was Yu Chang's turn to shake his head in disbelief. Such an almost absurd notion was challenging to accept. Wu Mingxiang's complexion shifted rapidly, alternating between hues of green and white. Have you all become addicted to boasting? Yu Chang, it seems you are madly aspiring to leadership. How can you believe such ridiculous claims? You ought to content yourself with being a counselor and abandon these lofty dreams. And you, Su Ning, are you unaware of your own limitations? Yet you audaciously claim you will become the top donor. Why not declare yourself the world's richest man while you're at it? It's utterly ludicrous. Su Ning smiled, observing Wu Mingxiang, who appeared to be provoked, and allowed a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. Unaware of my own limitations? I must admit, I truly do not know. Just as I cannot ascertain whether the designated driver will manage to recover the donation funds tonight. The world's richest man? Who knows? Perhaps I truly shall attain that title one day. Disregarding the clownish Wu Mingxiang, Su Ning turned to Yu Chang and said with a smile, Teacher Yu, since we have the time, let us proceed with the donation process directly. Oh, right, Yu Chang replied, as if awakening from a dream. His face still etched with disbelief as he accompanied Su Ning out of the office. Throughout their journey, Yu Chang repeatedly sought confirmation from Su Ning regarding the matter, and eventually, he felt reassured. Upon arriving at the finance office to explain their intentions, including the finance director, no one was left unshaken. The seemingly inconspicuous counselor, Yu Chang, had mobilized a donation of 60 million for the anniversary celebration. Moreover, the donor was a soon-to-graduate student. This was simply outrageous. The previous alumnus who pledged 50 million was a founder of a publicly listed company, worth in the tens of millions. Yet Su Ning, a mere student who had yet to graduate, was suddenly donating 60 million? Was this the extravagant spending of a wealthy heir? What was even more critical was that the funds were deposited directly into the school's account. It is worth noting that such donations typically do not require immediate transfer. A commitment for promotional purposes suffices, with the actual funds to be transferred within a stipulated time frame. Otherwise, instances of universities suing alumni for pledges that they could not fulfill would not have occurred. Even the alumnus who promised 50 million could only guarantee that the funds would arrive within the year, not immediately. Regardless, the funds had indeed been deposited. And despite the absurdity of the situation, they had no choice but to accept this reality. Soon enough, news of a student donating 60 million for the school's anniversary celebration spread throughout the campus. Just like the staff at the finance office, everyone found it incredibly difficult to believe. Especially since they, too, shared the identity of students. It was truly hard to accept. How can this be? We are all students who rely on our parents for money. Why are you able to donate 60 million? Does this not make us seem utterly inept? They had never realized that such a super-rich heir was hidden within the school. Perhaps only Su Ning's 3 roommates were certain that the donor was Su Ning himself. Meanwhile, the person most devastated by this revelation was undoubtedly Wu Mingxiang. He could never have anticipated that Su Ning would truly donate 60 million to the school. The thought of his previous mockery towards Su Ning and Yu Chang made him feel like a fool. Moreover, the crucial fact was that with such achievements, Yu Chang's candidacy for the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office was probably a foregone conclusion. This was undoubtedly the most unbearable aspect for him. He likely needed to find a corner to nurse his wounded pride. Just as the school buzzed with excitement over the donation, Su Ning had already left to pick up Xiao Dong from kindergarten. The routine remained unchanged. He would wait for Xiao Dong's father to return home before heading to Li's private kitchen, preparing to commence his designated driving duties for the night. Su Ning continued to pray for a smooth driving experience, hoping for fewer unexpected incidents. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself once again enlisting Officer Wang's assistance tonight. Chapter 61, The Battle in the Car. The first ride went smoothly, which was perhaps the only solace in Su Ning's otherwise bizarre daily driving job. If the first ride had encountered issues, he would have truly been on the brink of a breakdown. Congratulations, host, for diligently working and earning 50 yuan. 10,000-fold reward, 5 million yuan. With 5 million in hand, he managed to regain a fraction of his losses. After donating 60 million to the school that afternoon, his balance had plummeted below 200 million, leaving him with only 140 million. The dream of a grand villa felt further out of reach once more. Upon meticulous calculation, since the inception of the system and his foray into the lucrative world of designated driving, he has amassed an astonishing sum exceeding 500 million. Not to mention the opulent villa at Longhu Yihiyuan valued at 300 million, or the extravagant property at Yuanyang Levy worth 600 million. He is nearing the threshold of affording either. Yet, the reality is starkly different. His pockets hold less than 200 million. The supercar costs 50 million. The restaurant bills tally up to 42 million. His collection of timepieces amounts to 20 million. He has lent the boss 200 million, invested 40 million in film, and generously donated 60 million to his alma mater. Coupled with various sundry expenses, the total is staggering. It is bewildering to realize that he, once frugal, now spends without a second thought. Indeed, the ease of acquiring wealth has rendered him almost indifferent to the value of money. After all, a supercar, once a mere figment of his imagination, can now be acquired with just one night's earnings from driving. Clearly, the first aspect that requires transformation upon attaining wealth is one's mindset. After escorting the clients back to Li Ji private kitchen, he resumed his vigil for the next driving assignment. Not long after, a couple approached the cashier to settle their bill and simultaneously requested a designated driver. The gentleman appeared to be in his late 30s, exuding the aura of a successful individual, while the lady, seemingly under 30, embodied both youthful exuberance and the allure of a mature woman, radiating charm and sophistication. Their closeness was palpable, with the woman affectionately linking her arm through the man's, unmistakably indicating an intimate relationship. Yet, Ning felt no need to delve deeper. They were merely customers. His duty was to ensure their safe passage home and collect the fare, nothing more, nothing less. Good evening, sir and madam. It is my pleasure to serve you. Please fasten your seatbelts. I shall transport you to your destination safely and smoothly. With the formalities completed, Ning drove out of the parking lot and onto the road. However, not long after, an embarrassing situation unfolded. The couple in the back seat, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, embraced and began to kiss passionately. Ning, taken aback by the commotion, glanced in the rearview mirror and was confronted with an undeniably shocking sight. He swore they were indeed caught in the throes of passion. Were they truly that desperate? He was still in the vehicle. The man's hand was already slipping beneath the woman's clothing, groping her as if a battle was imminent. Did they truly believe he was invisible? Resolutely averting his gaze, Ning concentrated on the road ahead. As the sounds of their ardor intensified, Ning questioned his very existence. Were they genuinely unconcerned about his presence? With no other recourse, he reluctantly decreased his speed, attempting to avoid disrupting their fervor with the vehicle's motion. A furtive glance in the rearview mirror revealed the couple had collapsed onto the back seat, fully engrossed in their passionate encounter. Taking a deep breath, Ning hastily pulled over to the side of the road and muttered softly, "I apologize. I need to step out for a moment." He could no longer endure the scene. It was best to grant the two fiery souls their privacy. Without waiting for their consent, he exited the vehicle and leaned against a nearby tree, lighting a cigarette while watching the car sway vigorously. Fortunately, the location was somewhat secluded, with few passers-by, or else the oddity of the situation would surely raise eyebrows. Time dragged on, and after what felt like an eternity, the man finally emerged from the car, his attire somewhat disheveled, and waved at Ning. "Thanks, bro." As Ning approached, the man patted him on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Ning offered an awkward smile, eager to expedite their journey to the destination. Luckily, after their escapade, the couple appeared somewhat fatigued. While they continued to engage in tender exchanges in the back seat, at least there was no immediate indication of a second round. Ning managed to deliver them safely to their location. "Here you go. Take this without hesitation. If you're feeling too heated, head to a spa. The cost is on me." The man extracted 4 crisp $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to Ning with a grin. 100 was for the driving fee, while the additional 300 served as a generous tip, a reward for Ning's discretion. In the man's eyes, Ning, being a young and vigorous individual, must have been stirred by their antics, likely struggling to contain his own desires. Thus, the extra 300 was a nudge to seek an outlet for his pent-up energy. Ning's eyes lit up in surprise at this unexpected windfall. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the playful expression on the man's face, oblivious to the thoughts crossing his mind. Even if he had been aware, he likely would not have felt affronted. Instead, he might have sincerely inquired if an additional sum could be arranged for a more luxurious encounter. Of course, just aside, the money was undeniably real. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 400 yuan, with a 100,000-fold reward of 40 million. Such lucrative opportunities, he thought. Could he have a dozen more like this? Just this afternoon, he had donated 60 million to the school, and this single transaction had already returned him 230 million. With a bit more effort tonight, he might just recoup his donation. Hastily, he hailed a taxi back to the restaurant, hoping to secure a couple more fares. Even though the other 2 drivers were present upon his return, His position in the queue remained at the top, granting him a fair chance. Before long, yet another customer arrived at the cashier, requesting a designated driver. After obtaining the keys and settling into the car, Ning once again employed his standard courteous greeting. "Good evening, sir. It is my pleasure to serve you." As he prayed fervently for no unforeseen complications, he started the vehicle and set off. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man stood rooted in place, gazing in astonishment at the departing car, grappling with an existential crisis. "That is my car. How did he just drive off with it?" After a prolonged moment of disbelief, his mouth twitched as he turned and re-entered the restaurant. "Your designated driver is quite the character. He drove off with my car before I even got in. Can I assume he has stolen it?" The middle-aged man wore a bemused expression as he vented to the cashier. The cashier, equally bewildered, quickly summoned Manager Liu. Upon grasping the situation, Manager Liu was momentarily at a loss, unable to process the absurdity of it all. Ning had always been perceived as a low-key, composed young man, rarely displaying impulsiveness or agitation. Who would have anticipated such a comical incident today? The owner hadn't even boarded the vehicle, and Ning had sped off with it? How utterly careless. After calming the agitated owner, Manager Liu promptly dialed Ning's number. As Ning drove steadily, the phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen and seeing Manager Liu's name, he felt puzzled. He had just departed from the restaurant. Was there an emergency? "Manager Liu, what is the matter?" he inquired as he answered the call. "Su Xiao, perhaps you might want to turn around and take a look?" Manager Liu spoke with a tone tinged with hesitation. Ning's first instinct was to suspect that he might be under surveillance, causing a jolt of alarm within him as he immediately peered into the rearview mirror twice. However, there were no vehicles in sight behind him. What could this mean? Ning queried, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Manager Liu took a deep breath, urging him to glance at the back seat. The back seat? Ning turned around yet again, only to be met with a chilling shock. The back seat was completely empty. Where had the passenger gone? What about the substantial figure of the car owner? Panic seized Ning as his mind spiraled into a frenzy of imagined disasters. He even entertained the absurd notion that his erratic driving might have flung the owner out of the vehicle. "Young Master Su, you've left the car owner behind." Fortunately, at that moment, Manager Liu's voice crackled through the phone, or else Ning might have succumbed to sheer terror. "Quickly, apologize on my behalf. I'll return to pick up the car owner immediately." After shouting this, Ning hung up and began to turn the car around. He was bewildered, trying to recall the earlier events. Didn't he remember the car owner having boarded the vehicle? This was beyond embarrassing. The designated driver had inadvertently abandoned the owner and driven off. It was a tale likely to elicit ridicule. Meanwhile, Manager Liu, having concluded the call, swiftly sought to reassure the car owner. Although he remained uncertain about the reasons behind the incident, he understood that Ning was deeply concerned about the fare for the driving service. Given the unexpected predicament, it was certain the owner would be displeased, possibly even withholding payment for the service. In a bid to avert such a scenario, Manager Liu acted promptly to remedy the situation. "Sir, I sincerely apologize for our establishment's oversight. To express our regret, please accept this voucher worth 2,000 yuan. You can use it without restriction on your next visit to Li's private kitchen. I trust you are not one to quibble over such matters. After all, the designated driver relies on this fare for their livelihood, so I hope you will not be overly harsh on him." With that, Manager Liu handed the owner a voucher typically dispensed by the restaurant for hospitality purposes. The owner instinctively accepted it, momentarily taken aback. A 2,000 yuan voucher? That was no trifling sum, considering a meal at Li's private kitchen would typically fall within that price range. The restaurant had truly gone above and beyond to apologize on behalf of the driver. Furthermore, the manager's reminder of the driver's hardships seemed designed to encourage leniency in withholding payment. One had to commend the establishment not only for their empathy, but also for their sense of responsibility. Although the owner had been somewhat irked earlier, they now found it hard to hold a grudge, lest they appear petty. At that moment, Ning returned to Li's private kitchen. "I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize. I truly believed you had boarded, which is why I drove away. This was my oversight, and I express my deepest regrets once more." Ning repeatedly apologized, acknowledging his blunder with a sense of accountability. The owner, half amused, shook his head in bemusement. He had intended to say a few words, yet ultimately waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, let us just get in the car." Ning felt a surge of relief upon realizing the owner was not bearing a grudge, although on the way back, he had been contemplating waiving the driving fee. Despite potentially forfeiting millions, he felt it was warranted given his mistake. Just then, Manager Liu grasped Ning's arm, discreetly whispering in his ear, "I've compensated him with a restaurant voucher, young Master Su. You can collect the driving fee as usual." Ning was taken aback, astonished that Manager Liu had silently rectified his error. What a talent! It was imperative to consider a salary increase. Such an employee, who proactively resolved issues, was a keeper. Nodding in appreciation at Manager Liu, he conveyed his gratitude through his gaze before turning to board the car. This time, he meticulously confirmed the car owner was seated inside multiple times before finally setting off, easing out of the parking lot. Fortunately, this leg of the journey proceeded without further incident, and he successfully delivered the owner to their destination. Congratulations, host. You have diligently earned 100 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 10 million yuan. The acquisition of this 10 million was a close call, nearly slipping from his grasp. Upon his return to the private kitchen, he noticed that only a few tables of patrons remained. Given the circumstances, there was a chance for more driving orders, though it was equally possible there would not be. True to form, after a brief wait, Manager Liu instructed the staff to inquire whether the remaining patrons required a designated driver, only to receive negative responses. Today, the private kitchen had completed 3 orders, not exceeding his usual workload. Nevertheless, the earnings were commendable. The 55 million in revenue, while still falling short of offsetting the 60 million donation made to the school earlier that afternoon, was not far off. With time still on his side, Ning opened the Didi designated driver app, awaiting new orders. After idly waiting for about 20 minutes, a notification pinged, signaling a new order. Ning quickly swiped right and successfully accepted it. However, upon inspecting the starting point and destination of the order, a perplexing question surfaced above his head. Why were the starting point and destination the same? What could this possibly signify? An experienced designated driver might comprehend the implications. But Ning had only completed a handful of orders on the Didi platform and had no inkling of what this situation entailed. He speculated. Could it be that the car owner was attempting to save money by setting the location this way? Yet, a designated driver wouldn't be foolish enough to accept an order with no feasible distance. The starting fare would surely be insufficient. This conundrum eluded him. Forget it. Ning pulled out his phone and dialed the car owner. Hello, this is Didi designated driving at your service. I noticed your location indicates the starting point and destination are the same. Was this an error on your part? Upon hearing Ning's inquiry, a melodious female voice promptly responded from the other end. Yes, I did summon the designated driver. The location is correct. Both the starting point and destination are indeed the same. My car is parked on a narrow road, with vehicles closely flanking both sides, and there's another car obstructing the path ahead. My skills are rather limited, and I'm unable to maneuver my vehicle out. Would you mind helping me extract my car from this tight spot? The urgency in the woman's voice conveyed a palpable sense of helplessness. Ning paused momentarily, an odd sensation bubbling within him. In such a predicament, wouldn't your first instinct be to call the owner of the vehicle obstructing yours to ask them to move? Engaging a designated driver to extricate your car from a parking spot seemed like a perplexing line of reasoning. Chapter 63. Do you dare to drink and drive? Just watch me report you. In truth, upon hearing the simplicity of the other party's request, Ning's initial reaction was one of suspicion. After all, such behavior was not typical of a rational individual. Yet, recalling the peculiar situations he had encountered since acquiring the system, circumstances that many would never experience in a lifetime, this too seemed somewhat reasonable. Perhaps she truly was trapped. Thus, after ending the call, Ning made his way towards the designated starting point. It wasn't far, merely a couple of kilometers away, and he arrived swiftly. Stepping out of the car, he found the scenario was indeed as described over the phone. The vehicle was indeed stuck. The term stuck merely referred to the fact that the female driver was unable to maneuver due to the limited space. An experienced driver would likely have merely needed to perform a few deft maneuvers to resolve the issue. You finally arrived. The audacity of this wretched vehicle parked so unreasonably close in front of me. How am I supposed to maneuver out? I've called to have it moved. Yet no one answers. What an inconsiderate individual. Were it not for my pressing engagement, I would certainly summon the traffic police to have it towed away. As soon as the designated driver arrived, the female owner of the car fervently voiced her grievances, her urgency palpable. Ning observed the petite figure of the female driver juxtaposed against the imposing and grand Range Rover occupying the parking space, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. He genuinely wished to inquire whether she could truly see the road ahead while seated in the driver's seat. Moreover, knowing her own lack of driving prowess, why would she opt for such a large vehicle? Surely, it would complicate parking and maneuvering. Could she not have chosen a smaller, more manageable car? Admittedly, the vehicle in front was parked somewhat too close, but it hardly constituted a complete blockage of the parking space. It was merely a coincidence that she happened to be an inexperienced driver of a larger vehicle. Nevertheless, he decided to put aside his thoughts and assist her in extracting her car from its predicament. Upon receiving the keys, he entered the vehicle, started it, and with a couple of deft maneuvers, the Range Rover was effortlessly freed from its tight confines. Madam, Do you require me to continue as your designated driver for the remainder of your journey? Su Ning inquired with a courteous smile. The initial leg of the journey had taken barely a minute, and the ease with which he earned this fee left him feeling somewhat sheepish. However, the female driver seemed entirely undeterred by his sentiments. No, I can drive myself. Rest assured, I haven't consumed any alcohol, and my driving skills are quite proficient, she asserted, simultaneously completing the payment for the driving service on the platform. Su Ning was rendered speechless. Did she truly believe her own words? One's self-assessment of driving skills often holds a subjective bias. Yet, debating with a client seemed utterly pointless, so he merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. As long as you are content. Congratulations, host, for diligently working to earn 4,046 yuan, with a reward of 4,046 million yuan for a 100,000-fold increase. The ease with which this money was earned was astonishing. Su Ning reviewed the details of the transaction, perplexed by the female driver's reasoning. The base fare for this time slot was 50 yuan, which was unremarkable. However, if she only desired assistance in extracting her vehicle from the parking space, why had she selected the option for a non-driving service? This service was meant for those owners who preferred not to have their designated drivers store electric bicycles in their trunks, requiring an additional payment of 49 yuan. This option was not the default setting. The owner had to actively choose it. Su Ning sincerely could not fathom the thought process of this female driver. Regardless, his income had increased, so he resolved not to dwell on her peculiarities. No, she was not merely a female driver. She was a goddess. After concluding this assignment, Su Ning sauntered back to Li's private kitchen. Although the restaurant was nearing closing time and unlikely to receive further orders, the vicinity was filled with dining establishments, enhancing the probability of acquiring a driving assignment from the platform. However, whether due to his limited online time or a general decrease in demand for driving services that day, midnight arrived without any further assignments. Exhausted and needing to rise early the next day, he opted to return home for rest. He logged off the driver's end of the platform and promptly ordered a designated driver for himself. Feeling fatigued, he preferred not to drive, making the request for a driver quite reasonable, even though he himself was a designated driver. Before long, a driver accepted the order and arrived. This individual appeared to be only a few years older than Su Ning, clearly still under 30. Upon seeing that Su Ning's vehicle was a supercar, the driver's eyes flickered with barely perceptible surprise. "Good day, sir. It is my sincere pleasure to serve you." The designated driver employed the same courteous phrases as Su Ning, yet his tone carried an additional layer of humility. He seemed more professional than Su Ning, not only assisting Su Ning in entering the vehicle, but also donning white gloves beforehand, as if to maintain the car's pristine condition. Su Ning silently observed this series of actions, recognizing them as worthy of emulation. In truth, he disliked wearing gloves while driving and refrained from doing so during his own driving assignments. Thankfully, with only about 20 days left in his driving career, he could change some habits, while others could remain inconsequential. Perhaps due to the novelty of driving a supercar, the designated driver's handling was less than smooth. In this regard, Su Ning held the upper hand. Although unusual occurrences were commonplace during driving assignments, Su Ning had never encountered issues regarding the smoothness of his driving. As they approached the hotel where Su Ning frequently stayed, the designated driver suddenly reached for his phone, glancing at a message. "Oh no, there has been a situation at home. My apologies, sir. I must return home immediately." After reading the message, the driver exclaimed, offering no opportunity for Su Ning to respond before he abruptly parked at the roadside, unbuckled his seatbelt, and dashed away in a frenzy. Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What was happening? How could he leave just like that? It was utterly baffling. If there were indeed an urgent matter at home, surely a phone call would have sufficed. Why resort to a message, which might not even reach him in time? However, with the driver already sprinting away, Su Ning found no opportunity to inquire further. Although the assignment was technically incomplete, seeing as they were not far from their destination, Su Ning chose to disregard the matter, marking the trip as complete and processing the payment for the driving service. He then exited the passenger seat, took the driver's position, fastened his seatbelt, and set off towards the hotel. Yet, scarcely had he driven 50 meters when a figure appeared ahead and gestured for him to stop. It was the very designated driver who had hastily departed. He stood there, phone in hand, looking indignant as he shouted, "Do you have even an ounce of awareness regarding driving safety? Have you been drinking? I'll report you." Chapter 64. Is it possible that I haven't consumed any alcohol at all? Su Ning regarded the driver, who appeared to be on a moral crusade against societal ills, narrowing his eyes in contemplative silence. It became clear to him that the sudden departure had been a ruse, orchestrated to catch him driving under the influence. The driver was recording evidence of his supposed intoxication in an attempt to extort him. Su Ning was genuinely astonished that the driver would entertain such malicious thoughts. Was this premeditated, or was it an impulsive decision spurred by the sight of Su Ning's supercar? Regardless of the motivation, was he not courting danger? Did he not consider that a person capable of driving a 50 million yuan supercar might easily handle him? Even if he were to acquiesce and offer a bribe for silence, eliminating the driver later would be as effortless as squashing an ant. What amused Su Ning further was that he had not consumed a drop of alcohol. He was merely fatigued and reluctant to drive. I'm afraid you may find today to be quite unmanageable. With a smirk gracing his lips, Su Ning turned off the engine, exited the vehicle, and stood there, calmly observing the self-righteous driver. Didn't you have a family emergency? What brings you back? The designated driver, upon encountering Su Ning, displayed a demeanor devoid of fury, which led to a misunderstanding that Su Ning was reluctant to escalate the situation. This aligned perfectly with his expectations. Indeed, I had pressing matters at home that had compelled me to hastily return. However, I soon received a call indicating that there was no need for urgency, prompting me to plan on returning to assist you further with driving. Yet, to my astonishment, you entirely disregarded traffic regulations and dared to drive under the influence. Even if I had to leave abruptly, you could have simply sought another designated driver. Are you aware of the consequences of driving while intoxicated? Your irresponsibility not only endangers yourself, but also poses a threat to society. A mishap could lead to devastating consequences for families. Allow me to inform you that being caught driving under the influence incurs a fine, which is a minor concern compared to the 6-month suspension of your driving license. Should you reach the threshold for drunk driving, your license will be revoked outright, and you will face criminal charges. Consider the severity of these repercussions. The designated driver had already set aside his phone, vehemently rebuking Su Ning, yet it seemed he was also attempting to educate him on the law. Curiously, he refrained from reiterating his earlier insistence on contacting the police. This only served to clarify Su Ning's understanding of his intentions. This individual would not openly mention a hush money request, as he surely understood that such an act constitutes extortion. It is only the intoxicated driver who, in an attempt to evade punishment, would propose a bribe. At this juncture, accepting the payment would bear no consequences for him. Su Ning smiled nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow, and remarked, "Oh, the penalties for drunk driving are indeed stringent. I must admit, I did not anticipate this. If you choose not to initiate the topic, I shall do the same, ensuring that you do not have your way." The designated driver, under the impression that Su Ning had failed to grasp his insinuation, felt a pang of frustration and continued with his subtle hints. "You do not seem like someone who frequently drives under the influence. An occasional lapse may be forgivable. How about I refrain from alerting the authorities this time and let you off the hook?" At this juncture, the designated driver paused, opening the driver's interface of the designated driving app on his phone, and feigned a lament. "Alas, tonight's fares are rather dismal. I haven't earned much at all." He was on the verge of alluding directly to his demand for a payoff. Su Ning, observing this clumsy performance, nearly succumbed to laughter. The veiled suggestion was glaringly apparent. Nevertheless, Su Ning chose to feign ignorance, intent on compelling the other party to articulate his demands. This individual sought to extort him, and Su Ning would certainly not let him off lightly. He felt it would be a disservice not to ensure that this actor faced the consequences of his theatrics. "No police intervention? Then I am grateful for your magnanimity." Su Ning chuckled, securing the vehicle and striding toward the hotel. The designated driver was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "Did you not comprehend my words? Do you genuinely believe I would let you off so easily? How naive to entertain such notions." Although he was uncertain whether Su Ning was deliberately feigning misunderstanding, he realized that allowing Su Ning to depart would render his scheming for the evening utterly futile. Thus, he hastily obstructed Su Ning's path, his countenance transforming into one of menace. "Do not leave. I have not finished speaking. The fact remains that you drove under the influence. Do you truly believe I would let this slide? To be forthright, if you wish for me to refrain from contacting the police, it is not impossible. But you must provide me with hush money. I shall refrain from specifying an amount. After all, driving such a luxurious vehicle, surely a trivial sum holds little significance for you. Spending a small amount to evade the penalties for drunk driving is undeniably a prudent investment." He abandoned any pretense, boldly laying bare his demands. Su Ning could not suppress a hearty laugh. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. He had been waiting for the request for money. In front of the designated driver, he retrieved his phone and directly dialed the now familiar Officer Wang. "Officer Wang, I am calling to report an incident. My designated driver is attempting to extort me. I am currently located on the other end of the line." Officer Wang felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity and dissonance. "Your designated driver? Aren't you the designated driver?" He found himself perplexed by Su Ning's thought process as a wealthy heir. "Have you truly developed a knack for detective work? In just a week. How many times have you contacted me, a mere police officer?" who in their right mind interacts with the police on a daily basis. Nonetheless, recognizing that Su Ning had initiated the call to the authorities, he hastened to respond. Without delay, he set off from the police station with 2 auxiliary officers in tow. Strictly speaking, the incident location did not fall within their jurisdiction, yet they were obligated to respond to such direct reports. Furthermore, they welcomed cases that bypassed the 110 emergency line, as these would count towards their performance metrics. As Su Ning awaited Officer Wang's arrival, the designated driver was rendered momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated Su Ning would so decisively contact the police. While this would undoubtedly spell disaster for him, the pressing question remained: did Su Ning truly believe he could escape the repercussions of drunk driving? Did he genuinely not care about the potential revocation of his license or the possibility of detention and criminal charges? You must be joking. I did not engage in extortion. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Let me be clear. If you report this, it will not bode well for you. You cannot evade the consequences of your drunk driving. He clung to the last vestiges of hope, convinced that Su Ning had not truly placed the call, but was merely attempting to frighten him. Su Ning regarded the visibly rattled designated driver with a bemused smile, his amusement growing ever more pronounced. The designated driver felt a chill as Su Ning's laughter echoed, his trepidation intensifying. What? He struggled to formulate a response, but Su Ning interrupted him. Is it possible that I have not consumed any alcohol? Chapter 65. Why do you have a voice recorder? Is it possible that I have not consumed any alcohol? Su Ning's inquiry left the designated driver frozen in place, his expression shifting erratically. Not intoxicated? How can you claim to require a designated driver, especially since you are behind the wheel of such an ostentatious supercar? Should you not be racing through the quiet night? You not only forego the thrill of speed for yourself, but you also enlist a designated driver. What were you thinking? Just as Su Ning found it challenging to comprehend the mindset of some individuals, the designated driver was equally baffled by Su Ning's current actions. Su Ning shrugged, a smile gracing his face. I am fatigued and simply do not wish to drive. Is it not reasonable to call for a designated driver? Even if I am a designated driver, what of it? Does being a chef preclude me from dining out? Does being a taxi driver prevent me from hailing a cab? The same principle applies. Even if I am a designated driver, it does not strip me of my right to summon one. Well, if you have not been drinking, then it must have been a misunderstanding. Since we have arrived at our destination and the journey has concluded, I shall take my leave. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you again in the future. As soon as the designated driver grasped the implications, he realized the precariousness of his situation and attempted to make his escape. Su Ning coldly chuckled, stating, you might want to wait until the police permit you to leave. Given Su Ning's demeanor, the designated driver quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Sir, I apologize for my mistake. Please, let us resolve this without involving the police. You have not suffered any loss, and I have not reported anything. Let us pretend this incident never occurred. His desperation was palpable as he pleaded. I have responsibilities to my family. Life is challenging enough without this. Please, I beg you. If not, I might just kneel before you. The chauffeur spoke as though he were genuinely about to prostrate himself before Su Ning. Su Ning merely scoffed once more, feeling little sympathy whatsoever. Setting aside the sincerity embedded in his words, the very act of extortion was unforgivable. You have hands and feet. Why can't you earn a living like anyone else? Why resort to such morally bankrupt schemes? You have family to support, but do your victims not have loved ones as well? If you merely stumbled upon someone driving under the influence, a token of hush money might be somewhat excusable. Yet you have deliberately ensnared the car owner in a trap, ruthlessly extorting them. Do you not think those you've extorted feel wronged? So, do not attempt to elicit my sympathy. It is futile. A sardonic smile graced Su Ning's face, yet he remained silent, utterly unmoved. The chauffeur's expression darkened, and his mind raced with thoughts. Should I make a run for it? Perhaps they won't catch me. But the realization dawned that the car owner had summoned him through a driving service. Once the police sent a request, the platform would undoubtedly provide his details. Thus, fleeing would be pointless. Could he possibly deny the accusations of extortion? It seemed plausible. He had observed the car owner recording with a phone, so there should be no evidence against him. There might be surveillance cameras nearby, but they typically captured only footage without audio, which wouldn't prove his guilt. With this thought, the chauffeur felt a wave of relief, as if he had survived a calamity. However, the next moment, he stood frozen in disbelief, his mind spiraling into chaos. A recording device. He watched in shock as Su Ning produced a voice recorder from his pocket. How could this be? Why do you possess a recording device? Who carries one around like a good Samaritan? At that moment, a chill ran down his spine, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. With matters having escalated to this point, he was no longer in control. Before long, Officer Wang arrived at the scene in his patrol car. As before, his gaze towards Su Ning was peculiar. He found Su Ning's eccentricity impossible for an ordinary person to comprehend. This young man, so wealthy, yet choosing to experience life as a chauffeur, it was baffling. This week alone, they had crossed paths multiple times. It felt as if they were in daily contact. He even contemplated requesting a dedicated officer to serve Su Ning exclusively. After ascertaining the details, Officer Wang realized that the chauffeur was indeed likely involved in extortion. Thus, he took both Su Ning and the chauffeur back to the police station, one to provide a statement, the other to be interrogated. The evidence was irrefutable. Not only was there Su Ning's recording, but also surveillance footage showing the chauffeur exiting the vehicle to record in a discreet corner. This completely dismantled the chauffeur's excuse of a family emergency. Without needing much effort, the chauffeur confessed. He had intended to lure intoxicated drivers into operating their vehicles, solely to extort them. Moreover, this was not his first offense. He had successfully executed this scheme multiple times, earning far more than as a chauffeur. According to current extortion laws, he could face a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Had it not been for Su Ning, he likely would have remained unscathed. Little did he anticipate encountering someone like Su Ning, who, despite being sober, would still call for a chauffeur. It was simply a matter of fate. As Officer Wang departed the station, he imparted a rather peculiar piece of advice. In future encounters with unlawful situations, ensure your own safety before contacting the authorities. He had come to understand that, given Su Ning's unique circumstances, similar incidents would likely recur. Just like today, Su Ning could have opted to pay off the extortionist first, then sought an appropriate moment to alert the police. After all, the chauffeur was a legitimate driver from a recognized platform. He couldn't simply vanish. Alerting the authorities on the spot could jeopardize Su Ning's safety if the situation escalated. Su Ning grasped Officer Wang's intent and nodded with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured. I shall exercise caution next time." The hour was indeed late, yet Su Ning felt no inclination to summon another chauffeur. He decided to drive himself to the hotel. He truly feared encountering any more oddities. Perhaps at a different time, but right now, all he desired was to lie down on a large bed and enjoy a restful sleep. Though the hotel was rather ordinary, he was far too exhausted to concern himself with such details, succumbing to slumber until his phone alarm rang the following morning. As he groggily washed up, he contemplated. As someone who earned millions daily, he ought to be residing in the finest hotels. When time permitted, he would certainly explore his options. At the very least, before purchasing a grand villa, he should not neglect himself. After dropping Xiaodong off at school that morning, Su Ning had no pressing matters to attend to, so he planned to return to campus to continue his graduation project. However, shortly after arriving at his dormitory, he was summoned by his counselor, Yu Chang. Following the substantial donation of 60 million yuan, Yu Chang was basking in newfound prominence. Unsurprisingly, his candidacy for the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office was confirmed, and he was set to assume his role shortly after sending off the students from Su Ning's class. Chapter 66, A Concrete Profit of 100 Million. Su Ning felt genuine happiness for Yu Chang, as such a commendable teacher deserved greater opportunities. However, Yu Chang's reason for calling Su Ning was primarily due to the school's administration and department heads wanting to meet him. After all, a donation of such magnitude from a current student was bound to elicit a response from the institution. What a good student. You have not disappointed the school's nurturing. The school will undoubtedly take pride in you in the future. By the time of the anniversary celebration, you should have graduated, so do return to visit your alma mater. Principal Zhang exclaimed warmly, clasping Su Ning's hand with heartfelt emotion. Approaching retirement, his aspirations had waned. He was wholly dedicated to enhancing the institution before his departure. Su Ning's presence brought him immense satisfaction. Now I take pride in my school, and in the future, my school will take pride in me. This is no mere platitude. If one did not possess a profound sense of belonging and deep affection for the school, how could they so generously donate 60 million yuan? Principal Zhang felt reassured that the school's educational philosophy had succeeded in nurturing individuals of integrity rather than ingrates. The other principal leaders and department heads also praised and encouraged Su Ning. Intriguingly, several professors approached him seeking sponsorship for their research projects, leaving him both amused and bewildered. By the time he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly noon. He brought back several meals from the cafeteria to save his 3 roommates, who were engrossed in their gaming battles. After lunch, Su Ning diligently resumed work on his graduation project. Although the department head had subtly indicated that his project could easily pass through the process, even suggesting a pre-designation as an outstanding graduate, he still wished to conclude his university journey on a high note. His graduation project could not be taken lightly. After all, the system may offer him a plethora of ways to earn money, but once he leaves school, the opportunity to undertake his graduation project will truly vanish. In the afternoon, Su Ning went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaodong, and they returned to their residential community to await Xiaodong's parents. Today marked their agreed-upon final day together. Not only because tomorrow was the weekend, but also because Xiao Dong's mother would be returning from her business trip that evening. "Little brother, you've worked hard this week. Xiao Dong really likes you and is quite reluctant to part ways," Xiao Dong's father remarked, pulling Xiao Dong closer. At that moment, Xiao Dong held Su Ning's hand, displaying an unwillingness to let him go. Su Ning gently ruffled Xiao Dong's hair, squatting down with a smile as he extended his hand. "Remember our promise. And you must keep the secret of the Autobots. Both your brother and the Autobots believe you can do it." Xiao Dong nodded earnestly, his small face adorned with a solemn expression as he extended his pinky to Su Ning for a pact. "Little brother, here is the remaining 500 yuan. Although I know you probably don't care, this was agreed upon from the very beginning. Please accept it," Xiao Dong's father said, handing the money to Su Ning. Without hesitation, Su Ning accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Who said I don't care? I do care. What may seem like a trifling 500 yuan to you is equivalent to a Koenigsegg one for me. Congratulations to the host for diligently working to earn 500 yuan. With a reward of 50 million yuan at a 100,000-fold increase." The system's notification echoed in Su Ning's mind at the perfect moment, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch upwards. It could be said that aside from the old man who compensated him with 1,500 to net himself 1.5 billion, Xiao Dong's parents had provided him the most substantial gains. Taking care of Xiao Dong for a week in exchange for 100 million was undeniably the most cost-effective money-making method, surpassing even the typical ride-hailing services, though they may perceive his role as that of a wealthy heir indulging in life experiences. They could not offer him a return commensurate with his worth. Nonetheless, he had genuinely earned 100 million from them. Therefore, when Xiao Dong's birthday arrives next month, he must bestow upon him a proper gift. Moreover, Xiao Dong's parents were decent people, so cultivating a friendship with them posed no issues. Besides, the future money-making methods remained uncertain. Perhaps there would be further opportunities to profit from them. After bidding farewell to Xiao Dong's family, Su Ning felt little inclination to return to his dormitory and instead made his way to the restaurant early. As luck would have it, the dinner rush had yet to commence, allowing manager Lu to take this opportunity to report on the recent week's operations of Li's private kitchen. It had been a week since he acquired the establishment. Although Su Ning had been present nearly every day, he had not inquired into the specifics. "Young Master Su, this week's revenue amounted to 647,860 yuan. We lost a day's business due to a water outage. Otherwise, we would have reached 750,000 yuan. Our gross profit margin stands at around 65, and after deducting labor, utilities, and other expenses, the net profit approximates 450,000 yuan. Su Ning blinked, performing a quick calculation in his mind. To his astonishment, the net profit for the week nearly reached 300,000 yuan, even with 1 day of closure. If this trend continued, would the monthly net profit not reach 1.35 million? Annually, that would equate to 16 million? The realization was staggering. Su Ning was aware that Li's private kitchen was profitable, yet he had not anticipated such an impressive return. It is worth noting that he had only invested 42 million yuan to purchase it, and at this rate of profit, he would recoup his investment in merely 3 years. Reflecting on it now, had he not acquired it through the system, he likely would not have been able to buy such a cash cow from the previous owner. Do not conflate high-end dining with fast-moving consumer goods. Franchises for bubble tea, for example, may promise a return on investment in 1 or 2 years, seemingly offering higher profit margins. However, those are small-scale operations, vastly different from traditional dining establishments like Li's private kitchen. Not to mention, when I acquired Li's, I purchased the property along with it. Thus, recouping my investment would also mean profiting from the real estate. The thought was simply outrageous. Let us work hard and maintain our momentum. Perhaps next month I want to be in the restaurant, so it will depend on you and all the staff to persevere. This month, let us allocate an additional 100,000 yuan from the profits as bonuses, distributed proportionally among all employees. Then, inform everyone that as long as they strive diligently, each will receive the highest standard of bonuses in the industry by year-end. Su Ning promised with a smile to Manager Lu. Manager Lu was taken aback that his impromptu report would result in a 100,000 yuan bonus for all employees. It should be noted that Li's private kitchen employed less than 60 staff members. Divided among them, each would receive nearly 2,000 yuan. For those working-class individuals, that was no insignificant sum. Just as Manager Lu was preparing to express gratitude on behalf of all employees, 2 vibrant young women entered through the restaurant's door. Su Ning recognized them immediately. One was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Yingying, and the other was her close friend, Jing Yunting, both studying acting at the Art Academy. The 2 girls noticed Su Ning as well, their expressions shifting rapidly. Chapter 67. Why is your face so large? Encountering his ex-girlfriend, Su Ning felt no embarrassment. Instead, he smiled calmly and turned to await the ride-hailing requests near the cash register. Meanwhile, Wang Yingying wore a complex expression, seemingly wanting to say something, but was subtly pulled back by her friend, Jing Yunting. Wait, something's off. Didn't you say he inherited wealth? Why does he look like he's not here to dine? Upon her friend's reminder, Wang Yingying seemed to acknowledge the inconsistency. As they were guided to their seats by the waitress, Wang Yingying curiously inquired, "What are those people by the cash register doing?" Without hesitation, the waitress replied, "Those three are our restaurant's designated drivers. If guests require a driving service, they can request it at the cash register." Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Designated drivers? Su Ning is working as a designated driver at Li's private kitchen? Had this been before, they would not have found it strange, considering Su Ning had always sought ways to work and study. But hadn't he inherited a fortune? He even drove a Koenigsegg one, valued at 50 million. How could he possibly be working as a designated driver? Such a contradiction led to only one conclusion. Everything was a fade. All those claims about inheriting wealth were merely fabrications. Unable to continue as a gentleman, he had been reduced to a mere designated driver. As for how he came to drive the supercar, it now made sense. He must have been a designated driver for a drunken owner, showcasing the car to impress others. With this realization, Wang Yingying's chest heaved with indignation, nearly bursting with rage. How dare he deceive me? Because of this, I was dumped by that wealthy young man I had finally managed to get close to. In those days, the mere thought of having squandered an opportunity that could have elevated her to the ranks of high society filled her with profound regret. It was as if her insides were twisted in remorse, and she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. When she attempted to salvage her relationship with Su Ning through a few of his friends, her dignity was repeatedly trampled upon. The more she contemplated, the more her indignation flared, and her eyes now blazed with fury. To her astonishment, her ex-boyfriend turned out to be quite an oddity, indeed. He had the audacity to work as a chauffeur at a restaurant. Thankfully, she had initiated the breakup. Otherwise, once she became a celebrated star, the revelation of having a boyfriend who was merely a chauffeur would have been utterly humiliating. Yet, she was truly astounded by his audacity to masquerade as a wealthy heir. Was he truly that vain? Jing Yunting exclaimed in a high-pitched, exaggerated tone, her face brimming with disdain. Wang Yingying's expression darkened. Although she disapproved of Jing Yunting's remarks, she could not deny the possibility of this becoming part of her sordid past. Forget it. I will confront him later and set things straight. After the two women settled into their seats, Jing Yunting blinked her large eyes and, with a half-smirk, advised Wang Yingying, "You'd best speak to him before Director Ma arrives. Otherwise, if he interrupts our discussion, it could ruin everything." A jolt of realization struck Wang Yingying, and she came to understand the gravity of the situation. Director Ma, known as Ma Wenlong, may not be a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, yet he was a seasoned veteran who had navigated numerous film sets. Recently, he had taken on the roles of assistant director and casting director in a newly formed production. Wielding considerable influence, the two women had painstakingly built rapport with him, hoping to secure roles in the film. Though the project was not a grand production, it was said to have ample funding, and the director had invited only seasoned actors, aiming to create a film of integrity. If they could land a role, even a minor one, it would be a notable credential. Moreover, should the film become a hit, even a supporting role could catapult them to overnight fame. Therefore, they placed great importance on their meeting with Ma Wenlong. If Su Ning were to disrupt matters at this critical juncture, it could jeopardize their aspirations. Contemplating this possibility, Wang Yingying could no longer remain seated. She promptly rose and, alongside Jing Yunting, made her way to the cashier. "I cannot believe you are such a person. Poverty is not frightening. What is truly alarming is your inability to remain grounded, your only pursuit being vain fantasies. As a chauffeur, you even dared to drive a guest supercar to school. Do you not feel any shame? Ending our relationship was my wisest decision. Do not pursue me any longer. There is no possibility for us. Do not even claim to know me. I cannot afford to lose face." Su Ning was engaged in casual conversation with Master Wang when Wang Yingying approached him, unleashing her tirade, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Do you have some sort of serious illness? Am I the one clinging to you? What an inflated sense of self you have." Yet, Su Ning quickly grasped key elements from Wang Yingying's outburst: chauffeur, guest supercar, vanity. He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that she had assumed he was driving someone else's car to impress her. No wonder she held such a condescending attitude toward him. It was worth noting that when she had begged him to reconcile, she had been utterly humble. Indeed, this so-called socialite was quite brazen. At that moment, Jing Yunting, standing beside Wang Yingying, chimed in mockingly, "Yes, do not pursue our Yingying. She is destined to become a star, while you, a mere chauffeur, are not even worthy to carry her shoes. You had best know your place. A toad should not aspire to eat swan meat." After delivering her cutting remark, Jing Yunting waved her fair hand in front of her mouth and nose, as if repulsed by Su Ning's very presence. With a disdainful snort, Su Ning gazed at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting, a mocking smile suddenly gracing his face. How amusing. Truly amusing. He had been labeled a toad once more. Did they genuinely hold such an inflated self-image? Gently gesturing for the cashier not to intervene, Su Ning smiled wryly. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments. A toad should never aspire to eat swan meat. I return this phrase to you in its entirety. I stand by my words. And I hope you will do the same. With that, he disregarded the two women, their faces flushed with anger, and resumed his conversation with Master Wang. The transformation of wealth brought about a shift in mentality. Continuing to quarrel in public would be beneath him. Thus, it was best to simply ignore them. The two women seemed to realize that prolonging the argument was unwise, storming back to their seats in a huff. Unbeknownst to them, a guest outside had witnessed much of the exchange, a playful expression gracing their face. Chapter 68. Do you believe a single word from me could send you packing? Director Ma, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. You are such a busy man, gracing us with your presence. Yingying and I are absolutely thrilled. As Ma Wenlong approached, Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying rose in unison to greet him, their faces blooming with delight. Ma Wenlong, appearing to be just shy of 40, bore the ruggedness of someone who frequented film sets. His skin appeared coarse, exuding a rough charm. His small eyes narrowed as he regarded Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying, their beauty captivating him. Despite his attempts to conceal it, the desire in his gaze was palpable, and he felt a surge of pride. Indeed, they were two lovely young women. How delightful it was that two minor characters could coax such beauty to cater to him. This indulgence was a luxury exclusive to the entertainment industry. No matter how busy he was, how could he possibly miss the invitation from two stunning beauties? I must say, your attributes are indeed rare in the entertainment realm, Ma Wenlong remarked with a smile as he settled into his seat. While many actresses appear enchanting on screen, their allure often stems from makeup and surgery. How refreshing it is to encounter natural beauty like yours. Upon hearing Ma Wenlong compliment their looks, both Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying's faces lit up with joy, their excitement causing a rosy flush to bloom on their cheeks. This only intensified Ma Wenlong's anticipation, as he yearned to embrace the two women and relish in their company. However, he understood the necessity of winning their favor first, so without waiting for their inquiries, he made a promise. Rest assured, I will guarantee your entry into the production. Though you may lack experience, with your formal training, you can certainly portray significant supporting roles. Once the crew is officially assembled, you will be welcomed aboard. Of course, I will need to assess your suitability first. As he uttered the final words, it was as if the last vestige of his facade slipped away, his gaze revealing unmasked desire. Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying's eyes sparkled with joy, their smiles blooming like flowers in spring. Wonderful. We never anticipated that Director Ma would be so accommodating. Though they had yet to officially enter the entertainment industry, they were well aware of the myriad rumors that surrounded it. It is not uncommon for numerous actresses to sacrifice their bodies in pursuit of coveted roles. There have even been instances where many have been thoroughly exploited, yet failed to secure the parts they desired. This time, they were prepared to offer themselves. Yet their greatest fear was that even such sacrifices would yield no reward. To Director Ma, we raise a toast. The two women simultaneously lifted their glasses, their rosy cheeks adorned with smiles, igniting a deeper yearning within Ma Wenlong. Very well, if the beauties are toasting, I must partake. After downing the contents of his glass, Ma Wenlong recalled the scene he had witnessed outside the restaurant moments earlier, and with a smirk, he inquired, I saw you two seemingly embroiled in a dispute at the cashier. What transpired? Do you need me to intervene? Wang Yingying's expression shifted slightly, unsure of how to respond. However, Jing Yunting reacted swiftly, giggling as she exclaimed, Oh, it's simply because our Yingying is too beautiful. That designated driver is a student from the school adjacent to our arts academy, and he has been fawning over Yingying, a complete sycophant. It's utterly impossible for Yingying to harbor any affection for him, yet he remains blissfully ignorant, persistently clinging to her. Just now, he was once again pestering poor Yingying, truly tiresome. Upon hearing Jing Yunting's words, Ma Wenlong couldn't help but snort. Turning his gaze towards Su Ning at the cashier, his expression turned disdainful. What status do you possess to dine on the same fare as I? A toad aspiring to devour swan flesh. Today, I shall demonstrate how your aloof goddess fawns over me. Young man, do not romanticize love too naively. Once you step into society, you will realize that power can procure everything. He is merely a designated driver? Then I shall teach him a lesson today, exposing him to the harsh realities of life. Ma Wenlong sneered coldly, simultaneously beckoning to a nearby waiter. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The waiter approached promptly, exuding politeness and eagerness. Fetch that young designated driver from the cashier, Ma Wenlong commanded directly. The waiter assumed he had indulged too much and required a designated driver. Yet he sought to test the driver first. Such pretentious customers were not unheard of in the past. Thus, she hurried to summon Su Ning. Su Ning, slightly taken aback, followed the waiter towards the table. Upon spotting Wang Yingying and her companions, he couldn't suppress a frown. Is this never-ending? I had no desire to argue with you earlier, yet you dare to overstep? Observing Ma Wenlong seated beside Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying, Su Ning could easily deduce that this middle-aged man was the source of their audacity. A smirk escaped him as he thought, let us see just how bold you truly are. You are the one who persistently clings to Wang Yingying? I assure you, your delusions are unfounded. Take a moment to reflect on yourself. Do you even deserve her? I shan't waste further words. You see those 3 glasses on the table? Down them in one go, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Just so you know, I am good friends with the owner of Li's private kitchen. A mere word from me could have you thrown out. Ma Wenlong was incensed by Su Ning's calm demeanor, rising to confront him with a raised voice. Su Ning narrowed his eyes, surveying the 3 glasses of liquor on the table. The combined volume of the 3 shots was nearly a pound. Even someone with a robust tolerance would struggle to consume that in one sitting, let alone someone of Su Ning's average capacity. Should he truly partake, it would likely lead to alcohol poisoning and a swift trip to the hospital. You want me to drink to appease you? Or else face your wrath? I am keen to see how you intend to make me suffer. Especially the remark about being friends with the owner of Li's private kitchen, which elicited a laugh from Su Ning. When did I ever acknowledge you as a friend? In the midst of Ma Wenlong's triumphant gaze, Su Ning scoffed dismissively, gesturing for him to proceed. Then kindly hurry to find the owner. If the owner instructs me to leave, I shall depart immediately. At that moment, Su Ning's expression was laced with amusement, as if he were eager to witness the unfolding drama. The waiter beside him could hardly contain her laughter. This customer was utterly pretentious, claiming to be the owner's good friend. The owner stands right before you. How can you not recognize him? Chapter 69. Su Ning is the owner of Li's private kitchen? Then kindly hurry to find the owner. If the owner instructs me to leave, I shall depart immediately. Su Ning's nonchalant, yet slightly mocking words left Ma Wenlong momentarily stunned, which quickly morphed into anger. He never anticipated that this young man would dare to retort. How utterly outrageous. Ma Wenlong had assumed that someone burdened by the weight of societal pressures would never risk losing their employment, as it could lead to dire consequences, such as not having food to eat the following day. Thus, he felt emboldened to wield his power to humiliate the young man, forcing him into submission. However, the reality was starkly different. The young man displayed nothing but derision and disdain. You, Ma Wenlong, are pointing your finger at me? Su Ning remained unfazed, even as Ma Wenlong trembled with rage. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with smugness, believing that Su Ning had surely incurred Ma Wenlong's ire and would face dire repercussions. Is this how your designated driver treats customers? Bring your owner here. I demand to ask him if he still wishes to remain in business. As Ma Wenlong found himself at a loss regarding how to deal with Su Ning, the attention of other patrons in the hall turned towards them, leaving him feeling cornered. Thus, he resorted to barking at the waiter, attempting to maintain his facade. The waiter barely suppressed a grin. After years of serving, she had encountered all kinds of individuals. This fellow was clearly overwhelmed by his own arrogance. Allow me to formally introduce this individual. He is not only our designated driver, but also the owner of Li's private kitchen. If you have any grievances, you may address them directly with our owner. Although her demeanor remained professional, the smirk at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true sentiments. Her proclamation left everyone in the vicinity momentarily stunned, incredulous at the revelation. What? This designated driver is the owner of Li's private kitchen? How is that possible? Surely, this must be a jest. You don't even bear the surname Li. How could you possibly be the owner? Are you simply fabricating stories to deceive us? Li's private kitchen truly shows no regard for its patrons. Ma Wenlong, of course, was skeptical, scoffing dismissively. At that moment, Manager Liu, having heard the commotion, hurried over. This gentleman is indeed the owner of Li's private kitchen. If you have any matters to discuss with him, you may do so now. This time, everyone was genuinely astonished. While one could question the waiter's words, longtime customers recognized that Manager Liu was the actual manager of Li's private kitchen. He would not casually fabricate such a tale. Thus, it dawned upon them that this handsome young man was indeed the owner of Li's private kitchen, the owner working as a designated driver in his own restaurant. How utterly absurd. However, unlike the astonishment exhibited by other patrons, Ma Wenlong found himself enveloped in an unbearable embarrassment, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. It is worth noting that he had just confidently proclaimed that he and the restaurant's owner were brothers. Yet here stood the restaurant owner before him, a stranger. Is there anything more humiliating than being caught in such a pretense? Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were equally struck by shock, their faces drained of color, unable to fathom that Su Ning was indeed the proprietor of Li's private kitchen. It turned out he genuinely inherited the establishment rather than merely flaunting someone else's luxury vehicle out of vanity. As for his choice of a chauffeur, it was his own restaurant. He could do as he pleased. Reflecting on how they had presumptuously urged Su Ning to cease his pursuit of her, they felt an overwhelming urge to cover their faces and flee in shame. At this moment, Su Ning was no longer inclined to engage with them. If they wished to dine, they should do so quietly. If not, they ought to leave immediately. They should not presume themselves superior, for there are many who could easily bring them down. With a cold scoff, Su Ning turned to depart. Although, from a certain perspective, the three of them were now customers of Li's private kitchen, and as such, he ought not to treat them in this manner. Yet, did Su Ning truly care? For those who sought to humiliate him, merely refraining from having security expel them was generous enough. As for the other diners, they would certainly not empathize. Rather, they would likely commend Su Ning. After all, they had just witnessed the spectacle of the small-eyed man trying to show off, drinking 3 shots of liquor in one go. Ma Wenlong, flushed with shame, and the 2 women, equally crimson-faced, were utterly mortified. We're leaving. What is so remarkable about this restaurant? It's not even a blip on the social radar, Wang Yingying declared. You aim to enter the entertainment industry as a star. I'll call Director Shi right now. I'll swallow my pride and ensure you get a significant role in the unsung heroes. Just wait for the film's release and your rise to fame. At that point, with the adoration of the masses, you could easily buy this shabby establishment. With such disgrace, they naturally had no face to remain here. However, as they prepared to depart, they felt compelled to muster some bravado, to maintain an appearance of dignity amidst their humiliation. Such superficial declarations, especially in this context, were hardly credible. Yet, Wang Yingying surprisingly believed them, her heart swelling with unexpected delight despite their current predicament. A significant role, her opportunity had arrived. In her mind, she envisioned a bright future in the entertainment industry, effortlessly dispelling the present embarrassment. Just then, Su Ning, who had been poised to leave, halted in his tracks. He turned back, his expression turning mischievous. What film are you talking about? Ma Wenlong, under the impression that they had revealed their connections in the entertainment world, let out a scoff. The Unsung Heroes. This is a major production about to commence. I am the associate director. Just wait. I will expose the unsavory truths of Li's private kitchen through various channels. Ma Wenlong's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Wang Yingying. Yes, once she became a celebrated star, she could leverage her influence to reveal Su Ning for the scoundrel he was. The thought of Su Ning being besieged by rabid fans, driven to despair, restored her confidence in an instant. Yet, at that moment, Su Ning could not contain a laugh. Observing the renewed vigor of the trio before him, his face was adorned with derision. If they were discussing other films, he might have been at a loss. But mention the unsung heroes, and he had something to say? With a slight smirk, he picked up his phone and dialed. Chapter 70. Fire the Associate Director. Su Xiao, what brings you to call me suddenly? Just so happens. I was about to update you on the progress of the crew's formation. We've found the most suitable actors for several roles, and if you have no objections, we can commence filming next week. As soon as the call connected, producer Chun Yi began speaking rapidly, as if firing a volley of words. Hold on. Su Ning cut him off quickly, lest he continue indefinitely. Old Chun, your crew has an associate director, right? I'm not sure of his name, but he has rather small eyes. Fire him. Also, he must have introduced some actors to the crew. Let them go as well. This won't put you in a difficult position, will it? Though Su Ning's words bore a veneer of politeness, they were laced with an undeniable authority. Chun Yi was taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to make such a call about this matter. While unaware of the specifics, it was evident that the associate director had crossed Su Ning in some manner, causing his displeasure. After all, in their previous interactions, Su Ning had been nothing but courteous and warm, not at all the type to be a domineering rich heir. Associate director? Small eyes? Chun Yi immediately thought of Ma Wenlong, as the crew currently had only 2 associate directors, the other having larger eyes. Ma Wenlong had been brought on by Shi Wenxiang, and while Chun Yi was familiar with him, it was not extensive. It was clear who held more importance, the investor or an associate director. Let alone if the associate director had offended the investor. It went without saying how allegiances should be drawn. No difficulty at all. Not at all. Su Xiao. I'll have him out immediately, and the actors he introduced will go too, Chun Yi assured without hesitation. After hanging up, Su Ning cast a knowing smile at the trio, his gaze piercing and unsettling. Ma Wenlong felt a tremor of anxiety. Yet he was unwilling to accept that this young man could so casually reach the producer and command his dismissal. Who do you think you are? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. You think you can just toss us out of the crew? That is utterly absurd. I'll wait right here to see how you manage to kick me out. If you can pull it off, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. While Ma Wenlong felt a twinge of doubt, he could not show weakness in such a situation. Thus, he shouted defiantly at Su Ning. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting seemed to share his skepticism, yet they dared not voice it. After all, they had already suffered humiliation twice at Su Ning's hands, and they wanted nothing more than to avoid recalling those mortifying experiences. Su Ning merely scoffed, his expression impassive. Then just wait. You will get your wish. But calling you Grandpa is out of the question. I wouldn't want a grandson like you. Ma Wenlong, furious, clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging, wishing he could land a punch on Su Ning. However, at that moment, his phone rang, sending a jolt of anxiety through his heart. He hastily retrieved the device and was met with a sudden pallor as he glimpsed the caller ID, Shi Wenxiang, the director of Unremarkable People. Although Shi Wenxiang would normally call him directly when there was business to discuss, the timing of this call seemed rather suspicious. His heart raced, pounding as if it would leap from his chest. He hesitated to answer. Casting a furtive glance at Su Ning, he was met with a knowing smile that hinted at mischief. Answer it. Ma Wenlong inhaled deeply, his expression shifting dramatically, ultimately gritting his teeth and connecting the call. Hello. Director Shi, how may I assist you? Ma Wenlong's tone was respectful, his demeanor cautious, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant bravado. Nothing much. Just a notification for you to seek greener pastures. Our Unremarkable People set is too small to accommodate someone of your stature. Normally, I wouldn't bother with your underhanded schemes. But you've really outdone yourself this time, provoking none other than Su Xiao, our film's principal investor. You must be courting disaster. Enough chit-chat. Pack your things and leave by tomorrow. Shi Wenxiang's tone was devoid of warmth, imbued with a resolute finality. Without waiting for Ma Wenlong's response, he abruptly ended the call. Having just received a call from his old colleague Chen Yi, Shi Wenxiang was furious to learn that the assistant director Ma Wenlong had managed to irk Su Ning. He felt an overwhelming urge to fly over and confront Ma Wenlong. Though he had not interacted with Su Ning as frequently as Chen Yi, he could sense that Su Ning was no unreasonable wastrel. The fact that Ma Wenlong had provoked him was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Should Su Ning decide to withdraw his investment, the film would surely be doomed. Thus, he swiftly dialed Ma Wenlong, demanding his departure. Assistant directors were plentiful, but investors were a rare breed. As Ma Wenlong stood frozen, the busy tone echoed in his ears, rendering him as if ensnared in an icy abyss. He could scarcely fathom that the purpose of Shi Wenxiang's call was indeed to dismiss him. Furthermore, he had learned the most staggering revelation, that Su Ning was the investor behind the film. Even the dullest mind could not fail to recognize the gravity of his predicament. In an instant, it felt as though he had been unceremoniously kicked off a cliff, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. His career was in shambles. In the realm of film production, reputation is paramount. Being expelled from the Unremarkable People crew would inflict a devastating blow to his standing. Just imagine, when other crews form, how would they perceive someone who had been ejected from another team? They would undoubtedly assume he was untrustworthy or undisciplined. With such a reputation, who would dare to hire him? This was tantamount to being blacklisted. The thought of potentially being unable to earn a living in the film industry sent Ma Wenlong into a frenzy of self-loathing. Why had he foolishly provoked Su Ning? If only there were a remedy for regret, he would spare no expense to procure it. Cursed be those two women. Were it not for them, he would not be in this predicament. In that moment, his gaze towards Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting was filled with venomous hatred, as if he wished to consume them whole. Amidst his despair, a glimpse of Su Ning appeared like a beacon of hope. Without a second thought, he dashed to Su Ning and fell to his knees. Su Xiao, I was wrong. It was all their fault. I never intended to offend you. Please, speak to Director Shi and persuade him not to expel me from the crew. Have mercy and forgive me this once. As he recalled the 3 cups of liquor he had forced upon Su Ning earlier, he scrambled to the table and lifted a glass. Su Xiao, I will drink these 3 cups. I will down them all. Please forgive me, he implored, hastily pouring the liquor into his mouth. Chapter 71. There are no what-ifs. Su Ning narrowed his eyes, observing Ma Wenlong, who was recklessly pouring liquor down his throat. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Some individuals are inherently despicable. They exhibit an arrogant demeanor towards the underprivileged while groveling before the powerful as though they were mere sycophants. Why the pretense of superiority only to cower later? Drink away. But do not assume that consuming 3 cups will absolve you. Do you think the wealthy treat these matters lightly? At this moment, Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were left pale and trembling, their faces stripped of color, their expressions overtaken by fear. Though they had yet to learn the contents of Ma Wenlong's phone call, the stark contrast in his demeanor was telling enough. The once formidable figure, capable of determining their fates, now appeared as a pitiful jester before Su Ning, leaving them in a state of shock. It was over. Ma Wenlong's career was finished. Their aspirations of breaking into the entertainment industry were dashed. They had clearly heard that even a seasoned assistant director like Ma Wenlong was ousted from the crew by a mere word from Su Ning. What unimaginable power that was. With a single utterance, they could lose their chance at entering the industry altogether. Wang Yingying trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for Jing Yunting's support, she might have crumpled to the floor. A wave of regret washed over her, overwhelming her senses. Had they not broken up, the Koenigsegg one would have been hers. Had they not parted ways, Li Ji's private kitchen would have been hers. Had they not separated, how could she not have been the girlfriend of the film's investor? The female lead? If only there were no what-ifs. Now, she felt like a toad, bereft of the courage to even dream of swan-like ambitions. Su Ning, is there still a chance for us? Wang Yingying asked, her voice laced with hope and yearning. Su Ning laughed, a raucous, unabashed laugh. Shall I repeat your previous words? In fact, those very phrases would suit you perfectly now. I am genuinely grateful for our breakup. Otherwise, how could I enjoy such a spectacle? And do not presume to claim acquaintance with me. I could never afford to lose face. Wang Yingying, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and regret for failing to seize such a promising opportunity, broke down in tears, her nose running. You are a man. How can you be so petty, so heartless? You scoundrel. May you never find peace. Perhaps sensing the hopelessness of her situation, she tore off the facade of civility, crying and cursing Su Ning as if that would garner sympathy from those around her, aligning them with her plight. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten that Su Ning was no longer her boyfriend. He had no obligation to tolerate her any longer. A scoundrel, you say? I would like to inquire, when you sped off in the Ferrari with another, did you deem me a scoundrel then? When you mocked me as a toad dreaming of swan-like ambitions, did you consider me a scoundrel? When you urged me to recognize my place and cease my pursuits, did you label me a scoundrel? Do you truly believe yourself a noble princess, deserving of the world's orbit? Pray tell, do you comprehend the meaning of shamelessness? Very well, I confess to being a scoundrel, yet you are even more despicable than a mere harlot. Su Ning stood firm, a cold smile laced with a chilling disdain, his words leaving no room for mercy towards Wang Yingying. She stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Su Ning's unmasking of their relationship, his disregard palpable. Enough, enough, she implored, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, laden with the most unabashed contempt and derision, as if she were the most unrepentant courtesan of an ancient brothel. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she fled from Li's private kitchen, her face concealed by her hands, with Jing Yunting trailing closely behind. Su Ning merely laughed coldly, his heart devoid of any emotional turmoil, only feeling a sense of gratification and vindication. Meanwhile, Ma Wenlong, having consumed 3 glasses of liquor, was flushed and his gaze appeared to waver. Young Master Su, I have finished all 3 drinks. Not a drop remains. Please, forgive me. From now on, I shall be your devoted follower. If you send me east, I shall not venture west. Young Master Su, as he prepared to cling to Su Ning's leg, Su Ning coldly retorted, Manager Lu, handle this matter, throw him out. With that, he turned on his heel, not glancing back. Ma Wenlong watched Su Ning's retreating figure, his eyes filled with despair, feeling utterly defeated. Even as the restaurant's security dragged him out like a dog, he remained oblivious, akin to a living corpse. Su Ning returned to the cashier's desk, greeted by the 2 designated drivers with their eyes brimming with respect. Though he usually exuded a genial demeanor, when he exhibited his authority, they could not help but look up to him in awe. Master Wang felt fortunate to have relinquished the first order to Su Ning, for had he not, others might have sought trouble with him. Su Ning, however, paid little heed to the opinions of others. This minor episode would not disrupt his evening as a designated driver. Around 8 o'clock, the first driving request arrived. Without hesitation, Su Ning accepted the car owner's keys and followed them out of the restaurant. The initial assignment proceeded smoothly, and he pocketed the 50 yuan fee with ease. Congratulations to the host for diligently earning 50 yuan, with a 10,000-fold bonus of 5 million yuan. Yet, Su Ning was acutely aware that unexpected occurrences were inevitable, and oddities would eventually arise. Upon returning to Li's private kitchen, he did not wait long before a middle-aged couple approached the cashier's desk requesting designated driving services. Good day, I am at your service, Su Ning greeted politely, then accompanied them to the parking lot. The journey was relatively uneventful and the distance not too great, rendering it a rather pleasant driving assignment. However, the more tranquil the journey, the more vigilant one must remain. As they neared their destination, with just over a kilometer to go, the woman, who had been silent throughout the ride, suddenly spoke up. Please stop. I am feeling a bit parched. Could you kindly retrieve a bottle of purified water from the trunk? Thank you. This request was not unreasonable, and her politeness compelled Su Ning to comply. He gently pulled over, exited the vehicle, and proceeded to the rear to fetch the water. At that moment, The woman swiftly leapt from the back seat and into the driver's seat. The rear fender obscured Su Ning's view, rendering him oblivious to her actions. As he carefully closed the trunk, the car suddenly accelerated, leaving him behind, staring dumbfounded at the departing vehicle, a bottle of water in hand. What is happening? I haven't even entered the car yet. Are you leaving me here? At that moment, Su Ning was reminded of the car owner he had abandoned 2 days prior, likely feeling just as bewildered. The critical issue was that both individuals had consumed alcohol. Who was driving the vehicle now? Chapter 72. This damned designated driver has a recording? Initially, Su Ning did not grasp the intentions of the middle-aged couple. Most likely, they were intoxicated, their faculties compromised. However, whatever mischief they chose to engage in was inconsequential, as long as they did not take the wheel. This not only pertained to their safety, but also that of pedestrians. While they might crash into a telephone pole without consequence, they must not endanger others on the road. Reflecting on their apparent inebriation, Su Ning felt a rising concern. Unfortunately, as this was a private assignment arranged through the restaurant and not a designated driving platform, he had no means to contact the couple. Observing the short distance to their destination, he decided to hail a cab and pursue them. Even if he bore no blame for the situation, as a designated driver, he felt obliged to ensure the safety of intoxicated clients. However, mere moments after the taxi set off, just before reaching the destination, flashing police lights appeared ahead. Drawing from his experience as a designated driver, Su Ning quickly deduced that traffic police were conducting a sobriety checkpoint. His heart sank. At this rate, the couple was likely to be apprehended. With a deep sigh, he shook his head in resignation. This was not a simple predicament. As he drew closer, he could see several traffic officers encircling the couple, with the woman animatedly arguing her case, visibly agitated. "Driver, please pull over. I shall exit here." Although he could no longer alter the situation, Su Ning felt compelled to offer an explanation. Perhaps if the police perceived that they had only driven a short distance while intoxicated, they might receive leniency. Yet as he approached, he overheard the woman, in her fervor, exclaiming, "I swear I am not lying. We called for a designated driver, but that driver just parked the car on the roadside and ran off. Who knows if he was in a hurry to attend a funeral and abandoned us like this? It's late, and what do you expect us to do? If we don't get home soon, we might just fall asleep on the roadside and meet with an accident. I swear, I drove less than a kilometer. Officer, I implore you to show mercy. I have children to send to school and a paralyzed elder to care for. I cannot be detained." Su Ning's ire ignited upon hearing her words. "You think I left you behind? You have quite the talent for distorting the truth. Had it merely been this, he might have remained calm. However, to accuse him of rushing home for a funeral with such venomous intent was utterly disgraceful. Initially intending to assist them in mitigating their punishment, he now resolved to stand as a witness against them. At that moment, the traffic officer, having considered the woman's defense, furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Based on his experience, he surmised that the couple had indeed called for a designated driver. During the inspection, the woman had been driving while her husband occupied the back seat, which was inherently suspicious. Logically, one would expect that if a couple called for a designated driver, one would typically occupy the passenger seat rather than the back. Of course, confirming the designated driving arrangement was feasible. A simple phone call to the restaurant or reviewing the surveillance footage along the route would suffice. If it turned out that their predicament stemmed from an unreliable designated driver, there might indeed be grounds for leniency. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that they discovered from the police platform that the woman had a prior DUI incident 2 years ago. According to DUI regulations, a first-time offender would not be detained but would face a 6-month suspension of their driving license. Only a subsequent offense would result in detention. This implies that if she were found guilty of DUI this time, she would indeed face detention. Team Leader Luo, what should we do? The traffic officer, moved by compassion, sought counsel from the deputy squad leader overseeing the DUI checks. After a moment of contemplation, the deputy squad leader suggested, "Let us review the surveillance footage. If they were genuinely using a designated driver when they left the restaurant, it would indicate they made an effort to find one, and we can let this incident slide." The couple simultaneously brightened, relieved to have dodged a bullet. However, their fleeting joy was abruptly halted by the sudden appearance of Su Ning. The woman, pointing at Su Ning, was a tempest of rage and indignation. "Officer, he is the designated driver who just abandoned us," she exclaimed. "His callous disregard for our safety warrants your immediate action. This is an infringement on our personal rights." The woman's eyes darted, and she immediately began to vocally plead with the traffic officer, feigning immense grievance. "Yes, it's him, this scoundrel." Her husband chimed in, joining in the accusation against Su Ning. The traffic officer approached with a furrowed brow, adopting a serious tone as he inquired, "Are you their designated driver? You abandoned them mid-journey?" Although he posed the question, he was already inclined to believe the couple's narrative, convinced that Su Ning was attempting to deceive them. Su Ning merely shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. I am indeed their designated driver. However, the events transpired differently than they suggest. I'm not inclined to explain further. Perhaps you should review the footage yourself. With that, Su Ning removed a sports camera from around his neck, manipulated it briefly, and transferred the video to his phone before presenting it to the traffic officer. The officer, taken aback, accepted the phone, astonished that the designated driver had recorded the encounter. Meanwhile, the middle-aged couple's expressions transformed as they exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. How could this be? This wretched designated driver actually recorded everything? Does this mean our chance to evade the DUI charge is gone? Will she be detained? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the woman trembled uncontrollably, her complexion paling significantly. Moments later, the traffic officer concluded viewing the footage, his expression darkening. He had nearly fallen prey to their deception. What do you mean he abandoned you? You simply discarded your designated driver to save on fees, and then came here to elicit sympathy. How shameless. He declared, you will be penalized. The law mandates that a second DUI offense incurs a detention of up to 10 days, a fine between 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, and the revocation of your driving license. Both the detention and the fine can be adjusted within the stipulated range. For example, you could be detained for only 3 days or fined just 1,000 yuan. However, given the circumstances, this couple is hardly deserving of leniency. They will receive the maximum penalty, 10 days of detention and a 2,000 yuan fine. Handing the phone back to Su Ning, the officer smiled gratefully. Thank you for your evidence. He then turned to several auxiliary officers, signaling them to approach. Without hesitation, the officers advanced to apprehend the woman, forcibly escorting her into the police vehicle. Chapter 73. I am eager to see how you intend to pursue this further. There was nothing more to discuss. Caught red-handed for DUI, with irrefutable evidence at hand, compounded by her previous attempts to evade punishment, she was undoubtedly facing the harshest consequences. Yet, she continued to struggle, clinging to delusions of escape. The more she resisted, the more forcefully the traffic officer held her arm, transforming her protests into cries of pain. Her husband wished to intervene, but restrained himself, fearing that further action might lead to charges of obstructing justice, leaving him helplessly watching as his wife was taken away. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't be in this predicament. He raged at Su Ning. You pathetic designated driver, you'll never amount to anything. You're a mere toad, repulsive to everyone. Just wait, I will make you pay for this. Enraged, the man turned to Su Ning, unable to contain his fury, channeling his anger away from the officers and toward him. Su Ning regarded him coolly, his gaze icy. Such selfish individuals perpetually cast blame upon others, failing to reflect on their own shortcomings. The root of this issue lies in your attempt to evade the designated driver fee, doesn't it? You present yourselves as respectable individuals, yet you stoop so low as to cheat someone out of their meager earnings. One can only imagine the depths of your character. If it weren't for the DUI checks on this road today, you would have slipped through the cracks. Now you dare to place the blame on me for your own misconduct? How utterly ludicrous. Did I compel you to drive under the influence? Despicable individuals remain vile. Regardless of the circumstances, you would do well to silence yourself. Are you truly unaware of whose fault this is? You even tried to skip out on hiring a designated driver, revealing your moral bankruptcy. Lacking any sense of shame, how do you differ from beasts? Come, unleash any threats you may have. I am ready to endure this confrontation. I am eager to see how you intend to pursue this further. Su Ning's voice was icy, his tone laced with authority. Although he was typically of a placid disposition, recent encounters with bizarre motorists had unsettled him, and this incident had pushed him to genuine anger. The man glared at Su Ning, rendered speechless. While he could boast and bluster, when it came to taking real action, he found himself utterly powerless. Even though Su Ning appeared to be just an inconsequential designated driver, a member of the lower class, the man had no means to retaliate against him. Had Su Ning owned a business, the man might have leveraged connections to bring pressure upon him. But how could he intimidate a mere driver? The most he could do was have a restaurant ban him. But that would only lead Su Ning to another establishment or a different ride-sharing platform. It was akin to the barefooted having no fear of the shot. Of course, the man himself was hardly a figure of privilege. He merely scraped by as a middle-class citizen, owning a home and car in the capital while enjoying a life of relative comfort. Yet, were a powerful individual to intervene, he would not need to lift a finger. One glance would summon legions to deal with Su Ning. You will regret this. The man persisted, unwilling to relinquish his bravado. Feeling that failing to issue threats would undermine his authority, Su Ning dismissively raised a middle finger, retorting, "You might want to settle your designated driver fee before you embarrass yourself further." The man, taken aback, had not anticipated Su Ning demanding payment. A derisive laugh escaped him, further fueling his disdain for Su Ning. "I want to pay you. What can you do about it? Bite me? Huh?" A pauper like you would kneel and beg for my mercy before I ever consider compensating you." His smug demeanor was reminiscent of a villain straight out of a film. Ning could not help but emit a disdainful snort, his gaze brimming with contempt. "Refusing to pay? Then it's not just you who will be left unresolved. But I will ensure that our matter continues." Without hesitation, Ning withdrew his phone and dialed lawyer Hua's number. "Hello, young Master Su. Receiving your call at this hour. Have you encountered some trouble?" Came the cheerful voice of lawyer Hua from the other end. "My apologies for disturbing you so late." Ning began, "But I have a case I wish to entrust to you. I just accepted a driving service order with a fee of 100 yuan. However, the client fled without paying. I'd like to enlist your help in suing him. Not only to recover the fee, but also to ensure that such despicable individuals face the harshest consequences. You understand my intent, don't you?" Ning spoke with a smile, succinctly outlining the situation to lawyer Hua. However, on the other end, lawyer Hua felt as if his mind had momentarily shrunk. "Young Master Su, a driving service?" The juxtaposition of those words is strikingly discordant. It was somewhat acceptable if Ning claimed to be driving a Koenigsegg as a rideshare vehicle, considering that some bored wealthy heirs did indulge in such antics when ride-sharing first emerged. Yet, the thought of a distinguished young master like Ning laboriously working as a driver in the dead of night was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, as a top-tier lawyer, accustomed to the bizarre, he quickly regained his composure. "A 100 yuan driving fee? The client absconded? Young Master Su certainly wouldn't be concerned about that paltry sum. This indicates that you wish to ensure that such loathsome individuals pay a price." He swiftly grasped Ning's implication, albeit partially. For while Ning indeed sought a reckoning, he was also quite invested in that 100 yuan. After all, with system-enhanced rewards, that sum could escalate to 10 million. In Ning's estimation, even spending a few $100,000 on legal fees to reclaim that 10 million would be exceedingly worthwhile. "I understand your intentions now. Young Master Su, rest assured, I will handle this case beautifully. However, there is one issue. You must report the incident to the police and obtain the perpetrator's identification before I can proceed with the lawsuit. If it's inconvenient for you, I can rush over immediately." Lawyer Hua promptly outlined the next steps for Ning. "There is no need for you to come out at this hour." Ning replied with a smile. "You want me to report it? I shall make that call right now." After hanging up, he immediately dialed Officer Wang at the police station. At that moment, the client looked at Ning with disdain, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What a joke. Seeking a lawyer to sue? Why don't you just call the police to arrest me and have me executed? You've watched too many dramas, haven't you? Do you know how much a lawyer costs? At least tens of thousands. To recover a mere 100 yuan, you intend to spend tens of thousands? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I'm just waiting to see how you'll sue me." Ning regarded him with a smile that bordered on mockery. "Then do wait. I hope you still maintain this spirited demeanor when you receive the court summons." With that dismissive remark, he connected the call. Officer Wang, who had been on duty that night, felt a jolt of surprise upon receiving Ning's call. "Oh, it's you again." He sighed. He had anticipated this call, knowing Ning would undoubtedly reach out. Connecting the call, Officer Wang asked, "Brother, what is happening now?" Without further ado, Ning succinctly laid out the situation. Soon, Officer Wang felt his mind begin to dwindle. While a client absconding from a driving service was uncommon, it was not entirely shocking. What bewildered him was Ning's decision to report the incident and pursue legal action over a mere 100 yuan. Did he not comprehend the implications of a lawsuit? Hiring a lawyer and navigating the pretrial processes would be far more costly than the fee itself. This was a classic case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. "Ning, I can assist with the police report, but you might want to reconsider the lawsuit," Officer Wang advised kindly, given their familiarity. Yet, Ning interjected with a smile, "I've already hired a lawyer." Officer Wang's forehead erupted with beads of sweat. "Goodness, you're remarkably swift. You probably consulted with the lawyer before remembering to call the police, didn't you? How absurd. All right, stay put. I'll head over immediately," he said, though he would prefer to debate the matter further. Before he could hang up, Ning added, "Officer Wang, you've worked hard. Tomorrow, I'll donate 2 police cars to your station." He was utterly serious. The police station on Hanjiang Road had only 2 vehicles, often leaving officers to scramble for transportation during calls, sometimes even resorting to their personal cars for cases. Ning had heard the officers complain about this during his previous visits. After all, 2 police cars were not worth much, and donating them would enhance the station's operational efficiency. Moreover, given his penchant for encountering bizarre situations, cultivating a good relationship with the police would undoubtedly facilitate future resolutions to his own predicaments. A win-win situation. However, Officer Wang was left utterly baffled by Ning's casual declaration. "Did I just hear you correctly? You intend to donate 2 police cars to the station? Are you joking?" While it was not uncommon for various sectors to donate vehicles to the police, such contributions typically came from corporations or philanthropists. A mere driver, earning a meager sum through night shifts, claiming to donate police cars was almost inconceivable. Let us see if you actually follow through on that. Officer Wong retorted, his patience wearing thin, eager to respond to the call. After hanging up, Ning regarded the client with a bemused expression, his demeanor playful. The client, realizing that this driver was not jesting, felt a twinge of unease. Yet, he remained unperturbed. I'll just contest the lawsuit. I can apply for legal aid. So I won't have to pay for a lawyer. Even if I lose, I'll only have to pay the driving fee I owed in the first place. There's no worse outcome to worry about. He exuded a false sense of security. Little did he know, Ning had enlisted the services of a top lawyer. With such expertise, the case would be anything but straightforward. They were well versed in various legal statutes, adeptly navigating the boundaries of law. There was nothing they could not achieve if one could conceive it. Especially in cases like this, the client is not at all concerned about the 100 yuan. They merely seek to create trouble for the defendant. Consequently, they possess countless methods to entangle the defendant, in this case, indefinitely. They will exhaust your energy, leaving you utterly fatigued. Yet even if you wish to concede, it would be impossible, forcing you to persist endlessly. Soon, a police car arrived. And Officer Wong stepped out of the vehicle. He cast a wordless glance at Ning, as if reproaching him for his frivolity, but quickly turned his attention to the car owner. I am Officer Wong Sudong from the Hanjiang Road Police Station. He reported that you are unwilling to pay the designated driver fee. I am here to facilitate a civil mediation. If this matter pertains merely to a small fee, there is no need to escalate it to the point of litigation, is there? It is indeed a trivial issue. Even dispatching officers seems to waste police resources, let alone the more precious judicial resources. As far as I understand, the judges at the district court are already inundated with tens of thousands of various cases, and they can hardly keep up with hearings. However, the car owner showed no regard for him, maintaining an attitude of indifference. His designated driving service was inadequate. Why should I pay him? If he wishes to sue, let him go ahead. Officer Wong was rendered speechless, realizing that mediation was futile. He took out the case receipt and began documenting the incident. Ning wasted no words. After snapping a photo of the receipt, he sent it to Lawyer Hua, leaving the rest of the matters off his hands. I'm leaving. Don't forget about the police car donation tomorrow. Ning waved goodbye to Officer Wong and hailed a taxi. Officer Wong could only feel exasperated. Is this joke going to continue indefinitely? I will wait and see how you manage to donate a police car tomorrow. Due to the considerable delay, it was already quite late when Ning returned to Li's private kitchen, where the gathering had mostly dispersed. He couldn't help but feel resentful. Had it not been for those shameless individuals, he likely would have secured another job that evening. This meant that their refusal to pay the designated driver fee cost him not only 100 yuan, but also potentially 500,000 or even 1,000,000. Suing them was indeed the right course of action. He must not let them get away with it. He opened the designated driver platform, went online, and awaited job requests. Although accepting jobs through the platform yields less than restaurant orders, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and this was definitely not a trivial matter. After approximately half an hour of waiting, a job finally came through. Ning quickly swiped right to accept the order and reviewed the details of the designated driving request. However, upon noticing the oddly familiar situation, he was baffled. Was there yet another inexperienced female driver unable to maneuver out of a parking space? Indeed, this designated driving request matched exactly with the one he had received previously, with the starting point and destination being identical. Well then, let us go see. The task of rescuing a female novice driver falls to me. Chapter 75, Finding a Designated Driver for a Company Practice. Within 5 minutes, Ning arrived at the starting point of the designated driving order. It was indeed a female driver, and a young and attractive one at that. However, Ning was utterly perplexed. The area around her car was remarkably spacious, completely unencumbered, and there was no apparent difficulty in maneuvering out. Could it be that she had entered the wrong destination and was not actually at the correct location? Hello, I'm here to provide designated driving services. May I ask where your destination is? I see that the starting point and destination are the same. Ning greeted her politely, expressing his confusion. The female driver, appearing to be in her early 20s, was indeed quite beautiful, dressed more in casual attire than professional, giving off the impression of someone who had just emerged from the ivory tower of academia. I didn't actually call for a designated driver. No, I'm not saying I didn't call for one. I just don't need designated driver services. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed as she smiled, attempting to explain, but her words felt somewhat off. Ning's head was filled with large question marks. Are you calling for a designated driver or not? It was only after the girl quickly clarified that he understood. In fact, she truly did not require designated driving services. She merely sought a practice partner. Having recently obtained her driver's license, she had mustered the courage to drive during the day but felt anxious at night due to poor visibility. Thus, she wanted an experienced driver to accompany her in the passenger seat. Although there are numerous services that specifically provide such driving practice, it was rather late today, and her attempts to call several had gone unanswered. On a whim, she thought of calling a designated driver, as they typically possess good driving skills. Don't worry, I'll pay you the market rate. 1.5 hours for 200 yuan. What do you think? The girl looked at Ning with hopeful eyes. This was indeed the standard price for driving practice. During the day, 200 yuan for 2 hours, and 200 yuan for 1.5 hours at night, which Ning had heard about. Given that this could earn him more than the designated driving service, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Let us cancel the designated driver order. I'll accompany you for practice. Saying this, Ning circled to the other side, opened the door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. The girl happily got in, first giving Ning a sweet smile before starting the engine and driving off. Since he was being paid, Ning naturally took his responsibilities seriously, continuously advising her on nighttime driving precautions and correcting her driving errors from the outset. The city roads are well lit, so you don't need to use your high beams. Otherwise, it could affect the vehicles ahead and those approaching from the opposite direction. If you notice that the lights from oncoming vehicles are excessively bright, it means they are using high beams. At this point, you can flash your high beams at them a couple of times to remind them to turn them off. If the vehicle behind you is using high beams, you should quickly turn on and off your hazard lights to alert them. These are all common practices on the road that everyone implicitly understands. Look, the car behind you is flashing its high beams. What does that indicate? This is a single-lane road, and your speed is too slow. They wish to overtake you. If you do not wish to accelerate, you can slightly drift to the right to grant the trailing vehicle space to overtake. Exactly like that. However, if the trailing vehicle does not overtake but continues to use high beams, and you remind them, but they still do not turn them off, here's what you should do. Immediately reduce speed and pull over to let the vehicle in front of you. Then follow them while using your high beams to blind them. There are always those who prioritize their convenience without regard for others. There is no need to be courteous to such individuals. At this point in the conversation, Ning, though not seething with rage, certainly expressed a palpable discontent. He was not one to succumb to road rage. Even if another driver cut him off, he would not become overly agitated. However, he harbored a deep loathing for high beams, especially those who insist on using them indiscriminately, as if they were above reproach. Whenever he encountered such drivers, Ning transformed into a moral arbiter of the road, taking it upon himself to educate them on proper driving etiquette through his actions. The girl, juggling her attention between driving and listening to Ning, appeared somewhat flustered. Yet, this was the reality for novices. They require time to evolve from inexperienced drivers to seasoned ones. As they approached an intersection, it was prudent to reduce speed slightly to avoid any sudden appearances of pedestrians that might catch them off guard. Moreover, one must remain vigilant regarding electric vehicles, as they are often the least compliant with traffic regulations. Should one truly encounter such a situation, even if it were their fault, their status as a vulnerable group could render you powerless. Just then, a nearby electric scooter darted out, startling the girl into an abrupt stop, validating Ning's words. Ning was taken aback as well, unable to suppress the urge to open the window and admonish the rider. Are you so reckless as to ride an electric scooter through a red light and across the road, thinking your life is invincible? Perhaps you should venture out in the morning, for an accident is surely imminent. The girl, still shaken, clutched her chest, embodying a visage of trepidation. However, her actions inadvertently accentuated her proud attributes, leaving Ning, who caught a glimpse of this scene, parched with desire. To alleviate the awkwardness, Ning urged the girl to resume driving promptly, lest they squander time. As the atmosphere settled somewhat, he allowed her to concentrate on her driving, only intending to interject with advice if any issues arose. Suddenly, Ning noticed a bicycle in the right lane ahead, moving at a sluggish pace. The presence of this somewhat incongruous bicycle caused him to furrow his brow. The green belt to the right had a service road, which, at this moment, was devoid of vehicles, indicating that the bicycle ought to have been riding there. Its brazen presence on the motor vehicle lane, coupled with its leisurely speed, struck him as peculiar. A glance at the right side mirror yielded no revelations due to the angle, yet he remained vigilant. Just as he was about to turn to the left, the girl activated her left turn signal, preparing to merge and overtake the bicycle. Do not move. Do not merge. Ning shouted in a heightened tone, alarmed. The girl was startled and promptly corrected her steering, halting her maneuver. Before she could inquire about the situation, Ning had already spoken up. Take a look at the left rearview mirror. Is there not a vehicle trailing behind you in the left lane? This was a question the girl could answer without even glancing at the mirror, for she had surely checked it before her intended merge. Indeed, there is a vehicle. but its speed is not rapid. I could easily change lanes, she responded, somewhat perplexed. Su Ning squinted slightly, a cold smile escaping his lips. At the current speed of that vehicle, you might think you can merge. But what if, at the very moment you shift lanes, it suddenly accelerates? There is a high likelihood of a collision. Chapter 76. I am trained. The girl, momentarily bewildered, innocently inquired, why would it accelerate? Su Ning sighed, realizing that the girl must be new to the world, lacking a clear understanding of the malevolence that some individuals harbor. Let me impart a lesson today. Consider this. The bicycle is dictating your pace, making your speed exceedingly slow, yet that vehicle has yet to pass you. Does that not raise any red flags? Clearly, the bicycle and the vehicle behind are in cahoots, waiting for you to take the bait. As the bicycle slows you down, when you feel compelled to change lanes, the vehicle that has been lurking behind you suddenly accelerates and collides with you. In this scenario, since you initiated the lane change, the liability would undoubtedly fall upon you. Whether you pursue an insurance claim or settle privately, you will end up at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the girl couldn't help but widen her eyes, as though she were seeing the world anew. She was merely naive, not foolish, and had evidently discerned the truth in Su Ning's assertions. How could they act in such a manner? That is truly wicked. What should I do now? Listening to the girl's anxious query, Su Ning shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. There's no need for haste. Simply follow the bicycle at this leisurely pace. When you reach an intersection, a right turn will set you free from their clutches. If you're inclined, you could even continue trailing the bicycle, waiting to see who grows impatient first. With Su Ning's teasing tone, the girl felt a surge of calmness. After all, having such an experienced driver by her side provided a significant sense of security. She silently rejoiced at having summoned a dashing and reliable driver for her practice session. Had she chosen someone else, oblivious to the potential pitfalls of the road, she might have truly fallen victim to a scam. Now unafraid, the girl playfully followed the bicycle at a slow pace. After a while, it became evident that the other party had lost their patience. They turned around and seemed to be cursing. Flash your high beams at him. Su Ning scoffed. The girl, exhilarated, quickly activated the high beams, dazzling the unsuspecting cyclist, who felt as though his eyes were being seared. Enraged, he dismounted his bicycle, obstructing their path. The vehicle that had been trailing them also halted, and two individuals emerged, their expressions menacing as they approached. Seeing this, the girl felt a twinge of fear and grasped Su Ning's arm, her face paling. What should we do? Su Ning remained unfazed, a hint of disdain evident in the slight upturn of his lips. Gently brushing her hand away, he reassured her, stay in the car, lock the doors, and no matter what transpires, do not open them. With that, he stepped out of the car, under the worried gaze of the girl. What? Planning to block the road and rob us? Su Ning stood defiantly in front of the vehicle, his expression a blend of amusement and derision. You dare to blind me with your high beams? Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't retaliate? The middle-aged cyclist's countenance grew fierce as he approached, cursing and attempting to grab Su Ning's collar with one hand, while the other formed a fist aimed at Su Ning's face. Su Ning's pupils constricted as he deftly blocked the man's hand with his left, twisting it forcefully while pressing down with immense weight, pinning the man against the car's hood. Hey, let go of me. Ouch, that hurts. The middle-aged man attempted to resist, cursing vehemently, but as Su Ning exerted more pressure on his arm, he cried out in pain. You'd best be silent. Otherwise, it will only hurt more. Su Ning let out a cold laugh, feeling quite satisfied with his own capabilities. I have trained for this. When he was undergoing military training in college, he had persistently coaxed his instructor into teaching him various grappling and combat techniques, practicing throughout his 4 years of university without fail. At one point, he even worked part-time at a martial arts gym as a sparring partner. While he may not have been a master, he was certainly not someone easily bested by a couple of ordinary individuals. At that moment, the two individuals who had disembarked from the car rushed forward. What are you doing? Let him go at once. I'm calling the police. They hesitated, unsure if they could subdue Su Ning, especially since he was restraining one of their own. They feared that the instant they attempted to strike, their companion's arm might be twisted beyond repair. Su Ning regarded them with a bemused expression, speaking in a mocking tone. What does this have to do with you? One of them, unable to restrain himself, took a step forward and aimed a kick at Su Ning. However, his movements were too slow. In a flash, Su Ning released the man he had been holding, raised his foot, and struck, knocking the assailant to the ground. Even more astonishingly, Su Ning seized the opportunity to subdue the man once more, returning to his previous stance. The girl, hidden in the car, gazed with wide eyes, stars seemingly shimmering in her gaze. This is incredibly cool. Although prowess may be of little consequence in contemporary society, it is undeniable that charm has its own allure. Were it not for Su Ning's earnest admonition to refrain from stepping out, She might have been tempted to alight from the vehicle to cheer him on with a spirited dance. Meanwhile, the lone figure still standing wore an expression of grave severity, a mixture of astonishment and ire. Would he dare to intervene? It was likely that he would meet the same fate as before, being unceremoniously flung aside. This individual could not rely on brute strength. He must resort to cunning. Do you still dare to lay a hand on others? Your fate is sealed. I shall summon the authorities at once. If you possess any courage, do not flee. With that, he produced his phone and dialed the police. Ning could not help but chuckle, for he was aware that this incident fell within the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Precinct. If they were to call for help, it was likely that Officer Wang Sudong would be the one to respond shortly. Sure enough, within approximately 5 minutes, a police car, its lights flashing, came barreling down the street. Emerging from the passenger seat was none other than Officer Wang Sudong. Upon spotting Ning, particularly when he noticed Ning holding another person's arm and pinning him against the hood of the car, his demeanor soured. I say, brother, what has transpired? It has barely been an hour since we last parted, and you have already found yourself in another predicament. Even Conan only encounters a case every few days. Yet you have managed several within a single day. Release him at once. Wang Sudong, exasperated, addressed Ning. Through their acquaintance, he had come to believe that Ning was not one to instigate trouble, but the universe had a peculiar way of drawing such matters to him. Ning grinned and relinquished his grip. The middle-aged man hastily rose, flexing his nearly immobile arm, and quickly turned to Wang Sudong with a grievance. Officer, you must apprehend him. Look at what he has done to me. My arm is nearly incapacitated. The man who had just been kicked to the ground approached, his face ablaze with righteous indignation. Behold the footprint he left. I feel as though I might vomit blood. Chapter 77. Crouch down. Hands on your head. Both individuals clamored to Wang Sudong, portraying themselves as victims of Ning's nefarious actions. However, relying solely on one party's account was insufficient. Moreover, Wang Sudong possessed his own discernment. The circumstances at hand did not seem to align with their narrative. He understood that Ning was a designated driver, and the vehicle harbored a young woman, presumably the owner of the car. A bicycle lay overturned ahead, and another vehicle was parked behind. Could it be that Ning had collided with the bicycle, thus inciting this conflict? The issue, however, was that the vehicle behind had no bearing on the matter. Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye. Now, would you kindly recount the events in detail? Wang Sudong accepted the folder handed to him by his assistant. Preparing to take notes, the middle-aged cyclist immediately spoke up. I was riding my bicycle peacefully when a car approached from behind. I turned to glance back, only to have them blind me with their high beams, nearly rendering me sightless. Naturally, I had to confront them. And then this scoundrel twisted my arm and pinned me down. Officer, you must apprehend him. Letting such a person roam free is a danger to society. Wang Sudong squinted, his instincts informing him that this individual was not being truthful. Nonetheless, he turned to the other two, adopting a formal tone as he inquired, and you two? What relevance do you have to this incident? The duo promptly feigned innocence and indignation, clamoring to speak at once. We were merely acting in the name of justice. As we drove by, we witnessed an unlawful assault, prompting us to stop and intervene. Yet, without so much as a question, he attacked us, sending me flying. Wang Sudong glanced at the vehicle parked by the roadside, unable to suppress a sigh of disbelief. There was no doubt now, they were undoubtedly lying. The fact that their vehicle was parked behind indicated that they had been trailing behind the whole time, and yet they claimed to have witnessed the altercation. Furthermore, what do they mean by unlawful assault? Is that how one uses such a term? Enough. Please wait here. Wang Sudong gestured for them to remain where they were, then turned back to Ning. Without inquiring about Ning's account of the incident, he simply extended his hand toward him. Ning was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what was being requested. The action camera, please. Wang Sudong gestured toward the camera strapped to Ning's chest. Ning suddenly understood, quickly removing the camera, but pausing to first transfer the footage to his phone. He then handed his phone to Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong stood there, reviewing the footage. As soon as the bicycle appeared, his keen instincts suggested that there was something amiss. In the video, Ning recognized this and advised the car's owner on the appropriate course of action. Next, the cyclist turned back, hurling insults, a scene that was clearly captured. Following that, Ning instructed the car owner to flash the high beams at the cyclist ahead. Subsequently, the cyclist dismounted to block the way, and when Ning also exited the vehicle, the cyclist attempted to strike him. It was only then that Ning intervened to restrain him. The other two then entered the scene, indeed demanding that Ning release the cyclist, yet it was abundantly clear that they had been the first to aggress toward him. While Ning had not sustained any injuries, it was an undeniable fact that the others had initiated the conflict. In this scenario, it could not even be categorized as mutual combat. It was purely self-defense on Ning's part. He had merely retaliated once. with no further harm inflicted, an exemplary case of justified defense. However, regardless of whether it was mutual combat or self-defense, that detail had become secondary. What truly concerned him was the potential for collusion among the three individuals. As Su Ning had speculated, they might indeed be working in concert to set a trap for unwitting victims on the road. Although the precinct had not received any prior reports of such incidents, numerous examples could be found online. There was no need for further deliberation. Bringing them to the precinct for questioning would suffice. With all the evidence present, their past actions would undoubtedly be revealed in full clarity. Now, let us return to the precinct for further investigation. Wang Sudong issued his command without affording the others an opportunity for rebuttal. Su Ning felt no trepidation. On one hand, he had committed no wrongdoing, and on the other, he had established a rapport with Wang Sudong. However, the three individuals, upon hearing that they were also required to go to the precinct, could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Officer, he assaulted us. You can simply apprehend him. There is no need for us to go to the precinct. Right? Yes, it's quite late. We have work tomorrow. I will not be going to the precinct. My chest is sore from the kick, and I must see a doctor. The three of them chorused, adamantly resisting the idea of going to the precinct. Wang Sudong could not help but snort in derision. I am not here to negotiate with you. I have reason to suspect your involvement in a collusive scheme, and you must accompany me for an investigation. Upon hearing this, the three were suddenly thrown into a panic, astonished that the officer had seen through their ruse. No, we are not involved in any such scheme. You, as a police officer, cannot make baseless accusations. Very well, we won't call the police. We will simply accept our misfortune. With that, one individual exchanged glances with the others and turned to leave. However, at this moment, their intention to leave was already too late. Don't move. Crouch down. Hands on your head. Wang Sudong bellowed several commands, brandishing a pair of gleaming handcuffs at the three individuals. Should they fail to comply, he would have no choice but to resort to coercive measures. Su Ning gave Wang Sudong a thumbs up, indeed, in his work mode. Wang Sudong exuded a certain formidable presence. The trio, heads bowed in dejection, climbed into the vehicle as an auxiliary officer drove their car directly to the police station. Turning back, Wang Sudong looked at Su Ning with an expression that spoke volumes. You truly have a knack for stirring trouble. Although the wrongdoing was perpetrated by others, strictly speaking, Su Ning was the victim. Yet, hasn't this victimhood become alarmingly frequent for you? Nevertheless, Wang Sudong felt gratitude towards him. Cases like this could be treated as exemplary, providing an opportunity to compile a summary of experiences that might earn commendation. Stop dawdling and come with me to file a statement. Wang Sudong sighed, observing Su Ning's inexplicable excitement. Su Ning responded with an okay gesture and turned to enter the vehicle. He pulled at the door handle, only to find it locked. After tapping on the window and confirming that the girl was looking at him, Su Ning called out, "Open the door and let me in." To his astonishment, the girl resolutely shook her head. Su Ning's mind momentarily short-circuited. What on earth is happening? What does it mean that she won't let me in? Did my earlier actions frighten her? I am not a villain. Could you please open the door? Su Ning spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. The girl lowered the window just a crack, barely enough for a hand to slip through. A large question mark loomed over Su Ning's head. I asked you to open the door, and you lower the window instead? Didn't you just tell me to lock the car and not to open the door under any circumstances? The girl gazed at Su Ning innocently, a hint of pride in her expression, as if awaiting praise for her exemplary behavior. Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling an absurdity swell within him. You really are obedient. I told you not to open the door under any circumstances, and yet you won't even let me in. Su Ning realized that the girl was somewhat naive. Fine, I'll tell you now that it's all right to open the door. He attempted to synchronize his tone with her thought process. Sure enough, the girl immediately unlocked the door, allowing Su Ning to finally get inside. Let us go to the police station. You probably haven't given a statement or served as a witness before, have you? Today you'll get to experience it. Don't worry, this time won't cost you anything. Su Ning smiled, concerned that the girl might not cooperate. Upon hearing this, the girl appeared a bit excited and elated. The police station? I've never given a statement before. Will the officers treat me like a criminal? Will they use torture devices like the tiger bench and chili water on me? Should I resist or confess? Oh, I'm so nervous. Su Ning slightly parted his lips, biting his lip, his gaze momentarily unfocused. You're being ridiculous. It's just giving a statement as a witness. Why act as if you've committed a crime? What torture devices? Do you think this is one of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures? Su Ning found it difficult to comprehend her line of thought. After a long moment of silence, he managed to utter a few words. Feel free to interpret as you wish. Given that the police station on Hanjing Road was not far, they arrived swiftly despite the girl's snail-like driving speed. The statement-taking process lasted about an hour, and by the time Su Ning and the girl exited the police station, It was already late into the night. The tired girl couldn't help but yawn. But suddenly remembering that yawning might not be very ladylike, she quickly covered her mouth with her delicate hand, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory yawn. Ning also felt a bit fatigued and quietly inquired, "Are we still practicing driving? If not, we can each head home." The girl's large eyes seemed on the verge of closing, and in a weary tone, she replied, "I'm so tired. I don't want to practice anymore. But I'd like you to drive me home. My eyelids are about to wage war against each other." Naturally, Ning would not refuse this opportunity for business, especially since he was still in a better state than the girl. Shortly after they set off, a soft purring sound, reminiscent of a kitten, emanated from the passenger seat. Ning turned in surprise, only to find the girl had already fallen asleep, her head bobbing gently, lost in a peaceful slumber. He shook his head helplessly, marveling at the girl's complete lack of caution. Upon reaching their destination and descending into the underground parking garage, Ning spotted a well-dressed middle-aged woman waiting there. "Is this the girl's mother?" Ning immediately went on high alert. This was not due to any guilt over his actions towards the girl during the drive, but rather because his first experience as a driver had left an indelible impression. Had he not reacted swiftly then, he might have received a slap to the face. The current situation felt eerily similar. Should this woman suddenly turn hostile, he would need to be prepared. "Mom, why are you still awake?" As soon as they exited the car, the girl dashed toward the middle-aged woman, resembling a fledgling returning to its nest. The woman affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, but her gaze inadvertently landed on Ning. At that moment, Ning's heart skipped a beat as the woman spoke with a smile. "Are you going to say he's either a coach or a driver?" "Mom isn't narrow-minded. If you really have a boyfriend, I wouldn't oppose it." The girl looked at her mother with a mixture of innocence and suspicion, completely oblivious to what her mother was implying. The middle-aged woman sighed, genuinely worried that her sheltered daughter might fall prey to a deceitful man. "Just look at this young man. Does he resemble a driver or a coach in any way?" Sighing, she decided it was best to wait until tomorrow to have a proper conversation with her daughter. "Let us hurry home and get some sleep." With that, she linked arms with the girl and began to ascend the stairs. The girl, not overthinking it, turned back to wave goodbye to Ning before following her mother. Ning stood in place, questioning his life choices. "Are you both just leaving like this? Should we settle the driving fee?" Ning murmured weakly. Although the time spent at the police station had certainly caused the girl a significant delay, he could have easily waived the fee. However, the thought of the 200 yuan driving fee potentially being amplified to 20 million through the system made him dismiss any idea of waiving it. Both the girl and the middle-aged woman halted, turning back to look at him. The woman wore an expression of surprise, while the girl appeared a bit bashful and embarrassed, cutely sticking out her tongue. "I'm sorry, I forgot about that." The girl hurriedly trotted over, rummaging through her wallet to produce 250 yuan to hand to Ning. 200 for the driving fee and 50 for the extra driving. Is that acceptable? Ning had the inclination to refuse the driving fee, but that would be a grave disrespect to the prospect of 5 million. Congratulations to the host for diligently earning 250 yuan, with a reward of 25 million due to a 100,000-fold increase. "Next time I want to practice driving, I'll still turn to you." The girl waved her hand and, with a light-hearted step, followed the middle-aged woman away. "All right, if you come back for driving practice, I'll bring you a gift," Ning replied with a smile. Having garnered 25 million from the girl, he wouldn't feel a twinge of regret even if he bought her the most extravagant of presents. Glancing at his balance, 232 million, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. He could only hope there wouldn't be any unexpected large expenses in the near future. He was intent on saving enough to purchase a grand villa. Upon exiting the underground garage, Ning booked a room at the nearest hotel and collapsed onto the bed. Falling into a deep sleep, he intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber, even if the sun had risen high, as long as he was well rested. That was all that mattered. However, at around 5 in the morning, he was jolted awake by the sound of his phone alarm. Instinctively, he sprang up to wash up, but as soon as his feet hit the floor, realization struck him, leaving him both amused and exasperated. This alarm had been set for picking up Xiaodong, and now that duty had concluded, he had completely forgotten to turn it off. With a resigned sigh, he returned to bed to catch a few more winks. By the time Ning awoke again, it was already 9 in the morning. After tidying himself up, he checked out of the hotel, retrieved his car from Li Ji Private Kitchen, and drove straight to the auto trade city. He had promised Wang Sudong that he would donate police cars to the Hanjiang Road police station, regardless of whether Wang believed him or not. He felt compelled to fulfill that promise. Moreover, he was eager to witness the astonished expression on Wang Sudong's face when he realized the truth. However, upon arriving at the auto trade city, Ning found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of which brand S4S dealership to approach. He was unclear about which model and brand of vehicle would be suitable for a police car. frowning in contemplation. He recalled that Wang Sudong drove an older model of Hyundai, which seemed quite dated. He decided he needed to check the recent models purchased by the police in the capital. He certainly didn't T1 the Hanjiang Road police station to stand out too conspicuously. After some thought, Su Ning promptly pulled out his phone and called Wang Sudong. It was undoubtedly better to consult an insider for such matters. Wang Sudong, busy compiling the case files for the previous day's encounter with a fraudulent gang, hurriedly answered his ringing phone. However, upon seeing that it was Su Ning calling, a jolt of concern shot through him. Could something have happened again? Suppressing his shock, Wang Sudong quickly picked up the call. Given Su Ning's knack for solving mysteries, he genuinely feared that something might have gone awry, worried that any delay on his part could lead to more serious repercussions. Officer Wang, I'd like to inquire about something. What models do you typically use for your police cars? Su Ning asked cheerfully, oblivious to the mental turmoil Wang Sudong was experiencing. Wang Sudong was momentarily taken aback. You're calling me just to ask this? I was so worried about you, and this is what you want to know? Are you really planning to donate police cars to our station? Fine, I'll tell you. Currently, the grassroots police vehicles are primarily Hyundai and Volkswagen brands, and the domestic Geely has also made it onto the procurement list. However, these are basic models. The better ones include the Volkswagen Passat, among others. Additionally, there is a particularly imposing model, the Buick BJ90, which has a presence comparable to the Mercedes-Benz GLS, though it doesn't come cheap. Su Ning nodded in realization. Indeed, he had asked the right person, which was far more reliable than scouring the internet. All right, I understand. Without waiting for Wang Sudong to say more, Su Ning hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Wang Sudong was left utterly speechless. Did you call just to tease me? Yet, with a pile of work still on his plate, he had no time for complaints and resumed his busy tasks. Meanwhile, armed with a clear objective, Su Ning headed straight for the BIC4S dealership. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the absence of the BJ90. After circling around, he finally spotted the BJ90, which, though meant to exude an air of dominance, was relegated to a corner, losing much of its imposing presence. Good day, sir. What vehicle would you like to see? A sales consultant approached him politely. Su Ning pointed towards the vehicle at the back, smiling. The BJ90. The sales consultant, who was supposed to maintain a professional demeanor, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. She had never expected anyone to inquire about the BJ90. Nevertheless, trained to recover quickly, she resumed her formal smile and guided Su Ning further inside. Have you done your research and wish to see the actual vehicle? Or do you already have a purchase in mind? Sir, the BJ90 is Buick's flagship model built on the Mercedes platform, directly competing with the Mercedes-Benz GLS. When the BJ90 was first released, its price was in the million range. Now, to penetrate the family vehicle market, the official price has been significantly slashed. For instance, the 30T Hero version has a guide price of just $478,000. With an additional discount of $100,000, the actual price comes down to $378,000. If you favor such a rugged and commanding vehicle, the BJ90 is undoubtedly the best choice. The sales consultant's words made Su Ning raise an eyebrow. So it was originally priced at $1 million? Who would actually buy such an expensive vehicle? Now that it has dropped to around $500,000 plus an additional discount, that is practically a steal. Nevertheless, since he wasn't purchasing the vehicle for personal use, the sales tactics surrounding the BJ90 were of little concern to him. As long as the vehicle's quality was assured, that was all that mattered. Experiencing the vehicle up close, it indeed had an impressive presence, perfect for a police car. Without further ado, Su Ning decisively pointed at the BJ90 and said, I'll take two, full payment. The sales consultant was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the request. Just like that? 2 vehicles? I've seen quick buyers, but I've never encountered one quite like this. Are you really not going to discuss the price? All right, sir. Please have a seat here while I calculate the price for you. The astonished sales consultant quickly gestured for Su Ning to follow her to the consultation area. The base price of one BJ90 was $378,000, with a purchase tax of $34,000 and insurance costing $12,000, making the total price for one BJ90 approximately $425,000. For two, that totaled $850,000. Sir, our vehicle purchase package includes full car tinting, underbody armor, complete floor mats, and a trunk mat. If you have any additional requests, please let me know, and I will seek approval from my superiors. The sales consultant was exceedingly enthusiastic. This transaction was so effortless. It felt as if she had directly pocketed her commission. Su Ning blinked and asked with a smile, Can your dealership handle police car livery? The sales consultant, who had been smiling brightly, was left utterly dumbfounded. Police car livery? Are you planning to impersonate a police vehicle? Who in their right mind would use a BJ90 as a regular family car, let alone buy 2 at once? Are you trying to stir up trouble? She certainly didn't believe that Ning intended to procure legitimate police vehicles, as police car acquisitions typically required government bidding processes. Such casual dealings were out of the question. Sir, that would be illegal, she remarked, her mood evidently soured at the thought of the potential sale slipping away. However, she could only cautiously inquire, her demeanor betraying not the slightest hint of doubt. After all, this was a person daring enough to impersonate a police vehicle. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences for her. Ning, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in the sales consultant's mind, naively assumed that the police vehicle livery was not something to be casually undertaken and merely nodded, choosing to dismiss the matter entirely. Very well. Let us proceed to sign the contract and arrange for payment. By the way, my responsibility extends solely to the payment. All subsequent matters, including vehicle collection and registration, will be handled by the personnel from the Hanjiang Road Police Station. Ning lifted the instant coffee that the sales consultant had just brought him, took a sip, and smiled. This statement left the sales consultant utterly bewildered. The police station was to collect and register the vehicle? Was this car being purchased by the police station? But how could a police station possess the authority to purchase vehicles? Not even the precinct had that privilege. Such transactions were typically conducted through government-sanctioned procurement processes. Chapter 80. It seems I require a personal assistant. Only after Ning elucidated his intentions did the sales consultant grasp the reality. Ning intended to donate police vehicles to the station. This notion seemed even more absurd. Typically, corporations undertook such endeavors, aiming to contribute to society while simultaneously bolstering their reputation. Yet, what manner of individual would quietly donate police vehicles to a station? It was as though he sought to perform good deeds anonymously, a notion that was difficult to comprehend. Regardless of the thoughts of the wealthy, it mattered little to the sales consultant. His sole concern was to finalize the sale and earn his commission. Thus, the contract was signed smoothly, with Ning even paying the full amount on the spot, a total of 850,000, while the dealership would have preferred a financing option. There was little reason to refuse a client who insisted on paying in full, especially given the lackluster sales for Bakey. Having ordered 2 BJ90 vehicles, Ning then turned to the Volkswagen dealership, where he ordered 2 Passats. The Starry Sky Longyun edition had an official guide price of $199,000, with a current discount of $45,000, bringing the net price down to $1,749,000. Including purchase tax and insurance, each vehicle totaled $1,970,000. For 2 vehicles, the total came to $3,940,000, less than the cost of a single BJ90. Upon exiting the Volkswagen dealership, Ning did not leave the auto trade city, but rather proceeded to the authorized store of Chunfeng Motor. Since he intended to make a donation, he might as well make it comprehensive. Not only should he donate police vehicles, but he should also procure a few police motorcycles. Chunfeng, a domestic brand, offered a dedicated series of police motorcycles, requiring no effort on Ning's part to select. Ultimately, Ning placed an order for 4 Chunfeng 650 series police motorcycles at a price of $599,000, plus 10 in purchase tax and mandatory insurance, bringing the total to $272,000. Noticing Ning's intention to procure for the police station, the astute sales consultant promptly began promoting their electric police vehicles. Intrigued, Ning followed, discovering that the police electric vehicles bore little distinction from regular electric cars, save for the installation of police equipment and appropriate livery. According to the sales consultant, police motorcycles were employed for rapid response, while electric vehicles were predominantly assigned to community officers for local duties. Ning nodded in agreement and decided to order 5 police electric vehicles at $4,000 each, totaling $20,000. In sum, his procurement from the auto trade city included 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats for Chunfeng police motorcycles, and 5 Chunfeng police electric vehicles, culminating in an expenditure of $1,540,000. He did not even bat an eye. While he certainly did not feel entirely indifferent to this sum, to claim he was distressed would be an exaggeration. After all, a single driving service at Li Ji Private Kitchen could easily start at $5 million. Not to mention, his bank account boasted a balance exceeding $200 million. The only source of his frown stemmed from the realization of how cumbersome the process had been. After visiting 3 dealerships, despite having placed orders swiftly, the overall experience remained tedious and time-consuming. At that moment, he understood that he required a personal assistant. With an assistant, he would not need to personally traverse the auto trade city to negotiate these trivialities. He could simply delegate the responsibilities to the assistant, who would ensure everything was managed seamlessly, allowing him to remain unburdened. Although his current assets did not yet classify him as a super-rich individual, the system's continued momentum promised a linear increase in his wealth, inevitably leading him to invest in various industries. After investing, it would be impractical for him to remain entirely detached and uninvolved. Relying solely on himself would likely lead to exhaustion. Thus, a personal assistant, or even a team of assistants, was becoming increasingly essential. Clearly, he needed to keep an eye out for suitable candidates. Such a pivotal role could not be taken lightly. Upon exiting the auto trade city, Ning retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Sudong. In truth, Wang Sudong was on leave that day, after several consecutive days of work. A lack of rest could lead to his untimely demise. When he received Ning's call that morning, he had felt utterly exasperated. Now, upon seeing Ning's name flash on his phone, his heart sank. It was as if he sensed that Ning had once again found himself in some sort of trouble. However, as soon as the call connected, Ning's words left Wang Sudong momentarily speechless, feeling utterly ridiculous. "Officer Wang, the vehicles have been purchased. You all can go to the auto trade city to collect them. There are 2 at the Beike dealership, 2 at the SAIC Volkswagen dealership, and also from the Chunfeng motorcycle dealer. As for the follow-up procedures, you can handle them yourselves. I genuinely have no time, nor do I understand your internal processes. That will be all, no need to thank me." With that, he hung up without affording Wang Sudong a moment to respond. Listening to the busy signal, Wang Sudong felt as though he had just seen a ghost. The vehicles have been purchased? And several vehicles from different brands at that? This was no laughing matter. While it might be amusing to jest with himself, he could hardly allow the police station to become the butt of the joke. Throughout, he had never believed that Ning was truly going to donate police vehicles. No one would likely believe such a thing. Wang Sudong was just about to call Ning back, but hesitated. "Did you not say the vehicles were purchased? Then I shall visit the auto trade city to see for myself." After all, he had recently obtained a license plate and needed to buy a vehicle for personal use. So he might as well check out the cars while he was there. Thus, he disregarded his lunch and hurried out to the auto trade city, knowing that the dealerships usually offered meals for their customers, and he could enjoy a free meal while there. Half an hour later, Wang Sudong arrived at the auto trade city and entered the Beike 4S dealership. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view vehicles? Do you have an appointment or a sales consultant you are familiar with?" The front desk attendant promptly greeted him, ready to assist. "I'm not here to look at cars. I wish to inquire if there is a gentleman named Ning who has placed an order for police vehicles here." Wang Sudong asked somewhat awkwardly. The attendant quickly realized that he must be from the Hanjiang Road police station come to collect the vehicles, and hurried off to summon the sales consultant who had attended to Ning. "Hello, you must be from the Hanjiang Road police station? Mr. Ning has indeed ordered 2 BJ90s, and all fees have been paid. You are simply required to handle the paperwork for vehicle collection." The sales consultant, having been upstairs for lunch, rushed down upon hearing the news, eager to provide assistance with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing her words, Wang Sudong felt utterly disoriented, nearly stumbling to the ground. "Did you really purchase them? How is that even conceivable?" At that moment, his heart surged with tumultuous waves, rendering him nearly incapable of coherent thought. As a police officer, he was well acquainted with the BJ90, a model frequently acquired for police vehicles. The precinct had 3 of them, often serving as escort vehicles during significant events. He could hardly fathom that Ning had arranged for their station to receive 2 BJ90s. That was a vehicle worth over 400,000 yuan. How could a mere chauffeur possibly amass such wealth? Chapter 81. May I lend you a Koenigsegg as your wedding car? Wang Sudong felt as though his worldview was being irrevocably altered. It was as if the very trajectory of this world had transcended his comprehension. He stumbled through the experience, barely comprehending the sales consultant's words. After exiting the BIC 4S dealership, he instinctively made his way to the Volkswagen 4S dealership. Given that such an expensive BJ90 had already been purchased, was there any reason to hesitate in acquiring a few more economical Volkswagens? Thus, at the Volkswagen 4S dealership, Wang Sudong learned that Ning had also procured 2 Passats for them. Well, even though the Passat seemed less significant compared to the BJ90, one must acknowledge that it was still a bona fide B-class vehicle, far superior to the Station S old models. Finally, after visiting the Chunfeng dealership, he discovered that the precinct had also added 4 police motorcycles and 5 electric police vehicles. At this point, his heart was devoid of any emotional response. He had become utterly numb. He retrieved his phone and directly dialed the precinct chief. "Chief Fan, I must emphasize that I am not jesting. Regardless of how absurd this sounds, you must allow me to finish." Over the past week, while handling cases, he had become acquainted with a chauffeur who had generously donated 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats, as well as police motorcycles and electric vehicles to their station. Absurd and ludicrous indeed. Yet this was the truth, as he was currently in the automobile trade city, having just confirmed it. "Chief Fan, I'm not well versed in the relevant procedures. Perhaps you could come and take a look?" Wang Sudong understood Chief Fan's temperament well, thus he conducted a mental preparation before succinctly recounting the events. However, Chief Fan abruptly hung up, cursing under his breath in his office. That rascal. And he claims he is not joking. Is he merely toying with me? A chauffeur donating several vehicles to the precinct? Why not say this chauffeur is an extraterrestrial? There has scarcely been a precedent of an individual personally donating police vehicles to a precinct. Even if there were, it would surely be the domain of the affluent. A chauffeur earns a meager living, struggling to support a family, and now you tell me he is donating police vehicles? If your brain isn't functioning, why not just donate it too? At that moment, the phone rang again. It was undoubtedly Wang Sudong. Chief Fan, I truly am not joking. I swear on my honor as a police officer that everything I say is true. Wang Sudong, in a state of agitation, swore repeatedly as soon as the call connected. Swearing on his honor was no trivial matter. Chief Fan believed that Wang Sudong would not fabricate such a story. Could it be that what he was saying was indeed true? Yet, who would believe such an absurd tale? Fine, I'll just go take a look. If it's not true, I'll make him regret it. Accompanied by two officers who had no tasks at hand, Chief Fan headed straight to the automobile trade city, soon encountering Wang Sudong, who still bore an expression of disbelief. 5 minutes later, much like Wang Sudong before him, Chief Fan and the two officers found themselves engulfed in a surreal sense of incredulity. Are you certain he is merely a chauffeur? Chief Fan's expression was a mix of incredulity and skepticism. Wang Sudong nodded, equally astonished. Well, he has always been a chauffeur during our encounters on various cases. But now, to say he is just a chauffeur, who would believe that? He is probably a wealthy heir experiencing life. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Chief Fan promptly reported to the bureau, as there were subsequent processes to handle, such as registration and licensing, which were beyond their precinct's capacity to manage independently. Naturally, there was no need for concern about the bureau seizing the vehicles, as Su Ning's donations were specifically directed to their precinct. Regardless, the Hanjiang Road precinct had effectively upgraded its resources, for police vehicles would sufficiently meet their daily operational needs, allowing them to retire the old models. Not to mention the additional motorcycles and electric vehicles, even community officers would be outfitted with new gear. Please reach out to see if we can invite Su Ning to our precinct. We must express our gratitude. Chief Fan, possessing considerable experience, instructed Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong nodded, realizing he indeed needed to contact Su Ning, without even mentioning a formal donation ceremony. The total value of vehicles donated to the Hanjiang Road precinct exceeded 1.5 million yuan. They certainly owed him their profound thanks. Meanwhile, Su Ning received a call from Li Xiao, the young man who had clashed with him during his time as a chauffeur. They had become somewhat acquainted, as Li Xiao had helped Su Ning maintain his composure in a bar. Su Xiao, I'm getting married this weekend. Will you be able to attend? Li Xiao inquired, his tone a blend of caution and anticipation. Although his family was well off, he felt he could not compare himself to someone of Su Ning's stature. If Su Ning would grace his wedding with his presence, it would be an immense honor. Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with a slightly perplexed expression. You're getting married? You seem to be around my age, having just graduated a few years ago. How can you be marrying so soon? Hearing Su Ning's question, Li Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. It's a matter of matching social status. You understand. Su Ning realized that this marriage was likely arranged by their families, either due to a strong relationship between the two families or business collaborations, a union of strengths. Such a traditional marriage left much to be desired regarding genuine affection between the couple. Should I express my sympathy for you? Su Ning jested. Li Xiao immediately countered. No need for sympathy. My relationship with Xiaodong is quite strong. Even without family arrangements, we would still end up together, huh? Su Ning was momentarily speechless. Then why mention an arranged marriage at all? All right then, may I offer my congratulations? A wedding this weekend? No problem. I will certainly attend to share in the joyous occasion. Su Ning replied with a smile, acknowledging that celebrations should indeed be shared. Suddenly, he recalled something and quickly queried. Have you arranged for your wedding car? Li Xiao, not thinking much of it, assumed Su Ning was merely inquiring about the process and casually replied, yes. We've arranged it. The lead car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy consists of Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles. You know, I own a Koenigsegg. It certainly makes a statement. Would you like to borrow it as your wedding car? Su Ning offered with a smile. Li Xiao was taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to lend him the Koenigsegg for his wedding. Isn't the Rolls-Royce Phantom impressive enough? The ceiling of the administrative vehicle, priced in the tens of millions, is undoubtedly a super luxury car that everyone dreams of. However, when compared to the globally limited 6 units of the Koenigsegg 1, which exceeds 50 million, it pales in comparison. Chapter 82, yet another incident. If one could use the Koenigsegg 1 as a wedding car, what could be more impressive? However, Li Xiao shook his head in deep regret. Although the Koenigsegg is magnificent, it is truly unsuitable as a wedding car. It's not merely due to its 2-seater capacity. After all, the groom can drive himself. The issue lies in the cramped interior space, which makes it impossible for a bride in her wedding gown to fit inside. Su Xiao, you are such a good friend. I truly appreciate it. Yet, the Koenigsegg would likely be unfit for the bride, making it an unsuitable choice for a wedding car. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, Su Ning nodded in realization, acknowledging the dilemma. If it can't be the lead car, I can still drive it to escort you. Su Ning then added with a smile. Li Xiao was almost in tears. Su Xiao is just too down to earth. Here is a super rich heir, using a $50 million supercar to escort his wedding procession. What have I done to deserve this? Although touched, he truly could not bring himself to refuse. He feared that declining would displease Su Ning. Then thank you, Su Xiao, with your Koenigsegg leading the way. I'm sure my father-in-law will look at me with new eyes. Haha. The two agreed to meet again on Friday to discuss the intricate details of the wedding ceremony before ending the call. After hanging up, Su Ning furrowed his brow. The Koenigsegg one is indeed impressive, yet it proves impractical in many scenarios. Especially after the novelty wears off, driving it constantly can become quite exhausting. Such sports cars are far less comfortable compared to sedans and SUVs. Perhaps he should acquire another vehicle for daily use? Given his current rate of spending, even the most extravagant car would pose no financial strain. It was merely a matter of arranging for a chauffeur service. I must take the time to select a vehicle properly. Later that evening, brimming with enthusiasm, Su Ning arrived at Li Ji private kitchen, as usual, taking a seat near the cash register while awaiting assignments. Around 9 o'clock, he began receiving driving requests in succession. As per routine, the first assignment proceeded without a hitch, and 5 million was effortlessly secured. Su Ning relished such guarantees. However, as was customary, the second assignment began to unravel. I have a friend coming. Could you drive over and pick him up? A drunken young man approached Su Ning, slurring his words. Without overthinking it, Su Ning took the keys and prepared to leave. Yet, Master Wang furrowed his brow slightly and subtly pulled Su Ning aside. Boss, you need to be cautious with this one. You might lack experience in chauffeur services. Driving alone without anyone accompanying you could lead to unforeseen issues. Upon hearing this, Su Ning felt a twinge of caution. The car owner remained in the establishment, and it appeared quite normal to drive the owner's car to pick someone up for dinner. But why couldn't the person being picked up simply take a taxi? Wouldn't that be quicker? Although puzzled, he couldn't quite grasp the underlying intricacies, uncertain of the intentions behind this arrangement. In such circumstances, he felt compelled to accept the assignment, as it would reflect poorly on the restaurant's reputation. After contemplating, Su Ning noticed the car owner entering a private room and returned to the cash register. Before I return, if the car owner attempts to settle the bill and leave, stop him. If he insists on departing, alert the security and call the police. Su Ning instructed the cashier. In his view, as long as the car owner could be located, any potential issues or traps could be resolved. The cashier nodded earnestly, clearly attentive to the boss's instructions. After giving Master Wang a reassuring glance, Su Ning exited the restaurant, found the car owner's vehicle, and promptly set off for the destination. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at a storefront located outside a residential complex. The car owner had mentioned that the person waiting to be picked up was already there, ready to board the vehicle upon arrival. However, to his surprise, there was no one waiting in sight, intensifying his suspicion and confusion. He turned off the engine and decided to wait by the car. Just as he stepped out, 3 individuals suddenly emerged from a nearby shop, swiftly approaching Su Ning. Instinctively, his pupils constricted, and he became alert. Should they pose a threat, he was prepared to retaliate without being caught off guard. Why did it take you so long to return the car? I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Pay the rental fee immediately. 20 days. A total of 8,000. As the trio reached him, one individual immediately opened the passenger door and climbed inside, while the other 2 blocked Su Ning's path. The one in front spoke curtly. Su Ning narrowed his eyes, glancing at the shop from which the 3 had just emerged. It turned out to be a car rental agency. What does this mean? Is this Audi A6 a rental? Gaining some insight into the situation, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle internally. Some people certainly possess quick wits and clever tricks. They rented a car for leisure, then sent a chauffeur to return it without showing their face, attempting to evade the rental fee. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I did not rent the car. I am merely a chauffeur. Any rental fees or other charges should be directed to the person who rented the vehicle. Furthermore, I can't even confirm whether this car belongs to your agency. I must return the vehicle to whoever I received the keys from. If you wish to find him, you are welcome to accompany me. Faced with the seemingly hostile trio, Su Ning remained calm and composed, casually stating this before attempting to open the car door. However, they blocked his way. Want to leave? Do you want me to call the police and report you for stealing the car? Let me tell you, this car belongs to our rental agency, and we have all the necessary documentation. The individual in front sneered, his expression a mix of menace and intimidation. Yet, rather than deter Su Ning, This demeanor almost provoked a laugh from him. Before he could respond, his phone buzzed in his pocket, prompting him to answer it nonchalantly, disregarding the three men entirely. Boss, that person is indeed trying to escape. Our security has stopped him, preventing his departure. Should we call the police? The cashier's voice crackled with a hint of tension and excitement, likely astonished by how the boss seemed to predict the unfolding events. Ning smirked slightly and replied, just keep him from leaving. Tell him there's a financial dispute, but don't escalate the situation. Chapter 83. Officer Wong, I'm delivering more achievements for you. A financial dispute that prevents a customer from leaving does not constitute an infringement on personal freedom, especially when no force is applied. Even if the police were to be involved, it would be the other party initiating the call. Certainly, whether he dares to report to the police is another matter entirely. After hanging up the phone, Ning turned his head, a slight smile curving at the corners of his lips. Three options presented themselves. Either I drive away alone, or I drive away and you all come with me, or I report to the police right now. Choose wisely. His tone was laced with a sense of mockery, utterly disregarding the three individuals before him. The trio from the car rental agency exchanged serious glances, sensing something amiss. The call they had just received indicated that someone had been detained against their will, although they were oblivious to who had done the detaining. The situation was spiraling out of control. After all, the person in question was present, making it impossible to disregard the matter entirely. Normally, one could imagine that facing three intimidating adults would leave anyone trembling in fear, yet this young man appeared completely unfazed, even exuding a palpable thrill. Little did they know, Ning had thoroughly enjoyed taking down that scam group the previous day. Such opportunities for decisive action rarely arose. If he had a legitimate chance for self-defense, he would not let it slip by. Forget it, let us consider ourselves unlucky. Just leave quickly. I don't want to see you again. With a begrudging air, the trio from the rental agency turned to leave. However, this very action confirmed Ning's suspicion that this was likely a trap specifically targeting designated drivers. Otherwise, how could the rental agency allow him to simply drive away? With this realization, Ning promptly dialed Wang Sudong, having already succumbed to slumber. Wang was jolted awake by the ringing phone, his heart racing. Ning was calling? At such a late hour and being a designated driver. It was evident that something was amiss. He quickly answered, anxious, what has happened? Where are you now? Ning squinted at the retreating figures of the three men entering the rental agency, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Officer Wong, I'm here to deliver you some performance results. What constitutes a police officer's performance need not be elaborated. Upon hearing Ning's words, Wang Sudong felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that Ning was not in immediate danger. He couldn't help but chuckle. How did you get into trouble again? While others may encounter minor hiccups as designated drivers, you seem to have a knack for chaos every night. It certainly seemed that the money earned from being a designated driver for Ning was hard-earned indeed. After Ning recounted the events, Wang Sudong, being a police officer, quickly grasped the entire plot at play. However, one aspect left him utterly astonished, prompting him to ask incredulously, Lee's private kitchen detain someone? How can a restaurant afford to offend customers? Does Lee's private kitchen really stand by your side in this manner? Ning's response was nonchalant. Because Lee's private kitchen is mine, do you think they would disregard their boss's orders? Wang Sudong was momentarily rendered speechless, his mind racing, as if short-circuiting. Lee's private kitchen belongs to you? Then why on earth are you working as a designated driver? At that moment, the absurdity of the situation struck him like a thunderbolt. Nevertheless, with Ning as the owner of the restaurant, it suddenly made sense why he had donated police vehicles to the station. At a loss for words to convey his complex emotions, Wang Sudong requested Ning's location and hurriedly contacted the precinct to dispatch officers. Coincidentally, Officer Fan was on duty that night, and upon receiving Wang Sudong's call, he quickly mobilized his team. After all, they had just received a generous donation of police vehicles worth over 1.5 million yuan from Ning, which might not lead to favoritism in handling the case. Yet speeding up their journey was certainly within reason. You must be Ning. Thank you for your generous donation to our Hanjiang Road Police Station. On behalf of all the officers, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Upon meeting, Officer Fan warmly shook Ning's hand, expressing his appreciation. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing contact information, Ning recounted the situation once more to Officer Fan. From there, the rest was straightforward. Officer Fan summoned the three individuals, while also bringing back the car owner, who had been left at Lee's private kitchen, to the police station. As the aggrieved party, Ning was expected to accompany them to file a report. Soon, the details of the case were clarified. It was indeed a trap, wherein an individual had called for a designated driver to return a vehicle, only for the rental agency to demand payment from the driver, without a tangible renter to confront. The designated driver found himself cornered and silenced by threats. Reporting the incident would hardly resolve the issue, to avoid endless complications. The only recourse was to part with some cash to escape the predicament. However, this time, the actual renter could not evade capture, and evidence had been secured. With the case now unraveled, Officer Fan felt a profound sense of gratitude. Ning not only brought them consistent performance results, but also generously donated police vehicles, making him a veritable benefactor of the Hanjiang Road Police Station. As Ning exited the precinct, he half expected all the on-duty officers to line the path to bid him farewell, leaving him in a state of amused bewilderment. Nonetheless, the evening had been quite tumultuous, and time had been squandered. It was nearing midnight. A frown creased his brow as he realized he had lost both the driver's fee and valuable time to accept further orders. What a considerable setback. Yet, he bore no regrets, knowing that dismantling this gang would prevent others from falling victim. Such awareness lingered within him. Deciding against returning to Lee's private kitchen, he opened the Didi designated driver app outside the police station, awaiting new orders. After nearly an hour of waiting, just as Ning contemplated logging off for the night, a new order arrived. Startled, he swiftly swiped to accept the request. As he perused the details of the order, he was rendered utterly speechless. The destination for the designated driving assignment was none other than the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. The anticipated fare for the journey was a staggering 5,063 yuan, with an estimated earnings of 3,797. 25 yuan for the driver. What in the world? It was utterly insane to consider a designated driver traveling from Beijing to Shanghai, a distance of 200 kilometers. Yet, here he was, unexpectedly presented with this bizarre order. What a peculiar request this was. It felt as though someone was playing a prank. Stunned for a moment, Ning finally dialed the car owner. Hello. This is Didi designated driving at your service. I noticed you've placed an order for a ride from the capital to the metropolis. May I ask if this is a genuine request, or perhaps a misclick? On the other end of the line, a composed female voice responded. We do indeed require this designated driving service. It was not an error. Our company's driver was supposed to return to Shanghai, but due to personal reasons, he is unable to drive. Our chairman is in a hurry, so we urgently need a designated driver. Can you take this order? If not, I will cancel it immediately. Chapter 84. The super designated driving order worth 3.7 billion. Ning's heart stirred with intrigue. The request did not seem fabricated. After all, there were frequent reports of such long-distance designated driving needs online, not to mention the existence of long-distance taxi services. Furthermore, this order was made through the Didi platform, ensuring that even if the owner later attempted to withhold payment, the driver could apply for an advance from the platform. Ultimately, how the platform would collect the fare from the owner would be their concern, even if the sum were considerable, as long as Ning could provide relevant proof. The likelihood of securing the advance was high. It was worth noting that the projected earnings for the driver were over 3,700 yuan, and with the system's multiplier effect, that amounted to a staggering 3.7 billion. If such a substantial opportunity were to slip through my fingers, it would be quite remarkable if I managed to avoid sleepless nights. Even with a system as extravagant as this one, he would hardly overlook the staggering sum of 3.7 billion. The journey spans over 200 kilometers, and should he maintain a steady pace on the highway, it would likely take several hours, adding in the necessary breaks. Arriving in the bustling metropolis by tomorrow evening would be considered swift. Though it may be tiring, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning promptly responded. I can drive to the metropolis. On the other end of the line, there seemed to be a sigh of relief. It was likely that the woman had just attempted to enlist several substitute drivers, all of whom had declined. You have 1 hour to prepare. We shall depart punctually from the starting point in 1 hour. Is there any issue? Naturally, Ning had no concerns and, after agreeing, felt little need for extensive preparations since he already carried the requisite documents with him. Upon arriving at the starting point, he spotted a Maybach S650 parked at the roadside, beside which stood a professionally attired woman. Hello, I am the designated driver from Didi. Is this vehicle bound for the metropolis? Ning approached with a polite smile. The woman nodded, somewhat surprised by Ning's youth, yet she harbored no suspicions. After all, it is now commonplace for young individuals to engage in side hustles, so there was little to question. She gestured for him to follow her a short distance away to converse. Ning, somewhat perplexed, complied. The individual seated in the vehicle is our group's chairman, Mr. Wang. If Chairman Wang does not initiate conversation, you should refrain from speaking unless necessary. I will now outline the route for you, which you must adhere to. From now until morning, you are to drive continuously. We will stop at the Chuanqing service area for breakfast, then continue driving. You may take another break at either the Jingyi service area or the Guangling service area before heading directly to the destination. Upon arrival, another driver will take over the vehicle, and you simply need to hand it over to him. After the journey, give me a call. and I will process the payment for your services on the platform. Additionally, you may provide me with your identification details, and I will arrange for the company administration to book your return flight from the metropolis to the capital. Should you have any questions during the drive, feel free to call me directly. As she spoke, she handed Su Ning a business card. Su Ning couldn't help but smirk, thinking how many rules there were. However, since the arrangements were already made by the other party, he needed not overthink. He merely had to drive according to the plan. Yet, when she requested his identification for the ticket booking, Su Ning remained cautious. I cannot provide that. If the other party had ulterior motives, assisting them while relinquishing his personal information could indeed pose a danger. Moreover, he was not in dire need of the ticket money, making it unnecessary to put himself in a potentially precarious situation. I will forego the return flight. I intend to spend a couple of days exploring the capital. Su Ning replied with a smile. The professional woman, not giving it much thought, casually remarked, "That is acceptable. When we settle the payment for your services, I will convert the ticket cost into cash as a tip for you." With her statement, Su Ning felt reassured. This was likely an unusual long-distance driving assignment, and he anticipated no complications. Indeed, a long-distance driving task from the capital to the metropolis could already be classified as quite eccentric. After her numerous reminders, Su Ning took his place in the driver's seat. Although he had been instructed not to speak unless prompted, a courteous greeting was warranted once they were in the vehicle. "Good day, sir. I am Su Ning, your designated driver from Didi. I will ensure a safe and smooth journey to the metropolis. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. I am commencing our journey now." While speaking, Su Ning took a moment to observe Mr. Wang in the back seat. He appeared to be around 60 years old, with hair that was partially gray, yet he exuded a commanding presence. Perhaps due to the late hour, he seemed somewhat weary, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Thank you for your assistance, young man. Drive slowly, no need to rush. Safety is paramount," he said with a smile, his tone lacking any sense of authority, instead radiating warmth. "Rest assured, I will drive with utmost caution and strive for a smooth journey," Su Ning assured him. It was evident that Mr. Wang would likely fall asleep in the back seat, and if the ride were bumpy or sudden stops occurred, it would be quite challenging for him to rest peacefully. The journey commenced. Su Ning drove steadily toward the highway entrance. Under normal circumstances, he might have felt overwhelmingly fatigued by this hour, yet the allure of 3.7 billion invigorated him, leaving no room for drowsiness. While he focused most of his attention on the road conditions and driving, a small part of his thoughts seemed to drift away, yearning for the grand villa of his dreams. With 2.3 billion in his bank account, coupled with the 3.7 billion, that totals exactly 6 billion. His initial plan was to accumulate 3 billion before seeking a villa near the prestigious Longhu Yihuan in the capital, where properties typically exceed 3 billion. However, with 6 billion at his disposal, would it not be feasible to leap directly to his preferred choice, the Yuanyang Levy Villa? One must acknowledge that while Longhu Yihuan boasts luxury and elegance, it occupies a somewhat smaller area, given its prime location. In contrast, the Yuanyang Levy Villa not only features a magnificent main structure, but also boasts nearly 7 acres of land, making it utterly irresistible. There is a saying, children make choices, adults desire both. However, the reality remains that, regardless of the extravagant money-spending system, he still requires time to accumulate capital. Therefore, being able to secure the Yuanyang Levy Villa outright would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. Subsequently, he would not need to contemplate any housing issues for the foreseeable future. Perhaps it would only be after marrying and having children that he would consider purchasing a property at Longhu Yihuan, allowing his children to experience the cultural and academic atmosphere of top-tier institutions like Capital University and Hucking University from an early age. Surely, they would grow into distinguished scholars. Chapter 85. A Journey of Misadventures? The route from the starting point to the highway was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. Even after merging onto the highway, Su Ning maintained a steady speed of 110 km/h, neither too fast nor too slow, without overtaking other vehicles. Of course, had he been driving his own Koenigsegg 1, he likely would have already exceeded 180 km/h. Mr. Wang remained peacefully asleep in the back seat, causing no disruption to Su Ning's concentration. 7 hours later, they arrived at the Chuanqing service area without a hitch. At this point, Mr. Wang awoke, rubbing his eyes and surveying the surroundings. "Mr. Wang, we have arrived at the Chuanqing service area. Per your assistant's instructions, we will have breakfast here and take a brief rest. Shall we depart 30 minutes after the meal?" Su Ning turned and inquired with a smile. Mr. Wang nodded, still rubbing his eyes, and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, young man." As they both exited the vehicle, they felt a bit unsteady on their feet, particularly Su Ning, who had been in a heightened state of alertness throughout the lengthy drive, leaving him rather fatigued. The breakfast at the service area was quite satisfactory. After having his fill, Su Ning splashed his face with cold water, for he was feeling somewhat drowsy at that hour. "Why don't I drive for a bit while you rest your eyes?" Wang Dong, noticing Su Ning's fatigue, suggested with a genial smile. Su Ning immediately waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "No, that's out of the question. In our line of work, while one may not necessarily have to love what they do, a sense of professional ethics and decorum is paramount. As a designated driver, to ask the client to take the wheel would be a gross insult to this profession." With steadfast assurance, he continued, "How could I let you drive? Rest assured, I am more than capable of ensuring your safe arrival at your destination." Wang Dong chuckled and said no more. After a brief chat, they prepared to return to the parking lot of the service area and resume their journey. Upon locating the vehicle, Wang Dong had already opened the rear door and entered. However, Su Ning, who was habitually inspecting the car, suddenly noticed something amiss. The tires were flat. Both rear tires were deflated. Su Ning was taken aback and quickly squatted down to examine the situation, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. It was possible that someone had deliberately vandalized the tires. After all, they had been traveling on the highway for quite some time, where sharp objects like nails are rarely found. Even if a tire were punctured, it would be improbable for both to be deflated simultaneously. Sure enough, after a thorough inspection, he found no signs of punctures. It was evident that someone had intentionally let the air out of the tires. "Wang Dong, our tires have been deflated." Su Ning opened the rear door and shook his head in disbelief. Wang Dong, somewhat incredulous, got out of the car and confirmed Su Ning's observation. Both rear tires were indeed flat. With his greater worldly experience, Wang Dong quickly grasped the situation. In society, there are always individuals who resort to unscrupulous means to make a profit. Although such petty tactics may not be considered egregious, they are nonetheless quite vexing. "Let's call someone to inflate the tires. It's just a matter of spending a little extra money," Wang Dong remarked nonchalantly, for at his status, it seemed trivial to haggle over such matters. His time was far more valuable than a few extra dollars. Since he had not insisted on anything further, Su Ning thought it best not to overstep his bounds. He went to the service area to acquire contact information and arrange for someone to inflate the tires. How outrageous. In a city auto repair shop, inflating a tire would only cost 5 yuan, and regular customers might not even be charged. Su Ning grumbled as a young man arrived, demanding 200 yuan up front. In that moment, Su Ning felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. There was no doubt that the air had been let out by someone in cahoots with this young man, who would then profit from the inflated price for refilling the tires. Had it not been for Wang Dong's intervention, Su Ning would have been relentless in his pursuit of justice. "Young man, you ought to broaden your horizons. It's not worth your while to engage with these people," Wang Dong advised, attempting to alleviate Su Ning's frustration. Although incensed, Su Ning recognized that this was not a familiar environment. Even calling the police may not yield the desired outcome and would only consume precious time and energy. Thus, it would be wiser to expedite their departure and let the matter rest. Of course, this did not mean one should always acquiesce. If he had the means to deliver a decisive blow, that would certainly be ideal. Perhaps sensing Su Ning's discomfort, Wang Dong resumed his jovial demeanor once they were back on the road, imparting his life wisdom. Su Ning took this to heart. Just as Wang Dong had said, some matters should be dealt with decisively. If you are confident, then act. If not, do not squander your time. Moreover, one must possess the tenacity of youth. If the opportunity is lacking now, then I will depart. When the time is right, they shall await my retribution. Su Ning felt a sense of relief and gratitude toward Wang Dong's insights. He had assumed that the remainder of their journey would proceed without further incident. Yet he underestimated the unpredictability of the situation. In the distance, he noticed that the highway was cordoned off, with several traffic police stationed there, ready for action. A significant traffic accident had occurred ahead, and they were currently managing the scene, forcing all vehicles to exit the highway. After halting behind the vehicle in front, they heard the police using a loudspeaker to issue instructions. There was no choice but to comply and leave the highway. Upon navigating with his phone, Su Ning discovered that they were merely in a small county, with a daunting 50 kilometers to the next highway entrance. "Wang Dong, it appears we must take a provincial road for a while. It will take about an hour before we can rejoin the highway," Su Ning informed him while glancing at his phone. Wang Dong, though equally resigned to the situation, found a certain absurdity in the circumstances reminiscent of a road comedy. "Xiao Su, you must have seen the comedy film Lost on Journey, right? Don't you think we bear a resemblance to those characters?" Su Ning chuckled at this observation. Indeed, there was some truth to it. However, comparing himself to the protagonist would inevitably cast him in an unflattering light. As he pondered this, a sudden sense of foreboding struck him. They were currently waiting at a red light, and in front of them was a Tesla. Ordinarily, this would not be a cause for concern, but the Tesla had just reversed slightly, possibly having crossed the stop line. If that were all, it would not be troublesome. The issue arose when the Tesla's reverse lights remained illuminated even after it had backed up. Just as Ning was forming this thought, the red light transformed into green. The Tesla surged forward, and with a resounding crash, their vehicle was struck by the reversing Tesla. The force was so great that even Ning, who had fastened his seatbelt, was jolted, while Wang Dong, who had just unbuckled himself after exiting the highway, was thrown about with abandon. Chapter 86. Is this harder than Journey to the West? Damn it, Wang Dong exclaimed, his head colliding with the back of the front seat, causing him to curse in pain. Ning quickly engaged the parking gear, applied the electronic handbrake, and then opened the door to assist Wang Dong out of the car. What just happened? Did the car in front reverse? Wang Dong, caught between shock and anger, was incredulous at the suddenness of the incident. Ning did not respond immediately. Instead, he rubbed his neck where he had been jolted and approached the other vehicle. At that moment, the driver's side door of the Tesla swung open, and a young woman stepped out. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to," she exclaimed, her panic evident. "I just reversed a little, and I forgot it was still in reverse when I accelerated." Her flustered demeanor suggested that she, too, was shaken by the accident. A female driver. Ning found himself at a loss for words. It was rather amusing, in truth, although many criticize female drivers. Statistical evidence suggests that their involvement in traffic accidents is lower than that of male drivers. Most male drivers tend to drive aggressively, resulting in a higher accident rate, while female drivers are generally more cautious. Yet, female drivers often become the butt of jokes due to their propensity for making blunders, leading to bizarre accidents, such as this absurd scenario of reversing at a red light. Ning was left speechless, uncertain of how to articulate his bewilderment. Well, let's assess the damage to the vehicles. The collision between the front and rear of the vehicles typically results in greater damage to the front, and this incident was no exception. The Tesla merely sustained a shattered rear bumper and a dented fender, while the front of the Maybach was considerably worse off, rendering it unfit for the road. Chairman Wang approached to assess the situation, furrowing his brow. The damage to the vehicle was minor. However, the delay to his schedule was quite irksome. Ning sighed and turned to the young woman driving the Tesla, inquiring, "You acknowledge full responsibility, don't you?" The woman promptly nodded, demonstrating a lack of obstinacy despite her mediocre driving skills. "I'll report it to the insurance. My third-party liability coverage is $3 million. Even for the Maybach, that should suffice," she stated before promptly contacting her insurance company. Approximately 20 minutes later, the insurance adjuster arrived. The determination of fault was straightforward, and the insurance company would not evade their obligation to compensate. However, a practical dilemma presented itself to Ning and Chairman Wang. The vehicle was undoubtedly inoperable and required repairs. But where could they have it repaired? Should they seek out a local Mercedes-Benz dealership? Repairing a vehicle is not an overnight affair, and they could hardly wait idly on location. Moreover, even if they opted for an alternative mode of transport, retrieving the vehicle post-repair would be a cumbersome task. Their options were limited to either hiring a tow truck to transport the car back to Shanghai for repairs, which would incur substantial costs, or finding a local repair shop. Fortunately, at Chairman Wang's level, such expenses were negligible, and he requested the adjuster to assist in arranging a tow truck. Once all matters were settled, Ning and Chairman Wang exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bemusement. They had just commented on being in a predicament, and now they truly found themselves in one, without a vehicle. What to do now? Should they take the high-speed train or a flight to Shanghai? However, Chairman Wang was averse to both options. Otherwise, he wouldn't have instructed the driver to travel from Shanghai to Beijing in the first place. After contemplating, Ning offered a wry smile. "Chairman Wang, why don't we rent a car here and drive to Shanghai ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Chairman Wang's eyes lit up. "Excellent idea. Let us rent a car." Thus, the two began to wander around the town and eventually located a car rental agency. Initially, they had arrived at the highway exit shortly after 8, but after managing the accident and securing a rental, it was already past noon. "Let us eat first, Sue," Chairman Wang suggested cheerfully. "We'll hit the highway after lunch." Ning readily agreed, and they found a reasonably nice restaurant for their meal. Their lunch did not take long, and soon they were back on the road, traversing through the county to rejoin the highway. As they resumed their journey on the expressway, Ning chuckled at their misfortunes. This trip had certainly been fraught with challenges. Surely, there would be no further complications, he mused. Yet, fate would prove him overly optimistic. After about an hour of driving, he began to feel a disconcerting sensation in his stomach. Not merely discomfort, but a pressing urgency. Recognizing the signs, he immediately searched for the nearest service area. Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from the back seat. "Oh no, this is bad. Sue, I'm feeling unwell. Find a service area or an exit quickly." Chairman Wang grimaced, clutching his abdomen. Ning could only laugh helplessly. "Chairman Wang, I'm feeling queasy too. Could it be that our lunch was tainted?" Wang chuckled in response. Well, I suppose we are living out a real-life version of Lost on the Journey. The nearest exit was ahead, so Su Ning took it and quickly booked 2 rooms at a nearby hotel. After all, it would be rather excessive to expect Chairman Wang, a chairman of a substantial corporation, to relieve himself by the roadside. Not only would that be undignified for him, but Su Ning himself wouldn't be comfortable with such a scenario either. The decision to book 2 rooms rather than 1 was based on the simple logic that 1 bathroom would not suffice. Despite the saying that good friends might endure simultaneous discomfort, yet allow one another to use the restroom first. Su Ning and Chairman Wang were not quite at that level of camaraderie. Su Ning was not an employee of Wang's, and he had no intention of sacrificing his own comfort for the elder. It was unrealistic to expect Wang to yield the bathroom to him either. Hence, they opted for separate accommodations to avoid any disputes. Finally, seated on the toilet, Su Ning let out a sigh of relief. Ah, what a comfort. It was fortunate the exit was close. Otherwise, he might have faced a rather dire situation. Cursed and scrupulous vendors, despite the relatively high cost of their lunch. It had caused both of them considerable distress. After spending what felt like an eternity in the restroom, he emerged only to be struck by another wave of urgency, prompting a hasty return. After what felt like endless trips to the bathroom, Su Ning felt as though he might wither away from dehydration. Then it struck him. How was Chairman Wang faring? If he was feeling unwell at such a young age, Wang, being considerably older, could be in a far worse state. Concerned by the silence, Su Ning rushed to the adjacent room, bursting into the bathroom without preamble. To his horror, he found Chairman Wang utterly spent and collapsed inside. In a panic, he called for an ambulance and notified the hotel front desk for assistance. After a chaotic series of events, they finally managed to transport Wang to the hospital. As they rode in the ambulance, Su Ning experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. How had this journey turned into an ordeal more arduous than a pilgrimage to the West? In the county hospital's shared room, Su Ning and Chairman Wang lay in adjacent beds, exchanging wry smiles. Wang's condition was more severe. He was utterly fatigued and weakened from the ordeal. Su Ning, though better off, still lacked full strength. After regaining some composure, Wang contacted his assistant. Given the circumstances, it was clear they would not reach Shanghai that evening, and he needed to inform the company so they wouldn't assume he had met with an accident. Upon hearing that Wang was hospitalized, the assistant was alarmed and insisted on flying over immediately. However, Wang declined the offer, reasoning that by the time the assistant arrived, he would likely be discharged. After hanging up, the assistant promptly called Su Ning, urging him to take good care of Wang, promising that she would be eternally grateful. Su Ning was unconcerned with the notion of gratitude. Regardless, he would never abandon an elderly man in distress. As the 4-drip continued into the evening, Su Ning, exhausted, hired a night nurse and finally drifted into a much-needed sleep. When he awoke the next morning at 8, the nurse was again administering their 4 drips, and the doctor informed them that barring any complications, they would be discharged soon. In the meantime, the 2 men, feeling rather bored, turned on the television and watched the film Lost on the Journey, an almost perfect reflection of their own misadventures. Su, it seems we have forged a bond through adversity. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to reach out, Chairman Wang remarked. After the 2 individuals completed their discharge formalities and reboarded the vehicle, preparing to embark on their journey, Mr. Wang, seated in the back, spoke cheerfully. Su Ning felt a twinge of guilt, knowing that this unfortunate trip was likely tied to him. With the system in place, bizarre incidents were destined to persist. Mr. Wang had essentially been ensnared by his misfortunes. An undeserved calamity indeed. All right, Mr. Wang, I shall remember your words. Likewise, should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know. Who knows? I might be able to lend a helping hand in many matters. Su Ning replied earnestly. Mr. Wang possessed a commendable character, never allowing his wealth to elevate him above others. His demeanor and speech exuded the wisdom of a venerable elder, endearing him to Su Ning. Although Su Ning was unaware of the specifics of Mr. Wang's fortune, it was reasonable to assume it reached into the billions. Despite their current disparity, one could never predict the future. In this era of global economic downturn, it was conceivable that Mr. Wang's corporate empire might one day face operational challenges. Meanwhile, with the extraordinary money-generating system at his disposal, Su Ning's wealth would continue to amplify at a terrifying pace. Perhaps, in due time, he could indeed extend a lifeline to Mr. Wang's enterprise. Upon hearing Su Ning's sincere remarks, Mr. Wang burst into hearty laughter. Very well, it is settled then. If the need arises, I shall certainly seek your assistance. However, do not refuse when the time comes. During the remainder of the journey, Su Ning remained on edge, fearing yet another unforeseen complication. Ultimately, they arrived safely in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Upon arrival, there were individuals ready to receive the vehicle, thus concluding Su Ning's task. Young man, I shan't express my gratitude further. We shall meet again, Mr. Wang said with a warm smile, bowing with the grace of a cultured gentleman. Su Ning mirrored his gesture. Until we meet again. Watching the departing vehicle, he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. At that moment, another assistant approached, handing Su Ning a substantial bag. This is a Huawei gift package from Assistant Zhao. She specifically instructed me to ensure you receive it. Additionally, the standard driving fee will be settled through the platform, and this is an extra 3,000 yuan for accommodation and transportation. You have her business card, correct? Should you need anything further, feel free to contact her directly. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Ning's mind. Congratulations, host, for your diligent work earning 2,000 yuan, with a 100,000 fold reward of 200 million yuan. Congratulations, host, for your diligent work earning 42,985 yuan, with a 100,000 fold reward of 4,285 billion yuan. Su Ning's pupils dilated in shock. Such exaggerated gains left him nearly delirious. The 2,000 yuan originated from the professional woman, Assistant Zhao, who had provided him with a stipend, which, through the system's enhancement, ballooned to 200 million. The 42,985 yuan was the income from the driving service, exceeding initial estimates by several hundred, likely due to extended driving time. This figure, augmented by the system, reached an astonishing 4,985 billion. Su Ning stood frozen, momentarily engulfed by overwhelming astonishment. The sheer amount of money had rendered his mind nearly incapacitated. This driving endeavor from the capital to Shanghai, regardless of the trials faced en route, yielded tangible rewards. 200 million plus 42,985 billion equated to approximately 630 million. This sum could purchase a sprawling villa covering 7 acres in the prestigious overseas Levi development. Even the likes of a Koenigsegg 1 or a Bugatti Veyron could be procured in multiples. As for the much-discussed emblem of wealth, the Thompson Riviera in Shanghai, Su Ning regarded it as mere child's play. With the balance already in his bank account, he now possessed over 800 million. Why would he need to chase after more riches? He felt an impulsive urge to retire immediately. His excitement lingered long after the assistant departed. Oh, he still held the Huawei gift package. Upon opening it, Su Ning couldn't help but marvel at the generosity. Indeed, an assistant of Mr. Wang knew how to impress. Inside, he found a Huawei Mate 60 RS Extraordinary Master smartphone, a MatePad Pro tablet, a Watch 4 Pro smartwatch, and a pair of FreeBuds Pro 3 wireless earbuds. The total value of this quartet approached 20,000 yuan. If paired with a Huawei laptop, it would constitute the quintessential kit for a university freshman. For an ordinary driver, this gesture of gratitude was nothing short of generous. Yet, at that moment, Su Ning found himself grappling with profound regret. If only they had exchanged the gift package for cash. Nearly 20,000 yuan, enhanced by the system, would translate to a staggering 2 billion. Perhaps their entire group assets did not even reach that sum. However, he could only harbor his bitter thoughts silently. After all, it was a well-intentioned gift. And who could envisage his fantastical money-generating system? Regardless, this journey had been remarkably fruitful, yielding more than 2 weeks of driving in the capital. Observing the time, he realized that even if he caught an evening flight back to the capital, he would not be able to drive tonight. Thus, Su Ning decided to spend the night in Shanghai and return to the capital the following day.